Moreover, guards could usually be seen everywhere in this area, yet now not a single figure was in sight. When had the defenses of Yunmeng City become so lax? Seeing this, Yifeng instantly realized something was terribly wrong. This was far from normal. The next moment, he hesitated not in the slightest as he once again activated the heavenly thunder bead, hurling bolt after bolt at the black-clad man, without the least intent of conserving it. He had already realized that this was a carefully orchestrated killing trap. The other side had very likely bribed the patrol guards on duty today, and no reinforcements would be coming. If he could not swiftly slay this black-clad man today, the one to suffer disaster would most likely be himself. Hiss! How does this brat still have more? Seeing the other party's stance with streaks of lightning crashing down one after another, the black-clad man was instantly seized by terror. He scrambled up from the ground and fled, desperately dodging for his life. At this moment, he no longer spared a thought for pain, or a delay of even a heartbeat might see him capsized in the gutter. Fortunately, this area was cluttered with obstacles, and he quickly found cover. Seizing an instant when he slipped out of sight, he twisted around and retreated at speed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive heavenly thunders roared forth. Only one struck the black-clad man in the back, grievously wounding him once more, while the other 2 were blocked by the surrounding walls. Damn it! He actually escaped. Watching that black shadow still retain enough strength to melt into the darkness, Yifeng smashed his fist heavily against a stone wall, silently seething with regret. He did not dare to rashly pursue. After all, the interior ahead was dim and the terrain complex. He feared some unforeseen mishap. He could only regret in silence that even after using 5 heavenly thunders in succession, he had still failed to keep the man, let alone obtain any evidence. The loss of tens of thousands of spirit stones today had been in vain. Fortunately, he was still alive. He was certain that without the heavenly thunder bead in his hand, he would have died without doubt this very day. Before long, the commotion here finally drew the surrounding resident cultivators over to watch, and only then did several soldiers from the patrol squad begin to appear at an unhurried pace. However, they merely went through the motions of asking a few perfunctory questions before letting the matter drop. Although Yifeng was angered by this, he said nothing more. He knew that although the Sacred Alliance's internal administration was said to be very strict, matters were still handled by people. There would inevitably be a few rotten apples who could be bought off. What? You say you failed? In a luxurious residence somewhere within the inner city, a tall man heard the news brought by the bald, burly fellow, veins bulging on his forehead as his eyes widened in fury. This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. He had thought that crushing that brat would be as simple as pinching an ant to death, yet who could have foreseen such a farcical twist? Young master, it is all due to my incompetence. I did not anticipate that brat possessing such a powerful protective artifact. The bald, burly man lowered his head, speaking with deep shame. This time, in order to leave no trace, he had deliberately hired from the black market a killer whose cultivation was even stronger than his own. He had thought success almost guaranteed, yet unexpectedly they still failed. Earlier he had in fact been observing from afar the entire time, and had clearly seen that the killer could not even get close, nearly failing to escape himself. It was a pity he did not dare to brazenly show himself, for his status was far too sensitive. Useless trash. You cannot even handle this trivial matter. What use are you to me? The tall youth fixed his gaze rigidly on the bald, burly man, a ferocious snarl, twisting his... For this matter he had greased countless palms, and even owed others an enormous favor, yet it had all come to nothing, and turned him into a laughingstock instead. It was said that brat was still bouncing around unscathed, which left him all the more incensed. Please forgive me, young master. I beg you to grant me a little more time. I will not fail again. Hearing this, the bald man's liver and gall almost split with fear, and he hastily voiced his supplication. He had not previously learned that brat possessed such a formidable artifact, so his preparations were insufficient, but if given another chance he would by no means repeat the same mistake. Fine. I will give you one more chance. If you still cannot get it done, you know well what the consequences will be. The tall man flung down these venomous words before turning to leave. At this moment his mood was fouler than ever, and he urgently needed a way to vent. Yes, young master. The bald, burly man, as though hearing a royal pardon, hastily withdrew. 2 days later, Yifeng finally set out on his journey to the southwest. During those 2 days, as a precaution, he had spent all his time at the patrol division. Fortunately, at the very moment he stepped onto the flying boat and left Yunmeng City, he felt a refreshing ease wash over his entire body. The taut nerves he had kept strung so long finally relaxed. It was not that he was unwilling to remain in Yunmeng City to continue studying artifact refining, but that he had no family background whatsoever. In this world ruled by might, living a peaceful life was exceedingly difficult. These scions of great clans bullied others intolerably, so long as he stayed, endless unforeseen dangers would arise. He had grown utterly weary of such days, forever on the edge of life and death, devoid of any sense of. In the end, it all came down to his status being too low. As a mere patrol constable at the very bottom, even if he were targeted and plotted against, hardly anyone would stand up for him. By contrast, if a formal Sacred Alliance official like Zhou were assassinated beyond friends and relatives seeking justice on all sides, the Sacred Alliance itself would never let the matter rest, but would pursue the investigation to the end and issue wanted notices everywhere. Therefore, he planned to try his luck on the southwestern frontier to see if he could earn some military merit and obtain an official post before returning. Only by possessing a certain status could he have the foundation to secure his place in this world. Of course, the southwestern frontier was extremely dangerous. A single careless moment could mean death, and it was by no means an easy posting. But he possessed the ability to foresee fortune and calamity. So long as he remained cautious, the risks should not be too great. It had to be said that the Sacred Alliance's flying boat was like an arrow piercing the clouds at speed, far surpassing horses and beast-drawn carriages, and its interior was remarkably luxurious and refined. Traveling aboard the flying boat, one could watch banks of clouds streak past on either side, yet feel not the slightest vibration. It was pure enjoyment. Naturally, this flying boat was not exclusive to Yunming City. It was said to have set out from the central regions of the Songlong continent, stopping at cities along its route to specifically transport patrol personnel being reassigned to Yongzhou. By the time they had traveled only half the route, Yifeng saw more than 20 elite patrolmen from various regions being brought aboard the flying boat. What surprised him was that these elite patrolmen were on the whole quite young, mostly in their early 30s, and all of them were at the peak of the qi refining stage. He did not know why this was so, or whether it was a deliberate arrangement by the Sacred Alliance. Yet Yifeng had no inclination to dwell on it. At this moment he was exhausted and wished only to close his eyes and rest in silence. He did not know how much time had passed before he opened his eyes again, only to see that the flying boat's interior was now packed with people, and the seat beside him had been taken by a sturdy young man. "Little brother, you're awake. With cultivation only at this level, you're also going to Yongzhou as a patrol guard." Seeing Yifeng open his eyes, the sturdy youth gave him a strange look and could not help asking. Given his age and cultivation, Yifeng appeared utterly out of place here, which made the youth especially astonished. Unfortunately, since Yifeng had been sleeping the whole time, he had not dared disturb him earlier. "Indeed. I assume you are as well, brother." Yifeng nodded and asked in return. From what he knew, everyone on this flying boat shared the same destination. "Of course. But were you deceived? Why would you choose to wade into these troubled waters, eh?" The sturdy youth came straight to the point with his question. Anyone who had served as a patrol constable for a few years knew that border patrol duty was the hardest of all. Robbery, arson, murder, and pillage erupted almost daily. Patrolmen had to investigate cases everywhere, chase down criminals, and even fight ferocious bandits to the death. By contrast, patrol duty in the heartland of the Songlong continent was far more relaxed, with relatively few incidents. Unless forced by circumstances, hardly anyone was willing to be transferred to the frontier. To reduce casualties, the patrol division generally did not select those of weak strength, so someone like this should have held a clear advantage. Yet here this qi refining 7th-layer youngster was, which baffled him. It is not so. This assignment was directly designated from above. I had no way to refuse, Yifeng replied with a bitter smile. To this day, he still had no idea who possessed the authority to have him transferred. At first he had suspected Liang Qing'an, for that man had been eager to drive him out at once, but now he was no longer certain. After all, if Liang Qing'an truly had such pull, he would not have needed to go to such lengths to send assassins after him. "Little brother, I advise you that once you arrive, find a way to speak with the commander and request a more leisurely posting. Border patrol duty, there is no easy task." A trace of sympathy surfaced in the sturdy youth's eyes. If not for the chance to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill, he himself would never have taken this assignment. "Many thanks. I understand," Yifeng said with a nod. "But may I ask how you yourself came to be selected, brother?" His curiosity was piqued as well. Everyone knew how harsh the border was, so why were so many still willing to go? "Me. I volunteered," the sturdy youth replied with a faint smile. "And why is that?" "Sigh all for the Foundation establishment pill. Once you reach this stage, you will understand. That thing is outrageously expensive. Without a windfall, you simply cannot afford one." At this, the sturdy youth pulled a bitter face. His background was unimpressive, and even if he earned 20 to 30 spirit stones a month, it was a mere drop in the ocean compared to a Foundation establishment pill worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Who knew in what distant year he would finally save enough? If he missed the proper age and failed to break through to foundation establishment during his golden years, his future potential would be severely hampered. Thus, forced by circumstance, he could only gamble his life at the frontier. So that is how it is. Yifeng nodded deeply in agreement. Without the convenience granted by the heavenly mechanism disc, Yifeng reckoned he would not know in which lifetime he might earn 10,000 spirit stones. Had things progressed normally, the original owner of this body might never have reached foundation establishment in his entire life. Now, however, with himself at the helm, things could no longer proceed that way. The two chatted idly on and off, gradually becoming familiar with one another. The sturdy youth's name was Lu Tai. He came from a small clan and was capable and forthright, someone worth befriending. By contrast, the other young patrolman nearby regarded Yifeng with faint disdain. A greenhorn like this going to the border as a patrol guard. He was basically marching to his death. They only hoped they would not be assigned to the same squad as him, or he would become a burden. Typically, patrol assignments required 2 or 3 men to operate as a unit. For a lone officer was far too vulnerable. If they ended up with such a deadweight teammate at their side, they would be driven to tears. After all, their financial situation had never been particularly good. Although their combat strength was not weak, it was still far from the point where they could look down on ruthless bandits. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. That very morning, the flying boat suddenly plunged sharply downward, and half an incense stick later finally came to a halt on a spacious plaza in the central area of a great city. "We have arrived." The instant the flying boat steadied, everyone rose from their seats, one after another, looking around in all directions. They had waited so many days in succession that even with greater patience they still felt terribly bored. Now that they could finally stretch their limbs, it was a rare relief. Seeing this, Yifeng could not help but be secretly astonished. By his estimation, traveling from Zhangzhou to Yongzhou should take at least 1 to 2 months, yet they had arrived in barely over 10 days. This was truly a tremendous surprise. "All right, everyone, please first find a place within the city to settle down. Tomorrow at dawn we will assemble together at the South Patrol Camp." On the flying boat, a middle-aged Saint Alliance guide in official attire began announcing to the crowd. "Understood." Upon hearing this, the crowd no longer hesitated and surged out from within the boat. There were more than 50 of them in all, and none of them expected the patrol camp to arrange lodgings for them, for here every inch of land was as precious as gold. Moreover, each of them had their own secrets and did not wish to live with acquaintances. Seeing this, Yifeng followed the crowd and walked out. This city was called Tianhua City, the largest city in Yongzhou, and the only city directly governed by the Saint Alliance in Yongzhou. Though the entire city was not as luxurious as Yunmeng City, it was still far superior to Tianbao City in Chuzhou. Though the place was not particularly peaceful, the flow of caravans and travelers never diminished. It was even greater than elsewhere. After all, it neighbored the Xuanma continent and served as a major hub where specialties from the 2 continents were traded and distributed. "Kid, do you have enough spirit stones? Do you need to borrow some?" Just as they were about to part ways, Lu Tai suddenly asked with a look of concern. Renting a courtyard residence within Tianhua City was unlikely to be cheap, and he worried the other party might not be able to afford it. "No need, I have enough." "Thank you, Brother Lu," Yifeng replied. Yifeng smiled with a hint of gratitude. Although he had come in some haste, he still had a fair number of spirit stones on hand. Renting a small courtyard was naturally no problem. Still, the other man's thoughtfulness genuinely moved him. "All right, then this elder brother will take his leave first. See you tomorrow." Lu Tai waved his hand and departed cleanly and decisively. "See you tomorrow." Seeing this, Yifeng did not linger either. He chose another direction and began searching for a place to live. Tianhua City was laid out with excellent planning, filled with residential districts of elegant courtyards. However, he had barely walked some distance when he suddenly saw 2 incomparably beautiful figures appear on the street ahead. One of them wore white robes. Although her face was veiled, her figure was tall and willowy, and her beauty was breathtaking. With a single glance, he recognized that she was very likely the legendary top genius Nangong Luyan. The green-robed young woman beside her was a shade inferior, yet still of outstanding bearing. It was clearly that little last Lu Yinshu. How could these 2 possibly be here? Yifeng found it extremely strange. Chuzhou was not close to this place, with an entire province between them. Weren't these 2 supposed to be out on training journeys? What were they doing here? Even so, he did not deliberately step forward to greet them. At this moment, the 2 shone like a bright moon, dazzling and resplendent, standing out from the crowd like cranes among chickens. As for himself, such a small figure, how could they possibly spare him a glance? Going up to curry favor would only be asking for humiliation. With that thought, he pretended not to have seen them, change direction, and prepared to turn away. Yet before he could even take a step, Lu Yunshu suddenly turned and looked over. Miss, look, isn't that brat ahead, Yifeng? Lu Yunshu widened her eyes, pointing at the figure ahead with a face full of shock. It really does look like him. Hearing this, Nangong Luyun turned to look as well. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, as though she were seeing an illusion. Her impression of him was particularly deep, so she naturally recognized him. It was undoubtedly that very boy. Impossible, how did that fellow also end up here? When Lu Yunshu saw that her young miss had confirmed it, her certainty grew absolute. Yet how had he followed them here, and to run into them so coincidentally? Her heart was filled with boundless doubt. But when she saw his actions, she became even more infuriated. That boy was actually pretending not to know them, and just turned to leave. Yibert, you stop right there. In the next instant, Lu Yunshu shouted at Yifeng in a fury. This matter, she felt, absolutely had to be made clear. Senior sisters, long time no see. Yifeng had not expected Lu Yunshu's eyes to be so sharp. Spotting him so quickly, he could only turn around and greet them awkwardly. Yet this expression of his was taken by Lu Yunshu as guilt. Speak. Why are you here? Have you been following us this whole time? Tell the truth. Lu Yunshu grabbed hold of Yifeng and peppered him with rapid-fire questions. Her heart was filled with utter astonishment that Chuzhou was tens of thousands of li away from here. How had a mere menial like him managed to come all this way? And how had he managed to find them? Was he truly so capable? Yifeng had not expected her to lay hands on him the moment she opened her mouth, and he found it utterly baffling. Senior sister jests. I truly have proper business here. Running into you two is purely by chance. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yifeng really had no mood to tangle with her, so he could only offer a brief explanation before turning to depart. Proper business? What proper business could a little menial like you possibly have? Lu Yunshu did not believe it in the slightest. For him, merely leaving Chuzhou was already an immense difficulty. How could he have any ties to a distant place like Yongzhou? Even Nangong Luyun felt it was highly unlikely. Most so-called chance encounters were nothing more than carefully orchestrated outcomes. She simply could not understand how he had found them. Had he been inquiring about their movements all along? Senior sisters, I truly have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Another time perhaps. I shall take my leave. Hearing this, Yifeng said nothing more, turned around and left. He had to quickly find a place to stay lest he be unable to report on time tomorrow. That brat actually left just like that. Watching him leave without so much as a backward glance, Lu Yunshu found it a little unbelievable. She could clearly sense a distant aloofness from him. Could it be that dismissing him previously had angered him? But wasn't that a bit too petty? After all, he had truly been unfit for the post. It was not as though she had deliberately made things difficult. I dare say he will definitely come back later. In the next moment, Lu Yunshu spoke with great certainty. Since he had managed to find them here, it was impossible that he had no ulterior motive. Besides having the rare chance to meet two great beauties in a foreign land, how could he not try to cozy up? In a strange land, perhaps more contact might even deepen their relationship. Nangong Luyun did not make any rash guesses, yet she also felt that once he finished his business, he would most likely return to seek them out. After all, he hardly knew many people here. Yet after the two of them wandered around the market district for quite some time, and the sky had completely darkened, Yifeng still had not appeared, and Lu Yunshu's expression finally stiffened. That fellow truly was not coming to look for them. See, there you go, being vain again. Nangong Luyun's taut features relaxed, as she could not help but laugh. At this moment she rather believed that he had indeed run into them by chance, and was perhaps genuinely busy with other matters. Lu Yunshu, however, still could not accept it in her heart. Impossible. Let's wait another 2 days and see. Yifeng, though surprised that Lu Yunshu and her companion were also in this city, had absolutely no intention of going over to strike up a conversation or curry favor. After all, building relationships had to be based on equal footing and the exchange of resources. At this moment, one side stood high above, while the other was utterly ordinary. The gap between them was far too great. On what grounds would they value him? No matter how much he tried to ingratiate himself, it would only be meaningless socializing. It would be better to use that time to improve himself. After parting from the two, he wandered once around the courtyard district within the city, and quickly spent 100 spirit stones to rent a small courtyard where he began to rest. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, in a certain part of Tianhua City, Yifeng stepped out of the courtyard full of vigor. After a night's rest, the fatigue accumulated over the past 10+ days of travel had completely dissipated. His cultivation had also nearly reached the peak of the 7th layer of qi refining. Though there was still a considerable gap compared to the other patrol officers, he believed he would catch up sooner or later. Although the Southwest Patrol Camp was called a camp, its actual location was in the southern part of the city within a palace complex as grand as an imperial palace with a vast drill ground in the center. Following the official road through the city and jogging all the way for half an incense stick, Yifeng soon arrived at the patrol camp. Though it was still early, the drill ground of the patrol camp was already packed with people hundreds strong. Some were newly transferred patrol officers, others long-station veterans. That day, this newly transferred batch of patrol officers was to be selected by the veteran patrolmen and then follow them to various places to investigate cases, so nearly every patrol capable of coming had already arrived. Who's that kid? Is he new as well? Suddenly someone noticed Yifeng coming in and could not help but voice his confusion. In their batch of patrol officers, even the weakest had already reached the peak of chi refining, and some had even stepped into foundation establishment. For a boy at merely the 7th layer of chi refining to suddenly barge in, what was the meaning of that? Even for errands and menial work, there was no need for such a person. Besides, they had not heard of any new menials arriving. Yes, that kid came with our batch. He is also a new patrol officer. Very soon a youth who had shared the same flying boat began introducing him to the others. On that flying boat, his strength had stood out like a crane among chickens. It was impossible not to notice him. They had also managed to learn something of the reason he had been transferred. Unexpectedly, he had offended someone and been conscripted by name. You must be joking. What is going on here? Not just anyone can serve as a patrol officer. Many veteran patrolmen grew worried, at once afraid of having to team up with him. Exactly. We have to speak to the captain later. Our team absolutely cannot choose him no matter what. We must not be soft-hearted. One patrol officer immediately resolved to persuade his captain not to take this boy under any circumstances. After all, they went out almost daily to investigate cases and constantly engaged in life-and-death struggles. Oh, no one wanted to be dragged down. Hearing these discussions, Yifeng's mood grew rather heavy. Who would have thought that earning a bit of merit would be so difficult? If he could not join a team, then all his plans would be nothing but castles in the air. He very much wanted to display his heavenly thunder bead to show that he had the power to protect himself, but he feared that there might be those present who meant him harm, and in the end could only hold back. After all, this was his one and only life-saving trump card, and could not be exposed lightly. Forget it, he would first observe the situation. Not long after, as the various captains of the patrol camp and 2 commanders appeared, the noise finally subsided, and everyone lined up neatly. Everyone, I trust you are all very clear that our patrol camp's duties have been extremely heavy of late, and many members have fallen in the line of duty. Fortunately, the Sane Alliance has transferred 52 new patrol officers from various regions, all elites of their respective provinces. I hope our veteran members will actively accept them, guide the new with the old, and put their talents to proper use. All right, captains begin selecting new partners and dividing into groups to take on missions. Commander Zhang Taizhan swept his stern gaze across the crowd. After a brief introduction, he announced in a voice like rolling thunder. As soon as his words fell, the crowd grew restless. All the captains swiftly swept their gaze over the dozens of newly arrived patrol officers. The field buzzed with quiet tension. This batch of newly arrived patrol guards all possessed formidable auras and steady expressions, leaving most of the captains rather satisfied. Yet when their gazes fell upon Yifeng standing in a corner, they could not help but frown slightly. Tisk, even someone this weak made it in. Is this some kind of joke? Hurry up and make your picks. If you end up choosing last, you'll be out of luck. Soon the various captain-rank figures seemed to realize something and rushed forward in quick succession toward the newcomers they had already set their sights on. Although they were not entirely certain, yet they decided to make do for now. After all, if they did not quickly settle on their choices, the commander might very well force some useless burden onto their teams. High above, the 2 stern commanders also caught sight of Yifeng within the crowd. Their gazes narrowed with a trace of doubt, yet they said nothing and soon shifted their eyes away. Brother, how should I address you? Would you be interested in joining my squad? Fairy, how about joining our Tiani? We're just missing someone exactly like you. Young man. The captains greeted the new patrol guards with great warmth, introducing themselves. Some settled the matter with just a few casual words, while others compared options before making their decisions. Almost every newcomer was surrounded by a lively crowd. Only the corner where Yifeng stood remained rather quiet. Even so, he was not entirely ignored. Hey kid at the 7th layer of chi refinement, what's your name? At some unknown point, a burly man with a full beard had sauntered over. Despite his rustic farmer-like appearance, the bearded man's aura was anything but weak. He had already reached the peak of early foundation establishment and ranked among the top 20 of all the captains. Yixing, Yifeng replied politely using a false name. It was not that he refused to give his real name, but when he had first entered the patrol division, this alias had already been recorded in their registers and could no longer be changed. Even so, a trace of doubt surfaced in his heart. Why had this uncle come to recruit him so early? Had the other party already discerned his true value? By his own estimation, he had thought he would be the one left over and only be stuffed randomly into some squad at the very end. Unfortunately, in the next instant, he realized how wrong he had been. My Black Bear squad is still short a menial grunt. Your contribution points will only be 30% of a normal patrol guard's. Are you willing? The bearded man asked with an air of lofty superiority. He naturally did not fancy this youngster's strength, but everyone in the Black Bear squad was a skilled expert, and none of them wished to handle chores. They could only look for another person to do all the menial work. Sorry, I'll pass for now. Yi Feng's face darkened at his words, and he refused cleanly and without hesitation. So it was indeed not some good offer after all. He had come here precisely to accumulate merits as quickly as possible. How could he accept such an exploitative arrangement? If truly no one would take him, he planned to take on missions alone. Dangerous was dangerous. Hey kid, you're quite stubborn. Don't you know that if you keep this up, no one will be willing to take you in it? The bearded man was taken aback, unable to believe it, and began lecturing him in a tone of hating iron for not becoming steel. He had been acting out of so-called great benevolence and trying to give Yi Feng a hand, seeing the young man standing there all alone, yet he had actually been refused. Then let them not take me, so be it. Yi Feng smiled faintly. He had already decided that if no one chose him, he would work alone. Though more dangerous and unfamiliar, he could at least earn something. You forget it, forget it. Seeing that they could not come to terms, the bearded man could only shake his head and turn away. A brat with no strength, yet unwilling to suffer losses. This was his deserved lot. After watching the bearded man hit a wall, no one else came over to speak with Yi Feng. Since he was unwilling to lower his stance, they did not dare accept him, lest other members of their squads voice objections. Kid, you just take this chance to talk to the commander and switch to some other post, came a sudden voice. The sturdy young man Lu Tai appeared at some point, patting Yi Feng's shoulder. There was nothing much he could do about this matter. He too was newly arrived and knew nothing of the situation here, so all he could do was advise Yi Feng to change to something else. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Lu, but there's no need. I plan to give it a try. Though grateful, Yi Feng was not swayed in the slightest. Why are you so impossible to talk sense into? Lu Tai grew anxious at this, yet no matter how he tried to persuade him, Yi Feng did not budge. Forget it, just don't regret it later. In the end, Lu Tai could only fall silent and leave helplessly. As time passed, the rest of the new patrol guards were basically all chosen, leaving Yi Feng as the sole one remaining, just as he had expected. Just when Yi Feng thought he could only work alone, at the very last moment, a black-clad woman arrived late, sauntering slowly into the camp's drill ground. The black-clad woman swept her gaze once over everyone present. Seeing that there was no one left to choose, she paused in mild surprise, then, after a brief moment of hesitation, walked straight toward Yi Feng. Are you willing to form a team with me? The black-clad woman stopped before Yi Feng, her voice cool and direct. Hiss. How did she show up? The veteran patrol guards in the drill ground narrowed their eyes the instant they saw her, a trace of astonishment in their gazes. They certainly recognized this woman, though in fact there was no one in the camp who did not know of her. It was not that she was particularly powerful, rather she was infamous for her terrible luck. On several consecutive missions, she had failed to gain even a single merit point, while her teammates ended up either dead or gravely injured, with only her retreating unscathed each time. She was a walking pitfall. They suspected she bore the fate of a lone, ill-starred harbinger of calamity. Whoever teamed up with her would be the unlucky one. How will the merits be divided? Yi Feng was somewhat surprised by the woman before him. Her cultivation was no small matter, at least early foundation establishment. Though her face was veiled, her figure was graceful and well-proportioned. That someone like her would fancy him was unexpected. Surely there were plenty who wished to team up with her. Even so, he did not answer immediately, and instead posed his question first. We split the merits 50-50. How about it? The black-clad woman fixed her gaze intently upon him. So generous. Deal. In the next instant, Yi Feng made up his mind. Her cultivation far surpassed his own, whose splitting the merits evenly could only be to his advantage. Yet as the two reached their agreement, the entire drill ground fell deathly silent. The new patrol guards were somewhat puzzled, but the veterans all wore deeply conflicted expressions. Should they remind that kid? The youngster's cultivation was already low, and now he had partnered with someone so ominously ill-starred. Would he even survive a single mission? In the end, however, they all held their tongues. After all the talk of her being a lone disaster star was merely their conjecture, something that could never be brought into the open. Perhaps those unfortunates had simply met their destined ends. Even so, if they were asked to team up with that woman, they would not agree, even if it cost their lives. Once the new patrol guards had all integrated into their respective squads, everyone finally proceeded to a certain great hall to receive new assignments. Recently, within the Yongzhou region, cases had become too numerous to count. People went missing almost every day, caravans were ambushed, and many demonic beasts and evil cultivators roamed about, bringing calamity wherever they went. All of these required the patrol guards to resolve them one by one. They were busier than they could handle, already at their wits' end. Fortunately, each case resolved earned a generous amount of merit points, providing them a sliver of comfort. These merit points could be exchanged not only for various supplies and cultivation resources, but also served as the foundation for promotion. Soon Yifeng arrived at the task hall of the patrol camp and beheld the jade wall covered with a dazzling array of case listings. There were thousands of cases recorded upon it, some newly added, others left over from before, and even a few bizarre unresolved cases dating back decades. Captain Ling, which mission do you intend to choose next? In the end, Yifeng turned his gaze to the black-clad woman beside him, seeking her opinion. She was the one leading their team. Naturally, the choice of mission should be hers. Yet to his surprise, she kicked the decision back to him without the slightest hesitation. You decide. The black-clad woman spoke with extreme brevity and then fell silent, as though uttering even one more word would be an effort. Are you sure? Yifeng could hardly believe it. She was far too easygoing. Not only were the merits split evenly, even the choice of mission was left to him. Yet no matter his questions, she did not answer again, only gazing faintly into the distance. This woman was a little strange. Still, he did not say anything more and turned his attention back to the jade task wall. Fairy, please help me register for mission number 102. Thank you. Soon he called out to the reception maid at the side. He had no idea which mission would be easier to handle, so he could only follow his intuition. Very well, please wait a moment. The beautiful maid quickly retrieved 2 mission jade slips and handed them to Yifeng and his partner, then took their identification tokens and recorded the details somewhere. Once all formalities were completed, Yifeng finally saw the detailed description of the mission. It was a missing persons case. A cultivation family in the southern part of Yongzhou had reported that their second young miss, accompanied by a maid, had gone to Rainfall City nearby at dawn to purchase supplies, only to vanish for some unknown reason and never return. The cultivators of that family had spent days searching along the route and throughout Rainfall City, yet failed to find any trace. It was as if the two had suddenly vanished into thin air. In the end, helpless, they turned to the administrators of the Southwestern Patrol Camp, begging for aid in the search. Reading the description, Yifeng's brows tightened. He had no idea where to even begin. The case contained far too little useful information. Moreover, the family's estate was far from Rainfall City, separated by several hundred li. Searching for 2 people under such circumstances was no different from looking for a needle in the sea. What worried him more was that the 2 women had likely already fallen victim to some cruel hand. Beside him, the black-clad woman also began to read through the jade slip. After finishing the contents, her brows likewise knit tightly, and she remained silent. There's no time to lose. Let's set off at once, Yifeng suggested. Though they had no clues, yet human lives were at stake. He had to reach the scene as quickly as possible to see if he could find any trace. All right. The black-clad woman did not hesitate either and immediately set out. The 2 rode fiery spirit steeds, exiting the patrol camp and heading straight south. Although the woman in black could already fly with her sword, bringing along Yifeng as a burden would slow her down more than a regular spirit steed, thus they tacitly avoided mentioning it. Rainfall City is under the jurisdiction of the Yulhua sect, a mid-tier sect in Yongzhou, and it is not close to Tianhua City. The 2 traveled for a full day and night before arriving. Despite their fatigue from the journey, the urgency of the situation compelled them to contact the person in charge of the cultivation family in the territory of the Yulhua sect as soon as they arrived, without taking any time to rest. This cultivation family is merely an ordinary one nearby Rainfall City, led by Huang Wengue, who has only reached the peak of qi refinement. There are over 20 cultivators in the family at the qi refinement stage, but no strong foundation establishment cultivators. The Huang family primarily focuses on cultivating spirit grains and spiritual items, relying on their annual harvest and sales to support the family's consumption. The missing person is Huang Weining, the second daughter born to Huang Wengui's first wife, 16 years old, with a cultivation level of 5 layers in qi refinement, said to possess good aptitude for cultivation, and was preparing to join a major sect. Yifeng and the others briefly acquainted themselves with Huang Wengue and learned the specific circumstances in detail before starting to wander around Huang's residence. They intended to gather some belongings left behind by the second young lady and the accompanying guards, and ask some servants if there had been any suspicious behavior from the 2 on that day. Sir, why are these 2 young people here? Are they reliable? Once the 2 began their busy work, a middle-aged woman with a haggard appearance approached the family head, Huang Wengue, and asked anxiously. Seeing these two young people arrive at the patrol camp made her heart sink, instantly feeling chilled. These youngsters were hardly older than their missing daughter. How much experience could they have in investigating cases? To her surprise, the highly regarded Southwest Patrol Camp would send such unqualified individuals. So having someone is better than having no one at all. Huang Wengue sighed, deeply feeling helpless. He had long heard that personnel in the Southwest Patrol Camp were under significant pressure, and generally no one would take on a case without at least 10 to 8 days. Now that someone had come so quickly, it was already quite commendable. Regardless, the attitude of the patrol camp personnel was far better than that of the bunch of good-for-nothings in Rainfall City. Thinking of this, Huang Wengue quietly resented the people of the Yulua sect for being utterly useless. Of course, there was a patrol office in Rainfall City, but those good-for-nothings merely came to eat and drink after receiving a report asking a few questions before leaving without spending much time searching. He had even given them a considerable amount of spirit stones at the time. What do we do now? We can't just give up on our daughter. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's eyes became misty and she pretended to cry. Their eldest daughter's cultivation aptitude was mediocre and she was already married. Currently, the second daughter had the best aptitude in the family and was also quite beautiful, bearing high hopes. She had originally planned to nurture her well and arrange a marriage with a prominent family, allowing the Huang family to rise to prominence, but she never expected this to happen. When she first received this news, it felt as if the sky had fallen, causing her to faint on the spot. At this point, we can only pin our hopes on Master's son. Huang Wengue also wore a deeply sorrowful expression. He hadn't closed his eyes for days, anxiously hiring many people to help search, yet they found no clues, and he had tried various methods, all in vain. Fortunately, yesterday, he inadvertently learned that a remarkable fortune teller had arrived in the neighboring. Yesterday evening, he specially brought gifts to visit, pleading for an unknown length of time, and the other party finally agreed to come today to help. This remarkable individual was said to possess mysterious powers, even able to communicate with spirits and see things that others could not. Perhaps they could uncover some traces. Are you talking about Master's son, who recently came to Fiancé City and is proficient in spirit techniques? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's expression brightened and a glimmer of hope returned to her previously dull eyes. That master had quite a reputation along the southwestern border. Even she had heard of his exploits. Exactly. He agreed to come today and he should be arriving soon. Huang Wengue rarely managed to squeeze out a smile. That master's son was most famous for his ability to deduce a person's location based on hints from the spirits, having helped locate many missing persons. That's wonderful. In the next moment, the middle-aged woman burst into tears of joy, regaining her composure. Within the Huang residence, Yi Feng and his companion meticulously questioned each servant and stealthily gathered a lot of gossip, but unfortunately, they found no valuable clues and ultimately had to return to Huang Wenying's room to search again. After so many days, the items here must have been searched countless times. However, they continued to search tirelessly, hoping to find some suspicious letters or messages. Suddenly, Yi Feng discovered 2 pieces of clothing not yet washed that had been changed out by a woman in a certain wooden basin. Could there be some lingering essence in these garments? What are you looking at? The woman in black saw Yi Feng intensely staring at the 2 pieces of women's clothing and couldn't help but coldly question him. Does this guy not realize how embarrassing such intimate clothing is? The fact that he was handling them without any restraint was shocking. Feeling the temperature around him drop suddenly by several degrees, Yi Feng shivered and quickly looked up, awkwardly explaining, "Don't misunderstand him, just looking for any hair or skin flakes left behind by Huang Wenying." He was speaking the truth. As he currently hadn't found any valuable information, solving the case would likely require the heavenly mechanism plate. But there were so many women named Huang Wenying in the world that without an item that could pinpoint her location, the plate wouldn't provide accurate answers. Therefore, he needed to find something closely related to her, preferably something that had fallen from her. What do you need those hair or skin flakes for? The woman in black heard this and felt her face flush with embarrassment while also feeling disgusted. Is this partner she chose a pervert? If that's the case, it would have been better to come out alone. This time she let him take charge of everything, making no interference, simply wanting to verify if she was truly this unlucky. However, she did not expect this kid to engage in such outrageous behavior. Of course it's useful, but you wouldn't understand if I told you. Yi Feng did not elaborate, merely dismissing her with a casual remark as he focused on his own tasks. This matter was urgent. He truly had no patience to explain much to her, and besides, he couldn't explain. You. The woman in black felt her face alternating between green and white upon hearing this. This guy looked decent, yet turned out to be so sordid. It seemed she had been wrong again. However, she chose not to say anything further. Yi Feng searched meticulously inside and out, and fortunately his efforts were rewarded as he finally found a hair. Looking at this strand of hair, he felt a sense of relief. With this item, if he still couldn't find clues, he had some confidence in solving the case. Thus, he solemnly collected the strand of the woman's hair. However, this action deepened the woman in Black's misunderstanding. After returning, she would certainly kick this lecherous guy out even if she had to work alone. It would be better than teaming up with this disgusting individual. The woman in black thought to herself. After leaving Huang Weiniang's room, they went to search the room of the accompanying female guard, but unfortunately found nothing there either. However, as the two emerged from the guest room, they found the estate suddenly bustling with activity. At the main entrance of the estate, Huang Wengui was warmly welcoming an old man with a white mustache and hair exuding an air of immortality. Beside him stood the middle-aged woman and several house servants. "Thank you, master, for coming from afar. It must have been tiring. Just a small token of appreciation, please accept it." As Huang Wengui invited the old man inside, he discreetly slipped a small bag of spirit stones into the other's hand. "You are too polite, Huang family head." The old man weighed the spirit stones in the storage bag for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. Though he hadn't looked closely with his experience, he could certainly estimate that there were at least several hundred spirits. Next, after some small talk, the immortal-looking old man began to lay out some items on a table and began performing incantations with great gestures. I must say the old man seemed to possess some genuine skills. As he performed one incantation after another, everyone felt a chilling, eerie atmosphere surrounding them. What are they doing? The woman in black, although she held a strong disdain for Yifeng, couldn't help but frown and inquire upon seeing this scene. In this situation, with her experience, she utterly failed to understand, but it seemed similar to the ghostly tricks seen in the mundane world. "I'm not sure either," Yifeng replied, shaking his head. He also found this scene rather bizarre, yet he too could not discern its significance. However, he felt a coldness enveloping him, sending chills down his spine. Moments later, the old man's strange movements suddenly halted, and he appeared to be drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from water. "Master Sun, what did you find out?" Huang Wengui, seeing the old man open his eyes, quickly began to inquire cautiously. The middle-aged woman and the others also looked on with eager anticipation. Though they couldn't comprehend the previous actions, they all sensed something extraordinary, completely different from ordinary magic arts. "I have some leads. According to the hints from the spirits, your daughter is still alive." Upon hearing this, Huang Wengui's heart suddenly trembled violently. If so, that would be wonderful. The middle-aged woman beside him also trembled all over, nearly jumping for joy. Still alive, this was undoubtedly the best news they had heard in days. It was also the most anticipated news. "Of course it's true, but my skills are too shallow, and it will be somewhat difficult to ascertain the exact location of your young miss." The old man sighed lightly, his face displaying a look of difficulty. "Master, what conditions do you require? Please speak plainly." Huang Wengui immediately grasped the hint and hurriedly inquired. Generally speaking, such excuses are often indicative of a desire to negotiate terms and seek benefits. As for whether it is truly difficult, who knows? But as long as they can find their daughter, everything will be worthwhile. "Yes, master, please do save my daughter. We will spare no expense in what we can offer." The middle-aged woman also pleaded urgently. At this moment, she had completely convinced herself that the other party truly had the ability, and she was prepared to express her gratitude sincerely. "Very well, then let's set it at 5,000 spirit stones. I will risk my life to help you." The old man with the surname Sun, seeing the expectant gazes of the two, seemed to have made a difficult decision, revealing a noble expression. "What? 5,000? As soon as these words were spoken, the Huang family members were all stunned, their faces filled with shock and silence. They were merely an ordinary small cultivation family, able to earn only 200 to 300 spirit stones a year, which was far from enough for basic expenses. Where could they find 5,000 spirit stones? If they truly had 5,000 spirit stones, they would not be in their current predicament. "Master Sun, can we lower the amount? 5,000 is simply too much." After a moment, Huang Wengui finally spoke with a tone of negotiation, pleading. "Yes, master, please be lenient. Our Huang family will surely be grateful to you in the future." The middle-aged woman also followed suit in her plea. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but even if they sold everything, they couldn't possibly come up with that much. "No way, no way. Casting this spirit communication technique is quite taxing for me, and I cannot reduce the price. If you can't provide it, I shall take my leave." Seeing the Huang family's reaction, the old man with the surname Sun immediately turned cold, preparing to leave. If they couldn't even offer this amount of spirit stones, how could they expect his assistance? "Wait. Master, please hold on. Let us discuss this further." The middle-aged woman, seeing this, panicked and quickly grabbed him, turning her gaze to Huang Wengui. "Sir, what if we agree to the marriage proposal from the Zhang family? Our daughter Huang Xiaoying has always been outstanding, and the Zhang family in the city has had their eye on her for a long time, saying they would offer a generous betrothal gift. However, they've heard that the Zhang family's young master is quite notorious, which is why we never agreed. Now if they went to plead with the Zhang family, perhaps they could gather enough. But the Zhang family is like a pit of fire. Huang Wengui's expression was extremely conflicted at that moment. If it were a better family, he would have no hesitation. Even if it were a slightly worse family, he could grit his teeth and endure, but the Zhang family was truly different with a notoriously bad reputation. Isn't it better than just waiting for death? Our daughter is currently missing. Who knows what might happen if we delay? The couple continued to argue and deliberate. However, the woman in black watching from the side could no longer bear to listen. Hey old man, aren't you being too excessive? You're completely taking advantage of their desperation. Since you have the ability, why not save them instead of watching them suffer? The woman in black questioned coldly. She didn't know if what he said was effective, but she felt that since he had this ability, he should at least rescue the person first. Hey you little girl, it's easy for you to say. Why don't you give it a try? The old man with the surname Sun, seeing someone suddenly jump out to question him, looked extremely displeased. We'll give it a try. Huang family head, I dare say this old man is mostly a fraud. You must not agree. Leave this matter to me. The woman in black's temper flared up as she looked at Huang Wengue with resolve. She understood the plight of such a small family very well, and had seen many frauds posing as having supernatural powers since childhood, so she held a strong aversion to the old man. In that case, Huang family head, I have decided not to get involved in this matter. The next moment, the old man with the surname Sun seemed exceptionally angry, turning to pack his things and leave. However, upon seeing this situation, the Huang couple immediately panicked, no longer able to debate, and hurriedly spoke to stop him. Master Sun, please do not take offense. This young lady is not with us. Yes, Master Sun, we will pay the 5,000 spirit stones. Please help us. You. The woman in black, seeing that these two would rather believe a fraudulent old man than trust their own patrol camp, widened her eyes in disbelief. She had already planned to risk it all to help them find someone, yet it had no effect. When did the prestige of the patrol camp become so low? Hearing the words of the Huang couple, the old man with the surname Sun finally revealed a victorious smile, but he did not immediately agree. Instead, he began to negotiate. 5,000 is still not enough. I have now changed my mind. Unless you can provide 10,000 spirit stones, I will not take action. Unless this girl kneels and apologizes to me. The old man with the surname Sun spoke indifferently. Over the years, he had been treated as a distinguished guest wherever he went, and he had developed a sense of superiority. Upon hearing this, the Huang couple once again became extremely troubled. This girl was from the patrol camp. How could they make that decision? It would be good enough if the other party didn't cause them trouble. However, for the sake of their daughter, they gritted their teeth and decided to take the plunge. This young lady, could you please apologize to the master? We truly cannot produce 10,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged woman quickly turned to the woman in black, looking at her with pleading eyes. Yes, great kindness from the young lady. We Huang family will surely remember it for life. Huang Wengue also looked over with anticipation. You, how can you do this? The woman in black was deeply frustrated upon seeing this scene, nearly crying from the unfairness. She hadn't expected that her good intentions would make her the target of scorn. Not only did these two not believe her, but they also wanted her to apologize to that old man who was very likely a fraud. How could things have escalated to this point? But if it was truly because of her that Huang Xiaoying was harmed, how could she? Just when she felt utterly helpless and was torn about whether to relent, a figure suddenly blocked her path. Master Sun, are you really not going to take action? I actually understand some astrology and divination techniques. If Master Sun does not take action, I may have to overstep. Yifeng looked at the old man with a smile. Oh, you little brat actually excel in astrology and divination. Upon hearing this, the old man with the surname Sun was taken aback. This kid had been quiet all along, seemingly non-existent. He had thought this was just an ordinary attendant, but unexpectedly he was a master in this field. But how could that be? It must be a joke. The Huang family members beside him also displayed expressions of great astonishment. This young man could also perform these mysterious secret arts. How could that be possible? The woman in black looked at her partner in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Was this person stepping up to help her? But what good would that do? How could he possibly know about those mysterious? I wouldn't dare to say I'm proficient, but I should be a bit more capable than the master. Yifeng said without shame, as if stating a fact. A little yellow-haired boy, you're quite cocky. I want to see what you're capable of. Upon hearing this, the old man with the surname Sun was both angry and amused. Today he had been provoked time and again, and no matter how good his temper was, he couldn't hold it back any longer. Then let's see. By the way, Master Sun, may I borrow your tools for a moment? Yifeng suddenly walked to the table where the old man had set up his equipment, asking earnestly. He actually didn't need any tools, but he had to put on an act right. However, as soon as he said this, the woman in black could no longer hold back her laughter. This guy didn't even have any tools and dared to act tough. The rest of the Huang family members looked at each other with strange expressions, completely unsure of what to say. This was simply a farce. Use them however you like. But if you don't find anything, you must kneel and apologize. The old man with the surname Sun was already furious, his anger nearing the breaking point. He was eager to see what this kid could conjure up. If he couldn't produce results, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Yifeng showed no signs of fear, instead beginning to play around with the items on the stage. His movements appeared quite serious, but unfortunately these actions did not elicit any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Alright, the person is to the west. Master, may I ask if I'm correct? Suddenly, Yifeng turned to the old man with the surname Sun and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the old man with the surname Sun's heart skipped a beat, revealing a look of shock. How did this kid know? What else? The next moment he asked back with a face full of suspicion. He was eager to know whether the other party was just guessing or if he had truly calculated it. The woman in black and the Huang family members also showed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this. Did Master Sun's reaction imply that he was correct? As for the specific location, it is approximately 500 miles from here. Yifeng did not hesitate and quickly provided an even more specific number. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man's pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. How? How do you know? The old man with the surname Sun pointed at Yifeng, somewhat at a loss for words. If he could have guessed before now, he knew for sure that it wasn't a guess. Otherwise, how could he have been so precise? How you know is how I know. Huang family head, I believe you already have the answer right. Why not hurry and find her? Oh, this. Huang Wengwei still hadn't come to his senses and instinctively looked towards the old man with the surname Sun. Huang family head, since your residence has invited a master to oversee things, I shall not embarrass myself further and take my leave. The old man with the surname Sun, seeing this, snorted coldly and turned to leave, filled with reluctance. At this moment, could he deny it? Of course not, for if he had come, his answer would have been the same. In an instant, everyone realized that this was indeed true. The next moment, the woman in black eagerly soared into the air, flying with her sword towards the west. The Huang family members also hurriedly mounted their horses and galloped westward. On this day, the crowd mobilized extensively, conducting a thorough search, and ultimately found Huang Xiaoying and her maid in a hidden cave approximately 500 miles to the west. Although this area was vast, and the cave was quite concealed, knowing the general location allowed everyone to search efficiently, and they eventually achieved their goal. Wonderful. We actually found them. Upon seeing the scene inside the cave, all the servants of the Huang family and the other helpers couldn't help but cheer in excitement. Huang Wengwei and his wife were overwhelmed with joy, moved to tears, unable to express their emotions for a long time. At this moment, not only were Huang Xiaoying and her companion alive, but they also appeared unharmed, having been mysteriously knocked unconscious and tied next to a stone pillar in the cave. They quickly moved forward to cut the ropes and awaken the two, soon obtaining the answers that had troubled them for days. It turned out that the two had encountered an attack by two marauders on their way to Yulua City and had been caught off guard and knocked unconscious. After that, they had no memory of what happened. Although they were puzzled as to why the two bandits were not present, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. The Huang family members joyfully escorted the two back to Huang family village. Did we really find them? This is incredible. Indeed, who would have thought that these unconventional methods could be so effective? Within Huang family village, some of the remaining servants were astonished to see the crowd successfully escorting the second young lady back, their eyes wide open in disbelief. In their minds, whether it was divination or astrology, they had always believed that it existed only for those who had faith and was non-existent for those who did not. To speak frankly, what they had previously witnessed was mostly deception. They never expected to witness a genuine case today, and such a miraculous one at that. At this moment, they all felt an impulse to seek out a mentor. That night, the Huang family treated Yifeng and his companion with great hospitality. The family head even took out a bottle of ancestral spirit wine that had been preserved for years and poured them cup after cup. Hey, how did you know that location? The next day, after politely declining the Huang family's warm invitation to stay, Yifeng and his companion resolutely set off on their return journey. At this moment, seeing Huang family village grow increasingly distant, the woman in black could no longer suppress her curiosity and finally asked the question that had been on her mind. She felt that the other party's performance was simply too astonishing, leaving her deeply impressed. But she could never truly believe that it was real. I told you it was divination, don't you believe? Yifeng was somewhat taken aback by her response. He had been completely open from the start and had stated the truth. Do you think I would believe? The woman in black shot him a glare, retorting unkindly. Such an enigmatic secret technique she subconsciously regarded as false. While she had considered that he might truly understand divination upon reflection, it seemed entirely impossible. After all, if he truly had such extraordinary abilities, why would he need to serve as a mere soldier in the patrol camp? He could have easily become a guest of honor at various sects. Captain Ling is indeed wise. Yifeng could only smile wryly upon hearing this. It seemed that in his current state, even if he admitted to being a master of divination, no one would believe him. Stop with the nonsense and be honest. The woman in black, unable to tolerate his evasiveness, sharply turned her head away and blocked Yifeng's path. If he did not clarify, she would continue to feel as if her heart was being scratched by a cat's paw, filled with endless confusion, unable to feel at ease. Mouth shape. Forced into a corner, Yifeng could only calmly utter these two words. Fortunately, he had long been prepared for this. Mouth shape. What does that mean? The woman in black was momentarily taken aback, unable to. Did you notice that Master Sun was muttering something earlier? Did you see the words west and 500 miles in his mouth shape? Yifeng inquired. What? Is that how it is? Upon hearing this, the woman in black was momentarily dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. She never expected things to be so simple. How had she not noticed this all along? So, does that mean the old man's son really has the ability to communicate with the spirit world? The woman in black hurriedly followed up with more questions. She had always thought these unconventional methods were mere tricks and unworthy of respect, as she never expected that someone could actually achieve such a feat. Not necessarily. Who can truly know the truth? Yifeng smiled ambiguously. He was well aware of the truth, but it was too complicated for someone of his humble rank to manage. I see. Upon hearing these suggestive words, the woman in black was taken aback, deep in thought. Although she was reluctant, she found herself powerless at the moment. After all, she had no evidence. Even if she had suspicions, there was little she could do. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to have such quick wit. However, you must not engage in such disgraceful acts again in the future. Suddenly, the woman in black said this unexpectedly. Originally, she had planned to kick him out after returning going solo. Yet unexpectedly, he had completed the task so smoothly this time. She would be able to earn a long-desired achievement, which was undoubtedly a timely blessing for her. So, she felt embarrassed to act ungratefully. It seemed she could only keep him around and teach him well. Disgraceful acts. What do you mean by that? Yifeng, hearing this inexplicable statement, was momentarily taken aback. What do you think? What do you need the woman's hair for? The woman in black looked at him with a playful gaze. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief upon hearing this. He felt wronged. Had the other party been holding on to this for so long? He prided himself on always doing things uprightly. Everything was for the sake of the matter at hand. If it weren't for his actions, how could he have solved the case? However, he couldn't explain this, and could only take the forget it. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. The journey back was not fast. The two of them enjoyed the scenery, and even strolled through the nearby towns before continuing their journey. However, in the evening, when the two were preparing to find a valley to rest for the night, Yifeng suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Was there black energy again? What was going on? At that moment, a wisp of black energy began to spread above his head. Although there wasn't much of it, yet its deep color indicated that if left unchecked, it could lead to severe injury or worse. On the other hand, the woman in black, while also having a trace of black energy, had a much lighter shade. Unexpectedly, even with someone like Lin Chen, a Foundation establishment expert nearby, there was still danger. It seemed that this impending crisis was quite unusual. Captain Ling, should we hurry back overnight? The next moment, Yifeng quickly called to the woman in black. Why is that? Lin Chen turned back, a hint of confusion on her face. She was currently preparing to look for a suitable resting spot nearby, which he had also agreed to. She didn't expect him to suddenly change his mind. I suddenly remembered that I have friends waiting for me in Tianhua City, so I need to hurry back. Yifeng casually found an excuse to explain. The black energy appeared only after they stopped here. He guessed that the crisis would take some time to arrive, so they needed to leave quickly. You have friends waiting for you. Is it a man or a woman? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly asked with curiosity. It's a woman. Yifeng was momentarily stunned by her question. I see, then let's go back. Lin Chen immediately understood and promptly agreed. It seemed that this young Master Yi was quite the charmer. However, she was a person who appreciated others' kindness, so she decided to honor his request. The two immediately remounted their horses and urged their spirit steeds toward Tianhua City. This area was not a beast-infested mountain range. Although it was somewhat inconvenient at night, the moonlight provided enough illumination to avoid significant obstacles. However, throughout the journey, Yifeng felt an increasing tension in his heart. As they left the valley, the black energy above his head indeed dissipated significantly, yet after a short while it began to thicken again, even more than before. "Captain Ling, it seems we need to hurry." The next moment, Yifeng anxiously urged. He suspected someone was tracking them by following their footprints, and they had to shake them off quickly, otherwise the consequences would be dire. However, upon hearing this, Ling Chen felt very strange. "Junior brother Yi, is it really necessary to be so anxious? Can't you wait a little longer?" She felt somewhat irritated. This guy was making her travel all night for a woman, and now he was asking for more. Was he being too impatient? "Captain Ling, it is indeed urgent, I beg of you." Yifeng didn't know how to explain, so he could only plead again. Very well. Ultimately, Ling Chen had no choice but to agree. After all, he was the great contributor to this mission. Fortunately, they were not too far from Tianhua City at this time. With the cover of night, they managed to travel for several hours and finally entered the city just as dawn broke. There were many guards stationed at the city gate. Upon seeing that both of them held patrol tokens, they did not make any further attempts to stop them. The 100 top-grade Kai-boosting pills he had purchased earlier were consumed one at a time, spaced out to avoid wasting their medicinal potency. However, he decided not to wait any longer. This recent mission had exposed him to the intricate web of various forces in this region, and the task of patrolling would inevitably offend these dark powers. Thus, he needed to quickly enhance his cultivation to ensure he could protect himself. As Yifeng began to frantically consume pills and cultivate, the patrolling guards gathered in the main hall reviewing case information as usual. Many of them had chosen tasks that were relatively close and simple, allowing them to complete them in a single day and return early. Of course, such tasks did not yield high merit points, but cumulatively, they were quite beneficial over time. However, when they suddenly heard that Ling Chen and Yi Xing had returned and scathed, their eyes widened in disbelief. That kid didn't run into any trouble. This can't be right. How could nothing have happened at all? The guards exchanged glances, unable to believe it. Captain Ling was notoriously unlucky, and that missing person case was complex. How could they have returned? Even if they could find the missing person quickly, a confrontation with the kidnappers was inevitable. Yi Xing, with his low cultivation level, managed to come back without any injuries. "No mistake, I saw it with my own eyes this morning." Both of them were lively and reportedly even earned merit points. A dark-skinned guard confidently shared what he knew. He had arrived early today and happened to see them when they returned from completing their mission, so he was quite clear about it. "My goodness, it's actually true. But how is that possible? Could it be that the rumors about the cursed Lone Star are wrong?" The guards, both new and seasoned, looked confused and bewildered. Captain Ling hadn't been here long, but since being assigned to this location, she had suffered multiple defeats on her missions, yielding pitiful merit points, while her teammates were left battered. They had witnessed these events firsthand, so when the rumors of the cursed Lone Star spread, they had no doubt. Who would have thought that things would turn around so drastically now? But they were reluctant to jump to conclusions. Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck for the two. After all, even the unluckiest person can have a moment of good fortune. They would have to continue observing. Is it really possible that kid came back unscathed? In a corner of the patrolling camp, a guard with a horse-like face couldn't help but show a hint of suspicion upon hearing this news. As one of Ling Chen former teammates, he was all too familiar with her circumstances. Initially, Ling Chen, as a captivating and cold fairy, teaming up with her was undoubtedly a sought-after opportunity for many. He was no exception. After much effort, he successfully joined Ling Chen's team. Unfortunately, that was the beginning of a nightmare. Each time he accompanied her on a mission, not only did they fail to solve any cases, but he also ended up injured. That woman was stubborn and thorough, always seeking the root of the problem and holding a strong hatred. While she was powerful enough to handle it, the other teammates suffered greatly. He had witnessed many teammates being inexplicably attacked and severely injured or killed. After a few incidents, he was thoroughly terrified and quickly withdrew from her team. Beauty was good, but one had to have their life intact. Although she had expressed regret and promised to change her ways and listen to everyone's opinions, every time something displeased her, she would uncontrollably end up in danger. Thus, he no longer dared to cooperate with her. He speculated that unless someone could fully suppress her in every aspect and make her obedient, working with her was akin to courting death. And that person who could completely suppress her was certainly not that Yi kid. "So Yi Xing, I advise you to withdraw quickly, though otherwise you will truly regret it when the time comes." The horse-faced cultivator smirked coldly. After several days in a small courtyard, Yifeng opened his eyes, revealing a relieved smile. The effects of the top-grade Kai-boosting pills were indeed extraordinary. After several days of consuming them, He had successfully reached the 8th level of chi refinement, just one step away from the 9th. He believed that before long he would be able to reach the peak of the chi refinement stage and start considering foundation establishment. However, this was not something to boast about, as even the most ordinary guard in the patrolling camp had achieved peak chi refinement. He still remained at the bottom. Fortunately, he still had about 30 chi boosting pills left, and he was significantly younger than others, which was undoubtedly a huge advantage. Given time, his achievements would surely not stop here. After a brief cleanup, Yifeng stepped out of the small courtyard and mounted his fire spirit steed, racing back towards the patrolling camp. Today was the day he had agreed to meet Captain Ling for a task. He almost missed the time due to his breakthrough in cultivation and needed to hurry. Fortunately, the fire spirit steed, the standard mount provided by the patrolling camp for each guard, was incredibly fast and full of power. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the palace complex where the patrolling camp was located. You finally decided to show up. At such a young age, you should learn to exercise some restraint. In a certain area of the patrolling camp, the cold and aloof Lin Chen mocked Yifeng as soon as she saw him. She had been waiting for him for a long time, since he arrived later than even her as the captain. Naturally, she felt quite displeased. From her perspective, he most likely got lost in some tender distraction and forgot the time. Ahem, I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing this and seeing her strange expression, Yifeng felt where had her thoughts wandered off to. At this moment, he regretted it a bit. Telling one lie required countless others to cover it up. Last time, in order to find an excuse to escape danger early, he said something like that, but unexpectedly it left him with a reputation as a seducer. He truly didn't know how to handle it in the future. Stop pretending. But how did your cultivation improve? You aren't practicing some crooked method, are you? Suddenly Lin Chen sensed the aura from him and became suspicious again. This guy had been hanging out with women for the past few days. How could he still improve his cultivation? Captain Ling, do you really see me as such an incompetent person? During this time, I have been in seclusion cultivating all to better complete our tasks. Yifeng explained with a hint of irritation as her suspicions only piled up. Cultivating all this time? Is that true? Lin Chen, upon hearing this, didn't believe him at all. He hurried back just to cultivate. Who did he think he was fooling? However, she soon let it go. What was she worrying about? As long as he worked seriously, he would be the best partner. Everything else was merely personal business. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Let's get down to business. Starting today, let's take on some high-merit tasks. Do you have the guts? Next, Lin Chen fixed her gaze on Yifeng and asked earnestly. Although the two had successfully completed their last task, it was still too low-level, yielding only 2,000 merit points, equivalent to 2,000 spirit stones, or 1,000 each. Of course, the actual gains were not limited to that, as merit points could be exchanged for spirit stones, but spirit stones couldn't be exchanged for merit points. However, this was still far from her goals. Since they had been safe last time, she decided to be bolder this time. I share the same intent. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. He would soon face the issue of foundation establishment. Now was the time to gather resources to exchange for foundation establishment pills. All right, then, it's settled. Once the agreement was reached, the two quickly began to browse tasks seriously. Most of the high-merit tasks were quite dangerous, though not all were so. There were still some that allowed for flexible action. Ultimately, Lin Chen selected a task to investigate the whereabouts of the robbers from thousands of task listings. Upon opening the jade slip, the two quickly obtained detailed information. It turned out that over the past 2 months, in the vast forests north of Yongzhou toward Ningzhou, merchant caravans had occasionally been robbed, and all by the same group of bandits. This was not a significant issue in itself, as such things happened regularly, but these bandits were exceptionally brazen and left their unique mark each time they robbed, seemingly aiming to make a name for themselves. Such behavior was undoubtedly a provocation against the Holy Alliance, so the Alliance issued a command for extermination without hesitation. Unfortunately, every time the city guards near the Holy Alliance attempted to encircle and suppress them, they ended up empty-handed, which only made the bandits more rampant. To gather clues about the robbers, the Alliance had to seek other methods. According to the task arrangement, they would disguise themselves as 2 accompanying servants following an ordinary merchant caravan to escort supplies through the robbers' rampant trade route and trade with the neighboring continent. During the task, if they encountered the robbers, they would subdue them if the enemies were weak and they were strong to probe their lair. If not, they would quietly hide and leave tracking markers among the goods, then contact the Holy Alliance for an encirclement. This task seemed dangerous at first glance, but if they only needed to leave markers, it was relatively easy. So after a brief discussion, the two unhesitatingly accepted it. A few days later, a merchant convoy slowly departed from Yongzhou, pulling 7 or 8 beast carts made of solid spiritual wood, forming a long line as they transported heavy goods towards Ningzhou. The scale of this merchant convoy was not large, with only a dozen or so escort guards accompanying them, making it appear to be a remarkably small convoy. However, the female leader in the middle of the convoy knew that this trip was extremely unusual. On one hand, this escort mission was of utmost importance to her concerning the very survival of their business. After all, their previous shipment of crucial goods had been robbed, resulting in the loss of decades of wealth, and many key escort guards, if they failed to earn spirit stones this time, they would be left without sustenance. Conversely, if this cargo could successfully reach Ningzhou and complete the transaction, they would have the chance to recuperate their losses, ensuring that their finances could operate smoothly and even allowing them to replenish their escort guards. Thus, despite the recent surge of bandits along this trade route, they still dared to take the risk of escorting. On the other hand, two individuals of special identity suddenly joined the convoy, expressing their willingness to assist with the escort, which made her realize that this trip might not be straightforward. One of these two individuals was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, currently patrolling around the convoy like the other guards. The other was even more formidable, having reached Foundation establishment disguised as a maid resting inside the cart. She naturally welcomed their presence, as they were currently short-handed, managing to gather just over a dozen people, which was less than half of what they had previously. However, thinking about the possible ulterior motives of these newcomers made her a bit anxious, hoping they would not bring disaster upon the convoy. Xiao Yi, this is your first escort mission, right? Are you nervous? A senior guard looked at Yi Feng with a concerned expression. This young man, who had been urgently recruited by the employer, possessed such strength at a young age, indicating great potential. What was crucial was that he was willing to join the convoy at this time, which was quite rare. Many veteran guards had already sought other paths after seeing the business decline. A little bit. Yi Feng smiled slightly. He was telling the truth. He was indeed somewhat nervous. To avoid wasting time, this merchant convoy had been personally selected by him, and at this moment a faint black mist surrounded everyone, indicating that this journey would not be peaceful. Relax, let me tell you, don't be fooled by our small numbers. The remaining ones are all skilled fighters. Regular bandits wouldn't dare provoke us. The senior guard patted his chest confidently, reassuring him. Indeed, with head escort Liang personally escorting alongside the employer, if those thieves dare to come, they will surely meet their demise. The other accompanying guards echoed his sentiments. This was their confidence for this escort mission. Although there had been more people on the previous trip, the only top expert was the deputy head escort, which is why they fell victim to the bandits. This time, both the head escort and the employer, two Foundation establishment experts, had come betting everything on the convoy, which made them more confident than before. The young man in front of them, joining their convoy at this critical moment, garnered their goodwill. Ahem. Then I can relax, Yi Feng replied perfunctorily with a smile. However, he secretly murmured in his heart, what safety? If it were truly safe, he wouldn't have chosen them. Overall, the danger was still manageable. By the way, may I ask what relation you have with the employer? Suddenly, a curious escort guard asked. Their employer seemed to hold this young man in high regard. Could he be a distant relative? There is indeed a connection, and my father is an old acquaintance of the employer, Yi Feng explained lightly. They had prepared a public statement to avoid suspicion before setting out. I see. Upon hearing this, the others finally understood, realizing why the employer treated him differently. However, it also showed how bold his father was to let his son take such risks. Everyone rode spirit steeds alongside the convoy, maintaining vigilance while chatting, and unknowingly entered a vast jungle. In this desolate jungle, even with their confidence, they began to be alert. After all, the goods they were transporting were extremely important concerning the very survival of the convoy, and they could not afford to be careless. Yi Feng also secretly tensed his nerves. He suspected that the bandits would soon arrive and hoped nothing would go wrong. Everyone stay alert. Head escort Liang Chen, a robust man, drew his long knife and barked in a booming voice. However, after waiting for a little while longer, Yi Feng saw that there was still no unusual activity around the convoy. What was going on? Why hadn't the bandits appeared yet? Seeing this scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Many people were already surrounded by black mist, thick and looming like dark clouds over a city. He was certain that this convoy had been targeted by the bandits. Yet the expected anomaly never occurred, and the black mist even showed signs of gradually dissipating. Could it be that the bandits had sensed something was off and decided not to come? If so, they would have made a wasted trip. The escort guards in the convoy couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If they could make it through safely, their situation would undoubtedly improve. However, suddenly a sharp whoosh pierced the air. An arrow swiftly tore through the atmosphere, striking the flagpole of the first beast cart. This arrow had a conspicuous blood knife insignia carved on its tail, appearing extremely sinister. Hiss! Is it from the blood knife bandit group? Seeing the blood-red mark on the arrow, the entire convoy erupted into chaos, with everyone abruptly stopping. They hadn't expected their luck to be so poor. They had encountered the most notorious bandits recently. While they weren't too worried about ordinary petty thieves, the Blood Knife Bandit group was extremely powerful and notoriously greedy. These Blood Knife Bandits were said to specifically target passing merchant convoys and had harsh demands. If refused, they would kill indiscriminately regardless of age or gender. Enemy attack. Form up. Head escort Lin Chen's face darkened like water as he suddenly drew his blade, shouting fiercely. However, the older escort guards who had confidently reassured moments ago were subconsciously feeling if it were ordinary petty thieves, they would certainly fight to the death, but against the infamous Blood Knife Bandits, they knew they were likely no match, and a direct confrontation would mean death. Sure enough, a strong group of beast riders suddenly appeared in front of the convoy with black-clad bandits wielding long knives, and in the front row there were 4 leaders who had already reached Foundation establishment. Haha, if you're sensible, leave half of your goods behind, or none shall remain. An arrogant laugh came from the one-eyed man in the front. Half. Dream on. Upon hearing this, head escort Lin Chen's eyes widened in fury as he tightly gripped his long knife. He had heard that the Blood Knife Bandits were notoriously greedy, but he hadn't expected them to be this brazen. Generally speaking, bandits would avoid a direct confrontation with merchant convoys. Even when robbing, they wouldn't go to the extreme of killing everyone. After all, if every merchant convoy fought back, their small numbers wouldn't be able to rob many groups. Most would only take about 30% of the goods. Yet here the Blood Knife Bandits were demanding half of the goods directly. Without that half, this convoy couldn't sustain itself. The other guards in the convoy were now devoid of color on their faces. To demand half outright was simply too much. Negotiations would likely go nowhere. Though they felt fear, they subconsciously tightened their grips on their weapons. Oh, are you sure you want to oppose the Blood Knife Bandits? The one-eyed man, upon hearing this, revealed a sinister smile. So what? Even if we die, we'll take a Head escort Lin Chen showed no signs of retreat, instead glaring fiercely at the bandit. Years of experience told him that being timid at this moment was utterly useless. All the other guards also displayed expressions of defiance, knowing that since the enemy offered no way out, they could only fight to the death. Now that's some backbone. The one-eyed man hadn't expected the convoy to be so resolute, and he couldn't help but retract his smile. With their overwhelming advantage in strength, he expected the opposing side to show no intent to resist, yet they were surprisingly unyielding. Did they have some hidden card? If it really came to a bloody fight, they would incur considerable losses themselves. However, he soon shook his head and sneered. He couldn't believe he would be so unlucky to encounter a tough group on a random pick. Fine, if that's the case, then let's attack. The next moment, the one-eyed man raised his hand and issued the order to attack. They had to find someone to kill as a warning to others, otherwise every merchant convoy would negotiate conditions with him in the future. Hearing this command, the group of black-clad bandits began to draw their long knives, preparing to rush forward. At that moment, all the guards of the convoy turned pale and readied themselves for a bloody battle. Yifeng too felt a surge of anxiety. If it truly came to a fight, he wouldn't fare well, but he believed someone would intervene. Sure enough, just as the two sides were about to clash, a woman's voice suddenly came from the cart. Wait. Head escort Lin agreed to their terms. This voice clearly came from the employer. What? Upon hearing this, head escort Lin was taken aback, showing an expression of disbelief. He hadn't expected that their employer would actually agree to such harsh terms. The other guards couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for their fate. It was too frustrating. Haha, truly wise. The one-eyed man's eyes gleamed with triumph. These merchants indeed were all strong on the outside but weak on the inside. A little pressure, and they would immediately submit. Next, although the caravan members were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to start clearing out the beast carts and handing over the goods. The bandits, on the other hand, retreated to the side, leaving enough space for the caravan. After all, if they could enjoy the spoils without bloodshed, they had no desire to fight to the death. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, which made Yifeng secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the other party took away the marked goods, the Holy Alliance would be able to follow the clues to find their lair, ensuring the caravan's safety while achieving their goal. However, just when he thought everything was fine, he suddenly felt dark energy rising from above his head, while the others in the caravan were surrounded by an even denser dark energy. What is happening? The dark energy had clearly begun to dissipate earlier, so why has it suddenly changed? Yifeng was taken aback. He looked up and glanced around, only to see that the one-eyed man had suddenly noticed Lin Chen, who was helping to move the goods at the back of the caravan. At this moment, although Lin Chen had disguised herself as an extremely ordinary, made her aura reined in to the utmost, her attire could not conceal her tall and graceful figure. The next moment a loud voice rang out. "The maid in yellow at the back, come here." The one-eyed man fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Chen, sizing her up with a glint of greed in his eyes. This maid's figure is truly exquisite. In contrast, while the caravan's female owner was not bad, she was merely a middle-aged woman, and he had little interest in her, far less than this maid. However, as he spoke, the maid seemed to have not heard him at all, and remained completely still. Oh no. Seeing this scene, Yifeng suddenly realized. How could this woman be so careless? He was certain this dark energy was related to her. Given her personality, she would never compromise, and a conflict was unavoidable. And once a fight broke out, the entire caravan could be in danger. What to do? Yifeng quickly calculated in his mind. The owner of the caravan, a middle-aged woman, also felt a sudden tightening in her heart, her face paling slightly. Others may not know the maid's identity, but she was well aware that she was from the patrol camp. How could she possibly take orders? Sure enough, seeing Lin Chen not moving at all, the one-eyed man's expression turned cold. An incredibly oppressive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. "Third, go and bring that woman here." The next moment, the one-eyed man instructed with a sinister smile. "Yes." A pale-faced bandit at the Foundation establishment stage stepped forward, eyeing the caravan members warily, while his gaze burned with desire as he approached Lin Chen recklessly. With his years of experience in dealing with women, he could tell that the figure of the woman ahead must be extreme. However, just as he was about to reach out to grab the woman, a spear suddenly appeared out of nowhere, thrusting towards him from the woman's hand. Hiss! This sudden scene nearly dropped his jaw. How could an ordinary maid be so formidable? Fortunately, years of combat experience made him instinctively raise his long knife to block. Bang! To his surprise, the force of this strike was immense, far exceeding his expectations, and it made his hands go numb, sending him flying backward. Damn it! I almost flipped over in the gutter. But thankfully I still managed to block it. Next, let's bear the wrath of our blood knife camp. A cold smirk appeared on the face of the Foundation establishment bandit. However, before he could stabilize himself, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck towards him like a flash. At this moment he was exhausted from the old power, and had not yet regained the new, and the speed of the lightning was so fast that he could not defend against it in time. The next moment, with a deafening boom, the heavenly lightning exploded right on him, turning him completely charred. Attack! At that moment, the caravan's female owner, who had long been secretly prepared, also launched. She had already realized that a great battle was unavoidable when the other side approached Lin Chen, and had prepared for an ambush, but did not expect the sudden bolt of lightning would come to her aid. The next moment, a silver blade precisely slashed through the throat of the Foundation establishment bandit, and with a puff, a large head shot into the sky. Hiss! This scene stunned everyone present in an instant. The guards could not comprehend why they suddenly attacked. Moreover, it was such a clean and swift resolution for a person. They had not recognized the maid before, thinking she was not an important figure, but did not expect her to be so powerful. Even Lin Chen and the caravan's female owner did not anticipate that things would go so smoothly. They had only planned to launch a surprise attack to gain some advantage, yet they had not expected to take down one of the opponents in just one exchange. And the key to all of this was that bolt of lightning which seemed to have been unleashed by that young man named Yi. The one-eyed leader and the other bandits who had been watching the scene from the outside were now wide-eyed completely. These little sheep actually dared to retaliate. And so decisively. The previous scene had caught them off guard, and although they had been watching closely, they were too far away to provide support in time. However, these bastards had gotten themselves into big trouble. Kill. Leave no one alive. The next moment, the one-eyed man roared in fury. He had already decided to tear apart those who dared to scratch the tiger's whiskers. However, not long after, he discovered that his men were somewhat unable to handle this caravan. In an instant, the two sides were entangled in a fierce battle with artifacts and sword lights flying everywhere, and the Foundation establishment experts were fighting 3 against 3, appearing evenly matched. At the Qi refinement level, Yifeng had the protection of spiritual armor and the assistance of the fourfold wave slash, making his strength on par with even the peak Qi refinement experts. The other guards also knew that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides, and they all brought out their utmost strength to fight fiercely. Having killed such an important figure from the opposing side, even if they kneeled and begged for surrender, it would still mean death. There was no way to retreat. On the contrary, the bandits did not seem to have strong morale. As time passed, the two sides fought fiercely with equal losses, but overall the caravan was at a disadvantage. After all, how could these good sons of respectable families compete with the brutal bandits who lived by the sword? Gradually, the defense line of the caravan was becoming increasingly strained, even showing signs of collapse. Just as Yifeng was considering whether to use the Thunder Pearl again to break the deadlock, he suddenly saw Lin Chen burst forth and unleash her ultimate skill, directly sending another Foundation establishment bandit leader flying with severe injuries. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Yifeng no longer hesitated, decisively using the dragon step to approach with a bolt of thunder quickly following. Bang! The Foundation establishment leader could only watch helplessly as the lightning came, and in an instant he was struck by the immense energy, turning into a charred corpse. Hiss! It's that kid again. At that moment the one-eyed man was furious and wished he could flay that young man alive. But in the next instant he quickly calmed down from his rage, realizing the situation was dire. The strength of this caravan was completely beyond his expectations. It was obvious they were pretending to be weak to lure him in. However, no matter who you are, daring to play tricks against our blood knife camp means a certain death. Retreat. The next moment the one-eyed leader decisively issued the command, quickly shaking off the caravan's female owner and turning to flee. There was no longer any hope of winning. Staying would only be a waste of effort. He needed to return to gather reinforcements. As for this caravan, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Once he gathered his men again, he would surely leave none alive. Did we win? The caravan members stared wide-eyed at this scene, finding it hard to believe for a long time. Although they were a bit dazed, thinking of their dire situation made them boldly pursue for a while before returning. After all, these bandits were all wealthy. Killing one more would greatly improve their economic situation. Alright, the spoils in front of you will serve as compensation. As for the rest, don't worry, leave it to the Holy Alliance. Lin Chen picked up the storage ring of the first Foundation establishment bandit and said calmly. She only took one storage ring from the two Foundation establishment bandits, leaving the others untouched. Additionally, she had already left marks on two of the bandits during the chaos and contacted the Holy Alliance for reinforcements. Now all that was left was to wait. Good. Please make sure to eliminate this group of thieves, and our Beehive Trading Company will be extremely grateful. The caravan's female owner, seeing this, did not hold back and respectfully clasped her fists. She did not expect that this crisis would not only result in no losses of goods, but also yield a considerable amount of spoils. However, there were not a few casualties among their ranks, but these were unavoidable. The efficiency of the Holy Alliance was indeed rapid. By evening, in a certain hidden stronghold within the continuous mountain range, a sudden uproar of battle cries erupted unexpectedly. The bandits of the Blood Knife camp had never anticipated that they had just lost a battle outside, and had not even had time to catch their breath before being attacked. However, they had always operated in secrecy. How could they be discovered so easily? Moreover, the attackers wore full sets of elite armor, incredibly formidable. No matter how they resisted, they could not hold them back. At this moment, they finally realized they had been blindly overconfident. Deep within the stronghold, the true leader of the Blood Knife camp, a scar-faced man with a hooked nose, also did not expect to be interrupted while breaking through in seclusion. Instantly, he realized something was wrong and hurriedly exited his closed-door training. However, upon seeing the chaotic scene before him, he immediately understood that there was no hope left. These useless fools. They have provoked such a huge disaster. The next moment, he decisively chose a direction to break out. Years of experience as a bandit told him to prioritize survival above all else. Unfortunately, the area nearby had long been surrounded by the Holy Alliance's city guards. Taking advantage of the chaos, the scar-faced leader suddenly charged out fiercely, swinging his knife, and managed to repel several Foundation establishment cultivators trying to intercept him before barely breaking through the encirclement. The Holy Alliance's city guards would certainly not let him go so easily, relentlessly pursuing him and striking out with their techniques in all directions. Unfortunately, the scarred leader was more skilled, wildly burning his spiritual energy to dart away, ultimately disappearing under the cover of darkness. How infuriating! The elite city guards felt an overwhelming frustration at this turn of events. The scarred cultivator was clearly the most important leader among the vicious bandits of Bloodblade camp, and to their dismay, he had escaped. Suddenly, from a hidden ravine over 100 miles away from Bloodblade camp, a figure staggered into view, bent over and gasping heavily. This figure was utterly ragged, covered in dried bloodstains, and it was none other than the scarred leader who had fled far away. Believing he had completely shaken off his pursuers and was now safe, he finally slowed down, preparing to find a place to rest and recover from his injuries. The Foundation establishment cultivators who had chased him numbered in the dozens, making it exceedingly difficult to break through their encirclement. Fortunately, he had managed to escape in the end. However, he would not take this lying down. Those who pursued him should await his bloody revenge. A fierce expression crossed the scarred leader's face. He had already guessed the general background of those pursuing him and began to plot his revenge. However, just as he was about to find a hidden spot to sit down and recuperate, several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere, striking directly at him. What was happening? The scarred leader's eyes widened in shock. He was certain he had evaded his pursuers who were now far away. How could there be more here? As the lightning approached, he desperately tried to swing his blade to block it, but after the adrenaline from his escape had faded, he was in excruciating pain and could hardly muster any strength. Ultimately, he was just a moment too slow. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of heavenly thunder exploded upon him, and how could the already exhausted, scarred bandit withstand such force? In an instant he was turned into a charred corpse. Yet that person was not satisfied. Another fourfold wave slash struck down, severing the charred corpse's head. This figure was none other than Yifeng. With a sigh of relief, Yifeng finally relaxed as he saw the scarred cultivator fall motionless. When the Holy Alliance's anti-bandit troops arrived at Bloodblade Camp, Lin Chen had gone in with them. However, due to his low cultivation, he had not overexerted himself and stayed outside to keep watch. However, out of boredom, he couldn't help but perform some divination to see if he could gain something from this anti-bandit effort. To his surprise, the celestial device indicated that there would be great surprises waiting for him in this ravine to the west. Thinking that he still had 3 bolts of heavenly thunder to protect him, he wasted no time in coming here to quietly lie in wait. After all, someone who could escape from such a tight encirclement could not possibly be weak. The next moment, he eagerly stepped forward to pick up the storage ring from the To his astonishment, he had indeed caught such a big fish that had slipped through the net. He was certain that this person held a significant position in Bloodblade Camp. After all, someone who could escape from such a tight encirclement could not possibly be weak. The next moment, he eagerly stepped forward to pick up the storage ring from the unconscious figure's hand. My goodness, the quality of this storage ring is incredible. As soon as he held the bright silver storage ring in his hand, Yifeng was secretly astonished. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Hiss! What is this? As he probed his divine sense into the storage ring and saw what was inside, Yifeng's eyes widened in shock, completely dumbfounded. Inside the spacious storage ring were tens of thousands of sparkling spirit stones, most of which were lower grade, but there was even a small pile of middle grade ones. Heavens! 1 middle grade spirit stone is worth 100 lower grade ones. This pile of spirit stones must be worth over 200,000. He estimated this roughly with just a glance. Additionally, in another section of the storage ring there were bottles of pills and some jade slips suitable for both chi refining and foundation establishment stages. This haul is simply too great. Could it be that the person was holding the entire treasure trove of Bloodblade? Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, while simultaneously feeling a deep conflict within. Should this bounty be reported, or should it not? If he reported it, he would immediately gain a wealth of merit and perhaps even directly advance to the rank of Gold Badge Inspector, but these treasures would be confiscated. Wouldn't that be too much of a loss? Conversely, if he didn't report it, with so many resources, it would be enough for him to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed an exceptionally ancient box in a certain part of the storage ring, its style unlike any he had ever seen. Could there be some kind of treasure hidden within? Sure enough, upon opening the box, he found a remarkably ornate dagger lying quietly inside, radiating a mysterious aura. This mysterious dagger was entirely crimson, crystal clear, as if blood was flowing through it. Holding the dagger, he felt a force of resistance, as if the dagger did not want to be grasped by him. Is this thing sentient? No way. This scene nearly dropped Yifeng's jaw. A sentient magical artifact is a treasure that every cultivator dreams of, and each one is at least of the mystical grade or higher, something only golden core cultivators could possess. Such magical artifacts inherently possess power and require the host to establish a bond with them for normal use. Ordinary people, even if they obtain one, cannot wield any of its power unless they can recognize the artifact. He speculated that the scarred man had not achieved recognition from this dagger, otherwise with just a thought, he would have met his demise. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Thinking of this, Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat. However, since he was fortunate enough to obtain such a treasure, how could he let it slip away? The next moment, Yifeng began communicating with the celestial device, inquiring about the method to establish recognition. He had already decided that he would not let the Holy Alliance discover this bounty. He would keep it all for himself. If heaven bestows a gift, but one does not take it, they will surely suffer the consequences. Blood Shadow Blade, a high-level mystical artifact from ancient times, has 3 methods for establishing recognition, detailed as follows. However, while direct recognition is good, the Blood Shadow Blade contains a drop of ancient crimson-scaled dragon blood, which if the host directly refines and consumes it, and continuously purifies it using secret methods will yield unimaginable benefits. The celestial device listed a plethora of information regarding the methods for recognition, but at the end it added an extra suggestion. Ancient exotic beast blood containing dragon blood. It can also be purified and enhanced. Heavens, this is a windfall. Yifeng did not expect to gain such an extraordinary harvest from this mission, and he was instantly overjoyed. He speculated that the scarred cultivator must have explored ancient ruins, but unfortunately, he had no connection with the treasure. It is said that refining dragon blood can result in a miraculous transformation of a cultivator's physique. Even those with the worst inferior spiritual roots, once successfully refined, can possess cultivation talents comparable to heavenly spiritual roots, and may even gain insights into some rare divine abilities. One could say that this dragon blood is the top-tier spiritual material for improving cultivation potential. Unfortunately, on this continent dragons have long since gone extinct. Even the lowest-grade dragons are hard to find. Many top-tier experts have spent countless resources over the years to seek a drop of dragon blood, only to be disappointed. But now the celestial device claims that it can be derived from the ancient crimson-scaled dragon blood within this dagger. Surely this is not a joke. If it truly could yield dragon blood from this drop of crimson-scaled blood, it would completely alter his abysmal cultivation potential. Even if he couldn't produce dragon blood, simply refining the crimson-scaled blood would be immensely beneficial. Although losing a mystical artifact would be painful compared to the potential change in cultivation talent, it is undoubtedly trivial. The next moment, he decisively resolved to ask the celestial device how to extract the blood for absorption and refinement. The true purpose of the blood shadow blade is not to kill enemies, but to store blood essence, and the celestial device certainly has the corresponding methods for blood extraction. That night the mountains were bustling with activity, and it was not until midnight that the sounds of fighting gradually ceased. The city guards began to disperse, clearing the scene and searching for spoils. Recently, the Bloodblade camp had robbed many merchant caravans, and goods were hidden everywhere. The city guards spent nearly the entire night just tallying these resources. Fortunately, after carefully examining his new body, he discovered that he seemed to have acquired a special ability, allowing him to control his own aura, freely able to conceal himself to any extent. Only by fully activating the bloodline of the Crimson Flood Dragon could his true cultivation and strength be revealed. With this newfound ability, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief, hastily tidying up the scene, hiding the storage ring, and returning nonchalantly. At this moment, the blood flowing through him was completely different from before. It not only fused with the ancient Crimson Flood Dragon's blood essence, but also contained a trace of dragon blood, albeit extremely faint. However, given time to nurture and strengthen it, it would undoubtedly lead to a tremendous transformation. "Hey, where the hell have you been last night?" As Yifeng approached, Lin Chen noticed that he bore no injuries and immediately questioned him with annoyance. Having not seen him all night, she was worried sick, especially since she had always been known as the Celestial Lone Star, fearing he might have faced some misfortune. "I was looking for a place nearby to take a nap." Yifeng found an excuse without a hint of embarrassment. "You? How relaxed can you be?" Lin Chen couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this. "By the way, the leader of the Bloodblade gang escaped. Did you see him?" Lin Chen suddenly recalled something and asked abruptly. "What? The leader of the Bloodblade gang actually got away?" Yifeng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he quickly asked back, "Could that scarred man from last night have been the leader of the Bloodblade gang?" "No way." But soon he found it quite likely. After all, only the most arrogant leader would possess the ability to break through the encirclement. Forget it, I must be overthinking." Lin Chen realized from his reaction that she had been too If the leader of the Bloodblade gang was so formidable that even they couldn't find him, how could he possibly have discovered their whereabouts? Even if he did find out, would it matter? "Let's go. This time your contribution is invaluable. Just wait for good news when we return." Days later, the two returned to the patrol camp to hand over their mission. By the time they arrived at the patrol camp, it was already afternoon, and many patrol officers had returned, also handing over tasks, so they bumped into each other perfectly. "Oh, that kid has returned safely again." Many patrol officers widened their eyes upon seeing Yifeng and the others chatting and leaving the merit hall. "No mistake, it really is him. Damn, this is unbelievable." An old patrol officer couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if he were hallucinating. That kid had the lowest cultivation and was paired with such a poorly reputed leader, yet he managed to return unscathed twice. Was it luck? Or were the previous rumors false? The newly arrived patrol officers wore expressions of jealousy and complexity. That kid was able to team up with Fairy Ling Yi. At first they felt only sympathy and schadenfreude, but now that they realized the two had emerged unscathed, they began to feel uneasy. Fairy Ling was one of the most beautiful captains in the patrol camp. If the rumors about the celestial lone star were false, how delightful it would be to do tasks with such a beauty repeatedly. By the way, what mission did they take this time? Suddenly someone asked out of the blue. If they had intentionally taken on simpler missions for safety, perhaps it would ease their minds. After all, if that were the case, the accumulation of the kids' merit would undoubtedly be extremely slow. But if it was the same mission as theirs, that would make them uncomfortable. It seems to be a bandit elimination mission. Apparently, it's a mission to encircle the Bloodblade gang, with a merit value of 20,000. Someone replied immediately. They had been quite attentive to those two, so they had intentionally inquired about some developments. My God, it's that mission. Did they actually complete it? In an instant, whether old or new patrol officers, everyone felt a surge of jealousy. That was a full 20,000 merit points. It was said that the division of merit was half for each of them, meaning that the kid had earned 10,000 merit points in one go. That was better than working hard for a year or two. On the other side, although Yifeng noticed the whispers of the patrol officers, he didn't pay much attention and rode the flame spirit steed straight back to his small courtyard. At this moment, his mind was entirely occupied with how to retrieve the storage ring from the leader of the Bloodblade gang and utilize it effectively. To avoid suspicion during his return, the storage ring and all its contents had been hidden in a desolate valley buried beneath the soil. He needed to go back quickly to retrieve it lest someone else dig it up. Moreover, there was a critical question: how to make the storage ring and the spirit stones within appear legal and justified. With that storage ring, he could claim that he wouldn't need to scramble for cultivation resources for a long time, and he intended to buy a few more protective magical artifacts soon. Thus, his most pressing task was to find a way to ensure the appearance of these magical artifacts would not raise any suspicion. Right? Alchemy. Suddenly, Yifeng thought of a plan. It was well known that skilled alchemists were always wealthy. If he could become a true alchemist and demonstrate some talent, no one would question how he could earn so many spirit stones in such a short time. And while 200,000 spirit stones were a lot, they would eventually run out. However, if he could make groundbreaking progress in alchemy, he would have a continuous influx of spirit stones for life. Without hesitation, in the days that followed, Yifeng spent some time retrieving the storage ring and hiding it in his courtyard, then began purchasing tools and practicing fervently. As for the patrol camp's missions, he accepted them as usual, but he was no longer as diligent, only seeking safety and short durations. After a busy month, one morning, Yifeng finally stepped out of his courtyard with 2 magical artifacts. After over a month of practice, he had successfully forged genuine magical artifacts. In fact, he had already been close to this before, and now, with so many resources at his disposal, he made rapid progress in array engraving, finally becoming a true alchemist. After a simple meal, Yifeng began to slowly make his way to the market area in the center of Tianhua City, carrying the 2 low-grade mysterious iron swords, preparing to set up a stall. Although these 2 magical artifacts could be successfully activated since it was his first time forging them, their quality was naturally not very high and could only be considered inferior. However, they should still be worth some spirit stones. Such magical artifacts would certainly not be accepted by large trading houses. Only some impoverished cultivators would buy them. Thus, he did not waste time asking the large trading houses and directly aimed for a row of stalls on the outskirts of the market. Needless to say, Tianhua City was indeed well managed by the Holy Alliance. The market was well organized. Although it was still early, the stalls were already fully set up and orderly. Moreover, several city guards were patrolling nearby to prevent disturbances, providing a strong sense of safety. Unfortunately, from what he understood, these official stalls were only rented monthly, with even the smallest stall costing dozens of spirit stones per month. While he wasn't short on money, renting a stall for just these few items felt wasteful. Ultimately, after some deliberation, he could only approach a stall selling beast materials. He planned to temporarily share the space with someone else. The goods displayed at this stall were not fully stocked, and he felt there should be enough space. "Excuse me, sir, would it be possible to borrow a spot to sell some items?" As he approached, Yifeng smoothly asked the stall owner, a middle-aged cultivator with disheveled hair. He had seen others do this before, so he was unsure if the owner would agree. "Oh, what does the young man wish to sell?" The stall owner turned to him, revealing a somewhat weathered face beneath his tousled hair. The 2 black iron swords forged by the other party can barely be considered low-grade magical artifacts, but their quality is rather crude, undoubtedly the work of a novice. Tianhua City is a prominent city in Yongzhou, and the cultivators who come here are not likely to be of low caliber. They would hardly look at such inferior goods. Let's give it a try first. Yifeng felt at a loss for words how he wished to produce higher quality items, but being a novice, he lacked the capability. However, he thought they should at least be worth some spirit stones. It would be a pity to throw them away, so he decided to sell them first. For the entire day that followed, Yifeng sat quietly at his stall. The foot traffic that day was not sparse. Although their location was not ideal, it was certainly not deserted. The materials from the elderly man's demonic beasts sold several items. However, the fact proved that what the other party said was absolutely correct. After a whole day, not a single magical artifact sold. Although a couple of people came to inquire about the price, they left immediately upon hearing it was 60 spirit stones. Wasting an entire day and losing a spirit stone in rent, Yifeng felt somewhat reluctant. Kid, give it up. With your skills you won't make it here. The elderly man spoke with a seemingly caring demeanor, advising him. In Tianhua City, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there are many opportunities here, high-quality treasures can be sold quickly and at a good price. The downside is that strong cultivators are plentiful and artifact masters are not scarce, so inferior treasures simply won't sell. However, Yifeng just smiled and said nothing more. For him, it was merely a hobby. As long as he could sell them, that was enough. On the second day, he still returned to the stall displaying both magical artifacts again, but this time he lowered the price a bit, directly reducing it to 55 spirit stones each and made a price tag clearly indicating it. A little less is better than being worthless. However, to his surprise, he still did not sell anything that day, resulting in another loss of a spirit stone. As a result, the elderly man mocked him again. So cold. Yifeng couldn't help but doubt his life choices. After all, this was his first creation. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart. On the third day, he still came to set up his stall on time. If he couldn't sell the magical artifacts, he feared he wouldn't be able to practice in peace. This kid is quite stubborn. Observing Yifeng's lack of interest from others, the elderly man felt a twinge of sadness amidst the mockery. He suspected that this kid must have spent quite a bit to forge these two magical artifacts, yet they couldn't be sold, which might lead to a total loss of savings over years, plunging him into financial crisis. He recalled when he first entered the field being equally cautious, with half a lifetime of savings to rent a stall and sell goods, always anxious, fearing he wouldn't sell and would be stuck with them. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen, and he managed to pull through. However, although he felt sympathy, now he was powerless to help. After all, he still had to support his family, so how could he assist someone irrelevant to him? Uncle, here's tomorrow's rent. I'll be back then. In the evening, after taking out a spirit stone to secure the stall for the next day, Yifeng packed up his things and prepared to head home. To be honest, he didn't care much about the loss of stall rent. He was just disheartened that no one was interested in his magical artifacts. You're coming back. The elderly man was somewhat surprised to hear this. He thought the kid would have given up after 3 days of trying, yet he was still so persistent. Of course, Yifeng replied with a faint smile. How about you just let the rent go until you sell something? The elderly man felt a bit reluctant hearing this. No worries, keep it. I'm not lacking in spirit stones. Yifeng politely refused. What he lacked was not spirit stones, but rather a sense of recognition. The elderly man was momentarily at a loss for words. This kid really cared too much about his pride, and was also quite stubborn. If someone like this encounters a good opportunity, they might soar to great heights, but if not, it could end up quite. On the fourth day, Yifeng gritted his teeth and directly wrote clearance sale on the price tag, dropping the price to 50 spirit stones each. This price had already fallen below his cost line, especially since his success rate in forging was low. At this moment, he only thought of selling them, and whether he incurred a loss was secondary. Upon seeing the content on the sign, people did come to inquire today, as the price was too attractive. Other ordinary low-grade black iron swords generally cost 80 to 90 spirit stones each, while new ones could even be 100, but here it only required half. However, in the end, the inquirer managed to haggle it down to 40 spirit stones each before completing the transaction. Few finally made a sale. Upon completing the transaction, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Including the cost of failed materials, he had spent nearly 200. Seeing this, he couldn't help but silently admire that being an artifact master was truly not something an ordinary person could do. If he didn't have tremendous confidence, he would probably run out of resources in no time. He could only hope to make some achievements in the field of artifact forging before exhausting his resources. Seeing the successful sale of the magical artifacts, the elderly man felt a bit better, but he knew that the price meant the kid was merely losing money for the sake of publicity. After clearing away the burdens, Yifeng hurriedly completed a patrol task, and then quickly purchased another batch of materials to begin forging again. Currently, his true cultivation level had reached the foundation establishment stage, and due to having the bloodline of the Red Flood Dragon, he was extremely energetic every day, so he didn't need much time to rest. However, from this point onward, he could no longer be reckless. He needed to find ways to improve the quality of his magical artifacts quickly, as continuously selling at a loss was not a long-term strategy. After a hearty meal, Yifeng went to the forging table as usual, lit a bonfire, and began to work. This time he still aimed to forge a black iron sword similar to the previous one, but with a higher quality. This would naturally rely on the Tianji pan. Previously, the Tianji pan mainly helped him resolve the issue of success rate. This time, he needed to tackle various flaws during the forging process. As long as he kept improving, he believed he would eventually produce miracles. Spirit of the artifact, tell me, how many flaws does this artifact embryo still have? As the artifact embryo was nearing completion, Yifeng immediately issued the command. Each time he forged, the situation was not entirely the same. He could only advance step by step. A low-grade magical artifact embryo had poor stability, and there were a total of 207 flaws throughout the forging process, occurring at the 7th and 8th steps. The Tianji pan immediately listed hundreds of places that needed improvement. Yifeng felt a headache upon seeing the dense information. He had not expected that such a simple magical artifact would have so many intricacies. However, he was not daunted. He quickly focused on the most severe flaws, returned the artifact embryo to the furnace, added some materials, and gradually refined it according to the prompts. Oh, it seems to really work. After a long while, when Yifeng held the reforged black iron sword embryo in his hand and examined it carefully, he couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. He could distinctly feel that this new black iron sword embryo was indeed much better than before. Although it wasn't apparent on the surface, the sense of sturdiness inside was undeniably present. However, he was not satisfied with this and continued to consult the Tianji pan, seeking opportunities for further improvement. Low-grade magical artifact embryo stability is acceptable. Sharpness is lacking, with a total of 187 flaws occurring at the 11th and 15th steps. Low-grade magical artifact embryo stability is acceptable. Sharpness is acceptable, but spiritual guidance performance is weak, with a total of 153 flaws occurring at the 30th and 35th steps. The Tianji pan continuously pointed out various flaws to optimize during the forging process. After several iterations, Yifeng was too exhausted and had to stop. However, with so many prompts, he had gradually summarized some experience. As expected, hard work pays off. After several days, Yifeng finally successfully forged 2 black iron swords again. The quality of these 2 black iron swords was clearly much higher than before, and the difference was apparent at a glance. However, the cost he incurred was also quite high. At this time, whether it was blood energy consumption or material loss, it was substantial. But as long as he could accumulate experience, it was worth it. After a brief rest, Yifeng once again took the newly forged 2 black iron swords to the market to sell. It seemed that there were many more people at the market that day. He confidently approached the stall and paid the rent. Little brother, your magical artifacts seem to have improved in quality this time. As Yifeng displayed the 2 black iron swords, the elderly man glanced at them and couldn't help but show a look of shock. To his knowledge, it usually takes at least 1 or 2 years of hard practice to see improvements in artifact forging, yet it had only been less than half a month, and the other party's progress was already so evident. The black iron swords forged by the other party before resembled slightly tidier iron lumps lacking any sense of quality, but now one of these 2 was already very close to what a normal artifact master would produce. Just lucky, performed exceptionally well. Yifeng replied with a humble smile. Of course, he couldn't reveal his secret, but it was true that artifact forging relied a bit on luck, so it wasn't too out of place to say so. Then congratulations. The elderly man nodded in agreement, not doubting him. After all, everyone has their moments of inspiration, and occasionally performing exceptionally well is quite normal. This time Yifeng did not sell low, but instead patiently spent 2 days selling them naturally. Eventually one was sold for 55 spirit stones, while the other fetched a high price of 60 spirit stones. Though the spirit stones were few, at least he did not suffer a significant loss. However, he still did not change anything and continued to delve into the study of the Xiantai sword, striving for perfection. From the recent hints provided by the celestial mechanism disc, it was evident that there were still many issues with his crafting of the Xiantai sword. Unfortunately, the celestial mechanism disc could not be used endlessly. He could only rely on his own comprehension. Nevertheless, he believed that if he persevered, he would eventually be able to forge fine products. In fact, he was right. In the days that followed, his crafting skills improved rapidly, and each time he sold a magical artifact, its quality was vastly different from the previous ones. This kid is quite the anomaly. Could it be that I've encountered a genius in artifact crafting? Uncle Tsang watched Yifeng grow, feeling both astonished and perplexed. Each type of magical artifact presented for sale started as a rough inferior product, but by the second time, it had turned into a qualified item, and after a couple more times it transformed into a minor masterpiece. Can a person's artifact crafting skills really improve this rapidly? Hey kid with the surname, Yi, are you from a family of artifact crafters? When Yi Feng came to set up his stall again, Uncle Song Song finally couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Yi Feng felt somewhat bewildered. The quality of your artifacts varies each time. In fact, they are not all crafted by you alone, but rather by your entire family, right? Uncle Song Song inquired once more. This was his speculation. Given the other party's young age, it was impossible for their output to be this high, and to maintain such quality, the only explanation was that they had a group of companions with varying skill levels crafting behind them, possibly even one or two experienced renowned artifact crafters guiding them. And all the artifacts crafted by these individuals were being sold by the other party. Right. Yi Feng instantly understood the source of the other party's confusion and admitted it outright. It seemed he had been too conspicuous during this period and would need to change his location for setting up his stall in the future. Brother Yi, could I take over your artifact selling business? I promise to only charge a modest fee, never too much. This way you can focus solely on crafting. The next moment Uncle Song Song gritted his teeth and asked with a hint of expectation. In this day and age, making a few spirit stones wasn't easy, and he decided to collaborate with the other party climbing this tall tree, which might lead to a continuous source of spirit stone income in the future. That sounds good, we can give it a try. Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but be a bit tempted and readily agreed. With so many tasks at hand, having someone to sell would undoubtedly save a lot of time. The two quickly reached an agreement. Of course, regarding profits, Yi Feng reserved enough room for the other party as market conditions were volatile. To ensure long-term cooperation, he couldn't let the other party incur losses. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this 6-month period, with a huge expenditure on materials, Yi Feng's artifact crafting skills advanced at an astonishing rate, and he was already able to steadily craft medium-grade artifacts, even managing to succeed in creating high-grade artifacts occasionally. This made Uncle Song Song inwardly exclaim that it was worth it. Over the past 6 months, he had earned hundreds of spirit stones from the sales, and crucially, there might be more in the future. However, on this day, the patrol camp suddenly sent a sound transmission talisman stating that there was an urgent mission, forcing Yi Feng to halt his crafting and head straight for the patrol camp. At the same time, he felt quite confused, as the patrol camp's tasks were typically flexible, allowing him to take on whatever he wanted. Why was there an urgent summons now? Hey, little Yi is here. Inside the patrol camp, the new and old patrol members greeted Yi Feng with friendly smiles as he entered. At this moment, they had already begun to regard him with admiration. They couldn't help but marvel how this kid had been able to survive well despite undertaking numerous tasks over the past half-year. In contrast, quite a few of them had suffered considerable injuries. Initially, they thought he relied on luck, but over time that view began to change. While 1 or 2 instances could be attributed to luck, how could it still be luck after 10 or 20 such instances? Thus, they began to inquire about the secret behind his continued safety. To their surprise, they indeed uncovered some clues that kid was actually an artifact crafter. Wealthy and extravagant, he even had 2 spirit artifact-level treasures for protection. No wonder. With that, his combat power was no less than any of them. Only a small number of newly recruited patrol members felt somewhat envious. Captain Ling had grown increasingly familiar with this kid. One was handsome, while the other was cold and beautiful. Who could say there wouldn't be a day when he captured the heart of a beauty? Of course, they wanted to intervene, even to replace his position, but unfortunately their repeated requests to join Captain Ling's team had been met with rejection every single time. This left them feeling extremely dissatisfied. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Yi Feng did not act aloof. Instead, he smiled politely and walked directly toward a side hall of the patrol camp. The location designated for this urgent summons was here. When he arrived at the mission hall of the patrol camp to wait, he saw Lin Chen had already been waiting there. Captain Ling, what is this about? Yi Feng asked curiously as he looked at Lin Chen dressed in stylish cold black attire. Over the past half-year, as their understanding deepened, he had become much more casual. I'm not sure either. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback at the sight of Yi Feng. She hadn't expected him to have reached the 9th layer of chi refinement so quickly. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied calmly. She had just received the urgent summons and was equally puzzled. What task could require both of them? Yet years of experience told her that this might involve something significant and urgent. Sure enough, within moments, a middle-aged Golden Corps commander walked in. This Golden Corps commander had an imposing demeanor and a fierce appearance, known within the patrol camp for being a pragmatic leader who acted decisively. You two, there is an urgent task at hand. Considering that you are the most suitable, I would like to ask for your intentions. The Golden Corps commander quickly began to explain the situation in detail. It turned out that the Southwest Patrol Camp had captured two individuals disguised from the Xian-Mo continent, a male and a female, both in their 20s. These two individuals were representatives of an evil organization called the Blood Fiend Purgatory sect, which had recently been collecting a large number of young children under 10 with spiritual roots for use in secret techniques by the sect's higher-ups. Logically, this should be a sect that everyone condemned, but it was unclear what the Xian-Mo continent was thinking, as there were always high-ranking members protecting this organization in the shadows, making it impossible to eradicate. Originally, this incident occurring in the Xian-Mo continent had nothing to do with the Songlong continent, and the Southwest Patrol Camp had been too apathetic to intervene. However, unexpectedly, this evil sect, wealthy as it was, had slowly extended its reach to the vicinity of the Songlong border, and there were indeed internal factions lacking integrity who could not resist the lure of spirit stones secretly helping to gather children with spiritual roots. As a result, the Southwest Patrol Camp could no longer turn a blind eye. The higher-ups of the patrol camp planned to have the two of them pose as those two representatives, continuing to arrive at the designated meeting place normally to investigate which force in Yongzhou was trading with this evil organization. Once evidence was obtained, they decided to launch an immediate crackdown. The task's location was in a tavern within Fian City in Yongzhou. They had only managed to extract a small amount of information so far, and it was uncertain whether they could draw out this force and obtain crucial evidence. Pose as representatives. Hearing this, Yifeng was startled and instinctively felt it was inappropriate. Who knew how many traps lay in wait? Would the others be honest? Lin Chen also furrowed her brow, her expression unwilling. The danger level of this task was simply too high. Unfortunately, they were the two youngest in the patrol camp. The middle-aged Golden Corps commander lamented their plight and promised double merit, so, in the end, both of them had no choice but to accept. After all, this was a matter of great harm, and time was of the essence. The patrol camp could not find more suitable individuals in a short time. Moreover, the two representatives had already exceeded the agreed arrival time by a day. Delaying too long would arouse suspicion and result in everything going to waste. Ultimately, for the sake of justice, both Yifeng and Lin Chen decided to give it a try. However, Yifeng also proposed that he needed to personally find those representatives to inquire further and verify the information's accuracy. The next day, a weary Yifeng and Lin Chen disguised themselves as the two representatives and appeared in front of the designated tavern in Fian City. I must say, these individuals were extremely cautious. The tavern they chose was ordinary and looked no different from other taverns, and no one would suspect it was a meeting place. As they were about to step inside, both felt a bit nervous. Yifeng was not nervous about acting poorly, rather it was because the true identities of the two representatives were that of a close relationship between a noble family's son and a maid. Thus, after entering the tavern, they had to share a room, or else their cover would be blown. This made Yifeng feel exceedingly awkward. At the same time, Lin Chen wore a slightly unnatural expression, but her greater worry was about failing to act properly, which could delay the matter and lead to countless innocent children suffering. Fortunately, both were individuals with strong emotional control, and they quickly managed to appear nonchalant as they entered the tavern. "Would you like a room, or just a meal?" Seeing the two enter, an elderly innkeeper raised his murky eyes. "A quiet room, please, and prepare some food and drink. The rest is yours as a tip." Yifeng tossed a medium-grade spirit stone onto the table and casually instructed. The elderly innkeeper, seeing the guest's extravagance, immediately narrowed his pupils, and his tone became noticeably more enthusiastic. Such a young gentleman clearly appeared to be a wealthy heir from a prominent family, making him the perfect target. Only Lin Shan's eyelids twitched, feeling a pang of regret. This was 100 spirit stones. Was it really necessary to go this far? Was the other party too immersed in their role? However, one must admit the other party's demeanor did resemble that of those extravagant young rakes. Although Yifeng also felt a bit of pain, he understood that every detail in the act had to be executed flawlessly, otherwise it would be easy to reveal a flaw and ruin everything. Before long, a nimble servant brought food and drinks, guiding the two into a secluded courtyard at the back of the inn. The courtyard was extremely luxurious and unique. The key point was that within the vast space, there were only a few rooms well separated from each other, offering excellent privacy. "Please come inside. If you need anything next, just inform the old man outside." The inn servant guided them to a main room, setting down the food and drinks while courteously bowing. The old man he referred to was a plainly dressed elderly servant who was currently sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. "All right, you may go." Yifeng casually glanced around and waved his hand impatiently, as if finding the servant to be in his way. He had certainly noticed the elderly servant earlier. Yes. The nimble and servant, seeing this, stopped speaking further, understanding the hint, to close the door and quickly exited the courtyard. However, he couldn't help but feel envious. These young noble heirs truly had the fortune of beauty. Such stunning maidens, it must be exhilarating. They would likely begin their serious business soon. Yet he didn't dare to spy on them. After all, dealing with these noble heirs was tricky, and one wrong move could cost him his job. Yixing, what should we do next? Once the servant was far away, Lin Chen turned her gaze to Yifeng and began to communicate secretly. At this moment, the room was closed off and extremely quiet, causing her to feel an inexplicable sense of anxiety. First, light the incense. Yifeng's expression remained calm as he spoke, pulling out a small bottle of special incense powder from his storage ring. This was a signal derived from torturing the two genuine envoys. It was said that upon arriving at the inn, lighting the incense would prompt someone to come for assistance. Light it now, Lin Chen asked, somewhat confused. It was still daytime, and they only had a bit of incense that would probably burn out in less than a quarter of an hour. Wasn't it too early to light it now? What if they missed it, and the other party's people didn't catch the scent? Wouldn't that ruin everything? Yes, don't worry. There won't be any problems. Yifeng did not hesitate, directly placing the incense into the incense burner and starting to light it. He suspected that there must have been people from the other party secretly observing within the inn. The more cautious he was, the more it would raise suspicion. On the contrary, being bold about sending the signal meant that if they couldn't contact the other side, it would be the other party's loss. Fine then. Lin Chen, seeing this, chose not to say more. She had to admit that this approach indeed aligned more with the style of those two envoys. After handling the incense, Yifeng began to eat heartily at the jade table, enjoying the food and drink. The incense had already been verified by the patrol camp, confirming that it was not toxic. It merely had a special aroma, so he wasn't worried. He believed there would be no issues with the food and drink unless the other party was unwilling to make this deal. Only Lin Chen's nerves were frayed. She dared not take a single bite. Although she had received these instructions from the two envoys, being in an unfamiliar environment kept her. However, this young man was acting as if there was no one around him, truly bold. Seeing Yifeng's demeanor, Lin Chen felt a surge of complex emotions. She had thought that facing such a dangerous task, the other party might mess things up due to nerves, but to her surprise, he was even more composed than she was. This made her reevaluate this guy's adaptability. After Yifeng had his fill, he soon lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Lin Chen anxiously kept an eye on her surroundings, waiting for the contact person to appear. Unfortunately, after waiting for over half an hour, the incense had turned to ashes, and there was still no sign of anything unusual outside. Yixing, are you sure about this incense? Seeing this, Lin Chen had no choice but to nudge Yifeng and inquire through voice transmission. The incense had been kept by the other party, and she worried it might have been mistaken, although the likelihood was slim. Captain Lin, this incense was personally given by the leader, and you washed it too. How could there be a mistake? Yifeng opened his eyes and replied irritably. Then why is there no sign of anything? Lin Chen felt quite puzzled. I don't know, but there's no need to be so anxious. Perhaps we have to wait until night. Yifeng said this casually. Generally, clandestine transactions occur at night, as there are too many people around during the day. Moreover, there were no signs of danger from the two of them, which gave him a sense of confidence. Night? What should we do now? Lin Chen felt a bit bitter upon hearing this. They still had several hours until night. Were they to just stay here for such a long time? The best course of action is to lie down and sleep, or even create some other commotion. Yifeng said very seriously. For the two envoys who had traveled from Xuanma continent to Yongzhou, it was only logical to have a hearty meal and rest upon arrival. Especially since these two had a special relationship, a noble scion and a maid. Other commotion. You're not trying to take advantage of me on purpose, are you? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately connected the dots, her pretty face turning crimson. Though the person before her was quite handsome, and they had partnered for some time, she had never shared a bed with any man, let alone been alone in a room. Could this young man be trying to take more than what's appropriate? Come on, Captain Lin, it's all for the task. Of course, whether you cooperate is up to you, I don't mind. At this moment, Yifeng's heart was racing, but he still patiently persuaded her. Lying down is fine, but you must not touch me. Everything else is up to you. Lin Chen understood this was a fact, and could only warn him with a blushing face. Will you be quiet? Yifeng asked. Not a chance. Lin Chen glared at him, as if her beautiful eyes were shooting sparks. This guy was capable of saying such things. She felt a sense of impending social death. No matter what kind of commotion it was, whether acting or not, Fine. I'll do it myself. Yifeng had no choice but to shift over a bit, giving up most of it. However, the bed was not very large, and when Lin Chen lay down as well, she realized they were surprisingly close. Though they didn't touch, she could distinctly smell the fragrance from him. Yifeng felt the soft body next to him enveloped by the rich scent of a woman, and his head started to spin, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he intended to focus solely on cultivating and live for himself in this life, he was still a normal man, and such beauty was right in front of him. Saying he wasn't moved would be a lie. After all, she was the most beautiful flower in the patrol camp. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to rhythmically shake the bed. This guy? Feeling the bed shake, Lin Chen's thoughts ran wild and her face was as red as a ripe peach. It was so embarrassing, so awkward. She tried hard to calm her heart, but this scene was far too ambiguous, making it impossible. The key point was that this guy had even started to breathe heavily. It sounded so real. Was this young man really experienced in such matters? Fortunately, after an unknown amount of time, Yifeng's act finally came to a stop. Phew. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the most embarrassing moment had passed. Hey, didn't you say you knew some divination? Can you tell if our mission will succeed? After a moment, seeing he was still silent, Lin Chen suddenly turned to face Yifeng, her gaze fixed. At first, she hadn't believed he could read fortunes, for knowing the future was an advanced secret art that ordinary people could not learn. However, after completing various tasks together that had all gone smoothly, her curiosity had been piqued. After all, even if she didn't have a doomed fate, it was unusual to emerge unscathed repeatedly. Weren't you always a skeptic about this? What does it matter if you read it? Yifeng retorted irritably. He didn't dare to turn his head to look at her, just staring straight at the ceiling. With such a beauty so close, he thought it best not to subject himself to any more temptation, otherwise if he accidentally saw something he might lose control. Although I know it's mostly fake, just give it a try. Lin Chen rarely displayed a hint of pleading. This mission was too important for her, not only concerning the lives of many young boys and girls, but also her own life and future. The merit from this mission was extremely rich, and if completed successfully, she would have the opportunity to compete for the coveted position in the Zhonglong Guard, reaching a higher level. Conversely, if the operation failed, not only would many young boys and girls suffer misfortune, but she herself might also fall into an extremely dangerous predicament. So at this moment, even knowing that this divination might be unreliable, she still sought some comfort. No need to calculate. With me here, we will definitely succeed. Yifeng smiled and gave a perfunctory answer. Who do you think you are? Be serious and don't dawdle. Lin Chen shot him a glare. Fine. Yifeng, seeing her displeased expression, had no choice but to take the divination seriously. Although he had done a rough divination before coming, he needed to re-evaluate with the new information gathered here. After a moment, Yifeng opened his eyes. Alright, although there were some setbacks, the final outcome is still good. Lin Chen was somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. Is this for real? You're not just messing with me, are you? Can we really succeed with such a rushed mission? See, you didn't believe me, so why should I even read it? Yifeng rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll believe you this once. Lin Chen finally calmed down. Although she wasn't entirely convinced, she had to admit that his words seemed to possess a magical power that made her feel inexplicably at ease. Outside the inn, in a nearby hidden loft, while Yifeng and Lin Chen anxiously waited, several strong members of the patrol camp were also feeling quite uneasy. Captain Zhang, do you think those two can really lure out that dark force? A charming middle-aged woman asked the imposing captain in the center, filled with doubt. As higher-ups of the patrol camp, they were to assist Lin Chen and her partner in quickly apprehending the lurking forces once they surfaced. Of course, they could not act rashly. They had to wait until they had evidence, or until Lin Chen signaled before they could act, or else they might not be able to strike effectively. Yet she still felt that assigning such an important task to those two young people was far too hasty. Yes, Brother Zhang, should we reconsider this matter? Another burly man could not help but ask, feeling that this decision was rather improper. There's no time. Whether it works or not, we must give it a try. The stern middle-aged captain's expression was exceptionally resolute. He knew that giving this task to the two young people was risky, the odds were not great, but there was no other way. Time was too tight. Capturing those two evil sect envoys and subjecting them to intense interrogation had already taken quite a bit of time, and they had to set up various plans. Finding two people with similar conditions in such a short time was already quite an achievement. Moreover, he had thoroughly examined the situations of these two, discovering that their abilities were quite decent. They were not just ordinary talentless individuals. Every task they had undertaken in the past 6 months had been completed successfully, and though most were due to luck, they should possess some level of ability. Forget it, let's go with this. If the mission fails, we'll just have to find another way. The middle-aged woman said no more upon seeing the captain's decision, though it was a pity they had no other good options. The burly man, seeing the captain had made up his mind, stopped persuading and began to rest his eyes. At the same time, in various other directions around the inn, there were also figures quietly observing the surroundings. Though they were not the main forces of the mission, they had to assist in monitoring and report any abnormality. Inside the inn, Yifeng and Lin Chen were unaware of the specific arrangements of the patrol camp outside. They simply lay in bed, quietly waiting. However, the two waited until the late hours of the night before they finally heard some movement outside the door. When they opened the door to search, they saw a shadow flash by from outside the courtyard. What should we do? Lin Chen hesitated, unsure if that was the person they were waiting for. Follow them. In the next moment, Yifeng decisively issued the command and began to chase after the shadow. He knew that this was likely the person sent for the meeting. After all, the timing matched perfectly with what the heavenly machine disc indicated. Lin Chen had no choice but to follow closely behind. In Fiancé City, there were no restrictions on cultivators going out at night, but key locations were patrolled. 3 figures raced swiftly towards the woods outside the city, stopping only when they reached a deserted area. Gentlemen, may I ask why you have been following me? The man in black turned around, feigning ignorance of the two, and asked in a nonchalant manner. Brother, you must be looking for me, right? If you have something to say, just get to the point. Yifeng spoke first, his face showing clear impatience. Lin Chen remained silent, quietly standing beside Yifeng, always alert to the movements of the man in black. After all, her role was that of a garden maid. Oh, why do you say that? When did I seek you out? The man in black seemed genuinely confused, looking over with a blank expression. Could there have been a mistake? Seeing the other's genuine expression, Lin Chen felt a sudden jolt in her heart. There were many shadows moving about at night. Could it be that this person was simply passing by? If that were the case, it would be troublesome. They might miss the real contact person. However, Yifeng showed no signs of wavering. He was certain that the person before them was the one they were waiting for. Stop pretending. My time is precious. If you don't get to the point soon, I will leave. Yifeng's expression was extremely displeased as he turned to leave. The other party was clearly testing him, and he knew exactly how to respond. Only Lin Chen was left confused, unsure why the man was so certain. She realized that this time she had become a mere accessory. What shocked her was that the previously confused man in black suddenly called out to Yixing. Wait, do you have a token that I could see? The man in black fixed his gaze intently on them, showing a hint of vigilance. Could it really be him? Hearing this, Lin Chen heart began to race uncontrollably. Such a reaction clearly indicated that he was the one sent for the meeting. Is it finally about to surface? However, she knew that it wasn't the time to be happy, as she quickly composed. Of course I have a token, but why don't you show yours first? Yifeng said, not in a hurry to prove his identity, instead smiling playfully. No, you should show yours first, insisted the man in black. Then forget it, I'm leaving. Yifeng shook his head and decisively turned to walk away. Wait. Seeing the conversation about to fall apart, the man in black called out again and tossed a prepared token from his storage ring. He realized that this young man had quite the attitude. He found himself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yifeng hesitated no longer and took out his own token, tossing it over. So it's young Master Han. After closely examining the token and confirming its authenticity, the man in black finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the token he recognized. Yet Yifeng displayed no signs of surprise, only calmly stating, "Where is the cargo we requested?" "Young Master Han, please don't rush. The cargo is ready, but there has been a significant disturbance. I must return to report to my superior. I kindly ask you to wait here for another 2 days." The man in black did not respond immediately, but said apologetically, "You mean to say that you came to find me, but your superior is unaware of it?" Yifeng couldn't help but frown while secretly astonished. This person at least had foundation establishment cultivation, yet he was just a lackey. "Indeed, I'm just a servant. Oh, everything must be decided by my superior," the man in black replied honestly. "Such a bore. Fine, I'll wait another day. If nothing comes, I'll be leaving." Yifeng complained, inwardly cursing as he began to turn away. He didn't expect these people to be so cautious. By the time the two returned to the inn, it was nearly dawn. "Yixing, what happened? Did we give ourselves away and raise their suspicions?" Lin Chen couldn't help but transmit her voice, asking in confusion. She had thought they would finally lure out the mastermind and achieve merit, but was surprised to find that the person was just a minion. Capturing him would be useless. At this moment, she felt extremely disappointed. However, she also knew that lamenting was pointless. All they could do now was wait. "It's unlikely we gave ourselves away, though I suspect they just want to observe a bit longer." Yifeng calmly stated his judgment. He felt he had performed while showing no signs of abnormality, so he still had some confidence. "What shall we do next?" Ling Chen asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. Eat and drink as usual. Ling Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Only someone like him could be so carefree, right? The next day, Yifeng took Ling Chen for a rare stroll around Fiancé City. To maintain the image of a wealthy young master, Yifeng spent extravagantly visiting the most luxurious restaurant in the city and buying numerous trinkets for Ling Chen. After all these expenses would be reimbursed by the patrol camp, so why not spend freely? Seeing Yifeng spend thousands of spirit stones in a single day, Ling Chen felt her heart bleed. If they failed to complete the task, these expenses would become a burden. Fortunately, in the early hours of the following day, the man in black finally reappeared. Young Master Han, my superior instructed me to inform you that the cargo is ready and to ask you to accompany me to the northern mountains outside the city. The man in black clasped his hands respectfully and said, "The northern mountains. Is it that complicated?" Yifeng frowned tightly upon hearing this. He knew that the patrol camp had made numerous arrangements within the city. If something happened, they could ensure their safety, but once outside the city in the mountains, that was uncertain. Young Master Han may not be aware, but the situation in the city has become quite tense lately. Our superior would rather not act recklessly here, so, if we want to complete the transaction, it is necessary for you to lower yourself. The man in black explained truthfully. He was merely responsible for delivering the message and had no authority over the matter. All right, lead the way. The next moment, Yifeng reluctantly agreed. He had no better options. They had reached the final stage and could only proceed with determination. The three of them flew north, two following one in front, and soon disappeared into the vast mountains north of the city. Although there were still some shadows moving around near Fiancé City at night, there were very few living beings in the mountains, and they could no longer see any other figures. If there's any danger, you go first, and I will hold them off. As the surroundings grew increasingly eerie, Ling Chen felt anxious and couldn't help but warn Yifeng. She felt that the situation was increasingly beyond her control, and she needed to consider her escape route. In Fiancé City, if something truly unusual occurred, she only needed to hold on for a moment, and help would arrive. But here they were in the middle of nowhere without any assurance. Don't worry, nothing will happen, trust me. Yifeng hadn't expected her to be so righteous and could only reassure her. At this point, neither of them showed any signs of abnormality. He was not actually anxious. What the other wanted were spirit stones. Unless they could prove they were fake, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Was this guy really that confident? Ling Chen was quite surprised to hear this response. The surroundings were getting increasingly desolate, and it was difficult to hide. She wondered if the patrol camp's support had kept up. At this moment, even she felt a bit flustered, yet the other party remained so calm. However, she chose not to say anything further and could only continue on the path. The three of them wandered in the mountains for most of the night until dawn broke on the horizon, finally stopping in front of a valley. The valley was not large and was filled with spirit rice. It appeared to be just an ordinary spirit rice plantation. Surrounding the plantation were only a few simple wooden houses with no signs of activity. However, there was a solitary pavilion atop the mountain. At this moment, within the pavilion, a man in black had already set up a banquet, quietly waiting for their arrival. As they stepped into the pavilion and caught sight of the man in black, Ling Chen mind was immediately shaken and her face began to pale. She recognized him, and he was someone she knew well. He was the old servant who had served them tea at the inn. At that time, she hadn't sensed any cultivation aura from him, but now upon closer inspection, she realized he was a golden core expert. This is bad. Every move she made had long been under someone else's surveillance, and should the other party decide to strike, she would be unable to resist. What should we do? Should we signal right now? Ling Chen anxiously turned her gaze to Yifeng. No, let's wait a bit longer. Yifeng's expression also became exceedingly grave at this moment. He hadn't noticed any abnormalities about the old servant at that time, and he didn't expect him to be the main target of this mission. However, he quickly calmed down and rejected Ling Chen suggestion. Currently, the two young men had not been seen. Even if they captured the man, it would be useless. If they couldn't find evidence in this valley, it would only alert the enemy. Young friend Han, do you still remember me? Upon seeing Yifeng and Ling Chen approach, the old man in black immediately smiled broadly. Of course I remember. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, senior. Yifeng forced a smile. Haha, it's all for safety's sake. Young friend Han has traveled a long way. I've prepared some food and drink for you. Shall we have a drink first? The old man in black made a gesture of invitation with an apologetic expression. Then I will graciously accept. Seeing this, Yifeng sat down generously. At this point, no matter how worried he was, it was of no use. They could only take it one step at a time. The two of them toasted each other and began to chat idly. Ling Chen and the guiding man in black stood quietly to the side, pouring tea and wine. May I ask which esteemed master young friend Han is under? Could you tell me, please? Recently I visited your sect personally and made many friends. After a moment the old man in black suddenly got to the point. My identity is humble, it's better not to mention my master's name. Yifeng replied evasively. He did not wish for the other party to dig deeply into this matter. However, the old man in black was not. Han Xiao, you need not be humble. The fact that your esteemed sect sent you here indicates that you are no ordinary person. May I ask which of the 18 guardians your esteemed master is? It is not that I boast, but I have visited all 18 guardians of your esteemed sect. The old man in black continued probing with a significant tone. This, senior, you jest. I am but the most unremarkable disciple under Master Jiao. Yifeng could only respond lightly, seeing how persistent the other was. When he was harshly interrogated by that messenger, it was impossible for him to have overlooked such important information, so he was already aware. However, if asked for more details, he would not know. Oh, so you are the beloved disciple of Master Jiao. What a coincidence, I am quite familiar with Master Jiao. The old man in black's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What a familiar face. Haha, that is indeed quite a coincidence. Yifeng smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. He did not expect things to be so dire, hoping the other would not delve deeper. Lin Chen heart also tightened upon hearing this. This person was quite familiar with Master Jiao. That would be unfortunate. Generally, they could barely answer ordinary questions, but how could they know more intricate details? She felt that this time they might be in trouble. Sure enough, the next moment the old man in black eagerly began to engage in casual conversation. By the way, it has been over half a year since we last met. How is Master Jiao's injury? Injury? My master is very well and has no injuries. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this, hastily giving a perfunctory reply. Young friend need not conceal anything. I know Master Jiao's injury very well, as I personally delivered the medicine back then. Therefore, please inform me truthfully about your master's condition, as I need to see if it was effective. The old man in black fixed his gaze intently, filled with anticipation. This was bad. Once these words were spoken, Lin Chen heart sank instantly. They had not pressed for information about the injury of Guardian Jiao, nor did they even know about it, so how could they be aware? She wondered if they might be exposed. Yifeng also began to break out in a cold sweat, hurriedly inquiring about the celestial mechanism disc. He did not expect to get into such detailed discussions. If he answered incorrectly, they might face dire consequences. Fortunately, the celestial mechanism disc quickly provided a result. Aha, so you are the one who delivered the medicine. Then I need not hide anything. Master's injury has improved, but please do not spread this, Senior Liao. The next moment Yifeng seemed to have an epiphany, smiling as he provided an answer. Rest assured, old man understands. What did Master Jiao think of the medicine? If it was good, I shall prepare more next time. The old man in black was delighted to hear this, and asked again. Well, there are indeed some comments. Master said that Senior Liao is diligent and reliable, but a bit too frugal. The spirit medicine he provided was not bad, but the most important ingredient was somewhat lacking in age, reducing its effectiveness. At this point, Yifeng no longer held back, as he had received detailed information from the celestial mechanism disc, so he decided to divulge everything. This? Haha, that was truly just an oversight. Next time I will definitely pay more attention. The old man in black did not expect the other party to know this so clearly, and he awkwardly laughed, feeling no more doubt. Only someone extremely close to Guardian Jiao could speak such words. The medicine he delivered was indeed lacking in age due to the high cost of the main ingredient and uncertainty about its effectiveness, so he did not expect others to notice. After the test was completed, the two began to converse very amicably, letting down their guard. However, Lin Chen was completely stunned. That guy actually got it right. No way, right? How did he know about this? She was certain that the messenger had never mentioned such information. She initially thought she was in big trouble, not only failing her mission, but possibly losing her life as well. However, she did not expect that the situation was resolved with just a few words from that kid. Lin Chen now felt as if she were dreaming. Young nephew, since you are here, why not stay for a couple more days? Let me extend my hospitality. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, the old man in black warmly extended the invitation as if they were long-lost friends. It must be said that although their time together was short, he had come to appreciate this young man quite a bit. No need. I have a mission to fulfill, so it is better to complete it as soon as possible. Yifeng politely declined with a smile. He knew that although the person before him appeared friendly and harmless, he was actually quite sinister. If he discovered that his identity was fake, he would undoubtedly want to crush him to pieces, so it was best for him to quickly escape this perilous situation. All right. Then I shall not keep you. The goods are already prepared, located in Jingxican outside Fiancé City. You may go directly to inspect them. The old man in black knew the importance of the matter and quickly informed them of the actual hiding place of the young boys and girls, instructing the black-clad person beside him to lead the way. "Thank you. Until we meet again." Yifeng smiled and began to follow the black-clad person with a sense of relief. However, he could not help but secretly lament how cunning these people were. Had they really sent the patrol camp here in advance, they would have directly missed it and obtained no evidence at all. Fortunately, he held back. The subsequent events went smoothly. The two arrived at Jingxikan and saw over 100 young boys and girls hidden there who were about to be transported away, and immediately found an opportunity to activate the sound transmission talisman. In less than 15 minutes, the powerful members of the patrol camp appeared like divine soldiers, descending swiftly, controlling the involved members of the Liao family and beginning a citywide search. The old man in black and the family's key members never dreamed that such a highly secretive matter would be discovered so quickly. Moreover, now that they had captured both the people and the evidence, all the precautions they had taken earlier were of no use. In an instant, the members of the Liao family turned pale, as if they had completely lost their souls. "You two, well done." Seeing that the matter had been settled, the middle-aged commander and other strong members of the patrol camp rarely came to Yifeng and the others, giving them a thumbs up. Throughout this mission, they had been quietly observing and witnessing the complexity and danger of the task. They did not expect that such a daunting task would ultimately be miraculously completed to the point where they themselves could hardly believe it. Reporting to the commander, all of this is thanks to Yi Xing. The younger generation does not dare to take credit. Lin Chen explained with a complicated expression. During this mission, she had mostly been an observer and had done very little. The real hero was the person beside her. No, all of this is everyone's contribution. Captain Ling also provided immense help. The kid only contributed a little. Yifeng quickly corrected, seeing her trying to put him on the spot. It was not that he did not want to take more credit, but once he admitted it, he might be discovered, so he needed to downplay his contributions. "Haha, you two are quite humble." The middle-aged commander could not help but laugh upon hearing their mutual. Indeed, there are not many young people who can be so humble nowadays. A middle-aged woman also looked on with admiration. Among the young people they had encountered, no matter who had accomplished something, they would boast, endlessly eager to claim all the credit for themselves, let alone for such a difficult task. But these two young people before them seemed to downplay their accomplishments as if they looked down upon them. This quality was indeed rare. What the younger generation said is merely the truth. Yifeng and the others felt extremely uncomfortable upon hearing such praise. All right, no matter what the truth is, you have both made great contributions. Next, just wait for your rewards," the commanding officer decisively announced. Yes. A few days later, the two hurriedly returned to Tianhua City. "Captain Ling, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first." As soon as he stepped through the city gate, Yifeng clasped his fists towards Lin Chen and began to bid farewell. After so many days of anxiety, he was already extremely exhausted and longed to return to rest. "Wait. Do you not have anything to explain to me?" Lin Chen called Yifeng to a halt with a complicated gaze. "Oh, what do I need to explain?" Yifeng felt bewildered upon hearing this. "How did you know about Guardian Jialuo's matter? And do you really know divination?" Lin Chen was quite puzzled by this. This guy had previously said that the mission would definitely go smoothly, and it turned out to be just as he predicted. The key point was that the other party's performance was exceptionally impressive. Was he really not the true messenger of the blood fiend refining abyss sect? If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought he was genuinely the messenger. Ahem, that was all just blind guessing. It was all reasonable speculation. As for divination, it's not that easy to learn. It's merely comforting talk. Yifeng felt extremely guilty and quickly concocted an excuse. He had been too focused on completing the mission at the time and inadvertently used methods that ordinary people found difficult to comprehend, and he did not expect the other party to actually grow suspicious. Fortunately, if he resolutely denied it, the other party could do nothing about it. Once this merit is awarded, she will immediately meet the basic requirements for advancing to the Zhanglong Guard. As long as she passes the assessment, she will fulfill her long-cherished wish. Of course, the difficulty of the assessment is likely to be hellish, but she has prepared for so long, and is. After bidding farewell to Lin Chen, Yifeng returned to his courtyard, took a brief rest, and then plunged into intense cultivation. After half a year of accumulation, his foundation establishment level had been thoroughly solidified, and he was ready to challenge the next level. The necessary pills were also in his storage ring, which were important assets left by the leader of the Blood Knife sect. As for Lin Chen suggestion of useful advice, he did not take it too seriously. After all, it was evident that she was quite frugal and did not resemble a person from a prestigious family. This time his seclusion lasted longer than ever before, consuming a full 8 days and nights. He only paused briefly to prepare some food. The rest of the time was spent continuously consuming pills and breaking through his bottleneck. Fortunately, with the assistance of so many Foundation establishment pills, he finally succeeded in his goal at the last moment. Phew! He finally reached the second layer of Foundation establishment. Feeling the surge of power in his body, Yifeng couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Achieving the second layer of Foundation establishment at his age places him among the top tier of young people. However, the quality of his body was truly lacking. In the past half-year, he had consumed nearly all the Foundation establishment pills left by the leader of the Blood Knife sect, and only managed to advance one layer. Without this opportunity, relying solely on himself, he might not even know when he would achieve Foundation establishment. It seems he must find a way to strengthen that trace of dragon blood as soon as possible. Stepping out of his seclusion, Yifeng quickly washed up and took a night's rest before riding the fire spirit horse towards the patrol camp. Since completing the last mission, he had a 10-day vacation, which was now coming to an end. It was time to resume taking on new tasks. It was early morning, the sun shining brightly, and the patrol camp was bustling as usual. However, upon entering the camp, Yifeng noticed that the attitude of both the new and old patrol members towards him had drastically changed. "Hello, Captain Yi. Captain Yi, you've arrived? Captain Yi, does your team still need members?" Along the way, many robust men warmly greeted him, some even casting admiring and complex, "What's wrong with all of you? What, Captain Yi?" Hearing these strange words, Yifeng felt completely baffled. "Haha, you'll know once you visit Captain Zhao." "That's right, Captain Zhao has already sent word that you should go to the inner hall to find him immediately." The new and old patrol members seemed to have thought of something and quickly explained with smiles. This morning, after Captain Zhao arrived at the patrol camp, he immediately came to inquire whether Yi Xing had arrived. They were all quite curious and had inquired from various sources, not expecting to hear such different news. "All right, I'll head over now." Yifeng nodded in response and headed straight towards the inner hall where Captain Zhao was located. Captain Zhao was his superior, so he certainly couldn't refuse an order. The inner hall was located at the back of the patrol camp, being the most core area with many secrets. Generally, only individuals of the captain level could move about inside. However, since Captain Zhao was waiting, he could only brace himself and enter. Yet he felt quite confused along the way. When did he become a captain? Why were all these people addressing him like that? Tisk, that kid is Yi Xing. I wonder what kind of luck he had to become a captain so quickly. Indeed, that promotion speed is too fast, isn't it? I wonder what earth-shattering deeds he accomplished. In the inner hall, many captain-level patrol members had gathered. Upon seeing Yifeng enter, they all cast unusual glances at him and began to whisper among themselves. They had of course heard some rumors this morning and knew that this kid was going to become the patrol captain. However, they weren't too clear about the specific reasons. It is said that he and Lin Chen cracked a major case, performing excellently, and Lin Chen directly became its Songlong guard, while this Yi Xing was promoted to patrol captain by the commander on special grounds. What? Lin Chen actually became its Songlong guard directly. Heavens, what kind of major case was this? How could it allow Lin Chen to accumulate so much merit? The patrol captains were all quite puzzled and envious. In the patrol camp, although numerous tasks were issued daily, earning merit was not easy. Many tasks could take decades to uncover the truth. It is said to be a major case involving a local clan colluding with foreign forces to traffic young boys and girls. They were both selected because they were of similar ages to the contact person. The patrol captain explained again. Hiss. Upon hearing this news, the other patrol captains couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Due to the extreme danger of such major cases, the merit value was generally exceedingly high. They never expected that those two would actually tackle it. As for how they specifically solved it, they guessed it was mostly due to luck. After all, the success of such a case involving impersonating a contact person largely depended on luck. However, if that kid thinks that becoming a captain means a bright future, he is too naive. With the opponent's low strength, he probably wouldn't be able to get far right. In this chaotic Yongzhou, do they really think they wouldn't want to clean things up properly? It's just that the various forces are so intertwined that they dare not investigate too deeply. Previously, Lin Chen, thinking herself clever, tried to get to the bottom of things, but before long, she was severely punished and earned the title of a doomed Lone Star. If it weren't for those hidden forces that didn't want to make things too tense with the patrol camp, she might have even lost her life. And now Yi Xing, before even reaching Foundation establishment, has become a captain. If he doesn't know his place, he will likely face dire consequences. As everyone was discussing, Yifeng finally met Captain Zhao, who explained the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that Lin Chen had successfully passed the assessment for the Songlong Guard and was promoted, leaving the captain position vacant for him to take over. He never expected that woman to be so formidable. achieving success in one go. Why had he not noticed it before? As far as he knew, the entry requirements for the Zhonglong Guard were quite strict. However, he couldn't be too envious. Although he was also at Foundation establishment, he still had a long way to go in terms of various martial skills and needed more preparation. Exiting the inner hall with the captain's token, Yifeng soon arrived at a certain side hall to begin selecting team members. In the patrol camp, the selection between captains and team members is mutual. If one is dissatisfied, they can change teams at any time after the task is completed. Even if everyone is satisfied, if a team member is seriously injured and needs time to recover, they will automatically leave the team and wait to be selected again once healed. Thus, every day in this specific side hall, many patrol members who were not faring well would be here waiting to join new teams. At the entrance of the side hall, a maid saw him approaching and initially thought he was there for selection. However, after inquiring, she realized this young man was actually the new captain, and her heart trembled. Isn't this person too young? Which prestigious family does he belong to? However, she quickly composed herself, respectfully bowing and saying, "Captain Yi, inside are the patrol members awaiting selection, a total of 18 individuals. You may choose freely. If you need anything, feel free to let me know." "All right, thank you." Yifeng smiled and nodded, entering the side hall at a leisurely pace. The space in this side hall was quite large, and the lighting was very bright. At that moment, over a dozen patrol members with varying auras were gathered in small groups chatting. Some of these patrol members were laughing heartily and filled with ambition, while others wore frowns. Those frowning were mostly there due to injuries or poor performance, having been eliminated from their original teams, and could only wait here for the new captain's selection. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to earn merit. It's a pity that the captains who come to select are not easily swayed. They always delve into the details and rub salt in their wounds. When Yifeng entered, many people looked up, but immediately turned back to their conversations upon realizing how young he was. Clearly they all assumed this kid was just like them, waiting to be selected. Yifeng paid no mind to the crowd's indifference, simply scanning the group quietly. Suddenly his pupils constricted sharply. In a corner he saw a rugged-looking man sighing and lamenting to someone else. Yifeng certainly recognized this man well. He was none other than Lu Tai, who had previously chatted animatedly with him. "Oh, Yixing, why are you here too?" Lu Tai was taken aback upon noticing Yifeng's entrance. It had been a long time since he had seen him after being injured during their last mission. "Brother Lu, long time no see." Yifeng greeted with a smile. "Are you also here because you just recovered from an injury? I told you that Captain Ling is unreliable. Are you regretting it now? What injury did you sustain?" Lu Tai stepped forward and patted Yifeng, imparting wisdom in an elder brother tone. Previously he had heard that Captain Ling had the title of a doomed lone star, so he immediately sought out Yifeng to secretly advise him not to be seduced by beauty and to leave early. Unexpectedly, this kid never believed him. Now how about that? Having to find a team again. He instinctively thought that Yifeng was also injured and cough cough. "I am not injured. I am just here to select team members." Yifeng quickly began to explain upon hearing this. Selecting team members. Why do you want to select team members? Lu Tai was immediately taken aback by this answer. Isn't selecting team members the captain's job? Does that woman Ling Shanshan really have to take care of this too? Yifeng noticed the confusion on the other person's face and was about to explain when a maid suddenly walked in from outside the side hall holding a jade slip. "Captain Yi, my apologies. This is the introduction jade slip for these individuals. I forgot to give you a copy earlier." The maid approached Yifeng with an apologetic expression and handed over the jade slip. Each captain receives a jade slip, providing a brief introduction of the candidates whenever they come in to select members. She had been so surprised earlier that she momentarily forgot such an important matter. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Tai immediately froze, turning to the maid and asking Yi. "Captain?" "Yes. You don't know yet. This is the newly appointed patrol captain Yixing, who is here to select team members today," the maid said, looking at him quizzically. "Then where is Captain Ling?" Lu Tai asked incredulously. It is common knowledge that the number of captains in the patrol camp is fixed. If no one resigns, no new additions can occur. Captain Ling has achieved great merit and has been reassigned. Now Captain Yi takes over, the maid explained patiently. This, Lu Tai received confirmation and immediately froze, his expression shifting from shock to embarrassment, then to awkwardness, finally settling into a bitter smile. "So, it turns out I was worrying for nothing." He hadn't expected that his friend would have such a great opportunity after just under a year with Captain Ling, while he had earned little merit and had only sustained injuries. Recalling his earlier words of comfort, he felt a burning shame on his cheeks. This was so. Yifeng, however, remained silent, merely patting Lu Tai on the shoulder and smiling as he asked, "So, are you interested in joining my team?" Although he couldn't promise how much merit could be earned, he at least assured, "You won't be at a loss." Yifeng sincerely extended the invitation. After this period of interaction, he had developed a deeper understanding of this fellow and deemed him a reliable person, hence he decided to recruit him. "Are you serious?" Lu Tai's gaze sharpened as he looked over. Among those who were eliminated, even if they could rejoin the team, they would generally face price cuts and disdain. Knowing this, why would the other party treat him fairly? Of course, if Brother Lu is willing to take on more, the merit ratio can be increased by another 10%, Yifeng said with a generous tone. He currently had numerous responsibilities needing to balance alchemy and cultivation and did not wish to expend too much effort on investigations. No need, the merit can remain at the normal rate. Since Brother Yi sincerely invited me, I shall accept without hesitation. Lu Tai took a deep breath and earnestly cupped his fist in salute. He knew himself, well, in fact over the past 6 months he had earned pitifully little merit and had long wished to join a team to make a significant contribution. Good. Yifeng hadn't expected the recruitment to go so smoothly, and at that moment, he finally set down the heavy stone in his heart. If he solely relied on himself for tasks, it would undoubtedly waste a lot of time, as many tasks required considerable auxiliary work. Having another person to run errands could greatly save energy. However, when he turned his gaze towards the remaining patrol members hoping to recruit another, he was met with indifference. That kid is actually the captain. He hasn't even fully grown up, what can he do? The surrounding patrol members, numbering over 10, displayed a lack of interest in Yifeng's recruitment. Although most of them were failures, and it was already good to be selected, who wouldn't want an opportunity to turn things around? If they followed this kid, it would be hard to even maintain the status quo. Seeing that everyone was indifferent to him, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It seemed everyone held a significant prejudice against him, but he understood this well. Even he himself would feel uncertain if facing such a captain. Fortunately, having one team member to assist would greatly alleviate his workload. Just as he was about to turn to leave, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the side hall. "Oh, Captain Yi is quite quick. Has he already selected someone?" A strange voice sounded, and Yifeng turned to see a lavishly dressed man leisurely walking in. "Is it Captain He? What advice do you have?" Yifeng felt quite puzzled upon hearing this. He wasn't very familiar with this person, and they had no prior interaction, so he wondered why the other would come to approach him. Lu Tai's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this person. He was certainly no stranger to him. This person was named He Jinsho, a rather capable captain in the patrol camp, with a foundation establishment at the 3rd layer and a deep background. He was his previous superior. However, despite his refined appearance, this person was known for seeking glory and disregarding others' opinions. He had been injured and expelled from the team because of him. "I wouldn't dare to give advice. However, Captain, yes, judgment seems lacking. How could you choose such a team member?" He Jinsho's gaze swept over Lu Tai, accompanied by a hint of mockery. "What do you mean by that?" Yifeng was taken aback. Was there some kind of grudge between he and Lu Tai? At this moment he finally recalled that He Jinsho seemed to be Lu Tai's former captain. "It's nothing major, it's just that Lu Tai is a bit timid and avoids trouble, and during the last mission, he caused significant losses for the team. I suggest Captain Yi consider replacing him." He Jinsho smiled, presenting a facade of goodwill. He believed that after saying this, Yifeng would immediately change his mind and swap for someone else. Lu Tai's veins bulged in response to these words, his fists clenched, but he dared not retort. He knew the truth all too well. It was clearly this person before him who had been reckless and disregarded advice, yet he shifted the blame for the defeat onto Lu Tai. Unfortunately, he was a lowly figure, and no matter how much he argued, others wouldn't listen. However, the next moment, Yifeng's reaction completely caught both of them off guard. "To be honest, Captain He, I am also quite timid and avoid trouble. Thus it seems I have found the right person." Yifeng smiled faintly, appearing unconcerned. As for Lu Tai's character, he had his own judgment and did not wish to be influenced by others. I hope Captain Yi won't regret this." He Jinsho hadn't expected this kid would say such a thing, feeling quite surprised. However, as others clearly seemed to show support for him, he said nothing further and turned to leave. If good advice isn't heeded, that's the other person's loss. As the two exited the side hall, Lu Tai remained silent for a moment before finally saying, "Brother Yi, actually what Captain He said is not without merit. I am indeed a bit cowardly. It would be best if you replace me." Though he felt unwilling, he truly didn't want to affect the other party. Yi Xing's response earlier had been quite satisfying, but he knew Captain He would surely bear a grudge. "It's fine, what I said is not insincere. Regardless, safety comes first." Yifeng shook his head, refusing. In the face of insurmountable danger, fleeing is simply human nature. He had never thought of disregarding his subordinate's life for the sake of completing a task. Very well, then let me risk my life to work with you. Lu Tai's eyes turned slightly red, and he finally patted Yifeng's shoulder heavily. Upon arriving at the task hall, Yifeng briefly browsed through the missions and picked one that was closest to Tianhua City, heading to another city nearby to investigate a theft case. This was his first time as captain. Although everyone looked down on him, he did not rush to prove himself by selecting complicated or high-level tasks. On the contrary, in order to have ample time to collaborate with Lu Tai, he chose a task with relatively high. However, as the two rode their fiery spirit steed out of Tianhua City, not far into their journey, Yifeng suddenly sensed something unusual. He noticed a faint black mist starting to emerge around both him and Lu Tai. Although the black mist was not yet too dense, it lingered around them, refusing to dissipate. Clearly, they had already attracted the attention of some kind of danger during this trip. How could this happen? Yifeng furrowed his brow, feeling utterly perplexed. They had only just left Tianhua City. Who would be watching their every move? Also, was this targeting Lu Tai or him? However, he was not overly worried, for he still had several powerful weapons that he had yet to use. He believed he could protect himself. Two spirit steeds galloped along the official road the first half of their journey, marked by an eerie calm, until they arrived at a desolate, uninhabited forest where the dark aura surrounding the two finally thickened to a critical point. Sure enough, in the next moment, whoosh, 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 several beams of dark light suddenly shot out from the nearby jungle, hurtling toward them through the air. How vicious! Yifeng sighed inwardly at the sight. Each rapidly approaching beam of dark light shimmered with a green hue, clearly indicating that they were poisoned. Moreover, all these beams of dark light were aimed directly at him, indicating that their assailants truly intended to take his life. Be careful! Lu Tai was alarmed at this sight and hurriedly leapt from his horse, drawing his blade with all his might to slash at the incoming dark lights. Unfortunately, these beams of dark light came from all directions. Even with all his strength, he could only strike two of them, while the remaining ones went unscathed. Fortunately, Yifeng's movements were equally swift. As he dove to the side, he swiftly drew out a high-grade magical long sword, slashing through the unavoidable hidden weapons in a flurry of movements. The force of these dark lights was equivalent to a strike from a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Even though he suppressed his cultivation, he wouldn't suffer a loss. However, this display left Lu Tai momentarily stunned. His team leader possessed such remarkable skills. That last attack was one he couldn't evade himself, believing he would be in trouble, yet Yixing managed to dodge it effortlessly. This scene also left the ambushers in the jungle dumbfounded. They had completely not anticipated that their sudden concentrated strike would yield no results. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing their ambush fail, the next moment the group of ambushers in the jungle emerged like phantoms, surrounding the two men. There were 7 ambushers in total, each wearing tight black clothing, their faces concealed with glinting blades in hand that radiated a chilling cold light, clearly indicating their exceptional prowess. Who goes there? Do you not know that attacking patrols is a capital offense? Lu Tai shouted loudly, his heart filled with a mix of shock and fury at the sight. The group before him was composed entirely of peak foundation establishment cultivators akin to himself. If they were to clash, he and their side would undoubtedly suffer. Though Yifeng had anticipated this, he still changed his expression to one of grave seriousness upon witnessing the scene. He had not expected the ambushers to number so many, nor to possess such agility far beyond what an ordinary force could muster. How we are here to kill you patrols. Remember not to meddle in affairs again in your next life. One of the black-clad men sneered, then, without hesitation, signaled for the others to charge at the two in a fan formation. Good courage. Lu Tai saw that a bloody battle was unavoidable and gripped his long knife tightly, leading the charge. At this moment, he couldn't help but silently lament. He had not expected to encounter such a situation right after starting his mission. It felt as if fate itself was out to get him. Though he feared death, there was no chance to escape now. He could only fight to the bitter end. Yet no matter how recklessly he fought, he could not fend off the group. The black-clad assailants seemed to have a primary target other than him. After sending 2 to block him, they all circled around directly toward Yixing. One of the most formidable black-clad men swiftly arrived before Yixing, his long sword darting like lightning, aimed straight at Yixing's throat. The other black-clad men also targeted different parts of Yixing's body with their blades. This is bad, Lu Tai thought to himself, sensing the impending danger. He hadn't expected them to first deal with the weakest. If anything happened to Yixing, he would be left to fight alone, and he feared he wouldn't last long. Unfortunately, even though he wanted to help, his limited strength made it impossible. He could only watch helplessly as the 5 black-clad men reached Yixing's side. However, in the next moment, Yifeng's response left him quite astonished. Yifeng executed an oddly graceful step, sidestepping effortlessly to not only evade the fierce strike from the leading black-clad man, but also swung his sword sharply, precisely deflecting the attack coming from another direction. Then, taking advantage of that strike, he swiftly escaped the encirclement of the 5 black-clad men. Hiss! How could this be? At this moment, not just Lu Tai, but even the surrounding black-clad men were astonished by Yifeng's dazzling series of movements. This kid possesses such extraordinary capabilities. The level of his footwork had likely reached a masterful state. However, did he truly think this would be of any use? Form the formation. In the next moment, the masked leader shouted lowly, and together with the other black-clad men, they swiftly formed a strange attack formation. Yifeng's pupils slightly constricted upon witnessing this. This attacking formation was sharp and clearly not something an ordinary force could master. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he boldly advanced toward the killing array. What audacity! The leader of the black-clad men did not expect that after escaping the encirclement, this fellow would not flee, but instead dare to take the initiative. With a command, the attacking formation began to operate frantically. 5 black-clad men instantly surrounded Yifeng again in a crescent moon formation, with 2 on the left and 3 on the right, their figures darting up and down. 2 were responsible for attacking from above, 2 for ambushing from below, and 1 for a sneak attack. Yifeng, meanwhile, constantly dodged left and right, moving like a specter among the group, simultaneously unleashing sword lights to block or counterattack. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. After a series of dazzling clashing sounds from blades and swords, one black-clad man was caught off guard and struck by Yifeng's overwhelming sword strike, instantly sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a tree. With this, the bizarre attacking formation was instantly broken, and the black-clad men were thrown into disarray. However, Yifeng could not avoid being swept by several residual sword lights and blade energies. Fortunately, he was protected by spirit armor, and these blade lights merely tore his outer robe, leaving a white mark on the armor without causing any real harm. Heavens! This kid possesses such formidable spirit armor. Seeing this outcome, all the attacking black-clad men felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. How are we supposed to fight like this? At this rate, even with all their might, it would be difficult to break through his defenses, not to mention his movements were so agile. They thought of various methods. Managing to hit him once or twice would have been good, but they did not expect that they could not harm. However, since they had already engaged, they certainly could not give up so easily. One by one, they began to take out their trump cards, steeling themselves to continue the encirclement. After all, even if they had spirit-level armor protecting them, it could not cover every part of their body. On the other side, Lu Tai, who was struggling against 2 other black-clad men, had been worried about Yixing. But upon seeing him donning a shimmering spirit-level armor, and still safe, he nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Such spirit-level armor costs at least several thousand spirit stones. Where did he get it from? Could it be that this kid was not the poor loser he imagined, but rather a young master from a wealthy family? If that were the case, then that would be fantastic. He would have nothing left to worry about. In the next moment, he became invigorated, swinging his long knife with the vigor of someone who had just been injected with adrenaline, fiercely battling with the 2 black-clad men beside him. Lu Tai's martial skills were not lacking, having been a patrol officer for many years. Previously, he had too many distractions. Now, focusing solely on the fight, his sword technique became increasingly fierce, each strike accompanied by a howling wind, making it difficult for the 2 black-clad men to escape. Yifeng also grew more adept in his movements. In contrast, although the black-clad men continued to unleash various ultimate techniques after their formation had collapsed, their attack efficiency was extremely low. Before long, Yifeng seized another opportunity, kicking the masked leader on his left away, and then in a flash drew a spirit-level fire spirit sword with lightning speed, striking the black-clad man above with a sudden blow. Bang! The black-clad man's long sword shattered, leaving him wide open. Following that, Yifeng launched a powerful punch, striking the black-clad man's chest, sending him flying, while blood gushed from his mouth. TSK. Another piece of spirit equipment. Witnessing this scene, the black-clad men widened their eyes in shock, completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? They had not expected that among the 5 of them involved in the encirclement, in less than half an hour 2 would be severely injured, and the situation would become precarious. Boss, what should we do? Should we retreat for now? One of the black-clad men urgently communicated while struggling to fend off attacks. At that moment, cold sweat had already soaked his back. His spiritual energy was over half depleted, while the opponent showed no signs of exhaustion. He understood that continuing like this would only lead to needless casualties. No, wait a little longer. The masked leader gritted his teeth and refused. He was not without a chance of victory. He was just waiting for an opportunity. The reason he had everyone engage was to exhaust the opponent's spiritual energy and then take the chance to unleash his ultimate weapon. Now he felt the time was almost right. Just as expected, when Yifeng knocked the third black-clad man away, the leader-like black-clad man finally revealed a strange smile. "Yi, today is your day of demise." In the next moment, he swiftly took out a mid-grade explosive flame talisman from his storage bag, shooting it towards Yifeng with lightning speed. This mid-grade explosive flame talisman contained power comparable to a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. He speculated that the opponent's remaining spiritual energy must be low and he would definitely not be able to withstand such power. At the same time, the other black-clad men seemed to share a tacit understanding, all retreating from the area. What is this? Seeing the black-clad men's strange actions, Yifeng's heart jumped. However, when he saw the talisman clearly, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. With no time to think, he leaped in front of Lu Tai, raising a spirit-level shield and firmly placing it. In this life-and-death moment, he unleashed all his hidden strength. Without reservation, a powerful aura of spiritual energy erupted from him, flooding into the spirit-level shield. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, a deep pit several feet wide was blasted where the explosive flame talisman had been, with smoke and flames soaring. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yifeng and Lu Tai in the pit suffered no significant injuries, just a bit disheveled. My goodness, they actually survived. Another spirit-level shield, the third piece of spirit equipment. Observing the situation in the explosion area, the black-clad men felt a great shock, their confidence completely shattered. Retreat. In the next moment, the masked leader fearfully issued the command. This kid is too strange. He is definitely not merely at the peak of the chi refining stage. They must escape. But Yifeng would not let them succeed. Like a ghost, he chased after them. Having nearly faced disaster, he would not show mercy. Meanwhile, Lu Tai was so shocked he could not speak. He could not comprehend the scene before him. However, seeing the black-clad men trying to flee, he hesitated no longer and charged forward with his knife. Yifeng's figure flashed and in an instant appeared before a black-clad man. He raised his hand and swung, unleashing a sword light imbued with the power of a flood dragon, directly sending the black-clad man flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily into a tree trunk, shattering it to pieces. The remaining black-clad men, seeing this, felt no inclination to resist or save themselves, turning and fleeing into the dense forest without looking back. However, Yifeng pursued them relentlessly. In no time, screams echoed through the forest as one black-clad man after another fell under his pursuit. "All right, stop chasing." After a quarter of an hour, having killed 5 men, Yifeng finally called Lu Tai to a halt. They had already chased a significant distance, and no one knew what other dangers might lie ahead. "Yes, Captain." Lu Tai immediately stopped upon hearing the command. However, he was already deeply impressed by Yifeng. "Captain Yi, can you tell me if you are actually a direct descendant of a wealthy family?" Lu Tai cautiously asked the question that had been on his mind. He had already confirmed that the opponent's strength had definitely reached the Foundation establishment stage. At such a young age, possessing such cultivation, and with immense financial resources, he had only seen such circumstances in the scions of certain top-tier families. You can think whatever you want, but it must not be spread. Yifeng did not directly deny it, but gave a Of course the reality was not so, but to avoid further probing from him, he could only explain it this way. Fortunately, Lu Tai was a trustworthy person, and he believed it would not leak out. "Rest assured, Captain, I will keep my mouth shut." Lu Tai immediately made a solemn promise. However, he was secretly very excited. In an instant, he understood that the other party was definitely a young genius from a wealthy family out for training, wanting to keep a low profile, which is why he kept his identity hidden. If he could build a good relationship with such a genius, he would definitely reap many benefits in the future. By the way, on a serious note, is there any way to find out who these people are? From the battle formations and martial techniques, they seem to be assassins trained privately by local powerful families, but my subordinates have no evidence. Lu Tai pondered for a moment before giving a serious response. He understood the situation here better than Yifeng. He knew that in Yongzhou there were no major aristocratic families, but there were many medium and small family forces with extremely complex relationships. Some of the assassins from large families might not even have names, and confronting them would be meaningless. Assassins trained by local families. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this. "Captain, have you offended some families in Yongzhou?" Lu Tai looked worriedly at him. "Does the Liao family in fiancé count?" "Of course it does. The families here are intertwined with many marriages. It is very likely that this is the case." "Intertwined? It seems this matter is not over yet." Yifeng could not help but feel a surge of anger. He had long heard that this place was murky. The last time he exposed the Liao family's underhanded dealings, he thought it would bring great relief and earn him acclaim, but it turned out to be the opposite. Someone actually wanted to put him to death. If that were the case, then he would uproot these vermin completely. Yifeng silently made a decision. The two quickly tidied up and continued on their journey. The subsequent theft case was solved relatively smoothly, and it was completed in less than half a day. However, when they returned from a nearby city, they encountered an ambush halfway. This time it seemed to be another group, among which was a foundation establishment expert. Fortunately, in the end, Yifeng outclassed them, unleashing the bloodline of the Flood Dragon and severely injuring him with a single strike. These people just wouldn't quit. Upon returning, Yifeng promptly reported the matter to the commander. Zhao Dajuan, upon hearing that a family dared to assassinate a emeritus minister he had just promoted, was instantly enraged, vowing to investigate thoroughly. Unfortunately, the two waves of assassins bore unfamiliar faces, making it impossible to identify them. They could find no evidence. Commander, what is the Holy Alliance's stance towards these prominent families? If I can find evidence of these families committing crimes, will the Holy Alliance eradicate them one by one? Finally, Yifeng looked at Commander Zhao, tentatively asking. Since ancient times, there has been an unspoken understanding of mutual protection among officials. He feared that most in the patrol camp had secret ties to these families. Let me put it this way, as long as they truly have unspeakable dealings behind the scenes with irrefutable evidence, even if it causes a stir, I can still back you up. In the next moment, Zhao Dajuan confidently replied. As one of the three commanders of the Southwest Patrol Camp and the youngest among them, seeing Yongzhou in such chaos, he too wished to make a mark. He did not wish to spend his life in this desolate place either. However, his greatest frustration was the lack of evidence. No matter how much he wanted to act, he was helpless, without support from below. Great. Then I can rest assured. Upon receiving the response, Yifeng solemnly clasped his fists, finally releasing the heavy burden in his heart. His greatest worry was that if even the highest levels were already corrupt, then nothing he did would hold. As Yifeng returned to the camp to report in Tianhua City, within a luxurious mansion, a young man suddenly rushed into a grand hall, respectfully bowing to the person seated at the head. Xiaohe, you're here. Perfect timing, let's have a drink together. The slightly plump middle-aged man at the head, enjoying the beautiful dance of a maid, raised his cup, smiling broadly as he invited the young man. Lord Zhang, we can discuss this later. I have urgent matters to report. The he-surnamed young man did not respond as usual, but instead spoke with a serious expression. Oh, what urgent matter? The plump middle-aged man, upon hearing this, quickly dismissed the maid from the hall. The matter you instructed earlier, just now, that kid actually returned unscathed. What? He returned? Are you talking about that, you fellow? The plump middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? Indeed, this is something I witnessed with my own eyes. There is no mistake about it. The he-surnamed young man spoke with utmost certainty. Upon hearing this, the plump middle-aged man finally realized something was amiss. What exactly happened? Please tell me in detail. According to the information I received, that kid seems to possess foundation establishment strength and has quite a few spirit tools in his possession. The he-surnamed young man recounted the intelligence he had gathered. He himself found it hard to believe, but this was the information he had received. What? Foundation establishment? Are you sure this isn't just an excuse concocted by those people? The plump middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sense of doubt. He had seen Yixing from afar and had detailed information about him. He was merely a young lad in his early 20s with no significant background. How could he have reached foundation establishment? It's likely not an excuse. This is not just one person's word. The he-surnamed young man shook his head. Those people had no reason to deceive him, nor any need to. After all, had there been no mishap, they could have easily eliminated that kid with a mere gesture. Alright, no matter what, that kid must not be allowed to harm our people. Next, keep a close eye on his every move. In the next moment, a glint of cold light flashed in the plump middle-aged man's eyes. The local prominent families here were his benefactors, paying him a considerable protection fee each year. Now one of them had mysteriously been taken down, so he certainly could not remain indifferent. Understood. The he-surnamed young man quickly began to take his leave. What? Failed? In a certain family estate in Shilon City, an elder revealed an incredulous expression upon hearing the report from below. He never expected that an action he placed high hopes on would result in such an outcome. Yes, Taisho has sent word that he was injured and is currently hiding outside, not daring to return for the time being. A servant resembling a steward spoke gravely. Taisho was one of their long-trained assassins, having secretly done many remarkable deeds for them, yet unexpectedly, he had failed this time. Why did this happen? Is Taisho all right? The elder's gaze turned towards the speaker. Nothing serious, but he said that kid has already reached foundation establishment and is completely acting like a pig to eat a tiger. We should be cautious. The steward replied. Understood, I see. You may leave now. In the next moment, the elder waved his hand, dismissing the. Once the steward left, a middle-aged woman hurriedly emerged from behind the screen, stepping forward to plead, My lord, this matter cannot just end here. We must make that ye pay in blood for his debts. The Liao family from Fiancé was her family and her greatest support here, yet unexpectedly, they were wiped out recently. She had even discovered that the chief culprit behind it was this ye kid who had stepped on her family to rise up to the position of captain. How could she remain calm? I know what to do even without you saying. Even without your connections, we in Yongzhou cannot tolerate such an ungrateful patrol captain. The elder spoke with a chilling tone. In Yongzhou, which prominent family did not have some shady dealings? If they relied solely on steady development, even given 1,000 years, they would not be able to thrive. Now that someone dared to threaten their foundations, they certainly would not allow it. Back at his small courtyard, Yi Feng took out the materials seized from the 2 assassination attempts, placing them solemnly on the table. He then activated the Tianji disc, seeking the families involved behind these materials, as well as clues. After a moment, the Tianji disc finally provided a response. The Li family from Shilin City and the Wang family from Yulua City both dispatched assassins. The Zhang family and Liang family in Tianhua City assisted by providing their movement information. Even within the patrol camp and the Lord's residence in Tianhua City, there are insiders. Excellent. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being unkind. Seeing the result from the Tianji disc, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He did not expect Yongzhou to be decayed to such an extent. In the past, due to his inadequate strength, he always chose to compromise and evade, but this time he was not going to endure any longer. No matter what, he was using a fake name now. Even if things went awry, he still had a way out. On the night of the second day, Yi Feng carefully disguised himself and quietly leaped out of the courtyard, heading towards the Zhang family's influence in Tianhua City. He planned to start with the Zhang family, searching for evidence one house at a time. It turned out that the Zhang family, appearing to be a reputable alchemy family in Tianhua City, was thriving in the business of spiritual pills and medicinal materials. However, behind the scenes, it was not what it seemed. After visiting for most of the night, Yi Feng learned that many people from the lower strata were oppressed by the Zhang family. The Zhang family members were exceptionally cunning, leaving the victims without evidence and unable to voice their grievances. There were some who dared to speak out, but they mysteriously disappeared shortly thereafter. Yet Yi Feng was not worried. He possessed the Tianji plate, and as long as he could find a clue, he could follow it to uncover sufficient evidence. In the following days, Yi Feng roamed various places in Tianhua City, conducting covert investigations. Under the temptation of a large amount of spirit stones, he managed to pry information from many people, finally gathering some leads. That day, with the acquisition of a crucial piece of information, Yi Feng finally revealed a rare smile on his face. What a deceitful and infamous scoundrel! Claiming to be a family of alchemists, they supplied a considerable amount of pills to the Holy Alliance each year, yet their success rate in alchemy was extremely low, with most of their pills obtained through robbing merchant caravans. Before long, Yi Feng had organized the crimes of the Zhang family and presented the jade slip to Zhao Dajuan. Are all these true? In the secret hall of the patrol camp, Zhao Dajuan could not help but gasp as he saw the content of the jade slip. He had not expected that this seemingly respectable alchemy family could be so sordid behind the scenes. Not only did they collude with bandits to rob caravans, but they also engaged in extortion and forced prostitution. Each of these points was extremely serious, and if verified, it would be enough to uproot the Zhang family. These are the clues collected from my inquiries. The commander can verify them one by one. Moreover, the Zhang family will be undertaking a major operation soon, at which point you will know for yourself. Yi Feng replied with conviction. Good. I will arrange this. In the next moment, Zhao Dajuan waved his hand, preparing to summon the key personnel to convey orders. By the way, there may be an insider in the camp, so this capture operation must be conducted secretly. Yi Feng suddenly voiced his concerns again. Although he was quite certain that the Zhang family would soon make a significant move, he was worried that internal traitors would cause the operation to fail. If this opportunity was missed, it would be difficult to gather concrete evidence once the other party was on guard. This is indeed a problem. How about you lead the operation this time? Zhao Dajuan's eyes glinted with intensity. The situation was far more complex than he had imagined, and he was also concerned about potential oversights. Yi Feng's expression momentarily wavered. Zhao Dajuan's eyes glinted with intensity. The situation was far more complex than he had imagined, and he was also concerned about potential oversights. Yifeng's expression, how about this, you can wear a mask, and I will give you a token. Zhao Dajuan clearly understood Yifeng's predicament and quickly responded. Regardless, having the person who understood the situation best in charge would be the most suitable. As for him, he could provide support from the sidelines. All right. In the end, Yifeng gritted his teeth and agreed. This was a major matter, and someone had to take the lead. He could not afford to be too concerned at this point. 2 evenings later, in the main hall at the rear of the patrol camp, dozens of elite members gathered together. These elites all had a cultivation level above foundation establishment, most of whom were team leaders or senior members, and a small portion had even reached the golden core stage. Today they unusually did not participate in any tasks, merely waiting quietly for orders. After an unknown period, Yifeng finally appeared in the hall wearing a silver and scrying mask and following Zhao Dajuan. Old Zhao, what's going on here? Seeing such an unusual scene, a middle-aged beauty in the hall immediately asked in surprise. The other team leaders also exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding the situation. Who was the man? Why this disguise? You will know soon. Zhao Dajuan did not answer directly, only smiling mildly as he stood beside the middle-aged beauty. Yifeng then walked straight to the front of the hall. Isn't this task supposed to be led by you? Why are you here? The middle-aged beauty was again taken aback. Of course not today. I am here to follow orders like you. Zhao Dajuan shook his head. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped in surprise. What was the identity of that masked person who could make Commander Zhao willingly obey orders? Cough. Everyone, as Commander Zhao said, this task will be directed by me. Yifeng quickly cleared his throat, adopting a strange tone to speak. However, before we begin, I need to collect all your communication artifacts and messages. Please submit everything within 15 minutes and supervise each other. Anyone found in possession or secretly using them will be treated as a traitor, and the informant will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. Yifeng articulated his demands word by word. Hiss. 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately in an uproar. Was this kid serious? But what right did he have to demand that everyone submit their communication items? They had never experienced such a demand before, even in the most critical tasks. However, with Zhao Dajuan present to oversee, they did not dare to voice any objections. Wow, that kid is quite generous. 100,000 spirit stones. Where did he find such a prodigal? Exactly. This is too extravagant. Several Golden Core experts were equally astonished upon. Even for them, it would take a long time to gather 100,000 spirit stones at once. The young man appeared so youthful. Could he really possess that many spirit stones? However, they did not need to worry about the spirit stones, so they let it go. All right, it's your turn now. After confirming that all the Foundation establishment elites had submitted their items, Yifeng then turned his gaze to several Golden Core experts on the side of the hall. What? We also have to? The middle-aged beauty and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They had thought that the previous remark was only directed at the lower-ranked members and had not expected that the senior personnel would be included too. Among the 4 of them, besides Zhao Dajuan, who was the deputy commander, the others were all elite patrol members, each having made significant contributions and long histories that had already been validated by time. Did he actually suspect them? Better safe than sorry. Yifeng smiled. He did not doubt these individuals, he merely wanted to establish a rule. After all, there would be many similar operations in the future, and who could guarantee that these people would not leak a whisper on any of the tasks? Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a simple exercise. How about playing along with the youngsters? Zhao Dajuan interjected casually, saying, this is no simple exercise. Moreover, if I don't get an explanation later, I will not let this go. The middle-aged beauty, though somewhat reluctant, had to take out her communication items since the order had been given. The other 2, however, were more generous and quickly complied. All right, everyone, we will head to the Black Leaf Forest in the east tonight to eradicate the bandits. Once all was confirmed, Yifeng issued the command. Eradicate bandits in the east. Upon hearing the mission revealed, everyone suddenly understood. The East had consistently had a significant bandit problem, but they had been unable to track them down. Could it be that they finally had a concrete lead this time? One could not help but admire these elites who quickly mounted their fierce beast steeds and galloped out of the patrol camp towards the east in an orderly manner. This scene naturally caught the attention of various parties in the city. Tisk, the patrol camp has deployed so many experts at once. Could something significant be about to happen? Someone began to speculate quietly. Although the patrol camp sent out many people daily to execute tasks, most were merely at the chi refinement stage, and it was rare to see so many experts deployed at once. Who knows? As long as it has nothing to do with us, that's enough. Someone chuckled. Of course, we haven't done anything illegal. But in that direction, could the target be those bandits from the Black Leaf Forest? Everyone speculated, engaging in discussions. Some even had flickering eyes, but upon seeing that they were headed east, they felt relieved. In the deep of night, in the dense forest east of Tianhua City, mist enveloped the area, and visibility was extremely low. After Yifeng and the elite members of the patrol camp arrived here, they suddenly came to a halt. Everyone, it's time to turn west, and hurry. What? West? This kid, hadn't they just come from the west? Now they were going back the same way. What's going on? Are we playing house? The elite members of the patrol camp erupted in complaints upon hearing this instruction. Having come to this desolate place in the dead of night, without even a moment to rest, they were now being told to return. Everyone, please follow orders. After we succeed, I will reward each of you with a jar of baigua brew. In the next moment, Zhao Dajuan timely interjected to halt the discussions. He had known that the actual destination was west. He was merely curious to see what the kid was up to since he had been heading east. At this point, he also understood the other party's intentions. However, he could not tell if such a large detour was necessary. Wow! Baigua brew. Upon hearing Commander Zhao's promise, the elites were instantly filled with excitement, leaving no room for complaints. The baigua brew was one of the most popular high-end spiritual wines in Yongzhou, priced quite expensively. They typically only drank it during significant celebrations and would not usually indulge. Zhao Dajian's gesture undoubtedly indicated a considerable investment. Hey, one jar isn't enough for us. Even the middle-aged beauty had nothing more to say in opposition. She was quite tempted by the spirit wine made from 100 fruits. Haha, don't worry, you all can drink as much as you want. Zhao Dajuan said generously for once. This is more like it. Seeing this, the middle-aged beauty finally shifted from anger to joy. With the reward of the spirit wine, everyone forgot their fatigue and hurriedly traveled through most of the night, deliberately choosing remote paths, finally arriving at a hidden mountain hollow in the vast mountains west of Tianhua City just before dawn. This mountain hollow was lush with vegetation and had several caves for shelter. If someone hid inside, it would be impossible to notice anything unusual from the outside. The key was that this mountain hollow was situated at a higher elevation, not far from the nearby merchant road, allowing them to keep a close watch on any movements in the area. Everyone, please remain quiet and rest here. Do not make a sound. Yifeng, feeling uneasy, issued another order. Hee, this is getting interesting. At this moment, the middle-aged beauty realized the young man's true intentions and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Given the other party's antics, they must have received some concrete information, and she was eager to see what kind of big fish they could catch. The other elite Foundation establishment cultivators were equally curious. The other party wanted them to lie in wait here, undoubtedly to ambush certain individuals, but they were unsure who the target was and whether it would go as planned. Only a few elite members had flickering eyes, feeling extremely anxious. They never expected that after several twists and turns the team would end up here. They were certainly familiar with this place and had a rough idea of what might happen, but unfortunately it was already too late for them to send a warning. At this moment, they knew that if they dared to show any signs of movement, they would immediately be treated as traitors, and it would be tantamount to confessing their guilt. They could only hope that those people would take care of themselves. However, contrary to their wishes, events were unfolding according to plan. Around noon, when a large merchant caravan of over 100 people had traveled a great distance, bringing more than a dozen carts of goods from the west, a group of masked bandits suddenly emerged and surrounded the caravan. Of course, the caravan's protective force was not to be underestimated. They quickly organized a fierce resistance, but unfortunately among the bandits, there was a golden core cultivator in command, and soon the caravan's defenses were shattered. Just when the bandits thought they were about to make another successful raid, the guards who had been waiting in the hidden mountain hollow finally burst out. Zhao Dajuan and several other Golden Core experts immediately targeted the bandit leader and shot forward. How could this be? Seeing this group of people appear, the bandits' faces turned pale as their minds buzzed. They could hardly believe such a formidable force would suddenly emerge here. Of course, many recognized that this group was precisely the elite who had left the guard camp the previous night. But hadn't these people gone east? When did they come here? The leading Golden Core bandit immediately turned to flee, no longer caring about anything else. He knew all too well the terrifying consequences he would face if captured. On the contrary, if he could escape, there would still be room for maneuvering. Unfortunately, Zhao Dajuan and the others had already sealed off all his escape routes from various directions. This battle held no suspense whatsoever. While this group of bandits might be strong among ordinary cultivators, they were no match for the elite guards. They were quickly subdued one by one. Those who did not surrender were ruthlessly killed on the spot. However, when Captain Zhao and the others successfully captured the bandit leader, and lifted his veil. Everyone was left agape, shocked into silence upon seeing his face. This outcome was truly explosive. The bandit leader turned out to be the infamous Elder Zhang from the Zhang family in Tianhua City. What? You mean to say that the refined master of alchemy Zhang Qingping is actually the notorious leader of the Black Wind Bandit gang? Exactly. My heavens, how is this possible? One is refined and humble, while the other is a perpetrator of all evils. How can they be the same person? The fact is as such. If you don't believe it, go check the Zhang family's pharmacy. Isn't it all sealed off? Hiss. It really is. Within Tianhua City, upon hearing this newly emerged news, the crowds were left utterly stunned, as if they were dreaming. They never expected that a prominent local family would have such a background. Not only that, but I heard the Zhang family also coerced individuals into prostitution and engaged in various forms of oppression. TSK. This is too hard to believe. Oh no, I just bought their pills a few days ago. They can't be fake, can they? Not necessarily fake, but it is said that most of them were stolen from others. A person in the know comes this. Upon hearing this information, the onlookers were momentarily at a loss for words. This truly shattered their worldview. So it was them. Some merchants recalling past events suddenly realized. No wonder the goods they had entrusted to transport from elsewhere were often robbed midway. No wonder the alchemical products in Tianhua City would occasionally be in short supply, yet the Zhang family's products never sold out. This is too hateful. Such a malignant tumor must be severely punished. In no time, angry rogue cultivators and merchants gathered in front of the Zhang family's estate and the guard camp, calling for justice and the recovery of losses. Great. The Zhang family's scourge is finally being dealt with. Amidst the crowd, some lower-level cultivators who had been oppressed by the Zhang family, but dared not speak out, now filled with tears of joy, cheered excitedly. Heaven truly is eyes. They finally saw the day the Zhang family would collapse. They had waited so long for this moment, never expecting it to arrive so suddenly. But who investigated these evidences? Many were filled with confusion. Since when did the guard camp's case-solving abilities become this impressive? The Zhang family had wreaked havoc in Yongzhou for so many years, previously enjoying a good situation, even having prospects of becoming a powerful family, yet now it was abruptly halted. It is said that the guard camp suddenly invited a mysterious silver-masked detective who within less than half a month in Tianhua City uncovered the clues linking the Zhang family to the Black Wind Bandits, and thus laid an ambush leading to the current outcome. Someone said mysteriously in a low voice. This was information he had worked hard to gather through a friend in the guard camp. This matter had already spread within the guard camp, and many had witnessed it firsthand. Hiss. No wonder. Upon hearing this information, the onlookers suddenly realized. No wonder the guard camp, which could only solve small cases and had little achievement, could suddenly pull off such an accomplishment. No wonder that night so many elite guards were mobilized. It turned out that everything was due to that mysterious silver-masked detective. But did that silver-masked detective leave? Would there be more astonishing actions to follow? It would be great if he could stay a little longer. Everyone began to secretly anticipate. What did you say? The Zhang family has fallen as well. In a luxurious residence in Tianhua City, the previously amiable face of the slightly plump, middle-aged man instantly twisted into a fierce snarl upon hearing the report from below. The Zhang family held great weight in his heart. Indeed, and the elder of the Zhang family was caught red-handed, making it a case of both crime and criminal caught in the act. The young man with the surname, he lowered his head, solemnly recounting everything he knew. He had been observing the entire ambush and capture process during this infiltration mission. Unfortunately, so many people were watching each other that despite knowing the Zhang family was in danger, he was powerless to act. After all, his first priority was to protect himself. You insolent wretch! How dare you deceive me? In the next moment, the slightly plump middle-aged man began to smash and throw the items in the hall, losing all semblance of his previous leisure. He never expected that within just half a month the two families he had been protecting would be uprooted. Moreover, the related charges were all substantiated on the spot, leaving him with no possibility to maneuver. Although the Zhang family in Tianhua City was not his own clan, they had a very good relationship, and this incident directly bruised his reputation. Is there any way to find out who that silver-masked man really is? After venting his anger for a moment, the slightly plump, middle-aged man finally calmed down, his gaze turning cold as he inquired. It seemed that Zhao Dajuan had a formidable background, and he did not dare to take any action, but he had to investigate the true mastermind behind the silver-masked man as soon as possible. Reporting, my lord, the appearance of that silver-masked man was quite sudden, and I haven't had the time to investigate, so I am unaware of his origins. The young man below shook his head and replied honestly. The man appeared suddenly yesterday without any prior trace and quickly vanished afterward. He had no idea from where he had come. However, he believed that if given some time, he would surely find some clues. Investigate. Investigate for me. Be sure to find out by any means necessary. A glint of harshness flashed in the eyes of the slightly plump middle-aged man. He certainly knew what kind of person Zhao Dajuan was. The other party absolutely did not have the ability to uncover clues. Thus the root of all problems lay with that silver-armored masked man. This person was extremely dangerous and could not be allowed to continue, otherwise Yongzhou would never find peace again. Yes, the young man with the surname, he realized the urgency of the situation upon hearing this, and quickly bowed to leave. Stopping the silver-masked man from continuing the investigation was undoubtedly the most important task at hand. As expected, many large families in Yongzhou who had something to hide were indeed in a state of panic. They were urgently convening meetings to discuss how to respond to this crisis. Family head, what on earth is going on? How did the Zhang family suddenly collapse? In the Liang family's secret hall in Tianhua City, several middle-aged men surrounded the square-faced elder in the center, anxiously asking. The Zhang family frequently interacted with them and had some unsavory dealings. When they discovered early this morning that the Zhang family was being hunted down throughout the city, they were instantly terrified. Would this incident implicate them? Their hearts were filled with trepidation, but fortunately, so far they had found nothing unusual on their end. The Zhang family frequently interacted with them and had some unsavory dealings. He did not know why several local powerful families had encountered problems one after another recently. He had inquired with some close authorities, but received no useful answers. At this moment, he was also feeling troubled. What about our matters? Should we cease operations? Several key members of the Liang family looked at the square-faced elder with bright eyes, waiting for him to make a decision. It must be said that they were all flustered after this incident. The Zhang family, like the previous Liao family, had reportedly imprisoned all their clan members who were being tortured day and night with their lives unknown. What they were currently doing was equally heinous, and if discovered they would likely meet the same fate of being— Stop what? You all start panicking over a trivial matter. Can't you have a bit of resolve? The square-faced elder looked at everyone's reaction with great anger. He did not expect that these younger generations would be so impatient. Over the years, what kind of storms had the Liang family not weathered? Hadn't they managed to get through unscathed? If they were to halt a major undertaking that had been in preparation for years due to this little disturbance, all their efforts over the past decade would be in vain. Losing such a significant source of income could mean that they would not only fail to advance in the coming decades, but might also fall from their current standing. On the contrary, if they were given another year to complete this deal, they could enjoy decades of comfort and ease. That being said, the situation has been so tense recently. The family head wasn't afraid. The key members of the Liang family were hesitant upon hearing this. They certainly wished to complete this major deal, but when they thought of the consequences of being caught, they all shuddered in unison. It could be said that once the evidence was confirmed, even if they did not die, they would be utterly ruined. Rest assured, we are not like the Zhang family. That matter is known only to us, and no outsiders could possibly find out. You just need to keep your mouth shut. The square-faced elder spoke with utmost certainty. The Zhang family's dealings required them to expose themselves frequently and participate in plundering. One careless slip could lead to catastrophic disaster, hence the risk was immense. However, their affairs were different. Everything was conducted secretly within their family's restricted area. Unless someone truly had the ability to calculate and directly confront the Liang family with a closure, it would be utterly impossible to uncover them. The Liang family was not only a prominent and influential family in Tianhua City, but also had considerable backing. He believed that no one would dare to act against them. Indeed, upon hearing their elders' analysis, the key members of the Liang family finally realized the situation and felt relieved. Fortune favors the bold. They were unwilling to see their years of effort destroyed over something that was unlikely to happen. Many local families shared the same sentiment as the Liang family, but most local prestigious families had pulled back from their dealings, preparing to lay low. The risks of continuing to operate against the wind were simply too great. While the members of the patrol camp were celebrating with raised glasses in Tianhua City, Yifeng returned to his original appearance and went back to his small courtyard. He did not attend the celebration banquet of the patrol camp as his identity could not withstand the light. Once he slipped up, it would surely lead to a great calamity. In fact, he did not even dare to claim the merits, as such a significant achievement, once it fell into his hands, would undoubtedly attract the attention of outsiders. Thus, he merely asked Zhao Dajuan for a few spirit pills as rewards, and hurriedly left through the secret passage of the patrol camp, returning to his home. Fortunately, these few medicinal pills were indeed the treasured collection of Zhao Dajuan over the years. After consuming just one, he found his cultivation reaching the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 2 overnight, and he believed it would not be long before he would advance once again. Next, it was time for the Liang family. That day, looking at the list in his hand, Yifeng's eyes flashed with a cold glint once more. He had no intention of letting go of the family that had sent people to assassinate him both directly and indirectly. As for why he chose the Zhang family and the Liang family first, it was purely because these two families were nearby, making it convenient to act. The more distant ones would definitely be attended to when he had the time. At night, Yifeng devised a plan to knock out a key member of the Liang family, who was out for entertainment, disguising himself as the other party, and quietly appeared in the Liang family estate. This disguise technique was learned from the young thief he had encountered earlier, and it was remarkably realistic. Even the most familiar person would not be able to detect any abnormalities. The various codes and precautions for entering the Liang family were indicated by the heavenly machine disc, and he had of course mastered them with ease. In the dead of night, after passing through more than 10 checkpoints, Yifeng finally appeared smoothly at the back of the Liang family estate in front of a towering mountain. This mountain, said to be the secluded retreat of the Liang family's ancestors and several core senior members, looked no different from an ordinary mountain on the surface. But Yifeng knew that this place was not only the most important forbidden area of the Liang family, but also where the heavenly machine disc indicated there was crucial evidence. The interior of this mountain was completely hollow. As long as he passed the test at the entrance, he would reach the true interior of the forbidden area and glimpse the secrets of the Liang family. At the entrance of the forbidden area, there were currently 2 peak chi refinement members of the Liang family, guarding it closely. These 2 were core members from the main line of the Liang family and direct beneficiaries of the activities within this cave. After all, the secrets within the cave could not be known to outsiders and could only be personally guarded by core members. Fifth brother, do you think patrol members will sneak in here to investigate? At the cave entrance, a slightly shorter man looked around at the quiet night and asked his companion with a... He had certainly heard about the recent events. The family head had reminded them this morning not to let their guard down for a moment and to alert immediately at the slightest anomaly. However, during this night watch, not a single shadow was in sight, and he felt it was completely an overreaction. In this world, nothing is absolute. One must still be cautious. Beside him, another slightly taller man, fully armed, meticulously scanned the surroundings and said, "How cautious do we need to be? How could anyone dare to come here?" The shorter man was somewhat dismissive of this. He was not new to this watch, nor was it his first time receiving such reminders. But over the years, no one had ever discovered anything unusual here. The taller man had nothing to say in response. In fact, he also felt it was overly cautious, but he could not openly say it. "I really envy that kid Liang Xiao. He finished his shift early and must be enjoying himself in some brothel right now." The shorter man couldn't help but show a look of yearning at the thought. They core members were divided into 3 shifts, and Liang Xiao, who was favored by the ancestor, never had to do night shifts, making them extremely envious. After the shift change, you could too. The taller man glared at him with irritation. "That's different. My spirit stones are tightly controlled by my wife at home. How could I dare to squander them every day? I truly envy you unmarried ones." "Hey, why is Liang Xiao back again?" Suddenly, the shorter man froze at the sight of a figure appearing in front. "Am I seeing things?" He squinted to make out the figure in front, confirming it was indeed Liang Xiao. But at this hour, he shouldn't be in some woman's warm embrace. What was he doing in this desolate place at this time? Yes, it really is him. The taller man was equally startled to see the disguised Yifeng. The person in front was undoubtedly Liang Xiao, who had just changed shifts with them not long ago. "Hey Liang Xiao, what are you doing back here at this hour?" The shorter man immediately questioned him. He found this situation quite strange. "Fifth brother, sixth brother, I left something behind while on guard earlier and want to go back and to look for it." Yifeng explained to the 2 with a smile, mimicking the appearance and demeanor of the knocked-out Liang family disciple. This disguise technique, of course, needed to replicate his voice, appearance, and smile, and he seemed to be quite adept at it. "Left something inside. What exactly is it?" The taller man looked somewhat wary. Though the shorter man said little, he was also quite curious. "It's a jade slip. I must have dropped it while patrolling inside earlier." Yifeng smiled. These people were not always guarding the entrance. They also needed to patrol inside from time to time and record things with jade slips. "A jade slip. Fine, I'll give you a quarter of an hour, no matter if you find it or not come out right away." Finally, the 2 on guard hesitated for a moment and nodded. This was indeed reasonable. Moreover, the other party was a favored individual of the ancestor, and they dared not obstruct him for such a trivial matter. Yes, thank you, brothers." Yifeng, having received their consent, quickly and skillfully approached the cave entrance, soon opening the cave array according to the method indicated by the heavenly machine disk. Seeing this, the two beside him had no further doubts. After all, only these 10 or so core clan members knew how to activate this array. If others tried to tamper with it, without proper instruction, they would not only fail to open the array, but also trigger the killing formation, setting off alarms. The space inside the cave was quite large, resembling a grand underground mausoleum. Fortunately, there were magical tools providing light, illuminating every corner. Yifeng walked along the passage into the cave, and as he opened a grand hall's door, he instantly felt a chill wash over him. This chill was mixed with a strong scent of medicinal concoctions. Tisk, the Liang family's filth is far worse than that of the Zhang family. Seeing the numerous horrifying corpses spread throughout the hall, Yifeng immediately understood what the Liang family had been up to. They were actually using living people to refine corpses, attempting to cultivate powerful evil entities to sell to those of wicked sects. These corpses in front of him likely originated from the loose cultivators that the Liang family regularly recruited. Those who were successfully refined were kept here to grow stronger, while those who failed were burned without a trace. However, did they really think that hiding so well would make it impossible for me to deal with them? A cold glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes. In the next moment, he took out a recording stone and quietly documented everything. The Liang family is a prominent local clan in Tianhua City, known for their excellent reputation. Without substantial evidence, even Captain Zhao would not dare to storm in for a search, and any attempt would surely be met with resistance from outsiders. However, with this item in hand, things were different. He wanted to see who would still dare to stand in his way after he revealed this recording stone. Suddenly, in the innermost corner, a stone coffin caught his attention. Surrounding this coffin were mysterious runes, and the lid above it was sealed tightly. What to do? A strong curiosity compelled Yifeng to urgently want to open this stone coffin and explore its contents. Yet he worried that this might lead to unforeseen consequences. If it caused a commotion, he might find himself in dire straits. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and quietly approached the coffin. Following the guidance of the heavens machine disk, he slowly channeled his spiritual power to push the lid open. After all, at this moment, he was not shrouded in any ill fortune. The lid of the coffin was exceedingly heavy, and it seemed to have a pulling force. After much effort, he finally managed to open it, slightly revealing the creature inside. Hiss! This was actually a blood zombie comparable to a golden core level cultivator. Inside the coffin lay a zombie exuding an incredibly powerful aura, with its fur a dark green-black, and its facial features remarkably well preserved. Such a blood zombie had long lost its consciousness, driven only by an instinctive thirst for blood. Even if there were methods to control it, it would be exceedingly difficult to manage. One could only imagine the havoc such an evil entity would wreak if released. It could be said that even a small-scale catastrophe among living beings would be too mild a consequence. In the next moment, after recording with the recording stone, he hurriedly sealed the coffin back up, fearing that the zombie might awaken suddenly. The Liang family must not be spared. He immediately decided to return to find Captain Zhao to avoid any prolonged complications. Fortunately, the information in his hands was already sufficient to condemn the Liang family to hell. Things proceeded smoothly. Before long, under Yifeng's guidance, General Zhao led a group of hastily gathered elite forces to descend upon the Liang family, sealing them off completely. The next morning, as dawn broke, many cultivators emerged from their yards in Tianhua City, preparing to begin a new day of work. At this moment, they had just begun to recover from the shock of recent days, still feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Although the previous events had delighted them, making them want to celebrate for 3 days and nights, they still had to return to reality due to their meager finances. Hey, do you think there will be more aristocratic families investigated next? On the streets of the city, several wandering cultivators walked together toward the eastern marketplace of Tianhua City, and one suddenly asked curiously. They were all small vendors selling goods in the nearby marketplace, toiling from dawn till dusk with little enjoyment, and such gossip was undoubtedly their favorite topic. How could that be possible? Investigating noble families is not that easy. One person next to him chuckled at the thought. These wandering cultivators had long been oppressed and exploited by the noble families, and while they wished to eradicate the malignant tumors that dominated the market, they knew that those families maintained good relations with the city lord's office and even the patrol camp. Under normal circumstances, how could they easily be found guilty? True, the one who asked realized he was being fanciful. The patrol camp had been present for so many years and had not eradicated many of the city's corrupt families. Although the silver-masked godcatcher was powerful, how could even the strongest dragon cross paths with these entrenched local tyrants? Previously, it was just that the local aristocracy had been caught off guard and suffered an unexpected attack. Now that they were prepared, how could they let anyone easily find evidence against them? However, as they passed by a Liang family property and saw that it was surrounded by the patrol camp's guards, their eyes widened in disbelief, completely stunned. What is this? Another family being sealed off? It cannot be. How is this possible? They all thought they must have seen it wrong, or perhaps there was some other reason. Yet as they approached to inquire, their suspicions were quickly confirmed. My goodness, who is this silver-masked god? So powerful. Please take my knee. They looked at each other in shock, their hearts overwhelmed. At the same time, similar events were occurring all over Tianhua City. This morning was destined to be extraordinary. My heavens! The Liang family has also been sealed off. It is said that the one leading the team is still that silver-masked god catcher. Is this not a mistake? As soon as this news spread, all the wandering cultivators in Tianhua City were once again in an uproar. The Liang family had always behaved themselves. There had been no reports of wrongdoing or oppression of the common people. Could they really have problems? Upon hearing this news, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. After all, the Liang family had always had an excellent reputation among the nearby noble families. However, when they received confirmation from various sources that the Liang family had indeed been sealed off, they were nearly left speechless. This is madness. The silver-masked god-catcher has taken down another family. How dare he do this? Isn't he afraid of retaliation? So handsome. I want to have his babies. The townsfolk, regardless of gender, were all excitedly discussing. By the way, what exactly did the Liang family do wrong? Someone suddenly asked. I heard they were secretly turning living people into evil entities and selling them to wicked cultivators. One of the evil entities reportedly even had golden core cultivation. Those who had risen early began to explain patiently. They had been watching for a while and had a fairly detailed understanding of the situation. Heavens! These great families are truly inhuman. Exactly, they deserve to be exterminated. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly filled with righteous indignation, gritting their teeth. The harmfulness of such actions is truly immense. It can be said to be utterly depraved. Currently, wicked cultivators in the Songlong continent were being suppressed everywhere and had basically gone into hiding. Even those that remained did not dare to show themselves, yet unexpectedly right under their noses in Tianhua City, there were those brazenly engaging in such detestable acts. My son, you have indeed fallen victim. Suddenly, an elderly woman hearing this news seemed struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in grief. Her wailing was heart-wrenching, causing those who heard it to shudder. What happened? The surrounding wandering cultivators rushed to inquire. After some understanding, they finally grasped the whole story. It turned out that the old woman's son had been employed by the Liang family years ago, but soon after he went missing. The Liang family claimed he had perished while on a mission, but when the old woman pressed for details about the mission, they could not answer, and merely sent her a few hundred spirit stones as consolation. All these years she had been unable to produce evidence and had no recourse, but upon hearing this news, everything suddenly became clear. It turned out he had been taken to be turned into a living corpse. This was utterly despicable. After hearing this, everyone became filled with righteous fury. This is simply a tragedy beyond imagination. At the same time, they also felt admiration and gratitude towards the silver-masked enforcer, whom they had never met. If it weren't for the other party's exposure, how many more low-level cultivators would have fallen victim? The Liang family has also been uprooted. How is that possible? In a luxurious mansion in Tianhua City, a slightly overweight middle-aged man had just stepped out of his bedroom when he heard the shocking news from a servant, and his veins bulged as his gaze turned fierce like a beast ready to pounce. He had thought that the Liang family would be the least likely to have issues, but unexpectedly, just a few days later they were taken down. Why is this happening? Reporting, my lord, it was caused by Zhao Dajun's midnight raid. The old butler below reported, trembling with fear. It's Zhao Dajun again. I will not rest until we are at odds. Upon hearing this, the slightly overweight middle-aged man's eyes turned red with extreme anger. The continuous troubles faced by the prominent families in Tianhua City were a significant blow to his prestige as they eliminated his supporters. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. As for the actions of the Zhang family, he did not see them as a significant problem. There are so many loose cultivators in the Songlong continent, what's the harm if some lowly commoners die? These people are not your Zhao Dajun's relatives. Has the silver-masked person been tracked down? In the next moment, the slightly overweight middle-aged man cast a sharp gaze over. No, that person disappears right after completing their task. The butler below was drenched in a cold sweat. This matter had already been instructed by the other party, but they had no means to deal with it. Find him. No matter what method you use, you must locate him within 2 days. The slightly overweight, middle-aged man shouted furiously at the butler below. At this moment he couldn't help but feel resentful. The people in his residence were truly useless. They couldn't even handle such a small matter. On the contrary, Zhao Dejin's people were constantly capturing cities and plundering. Yes. Watching his lord nearly lose control of his emotions, the butler quickly bowed and retreated. Since the other party became the chief steward of the city lord's mansion, they had always presented themselves as gentle. They had never seen the other party so furious. The Liang family being uprooted again by the silver-masked person, even with precautions taken, had a massive impact. It could be said that it completely shattered the calculations of those families who previously looked down on the situation, thinking they could avoid trouble by simply reducing their dealings. All of them instantly felt a tremendous sense of life and death crisis. The next day, all the local families in Tianhua City, with guilty consciences, began to unite, secretly, frantically searching for the silver-masked person. Having operated for so long, it was nearly impossible to erase all evidence, so the only way to protect themselves was to eliminate the silver-masked person at all costs. It must be said that the influence behind these local families was enormous. They mobilized countless individuals to scour the streets and alleys of Tianhua City, meticulously investigating all newcomers who had appeared in recent years. They suspected that the elusive silver-masked person was very likely mixed in among these people. Meanwhile, they also began secretly monitoring the residences of various high-ranking officials in the patrol camp. In the following days, all the civilians in the city, as well as the patrols from the patrol camp, clearly felt the abnormality around them. They found themselves seemingly monitored wherever they went. However, these people did not take any outrageous actions against them. They merely watched from a distance, leaving the civilians helpless for the moment. After all, it's not like they could just rush over and beat someone up for looking at them a couple of times right. But they all suddenly realized something and began to secretly worry for the silver-masked person. The clear target of these people is that recently distinguished silver-masked individual, and they hope he doesn't fall into their hands. However, after the prominent families mobilized nearly all their forces to search for several days and nights, they still could not find any suspicious traces, nor did any unusual events occur. Everyone was puzzled. That brat, could he have escaped? This is indeed possible, otherwise with such an intense covert search, it would be impossible for him to evade. As the 5th day passed, seeing that there was still no unusual activity, all the prominent families sighed in relief while feeling disappointed. They believed that the silver-masked person must have sensed the crisis and left early. Even the ordinary people who had been paying attention to the latest developments and waiting for the gossip began to doubt. Has that silver-masked person really settled down? Or has he already become untraceable? But this is also good. Most of the public breathed a sigh of relief for the silver-masked person, thinking it was a good outcome. After all, if he continued to investigate, it was hard to guarantee that the prominent families wouldn't act out of desperation. They did not want such a benefactor to be captured and assassinated by those prominent families. However, a minority felt regretful, wishing that the silver-masked person could investigate a few more families. If that were the case, their living conditions would have drastically improved. Unfortunately, miracles did not occur. Just as everyone had anticipated, while dark currents surged within Tianhua City, Yifeng had already left. However, he was not afraid of the power of these prominent families, nor did he wish to escape. He merely wanted to begin investigating the surrounding cities. Indeed, there were many prominent families in Tianhua City engaging in illicit dealings, but those could wait. The urgent matter was to eliminate the families that had sent people to assassinate him, otherwise no one could guarantee that they wouldn't take further action. His first stop was naturally Shilan City, where the Li family had sent Foundation establishment experts to intercept him. The second stop was Wang family in Yulua City. In the following half a month, Tianhua City remained peaceful and quiet. Seeing no new developments, everyone believed that the silver-masked person had indeed left, and this matter might come to an end. However, just as they were feeling regretful about this, the patrol camp once again struck with thunderous force against the Li family in Shilan City and the Wang family in Yulua City. The crimes of these two families were equally significant. One family was secretly communicating with external enemies, privately collecting rare strategic embargoed materials for foreign powers, while the other was a direct pawn placed by the Shuama continent, periodically reporting on the power distribution of the Tsunglong continent. After obtaining key evidence, the patrol camp swiftly controlled all the members of these two families. It's over. It's over. That brat is still not finished. How dare he? Upon hearing this news, all families in Yongzhou with a shady past were thrown into chaos, each one filled with disbelief. They had all thought that with the covert searches from so many families, that brat would surely be terrified and would no longer dare to show himself. Unexpectedly, he was not hiding, but was instead continuously investigating elsewhere. This situation was far beyond their expectations. He was definitely a madman who was completely unafraid of death. How did they provoke such a killing god? Crazy, crazy. My heavens, that brat truly is unafraid of retaliation. Even the ordinary citizens and most of the patrol camp members were completely astonished at this moment. The silver-masked enforcer not only did not avoid the spotlight, but in such a short time, he managed to take down 2 more families. They had only dared to think of such things, but never dared to act. As a result, the prominent families were all on edge. It seemed that there would be no rest until one side was. As expected, the next day in the black market, some families that could no longer sit still issued a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones, declaring that whoever could find and kill the silver-masked person would receive a reward of over 100,000 spirit stones. And the slightly overweight middle-aged man from the city lord's mansion was now completely on the verge of madness. Why had his people been searching for so long without any results? But Zhao Dajin's people could find him without fail. This was truly a group of useless waste. That night, many servants in the Zhang family mansion mysteriously disappeared overnight. Old Zhao, have you heard? There's a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones in the black market for the silver-masked person's life. What should we do? In the patrol camp, a middle-aged woman who had just returned with the remnants of the 2 families rushed to Zhao Dajin's residence. Though she had spent little time with the silver-masked person, she had already grown fond of the young man, who was both brave and resourceful. She had been thinking of introducing him to a partner after the situation calmed down. But unexpectedly, someone was now openly preparing to hire someone to target the young man she favored. These scoundrels! How dare they? Upon hearing this news, Zhao Dajun was instantly furious. During this time, they had sealed off so many families, experiencing unprecedented glory, receiving countless affection from the public, and their prestige was at an all-time high. But behind all this, there were many who hated them to the core. The few high-ranking officials were fine, as no family would dare to challenge the authority of the officials appointed by the Holy Alliance. However, that brat Yixing was different. His current rank was insufficient to keep him safe. Should we arrange for a powerful expert to protect him? Or let that guy move in with us? The middle-aged woman suggested anxiously. These senior patrol members had official residences behind the patrol camp. If that brat moved here, he would undoubtedly be much safer. Not suitable. Zhao Dajuan shook his head upon hearing this. If they treated Yixing differently, wouldn't that be equivalent to revealing their intentions? Knowing someone's face, but not their heart, no one knew who among them might be a traitor. While it is easy to dodge an open spear, a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. How many hidden dangers could even the strongest guard prevent? Once his identity is exposed, there would be no good outcomes. Then what do you suggest? Investigate. Find out who issued the bounty. In the next moment, Zhao Dajuan issued a chilling command. This matter could only be resolved at its source, otherwise it would merely be a temporary fix. Final, arrange it right away. The middle-aged beauty, seeing the other person's determination, felt helpless. Every time the silver-masked man appeared and disappeared, it was under the cover of the other party, and only they could know who that person was. If the other party remained silent, she had no recourse. Be careful, kid. After the middle-aged beauty left, Zhao Dajin's expression turned grave, secretly sweating for Yifeng. Given the current situation, the safety challenges faced by the other party were extremely severe. Unfortunately, besides helping them maintain confidentiality, he could do nothing else. I can only hope that the kid is blessed. However, as the key figure in this series of events, he would surely be unable to stay in Yongzhou for long. He must quickly find a way out for them. A bounty of 1 million spirit stones. My heavens! While the patrol camp urgently investigated the source of the hiring, this news inevitably spread among the ordinary populace. It seemed that many people were secretly fanning the flames, causing a tremendous uproar across various cities in Yongzhou in just half a day. After all, this was 1 million spirit stones. Most people could never earn such an amount in a lifetime. Many elite families and rogue experts began to stir, thinking that if there were an opportunity, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make a fortune. The temptation of this reward was simply too great. However, many ordinary citizens felt immense anger. Did these unscrupulous families really think that possessing resources gave them the right to do as they please? They continually urged those around them not to be blinded by such petty interests. Some even spontaneously organized actions to protect the silver-masked man, declaring that anyone who dared to attack him would face the collective wrath of the people. Unfortunately, in the whole of Yongzhou, there were far too many people willing to take risks. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stop those who were eyeing the silver-masked man. However, to everyone's astonishment, amidst such a vigorous search, the silver-masked man seemed to vanish into thin air. After a month had passed, no one could find any trace of him. That guy is formidable. How did he evade everyone's pursuit? Some speculated that he might possess a highly skilled disguise technique, usually appearing as an ordinary person. But even the best disguise technique cannot leave no trace, so they felt it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. And indeed, on this day, when Yifeng successfully completed another task and prepared to leave inconspicuously, someone noticed something unusual. Wait, how could that kid appear here at such a coincidental time? He Jinzhou was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yifeng and Lu Tai riding the flame spirit steed leave Fiancé. Did these two also visit Shilin City and Yulua City before? And shortly after, unusual occurrences started to appear in these places. He usually paid great attention to these two, making an effort to inquire about every task they undertook, so he was particularly familiar with their movements. One or two coincidences might not mean much, but so many coincidences could not be mere chance. Could that kid named Yi actually be the legendary silver-masked man? Suddenly, He Jinzhou had an incredibly absurd hypothesis. He was very clear about Lu Tai's strength. It was definitely not enough to have such power. So if his thoughts were correct, it could only be that kid named Yi. Although he felt this idea was quite far-fetched, regardless, he decided to catch the other party first, and He Jinzhou immediately made up his mind to seize the opportunity to ambush the two, for the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones was simply too great. As long as there was a slight chance, he would rather kill the wrong person than let the opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, on the official road from Fian City back to Tianhua City, Yifeng and Lu Tai galloped forward without stopping. Their task this time was also quite simple, and they completed it rather smoothly. After all, this was merely a cover task that Yifeng took on to pursue bigger matters. However, at one moment, Yifeng suddenly pulled on the reins of the spirit steed and came to a halt. "Captain, what's wrong?" Lu Tai also quickly stopped his horse, asking curiously. During this time, he had been running around with Yifeng, successfully completing numerous cases and accumulating a considerable amount of merit, all while staying safe. He had developed a considerable admiration for Yifeng. "I suddenly remembered that I have some personal matters to attend to. You should head back," Yifeng instructed gravely. At this moment, he had undoubtedly sensed the impending danger and was certain that the target was him. If Lu Tai continued to follow, he would be unable to unleash his full potential. "All right, then, be careful. I'll take my leave." Lu Tai, seeing this, did not hesitate, urging the spirit steed to set off again. He was well aware of the true strength of the other party, which was far superior to his own. If any danger arose, staying by his side would only be a burden. Thus, he did not pretend to say anything more. Watching Lu Tai leave, Yifeng also began to urge the flame spirit steed in another direction. He intended to try to shake off this impending danger. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had anticipated. No matter how fast he ran, that danger remained closely behind. Moments later, upon reaching a deserted area, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed towards Yifeng from behind. Hiss! At that critical moment, Yifeng felt a warning and forcefully kicked off, launching himself into the air from the back of the spirit steed. Puff! In the next moment, as he left the horse's back, the arrow struck like lightning, piercing straight through the spirit steed until the fletching was buried. The immensely powerful spirit steed, struck by this attack, instantly went rigid, its body propelled by the powerful inertia as it crashed around, kicking up countless dust on the road, falling silent. Phew! Yifeng successfully landed on his feet, and just as he steadied himself, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Is it Captain He? What is the meaning of this? Upon recognizing the person blocking his path, Yifeng's pupils constricted and his expression turned extremely grave. He actually recognized this person, who was none other than the renowned young talent from the patrol camp, and also Lu Tai's previous captain, He Jinzhou. However, his actions were quite unusual. "Captain Yi, I never expected you to hide so deeply." He Jinzhou scrutinized the man before him, filled with disbelief. He had thought that even if his previous attack did not kill him, it would leave him gravely injured. Yet he did not expect that the other party not only dodged it successfully, but emerged unscathed, which was completely beyond his expectation. However, this also made him more certain of his assumptions. The person before him was very likely the elusive silver-masked man. I didn't expect that a promising young talent like Captain He would resort to attacking a colleague. Yifeng also expressed a hint of emotion on his face. At this moment, he confirmed that the other party was very likely one of the spies within the patrol camp, who had been lurking in the shadows, occasionally relaying information to the wealthy families. Haha, if I can get my hands on 1,000,000 spirit stones, what does it matter if I attack a colleague? He Jinzhou paid no heed to Yifeng's cold sarcasm. "Oh, Captain, he is so certain that I am the person you seek." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's gaze involuntarily sharpened. No need for certainty, as long as there is a slight possibility, that's enough. The rest I will force out. He Jinzhou revealed a cruel smile. What a domineering thought. Upon hearing this, the flames of anger surged within Yi Feng. Did the other party truly regard human life so lightly? Did he really think that just because he had some strength he could casually control the lives of others? In the next instant, Yi Feng seized a spirit sword and slashed it fiercely toward He Jinzhou. With matters having reached this point, battle was now inevitable. He needed to seize the initiative. As Yi Feng launched his attack, a sword aura several qi long shot forward like a bolt of lightning. How is this possible? Sensing the terrifying power erupting from that single strike, He Jinzhou's expression shifted abruptly. He hastily drew a long saber and infused it with spiritual energy to block. With a thunderous bang, a colossal shockwave and recoil force sent both combatants staggering backward several paces. Yet He Jinzhou's face, once relaxed, now bore an expression of profound gravity. He had never imagined that this young man, whom he'd assumed he could crush at will, had already attained Foundation Establishment Level 3. How on earth had he achieved this? He himself was already past 30, having expended countless resources just to reach this very level. A sudden, inexplicable surge of envy welled up within him. Do you truly believe this makes me powerless against you? A genius slain is no genius at all. Having stabilized his stance, He Jinzhou immediately channeled spiritual energy into every piece of his mid-grade spirit armor set, activating them all in rapid succession. This entire suit had been crafted by master artisans, accumulated only after years of carrying out morally compromising tasks for Lord Zhang. Indeed, the suit's power dwarfed that of scattered artifacts. Its boots, bracers, and helmet harmonized seamlessly with the main cuirass, transforming He Jinzhou into a veritable war god, his aura surging dramatically. Witnessing this transformation, Yi Feng's heart sank, sharply overwhelmed by mounting pressure. Was this the true depth of a seasoned Foundation Establishment cultivator? Though He Jinzhou's earlier strength had been formidable, it still fell within Yi Feng's expectations, barely manageable. But now, with his aura vastly amplified, resistance grew arduous. Fortunately, the pills bestowed by Captain Zhao had successfully elevated Yi Feng to Foundation Establishment Level 3, and he too possessed a fine set of defensive artifacts. A resonant hum. Then a crimson radiance flared across Yi Feng's body, his aura surging just as fiercely. His crimson scale armor had been specially awarded by Captain Zhao, a top-tier spirit artifact, one of Zhao Dajuan's most treasured possessions. Had Yi Feng not accomplished something truly extraordinary, or faced imminent peril, Zhao would never have parted with it. He Jinzhou, stunned anew by this revelation, felt jealousy flare once more. This youth is far too young to be spared. Both fighters poured every ounce of their might into armor and weapon alike. Within the blink of an eye, over 100 exchanges erupted, leaving deep fissures gouged into the earth by searing sword and saber auras. Such blistering speed made evasion impossible. Each sustained several blows. Yet their armors absorbed the impacts, leaving only minor injuries. TCH. So tenacious is this youth. As time wore on, astonishment deepened upon He Jinzhou's face. What manner of armor did this boy wear? It matched his own, not a whit inferior. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Even he now felt excruciating pain after so many strikes. Yet Yi Feng appeared utterly unscathed. Worse still, his endurance surpassed even He Jinzhou's. What sorcery was this? Realizing he was gradually losing ground, He Jinzhou grew frantic. At this rate, victory would elude him entirely. Worse, if other patrol guards discovered this scene, he risked not only forfeiting the 1 million spirit stones, but being branded a traitor. Then there remained but one option. At last, He Jinzhou clenched his teeth and resolved the matter demanded immediate resolution. That technique exacted tremendous cost, his ultimate trump card reserved only for direst extremity. Yet now such restraint was no longer tenable. He could only hope that slaying Yi Feng would yield sufficient spoils to offset the loss. In the next instant, He Jinzhou erupted forward violently, repelling Yi Feng. Then, seizing the opening, whipped out a sword talisman and hurled it at Yi Feng with lightning speed. A sharp shriek. Yi Feng's hair stood on end. Instinct screamed of mortal peril. The talisman's spiritual resonance alone confirmed it was beyond ordinary defense. He instantly attempted to evade, but the talisman's velocity exceeded his anticipation. With no time left, he hastily summoned a newly purchased spirit shield, raising it before him. A deafening crack. The spirit shield, purchased at the steep price of tens of thousands of spirit stones, shattered under the overwhelming force, reduced instantly to jagged fragments. Yifeng himself was hurled backward by an unprecedented concussive force, crashing through several towering trees before coming to rest, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the crimson scale armor absorbed most of the residual force, preventing him from collapsing entirely. He was gravely wounded. A grave miscalculation. Yifeng cursed inwardly. Since acquiring the celestial mechanism disc, he'd grown accustomed to evading danger effortlessly, never imagining he'd nearly falter in such a trivial encounter. Haha, Yi, how shall you withstand me now? He Jianzhou finally allowed himself a satisfied smile. After prolonged combat, he had at last breached Yifeng's impenetrable defense. Though losing the sword talisman was regrettable, securing 1,000,000 spirit stones made it all worthwhile. Now, prepare to endure the full fury of my wrath. A glint of cold malice flashed in He Jinzhou's eyes. Yet just as he stepped forward to end the battle swiftly, the figure ahead suddenly leapt aside, as if untouched by injury. Even more astonishing, his aura began rising steadily once more. Had he taken a pill? He Jinzhou stared disbelief, freezing his features. Where had this youth obtained such a forbidden elixir, and what potency did it hold? No more waiting. Seeing Yifeng's aura intensify further, He Jinzhou surged his spiritual energy and delivered a full-power saber slash. He had to eliminate Yifeng before his aura peaked, otherwise his own doom was certain. Yet the blow upon clashing with Yifeng's blade rebounded with such immense counterforce that He Jinzhou was hurled backward, his internal energies churning violently, blood nearly surging to his lips, while Yifeng merely retreated one step, then stood firm. How can this be? It cannot be. He Jinzhou roared, incredulous, staring at Yifeng, who bore no trace of injury. How could he emerge unscathed, nay stronger, after absorbing the talisman strike? He Jinzhou recoiled as if witnessing a specter. Reality had spun utterly beyond his control. For the first time this man, once supremely confident, felt genuine panic. Could he truly still subdue his opponent? Could he even escape, let alone survive? Yifeng, sensing the strange vitality surging through his body, felt quiet astonishment. Just moments ago he had fully awakened his ancient azure dragon bloodline, boosting his strength by several fold. Yet he hadn't anticipated its extraordinary regenerative effect. His body thrummed with explosive, inexhaustible energy. Truly, this primordial bloodline was no ordinary inheritance. Thereafter Yifeng fought like one possessed, sword flashing without pause as he launched relentless counterattacks. Thud, crack, boom. Even armored head Toto He Jinzhou endured repeated bone-jarring impacts beneath Yifeng's tempestuous assault, his body swelling with bruises, his bones screaming in protest. Flee. He must flee immediately. All arrogance had vanished, only raw desperation remained. What kind of anomaly was this youth? After such prolonged combat his strength waned rapidly, yet Yifeng showed no sign of fatigue. If he delayed further, he feared he would never leave this place alive. Escape itself proved near impossible. Each time he widened the gap between them, Yifeng closed it again, instantly, unrelentingly. Did this youth intend to turn the tables and slay him? Yi, do you truly wish mutual annihilation? He Jinzhou bellowed, eyes blazing with humiliation and fury. Mutual annihilation. Do you truly believe reconciliation remains possible between us? Yifeng laughed bitterly. You struck without warning. Every blow aimed to kill. Yet now you speak of avoiding mutual ruin. Let us cease here. Pretend none of this occurred. Agreed. He Jinzhou barely parried another strike, then spoke with a tremor of supplication. For the first time death felt chillingly close. Yifeng ignored him entirely, pressing his assault with redoubled ferocity. Since you want to eradicate everyone, then no one shall survive. As Yifeng launched another attack, He Jinzhou retreated, while ferociously drawing out a dark short sword, plunging it into his own chest. This short sword wielded tremendous power, yet it was cursed. Only by using his own blood as energy could he barely command it to execute one enemy of fight to the death. However, doing so would significantly deplete his vitality and even shorten his lifespan, which was something he deeply wished to avoid. But now that he was forced into this situation, as long as he could survive, it would be worth it. Sure enough, as a drop of blood was absorbed by the short sword, it instantly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, as if awakening from slumber. Hiss! Is this a cursed object? Yifeng felt a jolt of alarm upon witnessing this scene. Instinctively, he sensed that this short sword was extraordinary, seemingly harboring an incredibly powerful energy. Once fully unleashed, even with his Qi Lin battle armor for protection, he would certainly be in grave danger. He never imagined that his opponent would possess such a trump card at this stage. Unfortunately, the actions of his adversary were too swift. It was already too late to stop him. As he saw the short sword about to be thrown, Yifeng's hair stood on end, and he instinctively began to evade. Haha, what does it matter if you are a genius? You still can't escape death. On the other side, having activated the short sword, He Jianzhou finally couldn't suppress a cruel smile. This short sword was cleverly seized from a fallen ancient family in Yongzhou, said to be extraordinarily miraculous. As long as it was successfully activated, the targeted individual would find it nearly impossible to escape death unless they had already reached the golden core stage and possessed equally powerful protective treasures. At this moment, his opponent was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly escape? Devouring spirit, sword go. In the next moment, He Jianzhou forcefully sent the short sword flying toward Yifeng. He knew very well that once his target was locked on, the sword would pursue relentlessly until death. Whoosh! Although the dark short sword resisted the command slightly, it swiftly homed in on Yifeng's neck like a venomous snake. Oh no! Yifeng realized the danger and quickly leaped aside, while slashing out with his sword in an attempt to block the attack. With a clang, the two swords collided sharply in midair, producing a violent sound of clashing steel. Leveraging this blow, Yifeng narrowly avoided the fate of having his throat sliced open. However, the spirit sword in his hand suffered a significant gash from the impact of the dark short sword, nearly rendering it unusable. This is terrifying. Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. It seemed that the short sword harbored a weapon spirit targeting him relentlessly. After being deflected, it circled back and launched another attack. I must find a way to break this situation. Otherwise, if this continues, I will surely fall here. Yifeng reached a conclusion in an instant. Ha ha ha. Watching Yifeng struggle to defend himself, He Jianzhou finally laughed recklessly. Success was finally within reach. This was definitely a cause for celebration. This kid was undoubtedly the most troublesome person he had encountered in years, forcing him to use this ultimate technique. However, in the next moment, He Jianzhou could hardly believe his eyes as the dark short sword suddenly halted before Yifeng. Next, he saw Yifeng wave his hand, and the dark short sword rapidly reversed direction, shooting back toward him. What is happening? How could this be? What did he do? He Jianzhou's eyes widened in shock, revealing a look of horror. He could not comprehend why the sword would begin to obey his opponent. He desperately tried to evade this strike, but unfortunately, he was already severely injured and could not escape. Before he could find the answer, the sword had already sliced past him with a violent rush. Puff! As a wave of dizziness washed over him, his body spun a few times before he could no longer control himself and collapsed, blood gushing uncontrollably. Is it over? In an instant, scenes from the past rapidly flashed through his mind, filled with regrets and attachments, but mostly an unwillingness to accept. Even at the moment he took his last breath, he could never understand how he had lost such a favorable situation. Seeing He Jianzhou completely incapacitated and unable to move, Yifeng finally slumped down, letting out a long breath. This was far too perilous. He had nearly lost his life, but fortunately he had found a way to turn the tide at the last moment. The true name of this dark short sword is the Shadow Robbery Sword, originating from ancient times. This sword itself is not a cursed object. It simply requires a special method of command, using blood essence as fuel. Fortunately, this Shadow Robbery Sword had not been truly subdued by his opponent, allowing him to redirect its target using certain methods. Otherwise, he would have been completely doomed. After briefly restoring his spiritual energy, Yifeng hurriedly began to clean up the battlefield and gather his belongings to leave swiftly. He was unsure if there were any of his opponent's accomplices nearby, so he needed to find a safe place to stop as soon as possible. At night, in a hidden cave, Yifeng meditated for a while. After completely absorbing a few pills, he finally opened his eyes. His injuries had mostly healed, thankfully, without any lingering effects. Next, it was time to tally the spoils of war. In the next moment, Yifeng retrieved the spoils from this battle. Opening He Jianzhou's storage bracelet, the contents quickly came into view. Aside from some spirit stones and pills, there were not many other valuable items. However, one mysterious jade slip with a special sealing mechanism caught his attention. What could be recorded within this jade slip? Why was it sealed with such a sophisticated mechanism? Yifeng wondered to himself. Such a mechanism, if one did not know how to break it, forcibly tampering with it would only lead to the contents of the jade slip being destroyed in an instant. Considering He Jianzhou's special identity and driven by intense curiosity, Yifeng gritted his teeth and activated the heavenly mechanism plate again, cautiously beginning to decipher it. Having used the heavenly mechanism plate so many times, even at the foundation establishment stage, his body could hardly bear it. Fortunately, the outcome was rewarding. Wow, this is explosive. After an unknown period when he opened the jade slip seal and saw its contents, Yifeng felt as if his worldview had completely shattered. The jade slip recorded the sordid deeds that he Jianzhou and his accomplices had committed over the years for a certain influential figure named Zhang in the city lord's mansion. These affairs were recorded in meticulous detail with corresponding evidence preserved as well. For example, when a certain family refused to pay protection fees, believing themselves to be in the right, not needing to curry favor. The Zhang figure then sent people to slander them, after which he Jinzhou and others timely arrived with patrols to substantiate the claims. After a series of processes, even a family from a renowned cultivation lineage would end up wrongfully imprisoned, unable to defend themselves. As a result, the Zhang figure was able to use this as a warning to others, significantly boosting his reputation. He Jinzhou and others frequently solved high-profile cases, becoming rising stars in the patrol camp, while the wronged families gradually faded into obscurity. Conversely, any family that paid their protection fees, no matter what unsavory dealings they had, would be shielded by the Zhang figure. Thus, over the years, the only families able to thrive in Yongzhou were those with tarnished reputations, while the reputable families had mostly fled or scattered. Absurd. Utterly absurd. In the rear of the patrol camp within a certain official residence, Zhao Dajuan, upon seeing this jade slip and recalling previous events, felt a surge of rage. He had thought that the corruption in Yongzhou was limited to a few individuals and could be rectified, but he never expected it to be rotten to the core. One could say that without knowing the internal affairs, no matter how hard he tried, it would merely be like wildfires that could not be extinguished, only to regrow with the spring breeze. This matter is of utmost importance, so I must personally visit the headquarters of the Holy Alliance. During this time, you must take care of your safety, Zhao Dajuan said gravely, looking at Yifeng. Tianhua City was the largest stronghold in Yongzhou and the only major city directly governed by the Holy Alliance. The head steward of the city lord's mansion was clearly not someone he could easily handle. There might even be the city lord's backing behind it. Moreover, many prominent families were involved, though only someone several levels above him could accomplish. All right. Yifeng nodded in agreement. He had initially thought that upon seeing the jade slip, which implicated such a broad array of people, the other party would likely choose to let things be and treat it as if nothing had happened. However, he was surprised that the other party dared to pursue the matter further. This deepened his understanding of Zhao Dajuan's background and character. The two engaged in a long discussion in the official residence before parting ways. That night, Zhao Dajuan left Yongzhou under the cover of darkness. Aside from Yifeng, no one else was aware of his departure. Publicly, it was announced that he was in seclusion. In the following month, Yifeng took on very few tasks, seemingly having vanished into thin air. Correspondingly, the silver-masked man had not shown his face again. Such an unusual scene left the various cultivators in Yongzhou both astonished and secretly worried. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the silver-masked man had truly been overwhelmed by the bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones and met with misfortune? That would be truly regrettable. It should be noted that even during the wildest searches by the prominent families, the silver-masked man had remained unfazed, investigating whenever he felt like it, while those families had been helpless against him. If nothing had gone awry, he would never have been so subdued. It seems that in the end, good people do not live long. The prominent families in Yongzhou, witnessing this situation, also felt some doubt and wondered if there was a trick at play. After all, there had been no news of who had claimed the bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Perhaps the silver-masked man was simply taking a break and would soon resurface. However, as they waited day after day, 2 months passed, and they found that the patrol camp had not taken any major actions, allowing them to gradually set their minds at ease. It appeared that the silver-masked man had indeed encountered some mishap, or perhaps he had been discovered, leading to mutual destruction. Upon realizing this, the local prominent families began to celebrate, shedding the previous atmosphere of despair. Yet one day, 2 months later, with a group of Holy Alliance experts clad in black-scaled battle armor and riding divine eagles arriving in Yongzhou, the prominent families began to be successively sealed off. Eventually, even the head steward of the city lord's mansion in Tianhua City was implicated. As this news broke, it immediately caused a tremendous uproar in Yongzhou. Could it be that even such an important figure within the city lord's mansion was implicated? What was crucial was that the Holy Alliance was investigating and handling the matter without hesitation. It seemed that a change was truly coming to Yongzhou. Wonderful. In that moment, all the scattered cultivators and commoners who had unwillingly endured the foul atmosphere in Yongzhou erupted in joyous cheers. With this, their little world would be completely transformed. In stark contrast to the excitement of the commoners, the other prominent families with dark histories were thrown into panic upon hearing that the head steward had also been taken down, completely collapsing. Previously, they had entertained a sliver of hope, believing that no matter how powerful a dragon, it could not suppress a local snake. With the head steward backing them, they would eventually be able to crush these uncivilized outsiders. However, they never expected that their most relied-upon ally, the head steward Zhang, who was said to have powerful connections even at the Holy Alliance headquarters, had suddenly become a captive. How did it come to this? What exactly had transpired? Some families with lighter offenses, upon hearing some whispers, quickly began to turn on their own, sending the culprits to the patrol camp to confess, hoping for leniency. Meanwhile, some families with heavier offenses, believing there was no possibility of escape, began secretly selling off their assets overnight, converting them into valuables, and preparing to flee. Unfortunately, they would have been better off not fleeing at all, as soon as they tried to escape, it was akin to self-incrimination, for a great net that had long been woven was quietly waiting for them to crash into it. In the following 2 months, as local families with notorious backgrounds were apprehended and dealt with, the ruthless bandits who had hidden and wreaked havoc throughout Yongzhou for over 100 years were finally completely eradicated. Following this large-scale cleansing, the region had transformed dramatically in just a few months. The most obvious change was that the Yongzhou trade routes, once feared by merchants and travelers alike, had significantly improved, with no signs of bandits attacking. Near Tianhua City, a steady stream of visitors came daily, with wandering cultivators and commoners managing their affairs in an orderly manner. Everyone looked at the southwestern patrol of Tianhua City with respect, and when they spoke of the silver-masked divine capturer, their faces lit up with excitement, treating him as a savior. One day, half a year later, in Zhao Dajin's private residence at a jade table. "Xiao Yi, you have worked hard during this time. I toast you a glass." The usually stern Commander Zhao at this moment was smiling as he poured a glass of wine for Yi Feng, then raised his jade cup in salute. "This? How can this be?" Seeing Zhao Dajin's serious demeanor, Yi Feng felt flattered and quickly raised his own glass in return. As of today, the eradication efforts had come to a complete end, and the group of enforcement elders sent by the Holy Alliance had finally taken their leave, yet Zhao Dajuan had unexpectedly invited him over alone. "What can't be done? If it weren't for your contributions, Yongzhou could not have changed so much. This glass is a toast from the people of Yongzhou to you." Without waiting for Yi Feng to respond, Zhao Dajuan tilted his head back and downed the wine in one gulp. His words were entirely heartfelt. Seeing this, Yi Feng had no choice but to down his own drink. Although he felt it unnecessary, he could not reject the other's good intentions. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The spirit wine he just drank was of an unknown grade, tasted exquisite, and seemed to possess special effects. As soon as it entered his stomach, he felt as if a surging sweet spring was washing over him from the inside out, making him feel incredibly comfortable. In the next moment, he hurriedly sat down and began to circulate his cultivation method to absorb it. Clearly, he realized that this wine was extraordinarily precious, not something an ordinary person could drink. Zhao Dajuan, seeing this, showed no sign of surprise and was not anxious at all, simply watching Yi Feng absorb it with a smile. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy in this spirit wine was immense, it was extremely easy to refine. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yi Feng opened his eyes. Just now, his cultivation level had unexpectedly reached the peak of Foundation Establishment Level 3, nearly breaking through to Level 4, and even the dragon bloodline within him had grown a bit stronger. "Commander Zhao, this wine today is extraordinary." Yi Feng looked at Zhao Dajuan with a hint of emotion. With his current aptitude, being able to advance so rapidly during this time was largely due to the rewards from the other party. It could be said that he had truly encountered a benefactor. "Haha, it's just a small token." Zhao Dajuan chuckled lightly. This little reward was completely insignificant compared to the other party's achievements. "Xiao Yi, there aren't many matters left to deal with here, and opportunities for merit may be limited in the future. You are still so young, and I plan to recommend you to the Songlong Guard. What do you think?" After taking a few bites of food, Zhao Dajuan looked at Yi Feng again and asked. This was the path he had long planned for Yi Feng, but he had been too busy before to mention it. Now he finally had the chance to bring it up. In the Holy Alliance, while capability was certainly important for rapid promotion, opportunities were also essential, and Yongzhou was ultimately too backward. "Of course I can't ask for more." Yi Feng didn't expect the other party to bring up such a matter. He was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately, this was something he didn't need to think about at all. He had come to Yongzhou to gain official status in the Holy Alliance through merit, and the Songlong Guard was undoubtedly the best choice. All right, then it's settled. Zhao Dajuan, relieved, decisively made the decision. He felt this was the best path for the other party's growth. However, unfortunately, even if your merits reach the Songlong Guard, they still cannot be made public. I can only recommend you as a candidate, and only after a period of assessment can you become a formal member. But rest assured, when the time comes for the assessment, I will definitely clarify the situation to the examiners." In the next moment, Zhao Dajuan added with a look of apology. Given the other party's merits and abilities, it would have been more than sufficient to become a formal member of the Songlong Guard, but due to the many enemies made during this incident for the safety of the other party, he felt it better not to make it public. But if it weren't made public, it would mean some inconvenience for the other party. Commander Zhao need not worry about me. I would be content with just obtaining the candidate qualification. I can fully rely on my efforts to pass the assessment, Yifeng said nonchalantly. With his current identity, he was too inexperienced, and what he lacked the most was merely an opportunity to become a candidate. Once he became a candidate with the assistance of the heavenly mechanism plate, becoming a formal member of the Songlong Guard was just a matter of time. Haha, I truly did not misjudge you. But let's talk about the specifics later. Zhao Dajuan remained non-committal on this. Whether the other party needed it was their business, but whether he would do it was his own. If he didn't do something, he would always feel uneasy. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't say much more. In fact, he felt that this greeting was indeed unnecessary, but he couldn't refuse such kindness and had to accept it. The two clinked glasses and chatted as they drank, and it was only late at night that Yifeng began to take his leave. However, before leaving, Yifeng suddenly stopped and looked at Zhao Dajuan. "Commander, Zhao, there's something I wonder if I should say." "Oh, why are you being so polite with me? Just say it." Zhao Dajuan was taken aback, quickly laughing and scolding him. After spending this time together, he had already regarded the other party as family, so he was very casual. "I have some knowledge of astrology. Recently, Commander Zhao, you have been in high spirits and are prone to romantic troubles. You need to be more cautious, especially with beautiful young women. You must be on guard." Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but still solemnly reminded him. This was something he had discovered through observation and analysis, and his skills in astrology had become quite refined over these days. This. Cough cough. Zhao Dajuan felt extremely awkward upon hearing this. He truly did not expect the other party to be so serious and to speak of this, which made him feel both amused and exasperated. However, in the next moment, he still pretended to be serious and replied, "All right, I will remember that." Yifeng certainly noticed that the other party did not take it seriously. Although he felt helpless, he had nothing more to say. After all, this romantic trouble was not a major calamity, it merely affected the other's reputation. Whether or not it could be avoided was not a big issue. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dajuan, Yifeng packed his belongings the next day and set off on his journey back to Chuzhou. His term at the Southwestern Patrol Camp had officially ended yesterday, and Zhao Dajuan had already handled the transfer procedures for him. He also received the substitute token for the Songlong Guard, which he only needed to report to the legendary Songlong Guard headquarters in 6 months. However, before that, he planned to return to Chuzhou, first to see how his valley was doing. And as for Ching Susu, who had been waiting for him, she must be very sad, right? He needed to go back and explain everything properly and apologize. As for Yi Tian, he no longer regarded him as a concern. Not to mention that he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Even the Songlong Guard substitute token in his hand, once revealed, would deter anyone from doing anything outrageous. Of course, if the other party was ungrateful, he wouldn't mind using the methods he employed against the Yongzhou aristocracy to teach them a lesson. There were many ways to return to Chuzhou. He could either follow a merchant convoy on the ground or fly by sword. Since entering the foundation establishment stage, he had secretly started practicing sword flight and had become quite skilled. However, after some deliberation, Yifeng ultimately chose to take a large flying boat. After all, following a merchant convoy on the ground would take too long, and flying by sword would be too tiring and dangerous. Only by taking the flying boat could he travel quickly without delaying his cultivation. Dear guest, the tickets to Chuzhou are priced at 500 and 1,002. Which one would you prefer? In the northern part of Tianhua City, at a flying boat transfer station operated by several major super merchant guilds, a maid saw Yifeng and immediately inquired politely, "Oh, what is the difference between the 500 and the 1,002? Yifeng was slightly surprised upon hearing this, not expecting the price to be quite high. Although he had spent quite some time in Tianhua City, he had never been to this transfer point for interdomain flying boats, as he had not needed to go far before. Even when he went to Yongzhou, he only took the special flying boat provided by the Holy Alliance. He had never traveled on one operated by large merchant guilds. The 500 ticket is for a large spiritual wood flying boat that accommodates 300 people with only narrow seating, and it takes quite a long time. The 1,002 ticket is for a higher grade Xiantai flying boat, which is smaller but much faster. More importantly, it is guarded by a golden core stage powerhouse, making it extremely safe. Upon hearing this, the maid immediately realized he was a first-time traveler and began to patiently explain. The interdomain flying boat business was one of the important sources of income for their guilds, and if managed well she could earn quite a commission. Then he'll take the 1,002. Yifeng pondered for a moment before making his decision. He had gained quite a bit from his trip to Yongzhou, and had some savings allowing him to indulge this time. Additionally, his artifact refining skills had improved somewhat, and he was curious to see what this large Xiantai flying boat capable of carrying many people was like. If the refining difficulty wasn't too high, perhaps he could try crafting one himself. All right, here is your ticket. Please keep it safe. Soon the maid handed him a token with special array patterns reminding Yifeng to take good care of it. This token not only bore the name of the flying boat, but also the cabin number. Thank you. Yifeng nodded faintly. As the appointed time arrived not long after, a gray-black Xiantai flying boat with glowing runes began to descend at the transfer point. The gray-black Xiantai flying boat was medium-sized, estimated to accommodate around 100 people. The flying boat had 2 decks for cultivators to move around, and the middle section contained a lounge and various small shops, all constructed from Xiantai, looking quite sturdy. Crucially, the edges of the flying boat were equipped with powerful crossbows, and in some hidden spots on the boat, there were several imposing spirit cannons. Wow, these spirit cannons are impressive. Yifeng felt a sense of shock just from a glance. As far as he knew, the spirit cannons in this world were a combination of alchemy and artifact refining. They were powered not only by formations, but also equipped with a special enhanced version of gunpowder crafted by alchemists far superior to anything in the mundane world. Such gunpowder, once detonated, produced not only flames and immense destructive power, but also a mysterious destructive energy. Stepping onto the flying boat and entering the cabin, he found the interior extremely luxurious, featuring private lounges, various shops, and trading markets with spirit wine and spirit meat readily available. Indeed, quite impressive. Yifeng secretly nodded. This flying boat was entirely different from the one the Holy Alliance pursued, speed, with giving him a sense of being heavily armed. As the Xiantai flying boat took off, the entire craft shot across the sky like an arrow released from a bow. This speed was remarkable. He wondered what kind of formation enabled such performance. Yifeng was secretly astonished. Although it was still somewhat inferior compared to the Holy Alliance's boat, it was significantly better than flying by sword. He had not learned the crafting methods of the Xiantai flying boat. Everything about it was quite novel to him. On this journey, they passed through countless forests and wilderness, and most of the demon beasts that saw the Xiantai flying boat did not dare to show themselves, and those that did could not catch up. What would have taken at least 2 months by ordinary means arrived in less than a month, and it was very safe. This ticket price was indeed worth it. As Yifeng departed from Yongzhou, a merchant convoy from Chuzhou was entering the borders of Yongzhou. Miss, have you heard? Recently, a legendary young genius has emerged in Yongzhou whose fame rivals yours in Chuzhou. A girl in green excitedly relayed this news to the girl in white, having just heard it from nearby sources, and she was utterly amazed at the thought. Is that so? Who is this person? The girl in white was slightly taken aback, intrigued. Yongzhou has always been considered a backwater, lacking in many aspects compared to Chuzhou. The last time she visited, there had been no mention of any renowned young talent. How could such a significant change occur in just a few years? It seems he is called the Silver-Masked Divine Catcher. His fame comes not from cultivation talent, but from an extraordinary ability to solve cases. In just over a year, he has uprooted the criminal families across Yongzhou. The girl in green's eyes sparkled with excitement. She admired those with special abilities, and this was a hot topic of discussion everywhere, so it must be true. If that's the case, this Silver-Masked Divine Catcher must indeed possess some skills. The girl in white was shocked, but maintained a somewhat subdued reaction, not fully convinced. After all, there were so many criminal families in Yongzhou. How could they all be uprooted? Such claims were likely exaggerated. How could it be just a little skill? He is practically revered like a god. Miss, didn't you notice that along this journey we haven't encountered any bandits? Really? Then he certainly deserves the title of genius. Upon hearing this, the girl in white recalled her experiences on the journey and realized that there indeed had been significant changes. However, as a top-tier prodigy, she had seen too many astonishing individuals to be excessively amazed. Yet as they reached Tianhua City, the influx of news gradually brought a change to her expression. This matter seemed to be more complicated than she had imagined. How could such deeply hidden families be unearthed? More critically, the overall atmosphere of Yongzhou had completely transformed. She could clearly sense a significant difference from before. Previously, when their convoy entered Yongzhou, they would receive numerous unfriendly stares, and some even attempted to forcefully buy at low prices. Yet now such situations had entirely vanished. To think one person could change an entire region, it seems we truly cannot underestimate the abilities of the world. In the end, the girl in white had to admit that the other party had indeed reached a level comparable to her own, especially since the field he excelled in benefited the masses and made him more popular. A month later, outside Yunqi City in Chuzhou, Yifeng looked up at the city before him, a complex expression crossing his face. Time passed quickly. It had been several years since he left, and the area within Yunqi City seemed to have expanded significantly, with its defensive facilities also having become more robust. Moreover, the number of wandering cultivators coming and going had increased, all hurriedly seeking teams to venture into the Demon Beast Mountains. He wondered how his Qingke Valley was doing and hoped that his subordinates had not encountered any problems. Thinking of the group he had gathered back, then a hint of nostalgia appeared on his face. They were all lovely and loyal individuals. And what of his spirit rabbits? He wondered how they had multiplied. There should have been a good harvest. Snapping back from his complex thoughts, Yifeng rode a spirit steed and began heading towards the mountains outside the city. The distance from Yunqi City to the Qingke Valley in the mountains was not far, only about 100 miles. Before long, he had crossed the lengthy mountain roads and successfully found the location of the valley he remembered. However, what greeted his eyes was an utterly unfamiliar sight. In the area where the original Qingke Valley and Qixiao Valley were located, a high wall surrounded the entire area. On the wall, rows of cold spirit power crossbows were set up, with young guards clad in full armor standing watch. Even the mountain paths outside had been neatly widened and constructed. What is going on here? Yifeng felt quite surprised at this scene. This situation could be considered a small city, right? Is this really the little valley he had once managed? More critically, he did not recognize any of the guards on the wall. The guards regarded the unfamiliar person with vigilance. However, before they could question him, a robust purple demon wolf suddenly leaped from a certain part of the wall and soared outside. As soon as the purple demon wolf landed, it wagged its tail excitedly and pounced towards Yifeng. Is this the little wolf from before? Yifeng saw the purple demon wolf approaching him, and instead of feeling afraid, he opened his arms in welcome. The little wolf from back then had grown so big. He felt a bit breathless. Yet the familiar outline of the wolf, along with its affectionate behavior as it leaped on him, assured him that this was indeed the demon wolf he had purchased. He never expected that the little creature, which had been on the verge of death back then, would undergo such a significant transformation. Its body was now as large as a calf, and its fur had turned completely purple, almost as if it could burst into flames. Yifeng stroked the smooth fur of the demon wolf, feeling immense satisfaction. What has happened? In stark contrast to Yifeng's excitement, the young guards on the wall were left dumbfounded at this sight. When did this purple wolf become so well-behaved? They had been worried that this guardian spirit beast might accidentally hurt the person out of playfulness, but they never expected it to be so close to him. They had only joined Qingke Valley in the past year or two and were unclear about the previous situation, so they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to handle it. Fortunately, the commotion soon attracted a few elders of Qingke Valley who were patrolling the surroundings. Look, the young master has returned. Li Hu's gaze swept over the person outside the city, his expression initially stunned, then swiftly transforming into one of ecstatic joy. What? The young master has returned. The other elders were similarly taken aback upon hearing this, jumping onto the wall to look. Hiss! It really is him. Wonderful, the young master has returned. The next moment, cheers erupted from their mouths, instantly rousing everyone in the valley. Several key members leaped out from the castle, quickly approaching Yifeng. What young master? The other guards on the wall found this even more bizarre. They only knew that the valley leader was the young lady of the Su family, but had never heard of any young master. That one is the true valley leader. Suddenly, an elder from Qixiao Valley explained lightly. What? The true valley leader? The young guards were all stunned upon hearing this. Could it be that there was a presence behind their valley that was even more formidable than the young lady of the Su family, who could command such respect that even the young lady would humble herself? However, such words were spoken by the elders of Qixiao Valley, so they could not be mistaken. Before long, as Yifeng entered the castle, everyone in the valley began to take notice. Yifeng smiled as he saw familiar, yet strange faces, feeling quite gratified. Among the crowd, Li Hu, Qiu Yue, and others had not changed much in appearance, but their strength had increased significantly, each reaching a level comparable to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Zhang Chuan and Qin Han had even reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Even Xiao Dai had transformed into a refined young beauty, her cultivation now at the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Yun Sheng had grown into a robust young man, his cultivation at the early stage of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. As for Mu Shan and Zhao Jun, they were said to have gone out to deliver goods and were not present. He never expected that everyone was safe and sound with notable progress. This was truly a tremendous. Amidst the cheers and exclamations of joy, Yifeng followed several key members chatting as they walked into the building area of the castle, entering courtyards that resembled traditional quadrangles. It must be said that the courtyards within the castle were beautifully constructed, equipped with all sorts of facilities including rockeries and flowing water, as well as a training field and a conference hall. After a brief glance, a graceful figure leisurely emerged from the central lord's courtyard. Dressed in a purple gown, this figure appeared fair and noble, her cultivation already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It was none other than the long-missed Su Zian. "You've returned." Su Zian looked at Yifeng with a complex expression, surprised that in just a few years not only had his cultivation not regressed, but his aura now even exceeded hers. "Yes, thank you for your hard work during this time." Yifeng smiled solemnly, cupping his fists in gratitude. He was grateful that his subordinates had remained safe and sound in his absence thanks to her assistance. "Just in time. Here are the accounts for the valley over the years. I'll hand them over to you." Soon Su Zian took out a beautifully crafted booklet from her storage ring and presented it to Yifeng. During this time, to avoid confusion, she had meticulously recorded every income and expenditure in the valley, ensuring there would be an account when he returned. Of course, she worked hard and received every bit of compensation due to her. This woman is so meticulous in her work. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. His original intention was merely to keep the valley intact and manage it properly. A profit was not a major concern. However, he did not expect the other party to take it so seriously, which was quite surprising. Nevertheless, he solemnly accepted the booklet and began to examine it carefully. The small booklet was filled with neat lines of small text, and it even exuded a unique fragrance characteristic of young girls, stirring his heart. However, upon seeing the contents, he couldn't help but be astonished. According to the recorded information, there were already over 10,000 spirit rabbits in the valley, among which several hundred were mutated spirit rabbits, and the reserve of spirit stones exceeded tens of thousands, far more than his initial estimation. Moreover, the other party had established a stable sales channel for the valley, signing long-term supply contracts with several high-end restaurants in major cities of the Qingyun sect, and had even started setting up cooperative bases in Ningzhou, occasionally sending batches over. Did the other party really achieve all this in just a few years? Perhaps even he couldn't have done so. "Miss Su, you truly are a rare business genius," he couldn't help but exclaim. From his perspective, as long as this momentum could be maintained, the valley would be able to consistently earn over 10,000 spirit stones each month, undoubtedly becoming a medium-level power. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Su Zian rarely showed a hint of resentment in her eyes, mixed with a touch of envy and jealousy. With the Qingyun Valley developing so well, it was likely to surpass even her own Su family in due time. During this time, while she enjoyed various accolades, she also felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, wondering why the Qingyun Valley wasn't hers. She understood very well that the rapid development of the spirit rabbit business, while a result of her efforts, was primarily due to the exceptional quality and high yield of the spirit rabbits cultivated using the secret methods provided by the other party. Additionally, the feng shui of this place contributed significantly. Without these factors, even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she would be unable to achieve much. "Fairy Su, wait a moment. I am not skilled in management and do not have the time. Could you help me out a bit more?" Yifeng hurriedly spoke up to retain her as he saw her about to leave. "Help you? On what grounds?" Su Zian looked over coldly. "How about I ask you this: for all the profits from the valley in the future, how about I take 60% and you take 40%? "I am serious," Yifeng said earnestly. After this collaboration, he realized that although the other party often wore a stern face, she was indeed a reliable person. He wouldn't be here for long, and Zhao Jun and Qiu Yu were not skilled in management, either making them incapable of managing things alone. Only she was the most suitable. In his view, ensuring everyone was properly settled was the priority, or whether he earned more or less was not his main concern. "Are you serious?" When Su Zian heard this, she was slightly moved. 40% of the valley's profits. That's quite. The other party must have realized that the business here could easily earn over 10,000 spirit stones each month, and 40% would mean 4,000. Could they really be so generous? "Of course I'm serious. I can swear to heaven." Yifeng raised a finger, his expression firm. "Alright, I can stay, but I don't need a share of the profits. I only need 20% ownership of the valley, and you must follow my guidance on how the valley should develop." Su Zian pondered for a moment before finally stating her terms. To be honest, if she were to leave now, she would be a bit reluctant. After this period of observation, she had deeply experienced the powerful feng shui of the Qingyun Valley. Her spiritual wine brewed in Xixiao Valley always sold poorly with no improvement, But the wine brewed in Qingke Valley, despite using the same raw materials and methods, consistently produced a unique flavor that was particularly popular. The key was that cultivating here significantly accelerated her progress, which was quite mystical, so she had become somewhat enamored with the Qingke Valley. All right, I will follow your lead. Yifeng readily agreed. For him, having 20% ownership might still not hold as much value as a 40% profit share. As for following her lead, that was even less of an issue. He was simply looking for a hassle-free approach. All right, the next step is to buy up this area to expand the scale. The second step is to establish a merchant caravan to open trade routes to other continents. Therefore, you cannot touch any of the spirit stones for now. Su Zian fixed her gaze intently on Yifeng. You cannot touch them for the next 10 years. Can you manage that? This was the crucial condition for her decision on whether to partner with him, as well as her lifelong pursuit. Her spirit wine business had no significant competitive advantage, and she could not realize her ideals. It could be said that she had basically given up on it. However, the spirit rabbits and their meat held considerable promise. However, establishing a merchant caravan was not an easy task. It required a continuous expenditure of a large amount of spirit stones. It could be said that for the next 10 years she would be in a constant state of investment, and she worried that he might hesitate then. That's fine. Yifeng smiled and replied without hesitation. Throughout the entire process, he never expected to gain much from the valley, so her concerns were unfounded. Deal. Upon hearing this response, Su Zian finally let out a long sigh of relief. She hadn't expected the matter to go so smoothly, and this man seemed to regard these assets so lightly. Was he truly a cast-off from his family? This made her regard him with a bit more respect. However, regardless of the reason, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Next, the two of them brought along a group of core members to the discussion hall to finalize the details, and then they officially signed the partnership contract. With this, the two valleys were finally merged into one without any distinction. This was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial situation. For the people of the former Qixiao Valley, seeing the Qingke Valley thriving during this time had made them worry about what would happen if the actual valley master returned. Would the two parties then draw a clear line, and would their treatment revert to what it once was? Thus, they had been working for the Qingke Valley with some reservations during this period. For veterans like Li Hu and others, they had also been concerned about whether they could sustain the business without the Su family's prominent banner and the strategic planning of the young lady from the Su family. Now, seeing everything return to normal, they all finally let go of their worries. By the way, I have some secret recipes for spiritual chicken and spiritual wine. If you're interested, you can take a look. Finally, after the others had left, Yifeng took out a jade slip and handed it to Su Zian. This was something he had inquired about while casually using the heavenly machine disc on his way back. Since the two families were no longer divided, he also decided not to hold back. Having one more flagship product would provide even more support. There are more secret recipes. Upon hearing this, Su Zian's pupils constricted sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief. Where did this guy get all these recipes? It would already be impressive for anyone to obtain even one of them, and yet this person possessed so. If the Qingke Valley could produce one or two more unique products like the spirit rabbits, their business would undoubtedly reach heights surpassing even her own Su family. The next moment, she couldn't wait to take the jade slip and began to study it earnestly. That night, the people of the Qingke Valley held a grand banquet to celebrate before returning to their respective posts. Yifeng, on the other hand, rarely stayed at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion had been built with consideration for his residence, so he stayed in the main courtyard at the back. As for Su Zian, the acting valley master, to avoid suspicion, she had always lived in the west courtyard, while Qiu Yu and Xiao Wu lived in the east courtyard. The front courtyard was where discussions took place. It must be said that this place was much more comfortable than the rented private residences in Tianhua City. It was spacious and exquisite, and importantly, there were also Qiu Yu and Xiao Wu to attend to his needs. This was undoubtedly a treatment fit for an emperor. However, he did not overly indulge. The next day, after inspecting the Qingke Valley, he promptly set off towards the Qingyun sect. Having not returned to the sect for so long, he needed to report back and conveniently replace his identity token. The sect's management of peripheral disciples like him was relatively lax, as resources were limited and they couldn't support too many disciples. Most of them, after completing their initiation period, if not prioritized for training, needed to seek their own paths, only needing to return in times of crisis to do what they could. Of course, if they wished to receive continuous training resources from the sect, they would have to make sufficient contributions to it. The Qingyun sect truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top immortal sects in Chuzhou. Walking within the sect, the mountain breeze gently caresses, lush trees provide shade, and the towering immortal peaks around pierce the clouds, beautiful as a painting. On the mountain path, and in the plaza one can see faces brimming with youthful vitality everywhere. However, Yifeng did not linger for long. He promptly went to the inner affairs hall to handle his new token and began to inquire about Yi Tian's recent situation. This threat, regardless of circumstance, must be resolved at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, after asking many people, he learned that the other party had already advanced to Foundation establishment and had gone out to train. Consider yourself lucky. Seeing this, Yifeng could only sigh in resignation. The grudge from the previous chase would have to be dealt with another time. With the official business concluded, Yifeng finally arrived at Sohua Peak, where Cheng Susu resided, and stopped in front of a small courtyard. After some inquiries, he learned that this secluded little courtyard was indeed Cheng Susu's residence. Looking at the tightly closed door, he felt a slight unease in his heart. For such an important matter back then he had actually let her down and left without a word for so many years, he wondered if she would still be willing to see him. But no matter what, he had to explain everything to her face-to-face to resolve this mental knot. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng slowly approached and raised his hand to knock on the wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed clearly in the quiet valley. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a familiar silhouette. The figure was none other than Cheng Susu, dressed in a light blue long skirt with a veil as beautiful and captivating as he remembered, though her brows were slightly furrowed with worry and melancholy. Yifeng. At the moment she saw the person outside, Cheng Susu's delicate body trembled, and a spark of light ignited in her weary eyes. Her face first showed an expression of disbelief, followed by a flurry of emotions: surprise, anger, and grievance. Senior sister Cheng, long time no see. Seeing the person before him, Yifeng felt both comforted and filled with guilt. After being gone for so many years, she must have hated him dearly. What are you back for? Sure enough, the next moment Cheng Susu tried to shut the door, her eyes already red. She hadn't expected that her first serious invitation to a male friend to attend a banquet for which she had made ample preparations would end up in being stood up. Moreover, since then he hadn't offered a single explanation and had vanished without a trace. If he truly didn't want to go, he could have just told her plainly. She wouldn't have forced him, but why did he choose such a way? No one knew how she had spent those days. All she knew was that she had become a laughingstock in her family. Senior sister Cheng, please let me explain. I encountered an urgent matter back then which delayed me, and that's why I couldn't inform you. Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly explained while blocking the door with his hand. Master Yi is so powerful that he can foresee fortune and misfortune. What kind of urgent matter could there be? Although Cheng Susu did not push the door closed with force, her face remained cold. It's a long story. I was just about to attend the banquet when unexpectedly halfway there I was ambushed by a masked man. After much effort I managed to kill him, but before I could catch my breath I saw a large number of pursuers behind me. I fled for countless miles, escaping Chuzhou before I managed to shake them off, so I simply had no time to find you. Yifeng patiently explained what he could. The truth was close enough, but he didn't want to reveal who was behind me. However, as soon as Cheng Susu heard this, she became even angrier. Good for you, Yifeng. Not only do you make excuses, but you also pick a bad one in ambush. I see you just didn't want to come. This guy, a mere outer sect disciple with nothing to his name, why would anyone go to such lengths to chase him? Thinking he could easily brush this off, no way. The truth is as it is. What will convince you? Hearing this question, Yifeng was at a loss. He had explained everything he could. What else could he do now? Then tell me, what have you been doing these past few years? Why did you only come back now? Cheng Susu glared at him, continuing her interrogation. Me? Over the years I've been on the run and have indeed accomplished a lot. Not only did I go to Zhangzhou and become a constable solving major cases, but I also earned significant merit in Yongzhou and was admired by countless people. However, as soon as I had a moment of leisure, I immediately came back to find you. As soon as Yifeng started talking about this, he became animated. This was undoubtedly his proudest achievement during this time, but he had been holding it in his heart until now, finally able to share it. Of course, he couldn't reveal specific details, only summarizing roughly. However, upon hearing these words, Cheng Susu's lovely face hardened again. Junior brother Yi, if you keep this up, I really won't pay you any mind. Yifeng was momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing this. Luckily, after a moment, Cheng Susu's expression finally softened. Although she really didn't want to pay him any mind, seeing that he had come specifically to explain and was quite sincere, her anger dissipated considerably. The key was that she was currently facing great distress. Only he could help her, so she had no choice but to let it go. If you want me to forgive you, then come home with me later. If you behave well, I'll let bygones be bygones. Ultimately, Cheng Susu gritted her teeth and stated her condition. This matter was fundamentally caused by him, so he had to take responsibility. What? Go home with you? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. What? Cheng Susu's gaze fixed intently upon him. Such a fortunate opportunity was something others could only dream of. How could the other party react this way? Of course I'm willing, but what exactly is it? Yifeng was perplexed upon hearing this. Although they were indeed good friends, why did the other party always want to bring him home? There's an annoying person who comes to my house every day to curry favor. You need to help me get rid of him. Cheng Susu explained, her face slightly flushed. She found it hard to say, but she was truly at her wit's end. Annoying person? What kind of annoying person? Yifeng was taken aback by her words. Do you remember that senior brother Zhong from before? It's him. As soon as Cheng Susu mentioned this, a trace of disgust involuntarily flashed across her face. Senior brother Zhong was so snobbish. When she was on the brink of death, he stood by and did nothing. Even after knowing she was safe, he merely pretended to care and did not follow up. However, during a sword practice session, her veil accidentally slipped, and after seeing her true face, his attitude completely changed, and he had been pestering her ever since, constantly inquiring about her well-being. Given the previous events, how could she possibly treat him kindly? She initially thought that once she clarified the situation, he would take the hint and back off, but to her surprise, he started employing cunning tactics and frequently harassed her at her family home. No way that guy still has the audacity to cling to you. Didn't you tell your family about what happened before? Yifeng felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. As the team leader, he abandoned his teammates in a moment of crisis. Such behavior was utterly reprehensible. I did tell them, but it was of no use. That guy's family background is quite good. Cheng Susu's face turned sour upon hearing this. In her mother's family, those distant uncles and aunts were generally very materialistic. Upon hearing that the other party was the young master of the nearby Zhong family, they immediately started to fawn over him, and even acted as his matchmakers, which had been extremely annoying for her these days. To those distant relatives, benefits outweighed everything. What did a little past grievance matter? Once they ingratiated themselves with the Zhong family, they would all reap considerable benefits. Although her mother intended to oppose this, it was futile. After all, if she could marry that guy, her mother's status in the family would rise significantly. Sister Chung, to speak frankly, that person is not a suitable match. Rest assured, I will help you get rid of him no matter what. Hearing this, Yifeng finally gritted his teeth and agreed. From both a moral and friendship standpoint, he had to help, and he had to do it splendidly. No matter whom Cheng Susu married in the future, it absolutely could not be that guy. At least you have a conscience. Seeing the person before her so eager to help, Cheng Susu finally smiled slightly. The two briefly discussed their plans, and then set off from Qingyun sect towards the Chung family estate outside Qingyun city. At this time, Cheng Susu had already reached the peak of qi refinement, a far cry from before, while Yifeng had reached the foundation establishment phase and was quite wealthy. Thus, they did not hesitate to rent two extremely fast spirit steeds and sped along the way. However, upon arriving at Qingyun city, Yifeng suddenly reined in his horse and stopped. He felt that it was rude to go to a friend's house empty-handed for the first time, so he planned to buy some gifts first. As the largest city in the vicinity, Qingyun city was bustling with activity and various shops were abundant. Yifeng made a few inquiries and began to select items seriously. Pay 2,000 spirit stones. Why are you buying something so expensive? Moments later, Cheng Susu could not help but exclaim when she saw the exquisite jade hairpin Yifeng had chosen. She did not intend to stop him from picking some gifts, as it was impossible to compare with senior brother Zhong without such efforts. However, she decided that when they returned, she would repay him in other ways, only to be caught off guard by how extravagant his choice was. The jade hairpin was indeed exquisite, and even she found it very appealing. However, it was just too expensive. In her opinion, a gift worth 200 to 300 spirit stones would be more than sufficient. Is it expensive? It seems quite ordinary to me. Yifeng replied, somewhat unconvinced. If the other party had not mentioned that his mother was only at the qi refinement stage, he would have considered selecting a spirit artifact level gift. Come on, just your presence is enough. This gift is merely a finishing touch. There's no need to spend so much. Hurry and change it. Cheng Susu urged helplessly. It wasn't that she didn't want it, but given that he had saved her life and presented such a lavish gift, she felt that she might not be able to repay him properly. It's fine if this is just a little token of my appreciation for your mother. You don't need to worry about it, Yifeng said, showing no signs of wavering. During his trip to Yongzhou, he had earned tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although he had spent most of it, he still had several thousand spirit stones left, so spending a few hundred spirit stones on a gift was not a big deal for him. Why won't you listen to my advice? Cheng Susu's face turned anxious seeing this. However, Yifeng ignored her and directly called for a maid to wrap it up. Seeing that everything was settled, Cheng Susu could only acquiesce in silence. While she had long wanted to buy some nice things for her mother, so this would do. After purchasing the exquisite jade hairpin, Yifeng went on to buy several jars of spirit wine at the wine shop before heading with Cheng Susu towards the Cheng family estate. However, Cheng Susu felt extremely conflicted seeing Yifeng's extravagant spending all the way. Although she had not asked, the other party seemed to be at the peak of qi refinement and was facing the threshold to advance to foundation establishment. It was impossible to say he wasn't lacking in spirit stones. Yet in such a short time, he had spent nearly 3,000 spirit stones on her. How could she accept that? Did this guy really have feelings for her? Should she agree to him? The two hurriedly flew towards the city outskirts, and soon they finally arrived at the Cheng family estate. The Cheng family was not particularly famous in the vicinity of Qingyun City, with the strongest member being only a peak foundation establishment expert who was none other than Cheng Susu's maternal grandfather. In addition, there were a few elders at the mid to late foundation establishment stage, while the rest were mostly early foundation establishment or qi refinement family members. However, the Cheng family estate was quite large, occupying several mountaintops. Susu, you finally came back. Young Master Zhong has been waiting for you. Oh, and who is this? As Yifeng followed Cheng Susu into the Cheng family estate, he saw a beautiful young woman passing by who happened to notice them. The woman first smiled upon seeing Cheng Susu, but her expression changed drastically upon noticing the young man beside her. What was this girl thinking bringing a man back at this time? Wasn't it just causing trouble? Young Master Zhong had been waiting in the estate for a long time. Sister Tsaiyin, this is my friend Yifeng. Cheng Susu introduced with a flushed face. Yifeng, this is my cousin Cheng Kaiyan. Hello, Sister Kaiyan. Yifeng greeted politely with a smile. Being a guest in someone else's home, he kept a low profile. However, the beautiful young woman did not pay any attention to Yifeng, and instead pulled Cheng Susu aside. Susu, what's going on with you? I must tell you that young Master Zhong is quite sincere, so don't mess this up. The beautiful young woman, while secretly glancing at Yifeng, warned Cheng Susu with a serious expression. Although this young man in front of her was not bad looking, even somewhat handsome from her years of experience, he did not seem to come from a noble background, and was far inferior compared to young Master Zhong. What does his sincerity have to do with me? If you like him, then go marry him. Cheng Susu replied, her pretty face taut. She did not expect that the other party would be so disrespectful upon seeing her friend. If I could marry him, would I still need to talk to you? This opportunity to climb the social ladder is rare. If missed, it won't come again, so you must cherish it. The beautiful young woman seemed oblivious to Cheng Susu's expression and advised her, as if it was for her own good. Did she not want to climb the social ladder? She dreamed of it. But she was already a married woman and had no chance. Moreover, others did not look at her. Sister Tsaiyin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Cheng Susu knew that further discussion was pointless, so, without saying more, she turned and led Yifeng toward the courtyard. She had heard such words too many times in recent days. Did they really think they were looking out for her? They were only concerned about their own interests. You little girl, why don't you listen to advice? You'll regret it later. The beautiful young woman felt a surge of anger as she saw Cheng Susu leave without a care. She did not expect that even after so long the other party would still be so stubborn, just like her mother was. Back then, Cheng Susu's mother had followed a mysterious man, a beautiful flower planted in cow dung, causing the Cheng family endless regret. No, I must make sure the old man stops this. The next moment, the beautiful young woman made a decision. Cheng Susu was unaware of Cheng Kaiyan's thoughts as she pulled Yifeng toward her family's courtyard. Along the way, she encountered many members of the Cheng family, who also did not treat Yifeng kindly, causing her great frustration. In contrast, Yifeng simply smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. Fortunately, Cheng Susu's mother Cheng Huilan had a completely different attitude upon seeing Yifeng. Instead, she was very warm and friendly, engaging him in casual conversation. Previously, she had worried that her daughter's savior might be a rude and boorish man or have many intolerable flaws, but to her surprise upon seeing him, there was an unexpected delight. Especially when Yifeng presented a precious jade hairpin as a gift. Cheng's mother was overjoyed. You child, why bring such an expensive gift? Cheng's mother scolded repeatedly. With her discerning eye, she could tell that the jade hairpin was quite valuable, and she thought that he was in a period where he needed spirit stones the most, making such expenditure unnecessary. It's just a little token of appreciation. I couldn't come empty-handed. Yifeng smiled and replied unconcerned. If it weren't for Cheng Susu's kind introduction to the team, his valley would not have developed, so he was very grateful to her. He held a very good impression of Cheng's mother as well. Cheng Huilan bore some resemblance to Cheng Susu. It was evident that she must have been a rare beauty in her youth. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, her appearance now seemed quite worn, but even so, she still exuded a grace that made her seem very amiable. All right, but next time you absolutely mustn't do this. Otherwise, he'll really be angry. Cheng Huilon, seeing this, had no choice but to relent. After all, if she did not accept it, it would be ungrateful to his kindness. However, she warmly extended an invitation to Yifeng. Xiao Yi, since you're here, why not stay for a meal? Su's grandfather has been wanting to meet you, but hasn't had the opportunity. He'll go prepare, so just wait here. Without waiting for Yifeng's response, Cheng's mother stepped out of the courtyard with a beaming smile, heading towards the main hall. Previously, she had no idea what kind of person her daughter's savior was, and since the last time he had stood her daughter up, her impression of him was not very good, which led her to be swayed by her relatives. However, now seeing Yifeng's handsome appearance and noting her daughter's completely different attitude towards him, she immediately understood. Though the young Master Zhong was also good-looking and came from a prestigious family, just thinking about how he had once abandoned her daughter felt like a thorn in her heart, making it hard for her to accept him easily. On the contrary, Yifeng's unwavering support for her daughter, even in tough times, made her willing to give him a chance. Watching Cheng's mother leave, only Cheng Su remained with Yifeng, who finally relaxed and let out a long breath. Although he had traveled extensively and met many distinguished people, facing Cheng's mother's gaze, akin to a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, still put considerable pressure on him as he worried about making a mistake. Fortunately, it seemed he had successfully completed the task. At this moment, Cheng Su also felt a heavy weight lift from her heart as she saw her mother was satisfied with Yifeng. This made things much easier. At least they had succeeded halfway. However, in the Cheng family, everything was ultimately decided by her grandfather, Old Master Cheng, and they still faced greater challenges ahead. Hey, do you feel confident about meeting my grandfather later? Cheng Su looked at Yifeng with concern. His earlier polite and composed demeanor was somewhat unexpected, and she wondered if he could maintain it, especially considering her cousins and aunts who might say some unpleasant things. I should be alright, Yifeng replied uncertainly. Alright, just make sure to perform well later, don't embarrass yourself, or you'll be in trouble, you know. Cheng Su began to seriously advise him. Her grandfather was not someone easy to deal with. He had particularly discerning tastes. Even the young Master Zhong had struggled to win over her grandfather. I understand, Yifeng nodded. Are you feeling nervous right now? Why should I be nervous? Cheng Su was puzzled. She realized that amid all this, it seemed she was the one who was most anxious. The two of them chatted casually in the courtyard, and as time passed, the atmosphere began to shift subtly. This was Yifeng's first time seeing the place where Cheng Su grew up, and he felt a strange sensation in his heart. It was not luxurious. Instead, it was simple and unadorned, yet extremely warm, giving him a sense of home. By the way, what if your grandfather is so pleased with me that he insists on marrying you off to me? What should we do? Yifeng suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at Cheng Su. Before coming, he hadn't dared to think in that direction and felt it unlikely, especially since the young Master Zhong was said to be quite outstanding. But now, seeing Cheng's mother's enthusiasm for him, he suddenly felt a bit regretful, thinking he had been too hasty. Especially just moments ago, he noticed his aura brightening above his head, which startled him. This was a sign of unexpected fortune and good luck. Previously, he had only focused on how to thwart the young Master Zhong and hadn't considered what would happen after a successful intervention. Now, upon reflection, he felt quite overwhelmed. It was not difficult to help the other party escape, but it was easy to get himself caught in the mess. You're worried about this. Do you think it's necessary to worry about such things? Cheng Su was taken aback by his words. Was now really the time to be considering such matters? Shouldn't we be worried? Yifeng countered. He didn't think Cheng Su was unpleasant. On the contrary, he considered her one of the most perfect women he had ever encountered. Marrying her would undoubtedly be a blessing, but he was still so young, focused only on improving his strength, and didn't want to be tied down by romantic entanglements. After all, engaging in a romantic relationship with such a young girl could be mentally taxing. Don't worry, even if my grandfather is very satisfied with you, this lady might not agree. So you just need to focus on helping me through this challenge. There's no need to worry about anything else. The next moment, Cheng Su resolutely replied. This guy is utterly self-absorbed. The young Master Zhong, from any perspective, completely overshadowed him. The only advantage he currently had was saving her life. She was even worried he might not last a single round. If he were directly defeated, that would be disastrous for her. Alright, then I can relax. Hearing this, Yifeng finally felt completely at ease. His greatest concern was not being able to extricate himself from the situation. If he no longer had any worries, then he had nothing to hesitate over. However, his expression made Cheng Su secretly grind her teeth. Was she really that inferior? Even if they did marry, wouldn't it be a gain for him? But she didn't say anything more. The two continued chatting for another quarter of an hour until a servant came to announce that old Master Cheng had set up a banquet and invited them to join. Upon hearing this, Yifeng obediently followed Cheng Su and began walking towards the main hall. The main courtyard of the Cheng family resembles a large Sihiyuan with rooms on all sides and a spacious yard in the center. As Yifeng followed Cheng Su into the courtyard, he noticed that quite a few people had gathered there, including Cheng Su's mother Cheng Hualan, over 20 members of the Cheng family, and a particularly well-dressed young man who was none other than the elder brother Zhong from back in the day. In addition, several tables had already been set up in the yard, and many members of the Cheng family were seated around them. "Oh, Huilan's sister, who is that young man?" At the front left table, a dignified lady, seeing a handsome young man following Cheng Su, immediately asked Cheng's mother with a look of surprise. She had never seen that young man before. At the same time, the other women at the table also turned to look, their gazes scrutinizing him. "That young man is Susu's savior from back, then, named Yifeng. I was just about to introduce him to you," Cheng's mother quickly explained with a smile upon hearing this. She was quite satisfied with Yifeng and had intended to introduce him to everyone. "So it's him. He looks..." "However, Huilan's sister, I'm not saying you should repay this life-saving grace in such a way. You can do it differently. You really need to think this through." Hearing Cheng Huilan's response and seeing Cheng Su's affectionate expression, the dignified lady immediately became anxious and began to advise her. That young Master Zhong had already secretly told her to help facilitate this matter, promising substantial rewards in the future. She had been diligent in reminding everyone, and now that success was in sight, she couldn't let anything go wrong. "Isn't it? That young Master Zhong is so good. Oh, as long as we can connect with him, not to mention great wealth and nobility, at least Susu won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future, and we can all benefit from it." The other women quickly chimed in, agreeing with her. The Zhong family was a prominent family in this area, and they all had some business dealings with them. If the Cheng and Zhong families were to form a marriage alliance, the benefits they would gain would be considerable. As for Yi, they didn't know him at all and had no vested interests. Who cared whether he had saved someone's life? Alas, who can manage the affairs of the young? Susu has fallen for that kid, and there's nothing I can do. Cheng Huilan knew all too well what the others were thinking, but she was completely unmoved. These people usually looked down on her and her daughter. Did they really think they were genuinely concerned for their well-being? If it weren't for the potential profit, would they be speaking to her so nicely? "Huilan's sister, you absolutely cannot let the young people act recklessly. You know about the eldest daughter of the Chen family, right? She married into a poor family and now lives in a miserable state, not even daring to go back home for fear of being laughed at. Moreover, how have you been living these years? You know it best. Can you bear to see Susu end up like you?" Upon sensing Cheng Huilan's acquiescence, the Cheng family women began to persuade her in turns, even revealing scars from their past experiences. They believed that their own experiences provided them with the clearest understanding of the hardships here. Cheng Huilan fell silent upon hearing their words. She was well aware of how her life had been. Ever since she made that choice, she had fallen from paradise to hell, facing scorn everywhere. However, she had never regretted it. She only resented that man for leaving without a word, ungrateful and forgetful. Susu's nature was just like hers. Once she made a decision, it was as if 10 oxen could not pull her back, so she knew that no matter what she said, it would be futile. While the Cheng family women were debating at the front table, Zhong Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened as he saw Yifeng and Cheng Susu together. It's actually him. He recognized Yifeng, who had once been an inconspicuous presence, and he never expected him to appear here. However, was this kid really the one he had been thinking about all along? A surge of inexplicable anger rose within Zhong Hao. He had not expected that after all the trouble he had gone through to have the other party return, he would bring along a male companion, and worse, such a lowly one. "Would you rather marry a useless poor boy than look me in the eye?" Although he was angry, Zhong Hao did not show any unusual expression on his face. Instead, he put on a smile and approached Cheng Susu. "Susu, you finally returned. But who is this?" Zhong Hao pretended not to recognize Yifeng and asked in a friendly manner. "Elder brother Zhong, it's been a long time. I am Yifeng. I had the honor of witnessing your prowess back in the Monster Beast Mountain Range." Yifeng replied with a smile, preempting Cheng Susu's response. After many years, Zhong Hao still retained his charm, and had even reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, but Yifeng no longer felt the envy he once had. "Oh, so it's junior brother Yi. No offense, it's just that you were too low-key back then, and I didn't recall you for a moment. But now that we've finally reunited, we must have a drink together." Zhong Hao's face suddenly turned extremely warm, as if he had just realized something. "Perfect, I would love to drink with you, elder brother." Yifeng smiled. The two exchanged pleasantries, seeming very familiar with one another. Cheng Susu watched them greet each other like old friends, and felt her mouth twitch, thinking they were being hypocritical. However, she had not forgotten the purpose of today's gathering. The next moment, she took Yifeng's hand and invited him to sit at the main table. Today's banquet was primarily to entertain elder brother Zhong and Yifeng, and as the main person involved, she obviously could not neglect them, but she could choose where to sit. Yifeng showed no hesitation in this regard. Seeing Cheng Susu sit next to that kid while he was far away, anger flickered in Zhong Hao's eyes once again, but he said nothing more, merely sitting back down in his own position, as if nothing had happened. After all, with so many people watching, he couldn't leave a bad impression on anyone. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the other party became his possession, and he would settle all accounts in due time. After the three of them took their seats, Cheng Susu's grandfather, the old master of the Cheng family, finally stepped out from the nearby grand hall at the right moment. The old master Cheng appeared to be in his 70s with graying hair and a rather prosperous demeanor. However, there was a glint of sharpness in his brows. Xiaozhong, you've been coming here quite frequently lately. The old master Cheng entered the courtyard and greeted Zhong Hao with a smile. In his eyes among those present, this young master Zhong undoubtedly held the greatest significance. Haha, isn't it? Because there's someone here whom the younger generation cares about. Young people should focus on improving their cultivation. They can't let their energy be consumed by romantic entanglements. The old master Cheng shook his head upon hearing this, and advised with a hint of lecturing tone, believing that the other party was too obsessed with this matter. Rest assured, old master Cheng, as long as this marriage is settled, I will immediately devote myself to my cultivation, Zhong Hao assured earnestly. At this moment, he secretly regretted not realizing how beautiful Cheng Susu was earlier. Having seen her once, he could not forget her. If he had casually saved her back, then wouldn't he have already embraced the beautiful woman by now? Let's talk about this later. Cheng Wanyin did not respond directly, but instead turned his gaze to Yifeng. This must be young Master Yi, right? I've heard that young Master Yi saved my granddaughter's life. I've long wanted to thank you in person, but unfortunately, there was never an opportunity until today. Cheng Wanyin's gaze scrutinized Yifeng, expressing both admiration and secret astonishment. This young man with the surname Yi seemed to possess quite an extraordinary presence. Old Master Cheng is too polite. Susu has helped me a lot, we merely support each other. Yifeng also stood up and responded with a smile. Young Master Yi is being modest. Cheng Wanyin nodded subtly, neither confirming nor denying. In fact, he did not fully believe the claim that the other had saved his granddaughter. However, it was indeed rare for someone to show such humility. After some pleasantries, Cheng Wanyin invited everyone to sit down, taking the seat of honor at the main table himself. Xiaozhong, as you can see, it is not that this old man is unwilling, but rather that Susu has her own thoughts. Moreover, both of you young men are so outstanding, it truly makes the decision difficult. After a few rounds of drinks, Cheng Wanyin began to repeatedly scrutinize and compare Zhong Hao, and he had already heard from his clansmen about the situation. There was no need to mention the young man with the surname Zhong, as this was not his first visit and his intentions were clear. Unfortunately, the conditions presented by him were merely small favors, not what he truly needed. Additionally, his granddaughter was strongly opposed, so he had been observing. As for Yifeng, although he was said to have saved his granddaughter, he did not have a significant background, thus he was not in consideration. However, he could be utilized well. Old Master Cheng is joking. Susu just has some misunderstandings towards me, but marriage is always decided by the elders. I believe Susu will definitely listen to you. Zhong Hao was not deterred by the other's evasive words. In these noble families, marriage is often based on interests. How many truly listen to their own feelings? Though that may be, so we must also consider the wishes of the parties involved, right? Cheng Wanyin chuckled, still not easily giving in. Old Master Cheng, I am deeply in love with Susu, and am willing to double the betrothal gifts I previously promised. In the future, I will treat you like a grandfather and serve you for life. I hope you will support me. Seeing that the other party was still evading, Zhong Hao suddenly stood up, bowing solemnly to Old Master Cheng. He felt he was running out of patience, especially after the appearance of this surname, Yi fellow, worrying that he might unwittingly wear a green hat. Thus he had to secure this matter at all costs. His attitude was exceptionally sincere, and his tone was extremely firm. How anyone who saw him would feel he was genuinely earnest. Doubling the betrothal gifts. That means 10 spirit artifacts. The Zhong family is indeed wealthy. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding Cheng family members who were observing all gasped in astonishment. The other party had previously promised to offer 5 spirit artifacts as a betrothal gift to the Cheng family. Now doubling that meant 10 spirit artifacts. This was no small sum. Perhaps everyone present could receive one. Yet they noticed that their old master remained silent, lost in thought. Why hasn't he agreed yet? They truly could not understand what the old master was thinking. With such a talented young man, what was there to hesitate about? Isn't that right? Young Master Zhong already has foundation establishment cultivation. That young lady would be incredibly lucky to marry such a talented individual. Among the younger female members of the Chung family, there was great envy. Such a golden turtle son-in-law was something they could hardly find. They all felt that the young lady did not deserve such treatment. At this moment, Chung Wanyan was in fact quite doubling the betrothal gifts and offering such a grand gesture. Although he currently had a higher cultivation than the other, considering potential, the younger man's future achievements would surely surpass his. The other party's actions indeed showed great sincerity. However, it still did not touch upon his key point. At that moment, he pretended to be troubled and turned his gaze toward Yifeng. He hoped the other party would say something that would move him. Yifeng also did not expect this young man with the surname Zhong to be so direct, suddenly making this promise and action, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to respond. He had thought it was a matter of showcasing talents, allowing old Master Chung to gradually select based on character. However, while he was lost in thought, Cheng Susu became completely anxious. She had never anticipated that this young man with the surname Zhong would invest so heavily directly, using such benefits to crush her. In this situation, she had no chance of winning. She couldn't help but glance at Yifeng, revealing a hint of pleading in her eyes. If this guy couldn't hold his own against Zhong Hao, then she was completely finished. Yet she also knew this was asking too much. How could he possibly offer better conditions than Zhong Hao? However, to her surprise, Yifeng gave her a reassuring glance and quickly stood up. Old Master Chung, if you are willing not to interfere in Susu's marriage and heed her wishes, I am willing to offer 3 foundation establishment pills as a token of gratitude. Yifeng solemnly clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. At this moment, he saw it clearly. The old Chung patriarch cared only for profit, not kinship, not character. His hesitation was merely a tactic to drive up the price. A sharp intake of breath. The moment Yifeng finished speaking, silence crashed over the courtyard like a thunderclap. Every Chung clansman froze in stunned unison. When he claimed he would abide by Susu's own will, no one doubted for a second that he meant marriage. After all, the young woman's affections were transparent to all. Yet a single foundation establishment pill cost several tens of thousands of spirit stones. 3 would command an exorbitant sum. Could this youth truly produce them? If he truly could, this offer would rival, even surpass, the Zhong family's proposal. After all, those spirit artifacts were valuable, they could be purchased with spirit stones. Foundation establishment pills, however, were treasures beyond mere coin, unobtainable even for those who possessed the wealth. Should their clan gain even 1 or 2 more foundation establishment cultivators, their entire fate would shift irrevocably. Even Cheng Susu and her mother turned toward him, eyes wide with disbelief. Moments earlier, they had believed all hope lost, no reversal possible. And yet, against all odds, fortune had taken a sudden, breathtaking turn. But where had he acquired foundation establishment pills? Even prestigious clans of considerable standing could not refine them. 3 foundation establishment pills. Elder Chung likewise wrestled with profound doubt. Such pills dramatically increased the likelihood of a chi refinement cultivator breaking through to foundation establishment, and were thus treated as strategic assets guarded like imperial relics. He himself, after decades of effort, had secured only a handful. How then had this youth obtained them? Ye, are you merely boasting without substance? Upon hearing this, Zhong Hao could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly and challenged Yifeng, outright, voice laced with disdain. Even for the Zhong family, parting with 3 foundation establishment pills was unthinkable. 10 spirit artifacts represented the absolute limit he had wrung from his elders. In truth, his clan held little interest in this matter at all. Yet this youth, utterly unknown with no discernible backing, claimed he could produce 3 such pills. Who precisely did he imagine he was deceiving? How can you claim to possess them when you yourself have not yet reached foundation establishment? I assure you, elder, I have long since attained foundation establishment cultivation, and I swear upon heaven itself, I will deliver the 3 pills. In that instant, Yifeng released his aura, a palpable wave of foundation establishment power, while speaking with unwavering conviction. To him, sacrificing mere wealth to rescue Cheng Susu from calamity was not only justified, it was imperative. Spirit stones could always be earned anew. Once cast into the flames, redemption would vanish forever. As for acquiring the pills, his status as a prospective Azure Dragon Guard afforded him ample access. Feeling the overwhelming might radiating from Yifeng, the Chung clansmen recoiled as one, their faces paling, jaws slack with shock. His age was even younger than Zhong Hao's. How had he achieved such mastery? Cheng Susu, meanwhile, stood utterly numb-minded, emptied of all thought. That man, years ago his cultivation had lagged far behind hers. Yet in just a few short years, he had soared to foundation establishment. Was she dreaming? Zheng Hao too felt Yifeng's authentic foundation establishment aura, and his face cycled between ashen pallor and livid crimson, refusing to accept the reality before him. How could it be? That insignificant underling, within mere years now surpassing him. Only Su Su's mother swiftly recovered from her astonishment, trembling with uncontainable joy. This is extraordinary. With such strength, he stands on equal footing with Zheng Hao. Even Elder Chen, inwardly startled, had to concede Yifeng's offer now matched Zheng Hao's in weight, and perhaps exceeded it. That he dared swear to produce the pills implied formidable backing. Yet the elder still withheld his assent. Very well, he declared at last. My cultivation has stagnated at the peak of foundation establishment for many long years. Whichever of you secures a rare spiritual artifact capable of aiding my breakthrough to golden core, Cheng Su Su shall be yours without delay. Finally, Cheng Wanyan revealed his true condition, the sole prize he truly sought, the only boon that mattered for the Cheng clan. All else was fleeting mist. Should he ascend to golden core, the Cheng clan would not merely endure, it would rise higher than ever. But should he fail within decades, he would return to dust, and the clan, vulnerable and leaderless, would likely be carved apart by rivals. Alas, despite his efforts, he had never found the sacred artifact required for such a breakthrough, and so placed his hopes elsewhere. At these words, both Zheng Hao and Yifeng felt their hearts sink. Artifacts enabling golden core ascension were priceless, each worth kingdoms. To set such an item as the condition for marriage was nothing short of extortion. Though the Zheng family commanded great renown across this region, they had, over decades, only ever chanced upon one such artifact. A second, unthinkable to surrender. The Cheng clansmen instantly grasped the truth. Elder Cheng had never been swayed by Zheng Hao's bribes. He had been pursuing something infinitely greater. Truly, the elder's vision ran deep. Yet if he after all these years had failed to locate it, what chance did two youths possibly have? Elder Cheng, your demand is utterly unreasonable, impossible to fulfill. Not only am I incapable, but I wager no youth across Chuzhou could achieve it. Zheng Hao spoke, bitterly, face twisted with despair. Such artifacts were hoarded fiercely by every major clan. Did the elder truly believe his granddaughter was an ancient millennium prodigy? In that moment, he understood the old man had no intention of marrying Su Su off, had been manipulating him as a fool all along. Yifeng remained silent, but shared the same grim realization. Not necessarily, came Elder Cheng's unruffled reply. The Chuzhou Cloudstorm's secret realm opens soon, and such an artifact lies within. It is simply a matter of willingness. Unmoved by their expressions, the elder spoke with serene certainty. He sought only that artifact, and whoever delivered it would win Su Su's hand, even if he were a decrepit elder nearing death's door. Alas, the secret realm admitted only the young. He himself could not enter. The Cloudstorm's secret realm. At the name, Zheng Hao's face drained of color, as if recalling some unspeakable horror. They say it devours the unwary whole, leaving not even bones behind. The Cloudstorm's secret realm. What is that place? Yifeng asked, curiosity alight in his eyes. He had never heard of it before. It is a forbidden domain of Chuzhou, a self-contained microcosm that manifests once every few decades. Its next emergence occurs in half a month. Elder Cheng smiled faintly as he explained. Junior brother Yi, that place is perilous. You must not go. Cheng Su Su at his side could no longer remain seated and urgently sent a voice to stop him. She knew full well he was helping out of friendship. The two had no true romantic bond, so how could she allow him to make such a tremendous sacrifice? But Yifeng gave no reply. Old Master Cheng, that place is far too dangerous. I could never enter. If you truly mean it, have my clan's patriarch present an experienced jade slip for breaking through to the golden core together with 10 spirit instruments as the betrothal gift. At last, Zheng Hao, having lost patience, bluntly stated his bottom line. The woman might be lovely, but he would not risk such immense danger on her account. After all, one must survive to matter at all. The Zheng family would of course send people into the secret realm, but they would not sacrifice a direct line clansman. Even if they found such spiritual treasures, they would not offer them as a betrothal. Oh, brother Yi, what about you? What do you say? Cheng Wanyan said, somewhat moved, then turned his gaze back to Yifeng. He understood this demand was asking too much. Securing precious breakthrough experience might already be the best possible outcome, yet he still felt a measure of discontent. If I can find it, will old Master Cheng truly keep his promise? Yifeng asked with solemn gravity. In the few breaths since he had used the Tianji Pan to thoroughly ascertain the situation within the Fengyan's secret realm, discovering it to be a place that could launch his ascent. Though undeniably perilous, with the Tianji Pan in his possession and due caution, it should not present an insurmountable obstacle. Crucially, the opportunities inside the Fengyun secret realm were of immeasurable significance to him. On millennium chances to miss them would be an irreparable loss, so even without other reasons he felt compelled to go. Of course, I swear it to the heavens. Cheng Wannian's eyes lit up as he hurried to promise. Very well, I will go and try. And I hope before then that old Master Cheng will not force Susu into anything she does not wish. In the next moment, Yifeng bit his lip and insisted. Haha, very straightforward. I agree. Cheng Wannian rejoiced, his smile suddenly warmer. If there was even a glimmer of hope, what harm in waiting a while? He's mad. He actually agreed. Junior brother Yi, do you know what you were saying? Don't be reckless. Seeing the two reach an agreement, Cheng Susu gripped Yifeng's waist hard and angrily tried to persuade him to abandon this crazed plan. Yifeng paid him no mind. The banquet drew to a close amid jealous quarrels and simmering resentment. After the feast, every Qing clansman had to admit that the Yi in question was unmistakably and deeply in love with Cheng Susu. After all, he was willing to venture into that extraordinarily perilous place for her, something no ordinary person would do. By contrast, Zhong Hao's words of devotion sounded hollow beside his actions. He appeared a hypocrite rather than a true gentleman. As they envied and resented Cheng Susu, they also sighed inwardly. The boy had once seemed destined for greatness, yet his poor judgment might cost him his life in the secret realm. Who would remember him then? Junior brother Yi, why did you agree? Don't you know how dangerous it is in there? At parting, Cheng Susu pulled Yifeng aside and scolded him with genuine anger. Earlier, her grandfather had been watching, and other Cheng relatives were present. She could not speak plainly then, and now her frustration finally erupted. She had been privately pleased to learn he had advanced to the foundation establishment, but now that joy turned to worry. Senior sister Cheng, if I told you I merely want to go in and take a look, would you believe me? Yifeng answered earnestly. Of course he had heard her warnings before, he simply had his own consideration. Cultivation is a contest with fate. Though his merit now exceeded his peers by a little, his innate gifts did not guarantee a better future. To overlook an opportunity would leave a lifetime of regret. You just want to go in and look around. Do you expect me to believe that? Cheng Susu's eyes reddened as she glared. She was both moved and furious. This great fool would rush through fire and water for her, heedless of his own safety. How could he claim not to love her? Who was he trying to fool? That's the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I'm going back. Seeing this, Yifeng said no more and turned away, unable to explain it clearly. He did have to thank her for revealing such a promising destination. The Fengyun secret realm was a closely kept secret among the great houses of the Chu continent, unknown to ordinary folk. Wait, no matter what, are you going in? Cheng Susu suddenly called after him, her face grave. Of course, Yifeng nodded. Good. Then I'll tell you this, if you don't come back, I won't live anymore. With that, Cheng Susu flung out the words and stormed away in anger. If his going was his choice, then whether she lived or died was her choice too. Yifeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The Cheng family did not keep Yifeng and Zhong Hao overnight. With no decision yet on who would become their granddaughter's husband, they avoided impropriety. Cheng Susu did not return to the Qingyun sect. She remained at the Cheng residence under strict watch, for she was at a pivotal stage and could not be allowed to wander before matters settled. Yifeng left the Cheng residence and returned straight to the Qingyun sect, to the new courtyard that had been assigned. He still lacked sufficient knowledge of the Fengyun secret realm and resolved to spend the coming days poring over the sect's records to prepare. After a brief night's rest, Yifeng began to stroll the Qingyun sect the next day. His first stop was the market to see if any tracts or anecdotes about the realm were for sale. The Qingyun sect bustled as ever disciples passed in a steady stream, well dressed and brimming with vigor, their youth evident to the eye. The sect's market was the most crowded district, stalls scattered like constellations, hawkers' cries, and the sounds of haggling braided into one clamorous chorus. Yifeng walked slowly through the throng, his gaze casually sweeping the stalls for anything useful. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette came into view. The figure was of medium-tall build, clad in a pale blue scholar's robe, energetically hawking his wares. Isn't that Zhang Junxing? Yifeng froze as he recognized the scholar-like cultivator. The scene felt so familiar, as if yesterday had been replayed, bringing an inexplicable warmth. At a glance, Yifeng was certain it was Zhang Junxing. After so many years, the boy was still vending in the... What had happened? The only difference was the stall had become larger. With curiosity, he strode straight. Herds for sale. Don't pass by, don't miss them. Zhang Junxing called energetically, not yet aware of Yifeng in the distance. A moment later, a figure stopped before his stall. Zhang Junxing looked up to greet him, but fell silent when he saw that familiar face. That is really Yifeng. Shock flickered in Zhang Junxing's eyes, then broke into a radiant, joyous smile. Brother Yi, is it truly you? Who else would it be? Yifeng retorted with an amused scold. Wonderful. I've been trying to find you. Zhang Junsheng hurriedly set down his things and greeted him warmly. With no news for years, he had feared the worst. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Brother Zhang, long time no see. Your stall is still the same as before, huh? Ha, idle hands, Zhang Junsheng laughed. These spirit herbs are modest, but at least they bring in a few spirit. By the way, Brother Yi, where have you been these past years? What have you been doing lately? Zhang Junsheng asked curious. That was the question on his mind. Me? I've wandered far and wide, been to many places, Yifeng replied. Wandered around. So you've been loafing with no steady trade. Zhang Junsheng paused. He recognized such words as the stock reply of those without proper pursuits. It's not quite like that. Yifeng hesitated to explain, but Zhang Junsheng brushed the answer. Junior Brother Yi, am not trying to be harsh. You were once so clever and diligent. How did you fall to such a state? Relax. You won't be inferior to anyone. Settle your heart and apply yourself. Zhang Junsheng admonished in a didactic tone. Am doing badly. Yifeng found the remark both comic and exasperating. Internally, he thought a fraction of his current holdings would eclipse Zhang's entire fortune, but he was not one for ostentation and let it pass with a smile. Not wishing to wound him, Yifeng laughed it off and changed the subject. Brother Zhang, shouldn't you be assisting in the alchemy hall? How do you have time for this? He could not understand it. When Zhang had been chosen as an apprentice of the alchemy hall, he had been full of pride and ambition. He had expected Zhang to be a somewhat renowned alchemist by now. Alchemy is maddeningly difficult, not something most can master. Zhang Junsheng said, his face turning sour at the thought. Once accepted as an alchemy apprentice, he had thrown himself into practice as if possessed, training with relentless zeal each day. He had believed that with his talent and diligence he would soon become a master alchemist. But reality soon diverged from his hopes. The more he strove, the faster his family's resources were consumed, and the lower his success rates became. At first he assumed it was merely insufficient practice. After several years of the same pattern, he realized the truth: alchemy required innate aptitude. Effort alone could not bridge the gap. The gifted could master it in months with high success rates. The untalented might practice a lifetime with no result. Now reduced to penury, he had accepted his fate. Is it really that difficult? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Yifeng found forging and alchemy comparably challenging, yet he had taken to forging more easily. You wouldn't understand, Zhang Junsheng snapped, wounded to the core. It was the layman deriding the expert. The question as absurd as asking why common folk do not eat meat porridge. All right, I don't understand. Yifeng laughed and let the matter drop. By the way, I have a blind date tomorrow. Can you help me out? Suddenly Zhang Junsheng recalled something and quickly looked at Yifeng with a serious expression. For tomorrow's blind date, he had to treat, and the girl would also bring a friend along. He had been worried about not finding someone to bolster his presence, but now that he saw Yifeng, he immediately had an excellent choice. What? You're going on a blind date? Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard the most incredible news. The other party had never shown much interest in that aspect before, and had even mocked the original owner for being foolishly infatuated. Why the sudden change in attitude? It's just that my family is pushing me too hard, insisting that I must complete a union this year and have children soon. Zhang Junsheng replied, his face showing a bitter smile. Originally, he had planned to wait until he achieved success before considering matters of this nature. Unfortunately, his family had only one legitimate male heir in each generation, and as the rightful successor, he was inevitably pressured into marriage for fear of any unforeseen mishaps. Previously, he could use alchemy as an excuse, but now with nothing to occupy him, he had no reason to refuse. But don't worry, there will be compensation. I won't let you run this errand for nothing. The next moment, Zhang Junsheng added with a flourish. Brother Zhang, this isn't just about spirit stones, or rather. Yifeng instinctively wanted to refuse. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help, but such matters were too troublesome, and he had serious business to attend to. Do I not know you? If it's not about spirit stones, then what could it be? You won't really refuse such a small favor, will you? Zhang Junsheng interrupted, clearly not believing him. Is it absolutely necessary for me to go? Yifeng asked. Is there really no one worse than you to choose from? Zhang Junsheng explained confidently. The truth was, among the friends he had made, none had a worse background than the other party. The key was that the blind date's image perfectly aligned with his aesthetic, and he had no intention of waiting any longer. Is it just because you think him inferior? Yifeng found this reasoning quite amusing. Of course, bringing someone stronger than me along isn't exactly a smart move, is it? It definitely won't work out. All right. They'll go, but the consequences are on you. Yifeng replied, looking helpless. After all, this was the first time the other party had asked him for a favor. How could he refuse? It was just a waste of half a day after all, so he decided to go. Rest assured. As long as you're willing to come, success is guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junshin finally laughed heartily. The location for Zhang Junshin's blind date was at a well-known restaurant in Yinbei City near the Qingyan sect. Early in the morning, he had already reserved a private room and sent Yifeng the details via a communication talisman. Yifeng didn't delay, and after finishing his business, he noticed it was almost time, so he hurried towards the Lingxiang pavilion as instructed. He didn't arrive too early as he was merely a supporting character and didn't want to steal the limelight from the main host. However, he also didn't arrive late and walked into the restaurant just on time. Where is everyone? Upon reaching the private room, Yifeng noticed that only Zhang Junshin was there, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's the rush? The girl is rather reserved. Isn't a little delay normal? Come sit down and have a drink with me first. Zhang Junshin, however, was completely unconcerned and warmly invited Yifeng to take a seat. He knew that good things often came with a few twists and turns, and one couldn't rush such matters. Indeed, brother Zhang is quite considerate. Yifeng thought it was amusing. Given Zhang Junshin's demeanor, he seemed very invested in this blind date. Otherwise, in the past, he would have likely turned and left. However, he didn't say much, casually choosing a spot to sit and pouring himself a cup of spirit wine. I must say the private room Zhang Junshin reserved today was quite nice, not only elegantly furnished, but it also offered a clear view of the bustling crowd outside and the beautiful scenery of the distant immortal mountains. Moreover, Zhang Junshin had dressed up a bit today, losing some of the scholarly air and gaining a certain maturity characteristic of an adult man. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of woman could make him take this matter so seriously. As they sipped their drinks and chatted casually, about a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Junshin finally received a communication talisman. They are almost here. Let's order some dishes first. The next moment, a smile appeared on Zhang Junshin's face. Brother Yi, here's the menu. Help me out. What should we order? And feel free to order whatever you want, and don't hold back. Zhang Junshin placed the menu in front of Yifeng, speaking with great generosity. Brother Zhang, you decide. I'm not good at this sort of thing, Yifeng replied, shaking his head and pushing the menu back. He didn't know how much Zhang Junshin could actually afford, nor was he familiar with the specialties here, so it was better not to give blind advice. Otherwise, if the blind date fell through, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Alright then, I'll just order a few random dishes. Zhang Junshin thought that Yifeng might not often visit such upscale restaurants, so he didn't press him. He simply called for the waiter and ordered several renowned dishes he had inquired about. As for the spirit wine, he ordered a more expensive one as well. After calculating the total cost, Zhang Junshin felt a slight pang in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure and pretended nothing was wrong. Not long after they finished ordering, two young female cultivators peeked in from outside the door, confirming it was the right place before entering the private room. These two female cultivators appeared to be exceptionally beautiful. One had a round cherubic face with delicate skin, looking very adorable, while the other was tall and elegant, clearly a refined lady from a prominent family, well-educated and cultured. Indeed impressive. Upon seeing the gentle-looking female cultivator, Yifeng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder Zhang Junshin was so invested. The beauty of this woman could rival that of Lu Yuyao. As expected, upon seeing the two women, Zhang Junshin's eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached them. But Yifeng was surprised to see him looking at the round-faced girl instead of the elegant one. Excuse me, are you Miss Qiao Yueming? Zhang Junshin faced the round-faced girl, his gaze unwavering, and asked nervously. Yes, you must be young Master Zhang Junshin. The round-faced female cultivator recognized him immediately. Clearly, she had already seen his image and basic information beforehand. Haha, that's me. Zhang Junshin replied with a hearty laugh. The person in front of him was undoubtedly better than he had imagined. Seeing this scene, Yifeng finally confirmed that Zhang Junshin's blind date was indeed the round-faced female cultivator Qiao Yueming. This guy certainly had unique taste. Following that, they introduced their respective companions and took the private room's jade table was not very large. Qiao Yueming naturally sat opposite Zhang Junshin, while the elegant female cultivator sat across from Yifeng. After introductions, the elegant female cultivator brought by Qiao Yueming was named Lin Jingshu, her close friend, and she was said to be a disciple of the Mingyue sect, a top-tier sect in Suzhou, with a family influence ranking even higher than the Qiao family. Before long, the restaurant's attendants began to serve plates of spiritual meat dishes. During the meal, Qiao Yueming and Zhang Junshin were both lively and engaged in pleasant conversation, and Zhang Junshin was quite satisfied with the round-faced girl, growing more excited as they talked. Seeing that Zhang Junshin's attention was entirely on her and not distracted by her friend, Qiao Yueming couldn't help but nod inwardly. This person seemed quite reliable. She had brought her friend today with the intention of testing Zhang Junshin, and it was clear he had passed. However, glancing at the dishes on the jade table, her brow furrowed slightly. Have you heard of a dish that has recently become quite famous? It seems to come from your Qinyan sect region. Xiao Yueming asked. Oh, which dish is Miss Xiao referring to? I assure you there isn't a dish in this area that Zhang Junshin doesn't know. Zhang Junshin replied, momentarily taken aback before speaking confidently. Really? I believe it's called blood spirit nourishing soup. You must have heard of it, right? Xiao Yueming looked at him with anticipation, and even Lin Jingshu couldn't help but lift her head. Blood spirit nourishing soup. Hearing that name, Zhang Junshin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. How could he not have heard of it? This dish was said to nourish the qi and blood, and it had remarkable effects on beauty. It had recently become a signature dish in the area. This restaurant served it, and it was listed at the top of the menu, but a single plate cost several hundred spirit stones. Yet the entire table of dishes he ordered today only totaled a bit over 300 spirit stones. But the next moment he gritted his teeth and smiled, saying, "Of course I've heard of it. This restaurant serves it, and he'll order a plate right away." Great, great. That would be much appreciated. Xiao Yuming's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. This dish was not unavailable near her Mingyue sect, but the supply was insufficient and quite difficult to reserve. She never expected to finally get to eat it today. Not long after the waiter reappeared in the private room. However, upon hearing that a few people wanted to order the blood spirit nourishing soup, he immediately displayed an expression of deep distress. "Dear guests, I sincerely apologize, but the main ingredient, the blood spirit rabbit, is something our establishment can only acquire a few of each month, and they have already been reserved by other customers. If you wish to eat it, I'm afraid you will have to wait a few months." The waiter explained to everyone with a face full of regret. He had received countless inquiries like this in recent days, but he truly had nothing to offer. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel secretly frustrated. If the supply of blood spirit rabbits were sufficient, he would not know how much his monthly commission could increase. All of them have been reserved. Xiao Yueming and the others were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. They hadn't expected that this dish would also be in such high demand after coming to the Qinyan sect. How could that be? Is there really no other way? Zhang Junshin was equally stunned. He had noticed this dish when it first came out, and at that time there was no mention of it being out of stock. He just hadn't been willing to eat it. To his surprise, after finally deciding to splurge today, he found out he couldn't get it. There truly is no other way. You must have heard that the blood spirit nourishing soup is produced by Qinke Valley, and its flavor is unique. Only the blood spirit rabbit from Qinke Valley can achieve this effect. The waiter shook his head and sighed. But the production of Qinke Valley is extremely limited each month, and with so many restaurants, they simply cannot supply enough. If there were a way, would they not want to do business? It's just that it's truly difficult to cook without rice. The few they receive each month were hard-won by their boss. That truly is a pity. After hearing the explanation, Xiao Yueming and the others could not help but show a hint of disappointment. They had come all this way hoping to indulge, only to find that this dish was also so scarce here. Only Yifeng, upon hearing the words Qinke Valley, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, as if recalling something. Isn't this my own territory? Could it be that the special dishes that Su Zian mentioned refer to this? Are you saying that as long as we solve the supply issue, this dish can be served? Suddenly Yifeng asked coldly. Huh, why is this kid asking this? Zhang Junshin was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of surprise. Xiao Yueming and the others, upon hearing this, also appeared to have misunderstood, feeling very strange in their hearts. Could it be that the other party thinks he can solve the supply problem? Of course. The cooking method for the blood spirit nourishing soup is very simple. As long as we have the blood spirit rabbit, our establishment can prepare it in less than 15 minutes. The waiter confidently replied. The method for making the blood spirit nourishing soup is completely open from Qinke Valley. Even the seasoning ratios are clearly marked. However, without the main ingredient, knowing the method is of no use. Recently, many people have tried to replicate it, but have failed without exception. May I ask where your manager is? I would like to discuss this with him. Upon receiving an answer, Yifeng stood up. He intended to take this opportunity to taste the local specialty and see what the woman had concocted. Dear guest, this matter. The waiter instinctively wanted to stop him, as he didn't believe that the other party going to speak with their manager would have any effect. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yifeng. Just take me there. Yes. The waiter, seeing this, had no choice but to exit the private room and began to lead the way. There were many such customers, but he did not think this matter would yield any results. The people in the room, seeing Yifeng actually following the waiter outside, felt quite bewildered. What is that guy doing going to find the manager? Could it be useful? Xiao Yueming curiously directed her gaze toward Zhang Junshin. Yifeng had barely spoken before and had only introduced himself as an outer disciple, so she hadn't paid much attention. Could it be that he has some special background? I don't know either. Zhang Junchen shook his head upon hearing this. He thought he knew the other party well, but the Yifeng he knew definitely did not have such capability. I also think it will be of no use. On the other side, Lin Jingzhu, who had been rather aloof, also rarely spoke up, providing her conclusion. She also didn't hold out hope for Yifeng's actions, not believing he could persuade the manager, as she had tried similar things before. A quarter of an hour later, Yifeng returned to the private room with a relaxed expression. Yifeng, what did you just go do? Why did you take so long? Zhang Junchen, seeing Yifeng sit down, hurriedly asked with impatience. They had discussed several rounds during his absence, and were all very curious. You'll find out shortly. Yifeng smiled, and kept them guessing, not revealing anything. Find out shortly. Could it be that this matter can really be resolved? However, how is that possible? Does this kid really think he is some big shot? Zhang Junchen completely did not believe this. Qiao Yueming and the others had even more peculiar expressions. They knew quite a bit about this dish, and had seen many young masters wanting to eat it, believing themselves to be significant figures, urging the restaurant to serve it, but without exception they had all failed. Does this guy think he is better than those people? Ahem, everyone, let's continue drinking. Brother Yi is just joking with us, let's carry on. Zhang Junchen quickly called out to everyone to avoid awkwardness. Yes, let's continue eating. Where did we? Xiao Yueming also hurriedly helped smooth things over. She knew this matter was not good to take too seriously, or it would make others uncomfortable. However, before she finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and two maidservants carefully entered, escorting a plate of exquisite dishes. What is this? The three people in the room suddenly had their eyes widen in surprise. Could it be that there was truly an unexpected delight? Indeed. Dear guests, our manager has instructed that today's serving of blood spirit nourishing soup is to be prioritized for you, and it is free. In the next moment, the leading maidservant set the dish down with a smile as she introduced it to everyone. At this time she felt as if she were dreaming, unable to believe that such a thing had occurred. What? It really got resolved. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room except for Yifeng felt as if they had been struck by lightning, completely dazed. It actually got resolved. How is that possible? The key point is it seems to be free. Did they hear that wrong? However, upon seeing the maidservant uncover the lid of the dish and discovering that it truly contained the dish, everyone finally confirmed it. Junchen, it seems your junior brother is quite capable. Qiao Yueming suddenly fixed her gaze on him and expressed her amazement. Haha, indeed. Zhang Junchen was equally shocked. He never expected that they would not only be able to eat this dish smoothly today, but also without spending any spirit stones. This was truly a delightful surprise. Yifeng, please tell us how you did it. After the two maidens left, Zhang Junchen could not help but ask, and he felt that Yifeng had become incredibly mysterious today, to the point where he almost didn't recognize him. Could it be that the other party had used some sort of trick to deceive the shopkeeper? Indeed, I wonder who young Master Yi really is. What kind of business is he in? Qiao Yueming also showed great interest in Yifeng. At this moment, she suddenly felt that this ordinary-looking handsome young man had gained an aura of mystery, making him far more appealing than Zhang Junchen. Ahem. I'm actually just a jack of all trades, relying on friends for support. It's just that I happen to know some people in Qingke Valley. Yifeng smiled faintly and perfunctorily replied. Of course, he could not reveal the truth, and he had also instructed the shopkeeper not to disclose anything. Otherwise, if every tavern came looking to increase their supply, that woman Su Zian would probably go crazy. Is that really the case? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Junchen and Xiao Yueming looked somewhat skeptical. This explanation was undoubtedly reasonable, but could it really be that simple? What do you think it could be? Yifeng looked at the two, earnestly countering the question. This. The two were momentarily stunned. Zhang Junchen, who knew Yifeng best, felt that this reason was completely unassailable. If it weren't for this, what other reason could there be? It couldn't just be because the other party was some big shot, right? Only Lin Jingzhu looked playful, clearly not believing it. However, she did not refute it on the spot. Regardless, today we are all benefiting from Yifeng's fortune. Come, let us raise our glasses and toast you. If it weren't for him, she would have left disappointed today, right? If it weren't for Yifeng, we wouldn't even get to eat this dish today. Come, I'll toast you a glass. Zhang Junchen echoed, raising his glass in salute. At this moment, Lin Jingzhu also stopped being reserved, picking up her glass and looking at Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng could only helplessly raise his glass in return. Cheers. After downing a glass of spiritual wine, the atmosphere noticeably brightened, and the four began to eat heartily. It must be said that this blood spirit nourishing soup was full of color, flavor, and aroma, paired with fine wine and side dishes, making the two female cultivators lick their lips in satisfaction. The key was that after consuming the nourishing soup, they felt a warm spiritual energy nourishing their entire bodies, and soon discovered that their skin had become much more radiant. Even Yifeng and Zhang Juanqing, two big men, found a visibly noticeable effect. It seemed this nourishing effect was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. At this moment, as Yifeng savored the dish, he secretly marveled at the unexpected efficacy of the blood spirit rabbit cultivated using the heavenly mechanism plate method. Previously, he had simply sold them right after cultivation, never having the heart to try them himself. What a loss. Fortunately, he had sought that woman to help with operations, otherwise it would have been a complete waste. After finishing the meal, the distance between Zhang Junsheng and Xiao Yueming had narrowed considerably. After settling the bill and leaving the tavern, Zhang Junsheng gave Yifeng a glance, signaling him to entertain Lin Jingzhu, while he began to lead Xiao Yueming to the surroundings to cultivate their relationship. This guy? Yifeng felt quite puzzled upon hearing this arrangement. No wonder this fellow wanted someone to help with the scene. It turned out to be to divert the light bulb at this moment. However, seeing that both female cultivators had no objections, he did not say much more. Young Master Yi, where do you plan to take the young lady next? After watching Zhang Junsheng and the others leave, Lin Jingzhu spoke softly, casting a meaningful glance. She certainly knew the mission of the other party at this moment. Before coming, she had not intended to let Xiao Yueming be alone with Zhang Junsheng, but now seeing that the girl seemed to have a good impression of Zhang Junsheng, she could only acquiesce. Moreover, she was quite interested in the guy named Yifeng in front of her. Shall we just stroll along the street? Yifeng said, feeling slightly shy. Being alone with a strange woman was something he rarely experienced. Oh, there isn't anywhere else better to go. Lin Jingzhu was secretly surprised upon hearing this. This guy actually wasn't seizing the opportunity properly. He seemed a bit wooden. Who goes on a date with a woman on the street? Then how about we check out the nearby Baibao building? Yifeng asked again. That works too. Lin Jingzhu, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. However, she secretly sighed. This guy seemed to be lacking in romantic flair. As it turned out, after entering Baibao building, Yifeng really just wandered around, completely ignoring the beautiful woman beside him. This left Lin Jingzhu, who wanted to chat with him, quite puzzled, as if she had punched a cotton ball. Eventually, unable to suppress her curiosity, Lin Jingzhu found an opportunity to speak up. May I ask where young Master Yi usually does his odd jobs? How much spirit stone do you earn each month? Lin Jingzhu pretended to casually examine a jade bracelet as she asked. This was her biggest curiosity. Although the other party had already explained before that the reason for being able to secure supplies was due to knowing someone in Qingke Valley, she didn't believe it at all, because she knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed. I just do some random work nearby, nothing fixed, probably earn a few spirit stones each month. Yifeng felt a bit guilty upon hearing this. He sensed that the other party seemed to be implying something. Oh, how many are high-grade spirit stones? Or a few middle-grade spirit stones? Lin Jingzhu continued to smile and pressed on. Why does Lin Xianzi ask this? Do you think highly of me? Yifeng was taken aback, not knowing why the other party said this. Today, in order not to steal Zhang Junsheng's thunder, he deliberately dressed simply and acted as if he had no background, yet he did not expect to be targeted. However, he still had no intention of confessing honestly. Stop pretending, young master. You must have a considerable status in Qingke Valley, right? This little girl knows people in Qingke Valley as well, and is responsible for external sales, but she has no authority to temporarily increase supplies, yet young master Yi can. Shouldn't you explain a bit? Lin Jingzhu's gaze was fixed on Yifeng, her smile deepening. Their family had also negotiated with Qingke Valley regarding the blood spirit rabbit, hoping the other party could provide an extra batch of supplies, seeking even the butler of the valley master suit, a pivotal figure in Qingke Valley, but they had never succeeded. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately felt embarrassed. He had not expected the other party to know the inside story. Did that mean his lies had already been seen through? Let me guess, the person young Master Yi knows is none other than Valley Master Su herself. Lin Jingzhu's smile grew even deeper. Xianzi is joking. Who is Valley Master Su? How could I possibly know her? Yifeng's cold sweat broke out as he quickly shook his head to deny it. He absolutely could not confess to this, otherwise he would undoubtedly become a coveted figure in others' eyes, and it would be extremely difficult to remain low-key. May I ask if young Master Yi has a Dao companion? What do you think of this little girl? If you can be honest, perhaps I would consider it. Lin Jingzhu, seeing that the other party was still unwilling to yield, bit her lip and boldly spoke the unreserved words. She was very confident in her beauty, and her family was also quite extraordinary. She believed that once she said this, the other party would surely be unable to resist the temptation. After all, marrying someone like her could be said to instantly elevate him to greatness. However, the next moment Yifeng's answer made her expression stiffen. Xianzi is certainly extremely admirable, but I am a person with no merits and truly have no background. It would be better if Xianzi did not consider me. Yifeng smiled faintly. Are you lacking in confidence? Lin Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she continued to press. She did not expect that after she had worked up the courage to say such a thing the other party would respond like this. Indeed, I am a very poor person and have no ambitions. I just want to eat, drink, and sleep in every day, so I dare not aspire to something so high. Yifeng said with complete candor. This guy, are these words true or false? From her perspective, it was clear that the Lingtu of Qingke Valley had tremendous future potential. She originally intended to establish a supply chain through them, and eventually become an agent for the northern region of Chuzhou, but unexpectedly, before she could even start, she was met with a closed door. After being politely declined, Lin Jing's expression turned gloomy, and she fell silent. She was filled with suppressed anger, deliberately distancing herself from Yifeng, and no longer wished to speak to him. After all, among so many peers of the opposite sex, he was the first who didn't regard her with any importance. Seeing her finally quiet down, Yifeng felt relieved and turned his attention back to the rows of jade slips within the Baibao building. Among these jade slips there were quite a few introductions about the origins and experiences of the Fengyan secret realm, and he decided to purchase a few. However, just as he picked up a jade slip preparing to examine it closely, he noticed a pair of young men and women walking by arm in arm. The young man was dressed in splendid attire with a plump figure and a face full of arrogance, as if he looked down on everyone, while the woman beside him wore a light yellow dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her features bearing a hint of beauty, exuding an air of delicate charm. It was no wonder Yifeng was drawn to their presence. He was quite familiar with the woman's silhouette, and it turned out to be Lu Yuyao, the first love of the original owner. He didn't expect her to appear here at this time, and so closely with a man. However, he merely paused in surprise for a moment before quickly returning to normal, refocusing his attention on the jade slip in front of him. Yet on this floor of Baibao building there were not many people, and his presence caught the attention of the young couple as well. Oh, isn't that Yifeng? In the next moment, the plump young man, upon recognizing who stood before him, exclaimed in surprise. This seemingly ordinary, unassuming kid was actually Yifeng, whom he hadn't seen in years. Could it be true? At this moment, seeing that Yifeng still dressed like this, the plump young man couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that this kid hadn't made much progress over the years. And Lu Yuyao, upon realizing it was indeed Yifeng, froze momentarily, instinctively, wanting to withdraw her hand from the plump young man's grip. However, after thinking of something, she felt it unnecessary and immediately wrapped her hand back around his. Although she still held some fond memories of him and had experienced regret and longing during quiet nights, so many years had passed, and their statuses had become worlds apart. She felt there was no longer any possibility between them, so why should she care? So it's Zhao Xiong. Upon hearing the voice, Yifeng took a closer look at the plump young man's face and couldn't help but be taken aback, almost not recognizing him. The person before him was actually the previously thin and lanky Zhao Yulong. He hadn't expected that after all these years the change in him would be so drastic. His current size was likely over 3 times what it used to be. Yifeng, thanks a lot. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to pursue Yuyao. Seeing that Yifeng recognized him, Zhao Yulong grabbed Lu Yuyao's hand, playing with it while boasting proudly. Back when they first joined the sect, he and Lu Yuyao were among the most renowned figures among their peers, a perfect match that envied others. Yet he hadn't expected that in less than 10 years the situation would change completely. At this moment, he had become a highly regarded inner disciple, one of the promising young alchemists in the sect, while the other remained obscure, still in that poor state from before. Congratulations then. Yifeng replied without anger, merely smiling faintly. Clearly Zhao Yulong's actions were a hint that he had successfully won Lu Yuyao's affection. He hadn't expected that Lu Yuyao, still so young, would make such a decision and choose someone as rotund as a— What kind of sight was that? Yet he felt no regret. Ever since his transmigration, he had no feelings for her left. Who she chose was of no concern to him. Sigh, why do I smell something sour? Zhao Yulong, upon hearing those congratulatory words and observing Yifeng's expression, felt as if he were in a scorching desert and suddenly tasted an exquisite ice spirit wine, feeling exceptionally refreshed. He speculated that Yifeng's current mood must be quite unwilling, right? You say so, then it must be true, Yifeng said, shaking his head, secretly finding it amusing. He truly had no such thoughts. He was merely observing like a bystander. Yifeng, do you think my choice to be with Zhao Xiong is hasty and hard to understand? Suddenly Lu Yuyao, as if reading Yifeng's thoughts, bit her lip and spoke up. Clearly her earlier unusual gaze was laughing at her for being unable to see well, which left her quite uncomfortable. But did she truly lack discernment? Yifeng, you mustn't have thought that in just a few years Zhao Xiong has become one of the most promising young alchemists in the sect, able to refine high-quality magical artifacts at only over 20 years of age, while you, on the other hand, still remain the same. Oh, he can already refine high-quality magical artifacts. Yifeng expressed slight surprise upon hearing this, not having expected this plump guy to have such strength. It seems he does have some skills. Even I had to put in considerable effort to reach that level. That's indeed it, but so what? Yifeng retorted calmly. So now you understand the gap between you and Zhao Xiong, right? Do you think I should choose someone like you, a poor guy, or Zhao Xiong? Lu Yuyao finally asked with a mocking look. She hadn't planned to explain, but for some reason, she couldn't help but want to say these words, making him regret and feel ashamed. Sure enough, as soon as she mentioned it, she felt her mood brighten significantly. Yifeng smiled noncommittal. He didn't really care who the other party chose. However, his indifferent expression made Lu Yuyao's face stiffen, and she instantly became displeased. Where does this guy get his confidence? He doesn't feel ashamed at all. His carefree demeanor is not what she expected. Instead, it made her feel quite annoyed. Yifeng, is this your ex? Doesn't seem that great. Just then, a melodious voice like a canary suddenly. A slender, graceful woman with skin as white as jade, exuding an air of nobility, walked over and intimately linked her arm with Yifeng. Hiss. Upon seeing this woman, Zhao Yulong, who was secretly gloating, instantly widened his eyes in shock, revealing a pig-like, greedy expression. Just now he hadn't noticed her as she was facing away from him, but now he realized how extraordinarily beautiful she was. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyao was initially furious and wanted to retort, but as she sensed the unique, noble aura emanating from the woman, she was rendered speechless. With her years of experience in observing others, she instantly concluded that the person before her was not someone she could provoke. Although she felt that the woman's appearance was not vastly superior to her own, the elegant demeanor and composure she displayed made Lu Yuyao feel an unusual sense of inferiority. At this moment, Yifeng also felt a bit of a headache. The person linking arms with him was none other than Lin Jingzhu, whom he had just managed to send away. He didn't expect her to meddle again, and he really didn't know what trouble she would cause. He certainly understood that she meant well and wanted to help him save face, but it really wasn't necessary. He instinctively wanted to push her away, only to find that her grip was surprisingly tight. Yifeng, aren't you going to introduce me? Who am I to you? Lin Jingzhu looked at Yifeng with a bright smile. She had almost given up hope, thinking it was futile, but now seeing him being mocked, she immediately felt an opportunity had arisen. At this moment, he certainly needed a companion like her to fiercely counter his ex and regain some dignity, right? She also had a certain fondness for him, so she was quite willing to cooperate. Yifeng scratched his nose, unsure of what to say. However, considering the goodwill of others, he couldn't just ruin the moment. Before he could even acknowledge her, he saw Zhao Yulong suddenly come to his senses, his eyes wide open. Miss, are you saying you're dating him? Do you know his situation? Yes, miss, that guy is useless. Don't be fooled by him. Next, Lu Yuyao hurriedly chimed in, forgetting about any possible offense. She instinctively felt that Yifeng could definitely not find someone this good, and that he must have used some deceitful means to momentarily blind her. Oh, what's his situation? Lin Jingzhu looked at the two, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She really wanted to glean more information about Yifeng from them. Miss, you might not know, but that guy was born in the Yi family of Huanshe Town, but he is just a concubine's son and has been disowned by the Yi family. That's right, he's just a handyman at the Qingyun sect, lacking everything. Zhao Yulong and Lu Yuyao sang in harmony, revealing Yifeng's past. For Zhao Yulong, even if he couldn't have this fairy, he couldn't let that guy succeed. If she was taken by him, it would hurt him more than death. As for Lu Yuyao, she couldn't stand the thought of him doing better than her. If he climbed up the social ladder, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? Huh, he's really just a handyman. Lin Jingzhu never expected that Yifeng had such a background, and she felt a bit bewildered. Did he not deceive her? But how could that be? Soon she shook her head, feeling it was impossible. After all, she had great faith in her judgment. The blood spirit rabbit was something not just anyone could obtain. Regardless, this young lady don't care if the person I like is a young master from a great family or a castaway from the Yi family. Next, Lin Jingzhu confidently tightened her grip on Yifeng's arm, speaking with affection. No matter how you look at it, it was just a pretense. She couldn't back down now. In fact, to show that she was completely unconcerned, she deliberately leaned in closer. Hiss. Feeling her soft body brush against his shoulder, Yifeng felt as if he had been electrocuted, his body stiffening. This woman is just acting. Why take it so seriously? However, the effect was evident. How could someone be so foolish? Zhao Yulong and Lu Yuyao, witnessing this scene, felt their worldview shatter in disbelief. They never expected that after exposing that guy's identity, it would have no effect at all, but instead brought the two even closer together. On what grounds could that guy do this? Ultimately, this little interlude ended under the questioning gazes of Zhao Yulong and Lu Yuyao. Yifeng felt uncomfortable being linked by Lin Jingzhu. So he quickly picked up 2 jade slips and left this troublesome place. Fortunately, he had already selected most of these jade slips earlier. Hey, I just sacrificed my looks to help you. What do you plan to do to repay me? Outside the Baibao Tower, seeing that the two were already out of sight, Lin Jingzhu finally let go of his arm and asked with a blush. This was her first time doing something like this, as she had merely been putting on a brave front. Now that she came to her senses, she felt extremely embarrassed and didn't even dare to face anyone. How about I treat you to a cup of spiritual tea? Yifeng said helplessly. Is that all? Lin Jingzhu was clearly dissatisfied with such a meager reward. This cup of spiritual tea was nothing compared to her sacrifice. What else do you want? You noble young lady, aren't you trying to rob the poor to help the rich? Yifeng replied with a chuckle. He hadn't even blamed her for being self-righteous and unnecessary. He stingy man. Lin Jingzhu snorted coldly upon hearing this. She found this guy to be completely clueless about romance. If you don't want to drink, that's fine by me. Yifeng didn't mind her comment at all, and instead felt quite relaxed. Drink. Who said I wouldn't drink? The next moment Lin Jingzhu readily agreed. She decided not to let him off easy and was determined to make up for the loss. After Yifeng and Lin Jingzhu finished their spiritual tea, they aimlessly strolled around Yanbei City for half a day until Zhang Junqian and Xiao Yueming finally appeared at dusk. Although this blind date was approved by both families and Zhang and Xiao had a good impression of each other, they still had to go home in the evening before making a formal engagement. Seeing Zhang Junqian return, Yifeng finally felt a sense of relief, secretly letting out a sigh. Today's mission was finally accomplished. However, today's meal was truly hard to mooch off. Accompanying a strange woman on a shopping trip made him feel like time was dragging on endlessly. As Yifeng left, Xiao Yueming and Lin Jingzhu quickly said their goodbyes and left. But on the way back, Xiao Yueming noticed that her best friend's expression was quite off, as if someone owed her 1,000,000 spirit stones. What's wrong? You look so unhappy. Xiao Yueming turned her head, asking curiously. Her friend had earlier appeared completely calm and indifferent. What had happened? Today I was rejected by Yifeng. Lin Jingzhu didn't hide it, speaking with confusion. She felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell and just a day experiencing a profound sense of helplessness. Today I told that guy that as long as he is willing to reveal his relationship with the Qingke Valley, I would consider dating him. Guess what happened? He didn't even think about it, and just refused. Lin Jingzhu gritted her teeth and patiently recounted the process. She had never felt so embarrassed in her life. If she didn't say it out loud, she felt uncomfortable all over. My goodness, how could that guy refuse when facing our Lin Daxianzi? How is that even possible? Could it be that he has issues in that regard? Xiao Yueming widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing this. She thought that with her best friend's qualities, no boy among her peers would dare to refuse her unless that person wasn't a man. Maybe. Lin Jingzhu also found it hard to understand. By the way, how exactly did he refuse you? Tell me about it. Suddenly Xiao Yueming couldn't help but ask for details. She realized she had developed an unusual curiosity about that person with the surname Yi. He said he has no merits and doesn't dare to aspire too high. There's really no need to consider him. Lin Jingzhu said with a grimace, briefly recounting Yifeng's words. Haha, do you really believe that? It's obvious he's not interested in you. In the next moment, Xiao Yueming covered her mouth and burst out laughing. She never expected that the reason he used was like this. Not interested? How could that be? Lin Jingzhu was taken aback. Although I also think it's impossible it should be the truth. Xiao Yueming patiently explained. She often used such words as an excuse to brush off suitors she wasn't interested in. And now what that guy said was exactly the same as her usual response. What else could it be? Bastard. Lin Jingzhu felt furious upon hearing this, gritting her teeth, as if she had suffered a great insult. How could that guy who had nothing dare to look down on her? How could she have been so kind to help him save face? It was simply too despicable. Now, whenever she thought of that guy's handsome face with an honest expression, she found it utterly repulsive. Yifeng was unaware that his polite refusal had offended a beauty, but even if he knew, he wouldn't do. After returning to the Qingyun sect, he immediately began seclusion, carefully examining the collected jade slips from the Fengyun secret realm one by one. These jade slips covered various aspects and should be sufficient. However, the results of his examination made his expression somewhat grave. Although this Fengyun secret realm did not appear to be a dire place according to the hints from the Tianji plate, the descriptions in these jade slips painted a completely different picture. Many participants who had entered the secret realm said it was extremely dangerous and one misstep could cost them their lives. In the secret realm, there were many strange beasts lurking about, most of which were rarely seen in this world or even non-existent. If one were to be bitten by a poisonous insect, they might not even know what kind of antidote pill to take. However, it was also mentioned that some people had indeed found relics of ancient super sects in the secret realm and had soared to great heights as a result. They suspected that this secret realm was a private territory of a certain ancient major sect. Thus, despite the dangers over the years, various sects and families of cultivators from Chuzhou have sent their trained assassins to explore it in hopes of making discoveries. However, not everyone could enter this secret realm. One basically had to be at the foundation establishment stage with a bone age not exceeding 50 and preferably under 40 to endure the entrance's restriction force and safely reach the inner space. After reading several jade slips, Yifeng rubbed his temples and fell into contemplation. Currently, he possessed quite a few spiritual tools, not to mention the high-grade spiritual tool, the Red Scale Battle Armor, gifted by Captain Zhao, which could withstand common threats. He also had several items he purchased that were already sufficient, not to mention a mysterious dark short sword in hand. He felt that with these weapons he was nearly equipped for both attack and defense. In such a perilous secret realm, he believed he needed some auxiliary tools that could enhance his vision and help him avoid unknown dangers in advance. With a plan in mind, he set out early the next day to procure a large amount of materials around the sect to begin crafting magical tools. He needed to add some reconnaissance and detection methods for himself. The crafting process went smoothly. Although these minor magical tools were not of high grade, if used well, they could be highly effective. A few days later, when Yifeng emerged from seclusion, it was already close to the day of departure. In fact, the entry quota for the secret realm was not scarce. He had only spent 2,000 spirit stones to buy an entry token. After all, the dangers in that secret realm were immense, and only the young elites could enter. Most of these people had bright futures ahead, who would be willing to take such risks unless absolutely forced. Seeing everything ready, Yifeng went to the sect's marketplace to gather some daily supplies before preparing to set off. However, as he was leaving the marketplace to return to the Qingke Valley, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. "Oh, Brother Zhang, why are you back again?" Yifeng was momentarily stunned upon recognizing the figure. Just 2 days ago, he had received a message from the other party learning that they were preparing to send a marriage proposal to the Qiao family and inviting him to definitely attend the wedding banquet. At this pace, the other party shouldn't be in the midst of wedding preparations. Why did they have the leisure to return here? So I don't mention it, the last time fell through. Zhang Junshan's expression suddenly became awkward upon seeing Yifeng. He had been filled with high hopes only to be met with greater disappointment these past few days. He had finally encountered a girl he liked, and she had feelings for him too. He thought a happy life was about to begin, but unexpectedly a change occurred at the last moment. What? How could that be? Yifeng was taken aback, feeling it was hard to believe. Just a few days ago he had seen them chatting quite well, and he thought it was a sure thing. How could it turn out like this? Mingming is certainly fine, we both have feelings for each other, but her family ultimately did not agree. Zhang Junshan said gloomily, his face betraying his despair. If Qiao Yueming had no interest in him, he wouldn't have forced it, but now that they both had mutual feelings, to suddenly be thwarted by their families left him very unwilling. Yifeng didn't know what to say at the moment. Such matters were too complicated, and he didn't know whether he should get involved. Forget it, do you have time to join me for a drink? Soon Zhang Junshan composed himself and extended an invitation to Yifeng. Regardless, the other party had helped him greatly last time, and he needed to express his gratitude. Besides, he wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol. All right. Yifeng didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. There was still a day or two left before departure, so there was still time. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Junshan treated Yifeng to drinks at a nearby tavern. After his lengthy recounting, Yifeng finally understood why the girl's family had not agreed. It turned out that the head of the Qiao family had learned about his daughter's feelings for someone and had conducted a thorough investigation into the Zhang family, especially regarding Zhang Junshan's performance at the Qingyan sect. Consequently, Zhang Junshan's limited alchemy talent and his habit of setting up a stall when he had nothing to do became inescapable gossip in the ears of the Qiao family. Ultimately, the head of the Qiao family felt that Zhang Junshan's future achievements were limited, and the Zhang family was not as strong as they had imagined, leading them to reconsider. Why am I so useless? I can't do anything right, my qualifications are not outstanding, and after all these years I've achieved nothing. After saying this, Zhang Junshan suddenly burst into tears. He had thought he was doing all right among his peers, at least better than some and not as good as others, but unexpectedly at the critical moment, he realized how mediocre he truly was. If only he were a bit stronger, a bit more talented, wouldn't such things not happen? Do you really like her? Yifeng sighed softly and asked. In the other person's eyes he saw a hint of inexplicable dejection, just like his past life. He hadn't expected this guy to also be infatuated. One could imagine that if he really missed out on his love this time, it would likely damage his Dao heart, leaving him despondent. Of course I can say that for Mengming am willing to go through fire and water. Zhang Junshun replied earnestly without a moment's hesitation. He had contemplated this question many times during this period. No matter who asked him, his answer would always be the same. Unfortunately, what others valued were not these things. All right, then follow me. In the next moment, Yi Feng pulled Zhang Junshun up and dragged him out of the tavern. If it were just an economic issue, he felt he might be able to do something about it. Hey, where are you taking me? Zhang Junshun felt quite puzzled by Yi Feng's actions. This guy doesn't think that just because he has a bit of luck others will agree, right? You'll know soon. Yi Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Perfectly, he also needed to go back to the Qingke Valley to explain things and conveniently resolve this matter. Half a day later outside the Qingke Valley Castle, Yi Feng and Zhang Junshun rode on spirit steeds galloping for several hours before finally arriving at the city gate. However, Zhang Junshun was quite puzzled in his heart. Why did Yi Feng bring him here without a word? Hey Yi Feng, are you bringing me here to work for you? Zhang Junshun looked at the impressive city and the cold guards on the wall, feeling a bit suspicious. He certainly knew that this was Qingke Valley and was aware that the other party knew someone here. However, the people the other party knew were likely just minor characters, right? What use does that have? Wasn't Brother Zhang always curious about how I managed to obtain the blood spirit rabbit? Now I will tell you, because this Qingke Valley rightfully belongs to me. Yi Feng looked towards the city ahead, speaking with boldness. As one of his closest friends, the other party had given him immense help, and he did not wish to deceive him. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, he would have disclosed everything long ago. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Junshun not only felt no joy, but was also directly frightened, quickly stepping forward to grab Yi Feng. Keep your voice down, you brat. Even if you want to boast, don't do it here. Zhang Junshun warned, watching the guards on the city wall with vigilance. Does this kid not know his own situation? It's not like he just met the other party yesterday. Could a guy without any family support, relying solely on being a servant and fleeing for years, suddenly claim that Qingke Valley is his? Is that possible? Boasting right in their lair, isn't he afraid of being beaten? Brother Zhang, what I said is true. Believe it or not, I'm going in first. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yi Feng felt his face darken. He greeted the city guards, and then confidently walked towards the city gate. The city guards, upon seeing this, made no attempt to stop him. Hey, this kid acts as if it's all real. Zhang Junshun observed this scene, feeling bewildered. No matter how the other party acted, he could never believe it. To see what this kid was really up to, he hastily followed. He knew that the other party was acquainted with people from Qingke Valley, and he wanted to see what level of person it was. Young master, you're back. Upon seeing Yi Feng enter, everyone in the castle set aside their tasks and began to greet him warmly. Li Hu and several key members naturally had nothing to say, as they were already extremely familiar with Yi Feng. As for the newcomers, even if they didn't recognize him before after the last time, they all knew that he was the true Valley Master. I'm back. Yi Feng nodded with a smile at everyone. Wow, is this a grand occasion? Zhang Junshun, who had been following Yi Feng, widened his eyes in shock. He had thought that the people the other party knew were just one or two individuals from Qingke Valley, but he didn't expect that so many of them actually recognized him. The key was that these people's attitude towards him was extremely respectful. What was going on? He was filled with confusion. However, for him to believe that the other party was the Valley Master was impossible. He began to scan his surroundings, looking for the real person in charge, that is the Valley Master, Su, wondering how their expressions would be when they met. Sure enough, as Yi Feng walked towards the center of the city, he finally saw a very beautiful woman approaching. Yi Feng, you're back. Oh, who is this? Su Xian's face lit up upon seeing Yi Feng, but when she noticed the outsider behind him, she couldn't help but pause. The other party had never brought outsiders in over the years, nor had they ever announced that they were the Valley Master. Now did they no longer need to keep it a secret? This is my friend Zhang Junshun, not an outsider. Yi Feng seemed to read her mind, introducing him with a oh. Upon hearing this, Su Xian couldn't help but take a closer look at the person before her. Anyone who could make their Valley Master say this was no simple character. Hello, Valley Master Su, I'm Yi Feng's friend. My name is Zhang Junshun. Zhang Junshun stuttered as the beautiful woman turned her gaze towards him. Even if he was somewhat ignorant, he had heard of this remarkable figure who was both beautiful and intelligent, Valley Master Su of Qingke Valley. He just didn't expect that Yi Feng, that kid, actually knew the Valley Master. What was their relationship? Hello, I'm Su Xian. Since you're a friend of Yi Feng's, you're one of us. Don't be nervous, just treat it like being at home. Seeing Zhang Junshun's demeanor, Su Xian immediately understood that he was still unaware of the situation and kindly reassured him. No matter how proud she usually was upon realizing that the person before her was a friend of their Valley Master, she dared not be negligent. After all, she had previously thought that being able to experiment and formulate the blood spirit beauty soup was quite impressive, believing that without her Qingke Valley would suffer a great loss. However, after Yifeng presented several miraculous recipes last time, she had long abandoned such thought. She was quite certain that even without her in Qingke Valley, as long as a group of capable people managed it with so many recipes, it would definitely not suffer. Her presence was merely the icing on the cake. Rather than saying that she accomplished Qingke Valley, it was more accurate to say that Qingke Valley provided her with the opportunity to showcase her talents. At this moment, she was thoroughly in awe of her Valley Master, so she had already adjusted her mindset. One of their own. All right. The next moment Zhang Junxing dazedly responded. However, a tumult of emotions had already surged. Wasn't this Valley Master far too easy to talk to? Wasn't she valuing him too highly? After all, the other party was a business genius with limitless potential in the western part of Chu province, having built such a large enterprise of Qingke Valley at a young age. Her status was far higher than his father's. Why would she treat him with such courtesy? Ignoring Zhang Junxing's shock, Yifeng began to explain the details of his absence to Su Zian as if no one was around. He was about to head to the secret realm, and afterwards he would go to the Songlong Guards camp for his assignment. It could be said that for quite a long period in the future, he wouldn't be able to focus on the development here. Therefore, he needed to explain it all to her, so that if any unexpected situations arose, there would be measures in place. Su Zian had no objections to this. Given how many recipes he had provided her, she believed that as long as she wasn't foolish, Qingke Valley wouldn't encounter any problems. As the two of them exchanged words, Zhang Junxing was left dumbfounded, feeling as if Yifeng was in charge, while Valley Master Su was nodding along like a student. It wasn't until Yifeng was completely free that he dared to speak up and ask his doubts. Yi brother Yi, may I ask what your relationship with Valley Master Su is? Zhang Junxing's gaze was fixed on Yifeng as he asked nervously. This was simply too confusing. At that moment he felt as though he had never known the other party at all. Can't you tell? He is the true Valley Master, and am just acting on his behalf. Su Zian, seeing this guy beside her still clueless after all this time, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She had thought she had made it very obvious. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Junxing's eyes widened in astonishment, completely stunned. Is it really true? How could this be possible? If someone else had said this, he definitely wouldn't believe it, but now it was personally acknowledged by Valley Master Su. Could it be false? If that's the case, wouldn't Yifeng's status be equivalent to that of a powerful clan? My heavens, that's impressive. The next moment Zhang Junxing exclaimed dramatically. He never expected that the seemingly useless guy he thought would suddenly transform into someone he looked up to. Alright, don't say I didn't look out for you. This place is my territory, so from now on I want as many Qingmu radishes as your family can grow. You know how to do that, right? But let me make it clear first, the quality has to be good. Yifeng, sensing the other party's gaze that seemed to see a monster, quickly smiled and reminded. This was the main purpose of him bringing the other party here, and also one of the solutions he had in mind for the other party's marriage issue. He believed that once the Zhang family established this long-term partnership with Qingke Valley, the future prospects would definitely not be poor, and the Qiao family would need to reconsider. Brother Yi, you're amazing. From now on, you're my father. Zhang Junxing instantly connected the dots and was overwhelmed with joy. If he still didn't know what to do, he might as well just go die. Perhaps the other party didn't know what collaborating with Qingke Valley represented, but he was very clear. One could say that Qingke Valley was a potential gold mine, who every year they could sell as many spirit rabbits as they produced. If the Zhang family could cling to this big leg, their strength would definitely increase significantly. In that case, what the Qiao family was worried about would no longer be an issue. Go away. I certainly don't have a son like you. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was instantly disgusted and goosebumps rose all over his body. After introducing Zhang Junxing to Su Zian and making simple arrangements, Yifeng set off on his journey to the Fengyun Secret Realm. The Fengyun Secret Realm is located in a chasm in the central part of Chu province, usually guarded by several sects. Without a token, no one could get close. Yet this posed no difficulty for him at all. Riding his sword through the skies, pausing intermittently along the way, he spent several days before finally reaching the outer mountain ranges surrounding this abyss. Truly soaring on a spirit sword, riding the wind itself, was an exhilarating sensation, far more comfortable than mounting a spirit horse. The sole drawback lay in its voracious consumption of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the heartland of Chu province remained relatively secure, with few formidable demonic beasts dwelling there, making it an ideal place to indulge in such aerial freedom. After resting and replenishing himself at the mountain's periphery, Yifeng arrived punctually at the abyss where the secret realm lay concealed, only to find numerous cultivators already seated cross-legged nearby, clad in vividly hued armor and robes, awaiting in serene silence. Without exception, every one of them had attained foundation establishment. They hailed from various sects grouped by affiliation, each radiating an aura of formidable strength. Yifeng quickly spotted a cluster of cultivators dressed entirely in Qingyun's sect robes. "Senior brother, may I ask, what exactly are we waiting for? Why have we not yet entered?" After landing upon a nearby hill, Yifeng turned curiously to a robust young cultivator beside him, several years his senior, and inquired. Though he had never seen this sturdy cultivator before, and thus presumed him affiliated with one of the other peaks, it did not hinder Yifeng from striking up a friendly conversation. According to his knowledge, today marked the appointed day for the secret realm's opening. The hour had already arrived. Yet why did everyone remain motionless? "Brother cultivator, you do not know. The entrance to this secret realm is sealed beneath an immensely powerful restriction array, impenetrable without the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator or higher. That is why we all await the arrival of those venerable elders." The robust youth spoke, plainly glancing briefly at Yifeng's attire before offering the explanation without pretense. After all, sharing the same sect forged an inherent bond, a thread of kinship however faint. Indeed, even when those elders arrive, it will still require the combined effort of several of them, and no small expenditure of time and energy, to breach the seal. Were it otherwise, the entry tokens would not command such exorbitant prices. A slender, scholarly-looking man beside them chimed in. A single token cost 2,000 spirit stones, an enormous sum for him. Worse still, the interior was perilous beyond measure, and many emerged empty-handed. Were it not for dire necessity, he would never have ventured inside. True signs of mighty clans disdained such expeditions entirely. Not only did they entail grave danger, but also grueling hardship. Only impoverished cultivators dared gamble their lives for a sliver of fortune. By precedent, no more than 1/3 of those who entered ever gathered sufficient treasures to recoup their investment. "Oh, I see." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's understanding crystallized instantly. Though he had studied numerous jade slips, they detailed only the secret realm's interior, not the mechanics of its entrance nor the procedural minutiae of gaining access. "Brother cultivator, may I ask, from which family do you hail, and what purpose brings you here? It is rare indeed to see one so young undertaking such a journey." Once Yifeng settled down, the robust youth, bored and curious, could not resist voicing his question. He had likewise seen little of this junior brother within the sect, and wondered with quiet intrigue which family had nurtured such a prodigy. To dispatch one so young suggested extraordinary wealth and influence. "To be candid, senior brother, I belong to no family. I enter this realm solely at another's behest, to seek spirit herbs that might aid in breaking through a cultivation bottleneck." Yifeng offered a half-truth. This was no secret. No need to conceal it. He suspected most present shared the very same objective. "Oh, then perhaps you've given this too little thought. Do you realize that wherever such rare spirit herbs grow, danger abounds? At your tender age, and unless it is for your own advancement, you truly need not wade into such treacherous waters." The robust senior brother advised patiently. Seeking medicinal herbs for one's own clan was justifiable, but risking oneself for another's sake bordered on folly. He shall test the waters first," Yifeng replied noncommittally. Without his cheap-receiving art, he would never have dared come. Did they truly think he sought mere diversion? More importantly, he sought the legendary ancient ruins said to lie hidden within. As the two conversed, more elite youths from various sects arrived, some even attaining foundation establishment late stage. Yifeng could not help but inwardly marvel. To reach foundation establishment late stage at such a youthful age marked one as an extraordinary genius. Proving the rumor false, it was not only destitute cultivators and clan retainers who came here. Half a quarter hour later, a stir rippled through the Qingyun sect contingent. A green-robed immortal maiden, having descended silently from the clouds overhead, now glided toward them. "It is she." At the sight of that rapidly approaching figure in the sky, Yifeng's pupils contracted. The woman wore flowing emerald robes, her countenance ethereal and peerlessly graceful. None other than Lu Yunshu, a core disciple of the Qingyun sect with whom he had crossed paths before. Why had she come here? Yifeng pondered, quietly astonished. In his estimation, as a pivotal member of the Supreme Southern Palace clan, her status was exalted. She need not attend personally, sending a few bodyguards would suffice. Nearby Qingyun sect elites collectively drew sharp breaths upon seeing her. She has come too. They certainly recognized that green-robed maiden. Among the Qingyun sect's younger generation, she ranked among the foremost core disciples. That alone was remarkable. But even more significant was the fact that she stood under the patronage of Nangong Liuyun, the most legendary figure among Chu province's youth. as Nangong Liuyun's closest personal attendant, forging even a fleeting connection with immortal maiden Lu within the secret realm could yield unimaginable rewards upon emergence. At that very thought, the robust cultivator beside Yifeng, the scholarly man who had spoken earlier, and indeed every male cultivator nearby, all rose as one and hastened toward Lu Yunshu. "Senior brothers, why such fervor?" Seeing everyone rush off, Yifeng frowned in mild bewilderment. "That woman. He avoided her whenever possible. You do not know? She is Nangong Liuyun's personal attendant. Cultivating even a minor rapport with her could grant access to the Southern Palace clan's towering influence." Assuming Yifeng was unfamiliar, the robust youth explained while walking. Was this not sheer fantasy? Yifeng scoffed inwardly. Did cultivating acquaintance truly guarantee patronage? What merit would compel others to take notice? He had once entertained similar hopes regarding the Southern Palace clan, only to learn bitterly that such notions were pure self-delusion. Unless one was a true peerless genius, one would be discarded the moment one's utility expired. As expected, the woman in green observed the elite members of the Qingyun sect approaching with a cold expression, her brows slightly furrowed, not sparing them a second glance. Upon seeing some of the lower cultivators among them, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. This batch of disciples from Qingyun sect preparing to enter the secret realm possessed varied strengths. The highest among them was only around the 6th layer of foundation establishment, while the lowest hadn't even reached the 1st layer. What were these people thinking? Did they have no common sense, unaware of the dangers within the secret realm? This thought made her feel secretly infuriated. Were they joking with their lives? However, she chose not to say much. After all, whether to enter the secret realm was ultimately their own choice. Yet inadvertently, she suddenly caught sight of a very familiar figure ahead. Is that the kid with the surname Yi? Seeing someone in the distance, Lu Yunshu couldn't help but pause, doubting that she was seeing things. How could that kid possibly be here? However, after carefully identifying the figure, she quickly confirmed that it was indeed that kid. After all, he had left a deep impression on her. But what was a mere servant doing here? No, everyone who came here must have reached foundation establishment. How could he possibly come in? Suddenly, Lu Yunshu's heart jolted as she thought of something. Even if he was no longer a servant, he could only be at the peak of qi refining, right? Could it be that he had already reached foundation establishment? Sure enough, she soon sensed an aura belonging to a foundation establishment cultivator emanating from him. This kid actually has some skills. This discovery made her regard him with newfound respect. Within the Qingyun sect, even ordinary inner sect disciples who advanced to foundation establishment at this age were few and far between. But did that fellow really think this was impressive? The next moment, Lu Yunshu pushed through the crowd and directly approached Yifeng. "What's going on with you, Yi? Who allowed you to come here?" Lu Yunshu asked directly with an scrutinizing tone. She guessed that he must have just recently advanced to foundation establishment and should be consolidating his cultivation at this moment. Little did she know Yifeng had concealed his true cultivation level of the 4th layer of foundation establishment and was pretending to be at the 1st layer. "Senior sister, if so many people can come to this secret realm, why can't I, your junior brother?" Yifeng maintained a calm expression, looking steadily at the beautiful woman before him, who was now slightly shorter than him. At this moment, their statuses were completely different. He was no longer the impoverished servant of the past, and she was no longer the unattainable figure. Therefore, he had no need to be humble anymore. "Why can't you come? Are you crazy? Do you realize how dangerous it is inside?" Lu Yunshu was infuriated upon hearing his response, looking at this man who was so different from before. What kind of tone was that? Did he really think she was meddling unnecessarily? She simply didn't want to see another lost soul. This secret realm was absolutely not a place for a 1st layer foundation establishment cultivator. In her view, his entrance now was akin to walking to his death. "You don't need to worry about it. I, your junior brother, have my own plans." Yifeng felt slightly annoyed at her questioning. Was this woman meddling too much? Since he dared to make this trip, he certainly had his own confidence. But could he openly say that? How could he explain himself under such persistent questioning? "You? Fine. I want to see what plans you have." Lu Yunshu was so furious that she nearly exploded. Did this person really think he was bored and just meddling in other people's affairs? She had been kind enough to advise him, yet he completely ignored her. The next moment, in anger, she turned and left, finding a quiet hill to stand in silence. However, the argument between the two left the surrounding disciples of the Qingyun sect completely stunned. That kid actually knows Fairy Yunshu. What kind of background does he have? I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. But for him not to take the chance to build a relationship with Fairy Yunshu is really foolish. Of course, such an opportunity is something we all desperately seek. The young elites discussed among themselves, curious about Yifeng's identity while lamenting his foolishness. Fairy Liu's strength had definitely reached the late stage of foundation establishment. If he could accompany such a powerful figure into the secret realm, the benefits would be far more than just a little. It was surprising that the kid had managed to anger her. Hearing the whispers around him, Yifeng shook his head, secretly amused. If that woman were so easy to befriend, would he still have to wait until now? But why did she personally come here? Did she have some special mission? Yifeng felt quite puzzled about this. After about half a quarter of an hour, several powerful nascent soul seniors finally arrived. They appeared to be of considerable age, both men and women, each exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The leader, an elder with an ethereal presence, wore a blue robe that fluttered in the wind, with spiritual power flowing around him like a vast ocean. Beside him stood a middle-aged fairy clad in a yellow and white long dress, her appearance regal and dignified, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Though her spiritual power was slightly weaker than the elder's, a special soft glow surrounded her. Additionally, there were two middle-aged men, one tall and one short. The tall one had a robust physique, wearing red armor radiating an incredibly intense heat with each step that made the ground tremble slightly. The short one had a rugged beard, sharp eyes, and a muscular build. After the four arrived at the front of the abyss, they exchanged a few pleasantries before beginning to perform their respective techniques, casting spells toward a certain point in the abyss. The ethereal elder quickly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, as waves of light blue spiritual energy flew from his palms, like dragons striking at the ancient seal. However, surprisingly, these spiritual energies did not produce any sound upon hitting the seal, as if they were all absorbed by an unknown black hole. On the other side, the fairy in the yellow and white dress took out a zither-like magical artifact, waving her delicate hand, summoning waves of energy that surged toward the seal. These waves looked extremely turbulent, yet upon touching the dark rocky seal, they vanished into the tall and short men also did not idle, unleashing waves of crimson flames and golden energy pillars converging on the rock wall. Unfortunately, even after half a quarter of an hour, these powerful energies continued to bombard the rock wall without causing any significant change. However, the four nascent soul experts seemed to have anticipated this, showing no signs of discouragement, merely continuing their efforts as beads of sweat gradually formed on their foreheads. Yifeng and the others watched this scene, holding their breaths, not daring to make a sound, fearing they might disturb the four. They could not have imagined how difficult it was to open the seal of this secret realm. Even those who had heard about it before now felt a deep sense of shock upon witnessing it firsthand. Fortunately, after an unknown amount of time, the rocky wall of the abyss finally began to show signs of change. As the energy injection approached saturation, the barrier near the rock wall gradually dissipated, revealing an ever-expanding black vortex. Success was finally within reach. Upon seeing the vortex, both the four nascent soul experts and the surrounding young elites waiting eagerly were filled with surprise. However, the nascent soul experts dared not slacken their efforts, continuing to intensify their output of spiritual energy to solidify their achievements. After a while, when the black vortex had expanded to a certain extent, a middle-aged fairy suddenly unleashed her full power, sending a torrent of icy energy surging toward the vortex, while the others simultaneously cast spells to assist her. Seal. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the vortex abruptly ceased its rotation, frozen by ancient ice for 10,000 years, stabilizing completely. In the center of the vortex, light shimmered and an ancient mysterious aura wafted out. As everything settled, the several nascent soul experts exchanged smiles and began to beckon the surrounding disciples to enter. Of course, those wishing to enter had to show their previously purchased admission tokens as the cost of their efforts. Brother Zhang, shall we go together? Of course, I wouldn't miss it. Brother Liao, are you coming? Seeing the signal to enter, the group of elites quickly called their friends, forming teams to summon talismans and flying treasures, soaring toward the vortex's entrance. In an instant, colorful escape lights gathered in the nearby mountains, resembling torrents disappearing into the abyssal rock walls, a breathtaking sight. Yifeng noticed that nothing unusual happened to the first person who reached the vortex, so he took out his spirit sword, preparing to set off. However, before he could move, a beautiful figure suddenly approached. Yeah, I admit you have some skill, but this place is no joke. If you truly want to enter, you should follow me. Lu Yunshu, with a cold expression, spoke to Yifeng from a position of authority. Although his earlier words had angered her, she didn't want to see someone she was familiar with perish. Though the teleportation location of the secret realm was entirely random, if both entered at the same time, there was a high probability they would appear in the same area. Then how shall the spoils be divided, eh? Upon hearing this, Yifeng did not directly oppose, but merely asked calmly. Haha, I'll pass on that. Yifeng chuckled coldly, decisively refusing. An 80-20 split felt like he would be working for free. He might as well. Of course it's 8,020 in my favor. Lu Yinshu blurted out a number without a second thought. She felt this ratio was very reasonable as she was already at the 7th level of foundation establishment while he was only at the 1st level. Haha, I'll pass on that. Yifeng chuckled coldly, decisively refusing. An 80-20 split felt like he would be working for free. He might as well go alone. Are you sure? Lu Yunshu's expression shifted to one of shock. She never expected that such a favorable condition would be rejected. This guy was completely a fool. Didn't she clearly extend an olive branch? Of course I'm sure. I appreciate your good intentions, Miss Lu. Yifeng replied tactfully. If he were truly only at the 1st level of foundation establishment, he would have agreed without hesitation, but the reality was otherwise. He believed that no matter how much he bargained it would be futile, so he could only refuse decisively. Fine, don't regret it. Finally, Lu Yunshu, annoyed, threw down a parting remark and turned to leave. She was now convinced that this guy was utterly ungrateful, completely oblivious to reality. She had a crucial task on this trip, and just slightly guiding him was already quite generous. Since he was ungrateful, she wouldn't feel guilty about it. Watching Lu Yinshu leave, Yifeng no longer hesitated, summoned his spirit sword, and dove into the vortex. By now most elites had already entered, and it was no longer too crowded. The vortex resembled a spatial passage. Its creator was unknown. Inside it, one felt disoriented with chaotic rules making it impossible to find one's bearings. However, after a moment as a light appeared, Yifeng finally felt as if he had passed through a long time-space tunnel, being flung into a brand new and mysterious world. As soon as his 5 senses returned, Yifeng immediately sensed an ancient and profound aura. Before his eyes lay a vast and boundless expanse filled with steep mountains and dense, intricate jungles where the sounds of birds and insects echoed, as if concealing some unknown deadly crises. As he fell from the sky before reaching the ground, Yifeng instinctively summoned all his defensive spiritual artifacts, fully donning the crimson flame battle armor from head to toe. He suspected that every inch of this land could harbor unknown dangers, so he dared not be careless. As expected, just as he steadied himself, a short, bright red poisonous insect suddenly emerged from somewhere and shot toward him. Fortunately, he had been extremely vigilant and quickly swung his sword, accurately slicing the poisonous insect in half. However, even so, the spirit sword came into contact with the insect's venom, producing a hissing sound. Tisk, these poisonous insects are surprisingly powerful here. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, and quickly cast a water-based spell to wash his spirit sword. He worried that prolonged exposure would corrode and damage the sword. Fortunately, the sword was of good quality, and the venom only left a stain on its surface. Unexpectedly, that poisonous insect had a weak aura comparable to a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator, yet its venom was so potent that it could damage a mid-grade spirit sword. After washing for a quarter of an hour until no trace of venom remained, Yifeng finally sheathed his spirit sword. However, where to go next? Where could there be spiritual materials and ancient ruins? After glancing around, he took to the sky, preparing to leave the dense jungle and seek a safer, more open area. However, he had barely risen a few feet off the ground when he discovered that his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. The higher he went, the faster the consumption. Hiss! The rules for flying here were completely different from those in the Songlong continent. This revelation made Yifeng's heart sink, and he quickly halted, descending back to the ground. In the Songlong continent, he could fly with minimal spiritual energy, but here he found the consumption to be over 100 times greater. This meant that if he wished to fly over the mountain ahead, he would likely exhaust 1/3 of his spiritual energy in no time and wouldn't be able to fly far. And once his spiritual energy ran out without a quick replenishment, it would be even more dangerous in this perilous secret realm. After a moment of indecision, Yifeng immediately resolved to proceed cautiously on the ground. Spiritual energy was fundamental to survival, and he had to maintain it above 70%. Although he had recovery elixirs, even consuming one would take time to restore, and each consumption reduced his stock, so saving them was still prudent. This secret realm was filled with towering, dense, ancient trees, their canopies blocking out the sun. Beneath the crowns grew numerous poisonous insects and plants, some even emanating strange glows, clearly highly toxic. In the distance, the mountains rose and fell, concealing countless unknown dangers and opportunities. After cutting through thorns and brambles and proceeding cautiously for half an hour, Yifeng finally gained some understanding of the area. This area was home to countless bizarre and deadly poisonous insects. A single bite could easily break through even a layer of spiritual energy protection, and some could even stealthily enter a warrior's body, causing them to faint from poisoning without a clue, leading to untimely death. Fortunately, he was protected by strong armor, which allowed him to barely remain unscathed. However, after searching for so long, he still had not seen a trace of any high-grade spiritual item, nor did he have any clues. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and activated the heavenly mechanism disc once again. The consumption of the heavenly mechanism disc each time it was activated was not entirely the same. Searching for high-grade spiritual items consumed an immense amount of spiritual power, especially in this small secret realm where the rules differed from those in the vast world. But continuing to search blindly would surely lead to fruitless results, so he could no longer afford to be cautious. After placing the two bee puppets he had previously refined nearby to stand guard, Yifeng began to sit cross-legged and issued commands to the heavenly mechanism disc. Buzz! A faint tremor audible only to him resonated within his body. Yifeng felt his spiritual power draining rapidly like a flood breaking through a dam, leaving him with only half of his vitality. Fortunately, when it had dropped to only 40%, the heavenly mechanism disc finally provided an answer. East. Looking at this exceedingly simple hint, Yifeng felt rather puzzled. The east was a vast area. Where exactly was it? How far did he have to go? The heavenly mechanism disc did not elaborate at all. However, having a direction was better than being completely lost. After consuming a pill and resting for more than half an hour, restoring his spiritual power to over 70%, Yifeng set off on his journey once more. The time for this secret realm's opening was not long, and he could not afford to wait for recovery. He had to act swiftly. Half a day later, in a damp and dense forest, a gray demon python as thick as a human thigh lay quietly in ambush behind a large tree trunk, constantly flicking its tongue and watching for any movement in the jungle. However, all the slightly larger spiritual creatures in this forest had already been devoured by it, leaving only some ordinary beasts that it looked down upon. Yet it remained unhurried, quietly lying in wait, confident that other demon beasts would pass by. Such situations were no surprise to it. In this realm teeming with demon beasts, as long as it persisted in guarding one place, it would never starve. Sure enough, before long there was indeed movement ahead as a swift figure came rushing from afar in this. Oh, is that a human? Upon seeing the figure ahead, a glint of cold light flashed in the gray demon python's eyes as it secretly gathered its power, ready to launch an attack at any moment. It had not seen a human in many years. In the past, when it had swallowed a human cultivator, its cultivation level had instantly risen by a significant tier, allowing it to stand out in its clan and become a renowned powerhouse. At this moment, as the person approached, bloodlust shone in its scarlet eyes. In less than a few breaths, that figure indeed came closer. However, just as it opened its massive mouth to pounce forward, it saw a sharp sword light slicing towards it with incredible precision. Clang! With a bang, the gray demon python's enormous head was struck mid-pounce, sending it flying and leaving a deep wound that revealed bone. Hiss! How could this be? The gray demon python was completely dazed by this heavy blow, its eyes filled with disbelief. It felt that it had hidden very well before attacking swiftly. That kid, having rushed over, would surely not have noticed it. But why could the opponent cut it down so precisely? As if it was predicted beforehand. It was so close. If only the opponent had been poisoned by it within moments, it could have swallowed the opponent and then further enhanced its strength. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as imagined. But even so, you cannot escape my grasp. Recovering its senses, the demon python immediately turned its head and began to attack again. It had vowed to capture that boy. In this territory where it had reigned for many years, it did not believe that this human kid could possess much capability. However, the result of their renewed confrontation left it astonished once more. Each attack from that person was immensely powerful, while its own counterattacks were in vain. How could this be possible? This kid looked like he was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Although it was also at a similar cultivation level with the innate ferocity of demon beasts, it should have been able to steadily dominate a human cultivator of the same realm. This must be an illusion. It believed the opponent must have taken some sort of drug to stimulate their potential, hence their combat ability. Unwilling to accept defeat, it erupted once more, attempting to counterattack again, but the person before it only grew stronger in response. Even when it exerted all its strength, it could not break through the opponent's defense. Instead, the scales on its body were soon struck by the sharp sword, leaving several deep wounds that exposed bone. Flee! I must escape. In the end, it finally understood that the person before it was likely playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. This treacherous human was too despicable. The true strength of the opponent was definitely above the mid-stage of foundation establishment. A fierce light flashed in its eyes as it decisively turned to flee. It had memorized the aura of the opponent and planned to find a place to recover before gathering its kin to come back for revenge. Unfortunately, at this moment it realized that even if it wanted to escape, it could not. The pursuer relentlessly chased after it, and before long it was caught up again, forced to confront Hedon once more. 15 minutes later, the demon python struggled desperately, but could not escape its fate, being pierced through the head by Yifeng's sword and completely annihilated. The valuable materials on its body, such as scales, fangs, and python tendons, were also meticulously stripped away by Yifeng. Huff! Seeing everything settle, Yifeng finally let out a long sigh of relief. Throughout this journey, such ambushes had been numerous. Fortunately, he had two powerful puppets scouting ahead, always able to detect crises in time. Had it not been for these two puppets prepared in advance, he could have easily fallen into a trap, no matter how cautious he was. After completing this task, the two puppets, nearly indistinguishable from real bees, were commanded by him to continue exploring ahead, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, he remained vigilant to the aura around him, closely monitoring the changes in fortune. The combination of these two factors was the secret to his safety along the way. Oh, is there perhaps a spiritual herb nearby? Suddenly, as Yifeng passed by a valley, he abruptly stopped. He seemed to have caught a whiff of an extremely rich fragrance of spiritual herbs, as if some spiritual item was blooming. What a coincidence! The next moment, Yifeng decisively dashed towards the nearby valley. He was certain that the scent of the herb was emanating from the valley. After all, only in the relatively secluded terrain of the valley could such spiritual herbs linger. Sure enough, as he cautiously entered the valley and arrived at a clearing, he saw a vibrant green lotus flower gradually blooming in the middle of a turquoise pond filled with lotus flowers. This is the Bai Luo Shisue lotus. Upon recognizing the spiritual herb ahead, Yifeng's pupils suddenly constricted. This was indeed a precious item. The Bai Luo washing marrow lotus is a rare treasure from the outside world, possessing miraculous effects of cleansing tendons and bones, as well as establishing a Tao foundation. It has always been the primary ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills, making it quite valuable. Although this item no longer holds much significance for him, he has a large number of subordinates to consider. Recently, his spirit stones have been nearly exhausted, and he can't afford to buy many foundation establishment pills. If he can bring this Bai Luo washing marrow lotus back, and have someone refine it into pills, the strength of Qingke Valley will undoubtedly increase significantly. The key is that the Bai Luo washing marrow lotus before him has large plump petals that shimmer with a translucent glow. The fragrance emanating from its core is rich and enticing, clearly indicating it is of the finest quality. Just by inhaling its scent, he can feel the spiritual energy within him flowing more smoothly, as if receiving an invisible nourishment. In an instant, Yifeng made up his mind to obtain this washing marrow lotus at all costs. However, he also knew that in this verdant pool there would undoubtedly be demonic beasts lurking, and they would not let him take it easily. As expected, when he cautiously approached within 10 zhang of the pool, suddenly water splashed everywhere and a massive shadow leapt out from the depths. This shadow turned out to be a crocodile-like demonic beast covered in extremely tough gray scales, each gleaming with a heavy metallic luster. Its massive maw was lined with fangs as hard as steel, radiating a chilling light. As the crocodile beast emerged from the water, it let out a furious roar, exuding an overwhelming aura, and lunged fiercely at Yifeng. Clearly, it was extremely angered by the human peering at its treasure. After all, it had been waiting for this washing marrow lotus for over 100 years. How could it allow someone to snatch it away easily? Feeling the tightening in his heart, Yifeng quickly dodged to the side, while his spiritual energy surged, and he slashed out with his sword, attempting to fend it off. With a dull thud, the spirit sword struck the beast's scales, but it felt as though it had hit a metallic wall, sparking fire, but leaving only a shallow scratch. TSK. Seeing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but feel astonished. He did not expect the crocodile's strength to exceed his expectations, and its scales were incredibly difficult to break through in such a hurried manner. It seems that obtaining this washing marrow lotus will not be easy. However, he did not give up easily. After a brief pause, he charged forward once more. After all, he estimated that going all out would still give him a chance of victory. The crocodile beast's reaction speed was extremely fast. Before Yifeng could close the distance, its tail whipped around like a massive steel whip, smashing toward him. Clearly, it had no intention of letting the human escape easily. With a clang, the two sides clashed again. Yifeng's strike, filled with spiritual energy, accurately hit a gap between the scales of the crocodile's massive tail, finally leaving a sword mark about an inch long on the beast. However, he was also shaken back by the tremendous force, almost flying away with his blood surging. Even the gap was this sturdy. Seeing the outcome of this battle, Yifeng's expression became extremely grave. The crocodile beast, feeling the stinging pain, was even more enraged. It turned its head, opened its massive mouth, and a foul-smelling black venom shot out like an arrow. Clearly it had decided to hold nothing back, vowing to tear him to shreds. While others might think its fangs were its most ferocious attack, only it knew that this venom was its true killing move. Once a prey was hit by the venom, even latest-stage Foundation establishment experts would gradually lose their combat ability and end up as its meal. Hiss. It even has a venomous arrow technique. Seeing this, Yifeng's expression changed, and he quickly activated his movement technique to evade. He knew that this venom must be extremely potent. Even with protective armor, it was best not to take it heed-in, or he might suffer a great loss if he was not careful. Unfortunately, even with his excellent movement skills, he was nearly hit by the venomous arrow during the crocodile's sudden ambush, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to evade. However, this also instilled within him an unprecedented sense of crisis. It seems close combat is unavoidable. Otherwise, evading once offers no guarantee against countless future strikes. In the next instant, Yifeng fully activated the defensive capabilities of his chi and battle armor, enveloping himself in a crimson protective aura before dashing forward like lightning from the left, risking direct assault to close the distance with the crocodile demon beast. Enraged by this maneuver, the crocodile demon beast swiftly pivoted its blood-drenched maw and unleashed another volley of venomous darts aiming to halt Yifeng's advance. Yet Yifeng seemed to have anticipated it all. Feinting a strike, he abruptly twisted his body before the venom erupted, switching direction midair to surge in from the right, narrowly dodging the lethal barrage. Seizing the brief lull after the beast's failed attack, Yifeng lunged forward, successfully breaching the Tuzhong perimeter around the demonic crocodile. At such proximity, the beast's venomous projectiles lost their lethality, rendered virtually useless. Yet its razor-sharp claws and fangs remained deadly. The odds of being struck now soared dramatically. Nonetheless, Yifeng, undaunted and supremely skilled, had already deciphered the predatory patterns of such beasts during his earlier struggle with the white tiger. Dodging successive lunges with practiced ease, he stomped hard on the ground, launched skyward, and in one fluid motion vaulted onto the crocodile demon's back. Huff! At this sight, Yifeng's expression brightened, finally flashing a subtle, triumphant smile. At last, initiative had returned to his grasp. Stunned and incensed by this sudden reversal, the crocodile demon beast immediately executed its death roll, desperate to fling off the human intruder, knowing full well that failure would spell catastrophe. It had never imagined in a single moment's lapse that its foe would vanish into its blind spot. If it could not dislodge him swiftly, less than a tenth of its true power would ever be brought to bear. Alas, no matter how violently it rolled or slammed itself against the earth, Yifeng clung unyieldingly to its back, gripping tight, unwavering. Shielded by his battle armor, the death roll inflicted little more than superficial pain upon Yifeng, hardly enough to threaten his life or impair his resolve. Half an hour later, the crocodile demon beast, exhausted from relentless exertion, had depleted over half its demonic energy. Its rolling grew sluggish and uneven. Seizing the opening, Yifeng channeled every ounce of his spiritual energy into his spirit sword and drove it down with crushing force. With a sharp thunk, the mid-grade spirit sword pierced the crocodile demon's comparatively vulnerable neck, plunging it up to the hilt with devastating precision. Arg! The beast shrieked, a piercing, agonized wail, as it thrashed wildly on the ground, head whipping side to side in frantic despair. It had never foreseen that ambushing such a seemingly insignificant youth would cost it grievous injury, regrets surging through it like poison. Too late now to flee back into the pond. Yifeng gripped the sword tightly, continuously flooding it with spiritual energy, and stabbed again and again into the wound, deepening and widening the gash. Suddenly, its massive frame stiffened, then convulsed violently. Moments later, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Huff! As the crocodile demon's struggle subsided, Yifeng pressed his advantage relentlessly, until all movement ceased. Only then did he slump to the ground, gasping heavily. The battle had drained him severely, and left him wounded. But victory at last was his. This demon crocodile carcass held immense value. Combined with the Bai Luo Zimyu lotus, it would fetch no less than 10,000 spirit stones, more than worth every drop of sweat and blood. Yet just as he prepared to recover his breath, and before he could even reach for the fully bloomed Bai Luo Zimyu lotus, a rapid patter of footsteps echoed urgently from afar. Ah, so there is a Bai Luo Zimyu lotus here. The cultivator wore golden yellow armor, his face gaunt and sharp-featured, high cheekbones, framing eyes gleaming with cunning and avarice. Upon spotting the premium grade by Luo Zimiu lotus in the pond, his eyes lit up, and a smug self-satisfied grin spread across his lips. What astonishing fortune I've stumbled upon. Heaven itself aids me. Young man, I claim both this lotus and the demon crocodile carcass beneath your feet. Be wise, depart now, or I shall show you no mercy. In the next breath, he drew a gleaming golden longsword and leveled it coldly at Yifeng, as if shooing away a beggar. He had certainly noticed the youth earlier, but judged him merely a Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator, hopelessly outmatched by his own Level 3 prowess. Thus he dismissed him entirely. As for how the youth had slain the demon crocodile, he hadn't witnessed it firsthand and assumed mere luck or trickery. This spirit herb and demon beast were discovered first by me, and at great personal cost. Yifeng retorted, brow furrowed, gaze icy and unblinking. For you to demand them outright, surely that is rather arrogant. Fury simmered within him. He bore no grudge against this stranger, nor was he a bloodthirsty killer. Yet the man's brazen aggression stung like insult. Did he truly think Yifeng weak and easy to bully? Humph. What? Do you dare oppose me? In your current state, how much fight do you honestly believe remains in you? Be sensible. Leave now, or I'll gladly escort you to the netherworld. The gaunt cultivator sneered, angling his golden blade directly at Yifeng. In this world, brute strength was truth, and since he held the upper hand, refusing to dominate would be even at peak condition. A level 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator posed no threat to him. And now, exhausted from prolonged combat with the demon crocodile, the disparity was absolute. He'd refrained from fighting only because the secret realm was perilous, and he wished to conserve spiritual energy. Yet Yifeng's grip tightened on his spirit sword, rage flaring white-hot within his chest. The Bai Luo Zimiu lotus was vital to him, and the demon crocodile slain by his own hand. To surrender either so easily, unthinkable. Still, the prior battle had exacted heavy tolls. A second confrontation now risked depleting his spiritual energy below safe thresholds. He dared not act rashly. Yet as he hesitated, his eyes caught something strange, thick, roiling black chi rising like smoke from the cultivator's crown. Yifeng paused, startled. Was this man already ensnared in some grave crisis? Or did something far more dangerous lurk within that azure pond? That thought calmed him instantly. If the man was doomed regardless, let him probe first. Very well. You are the stronger. I yield the herb to you. Though mountains and rivers part us today, our paths may cross again. With those formal words, Yifeng retrieved his spirit sword and began to withdraw. The gaunt cultivator blinked, taken aback. So swift, so effortless. He'd expected at least token resistance, perhaps a few exchanges, to drive the youth away. Then again, 2 cultivation levels beneath him, utterly spent. What else could he do? Perhaps the boy possessed a sliver of wisdom after all. Still, why did this youth seem vaguely familiar? Wait, your name, is it Yifeng? He suddenly called out, scrutinizing him intently. Memory clicked. He'd seen the youth's portrait before. Oh, you know me. Yifeng froze mid-step, genuinely surprised. Was this man an acquaintance of his former self? A distant relative? Yet he had no recollection whatsoever. Huh. Not personally, but I've seen your likeness. Remarkable luck. I never imagined meeting you here. Having confirmed his identity, the gaunt cultivator burst into unrestrained, mocking laughter. He'd entered this realm expecting fortune, and found it beyond measure, priceless herbs and materials, plus an unexpected bonus. How could he not recognize him? His clan had scoured the entire Chu prefecture for years, searching tirelessly, yet failing to locate this very youth who'd roamed freely for seasons. Now here he stood. Slaying him would earn rewards rivaling those of the Zimiu lotus itself. Indeed, he was an elite operative dispatched into the secret realm by the Tan clan, the maternal family of Yi Tian. In the next breath, the gaunt cultivator advanced, slowly, sword drawn. Brother cultivator, what is your intent? Might there be some misunderstanding here? Yifeng's brow knotted tighter. Was the man preparing to strike first? Though fear held no place in his heart, he truly wished to spare his dwindling spiritual energy. No misunderstanding. The Tan clan of Central Chu Prefecture. You've heard of them. The gaunt cultivator asked, a sardonic glint in his eye. Mother's family of Yi Tian. Yifeng recoiled sharply. Clever. I see you've reached Foundation Establishment, just as the young master predicted. You are a threat, but your luck ends here. As he spoke, the cultivator cut off Yifeng's retreat. Yi Tian again. Hatred flickered, brief, fierce, across Yifeng's eyes. Yet he held his ground, waiting. I confess, I do not understand. The Tan clan stands among the great families of Central Chu. Why expend such effort against a mere cast-off from my own lineage? Years ago, after fleeing Chu Prefecture, he'd been hunted relentlessly, for months, by Tan clan envoys. he still couldn't fathom why they pursued him so obsessively. Huh, I'll tell you plainly. It's simply because we find you insufferable. The gaunt man laughed coldly. The truth behind this was in fact deeply awkward, almost shameful. When the Tan clan's daughter married into the Yi family, her petty jealousy led her to execute one of Ye's mortal concubines without hesitation. To him the act seemed absurdly unnecessary. The concubine, however gentle and devoted, posed no threat to the Tan heiress's status. Yet spoiled and imperious by nature, she'd ended the woman's life on a whim. The Tan clan, vast and powerful, saw no need to reproach her. Yet as her kin they felt duty-bound to manage the aftermath. Thus, upon learning this youth might become a liability, they issued an unconditional death order internally. Had that incident never occurred, this youth, even if he caused chaos, wouldn't merit a second glance. But because it did happen, no potential threat could be allowed to survive. Such an eyesore. Yi Feng felt a surge of anger erupt within him upon hearing those words. In the next moment he could no longer hold back. His entire body erupted with the bloodline of the dragon wielding his spiritual sword, and he charged forward with a slash at the slender male cultivator. This strike condensed all of his strength. After advancing to the fourth layer of foundation establishment, it was the first time he truly unleashed his full power. Fourth layer of foundation establishment. How could that be? The slender man initially paid no heed to Yi Feng's fury, as there were countless angry individuals in this world each day, but what use was that? However, upon witnessing the sudden surge of aura from his opponent, his expression drastically changed, completely unaware of what had transpired. Years ago he had received news that this brat was still in the chi refining stage, while he had already entered the foundation establishment stage. How could he have surpassed him in such a short time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had seen many renowned geniuses in the Tan family, but none had such an exaggerated cultivation speed. He believed that the aura of his opponent must be fake. Yes, it had to be. With that thought, he quickly snapped out of his shock and raised his long knife, putting up a desperate defense. He swore to send this pretentious brat flying with a single blow. However, in the next moment, he realized with shock that the power of the attack was immense, not only real, but far stronger than he had anticipated. A tremendous clang resonated. The two gleaming spiritual weapons collided violently in midair, and the point of contact erupted with a fierce, invisible shockwave, causing Yi Feng to stagger back several steps, while the slender man was unable to withstand the recoil and was sent flying. Fortunately, he was indeed a seasoned elite nurtured by the Tan family. After the initial shock, he quickly executed a midair roll and stabilized himself. Yi Feng, however, was unable to follow up with a second strike due to the overwhelming recoil. Hiss! Both of them stabilized their positions, resuming their standoff. Yet at this moment Yi Feng felt a deep sense of astonishment within, realizing the situation was quite. He had thought that with his fourth layer of foundation establishment, defeating the opponent at the third layer would be easy, yet he hadn't expected it to be so difficult. The other party was likely an outstanding talent among the third layer foundation establishment cultivators. The slender man was equally caught off guard. This strike, despite the opponent's considerable depletion of energy, had put him at a disadvantage. Was this really a young man, 10 years his junior? This was terrifying. With the opponent's cultivation speed, he would surely become a major threat to the Tan family in the future. No, he must kill this person at all costs. In an instant, the slender man seemed to have made a difficult decision, pulling out a pill from somewhere and swallowing it in one gulp. As an elite nurtured by a prestigious family, it was impossible for him not to have some extraordinary means. Especially since entering the secret realm, there was a high likelihood of competing with other family elites for treasures. His trump card was the Spirit Burst pill, which could temporarily enhance his strength, raising his combat power by 30% for half an hour with minimal side effects. This was a hard-won spirit pill that the Tan family had managed to obtain. At this moment, he speculated that the opponent's spiritual energy must have been nearly depleted. If it continued, victory would surely be his. The only regret was that he only had 2 of these Spirit Burst pills on him. Using one meant he would have one less opportunity to vie for top-tier treasures later, but with a grave enemy before him, he could not afford to think too much. As expected, with the effects of the Spirit Burst pill spreading within him, his aura surged dramatically. Brat, prepare to die. In the next moment, the slender man wielded his long knife, lunging at Yi Feng with a cruel expression. He wanted the opponent to experience the taste of brutal humiliation. The opponent's strength had actually surpassed his. Yi Feng sensed something unusual about his opponent, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. This premonition immediately became reality as the two clashed once more. Clang! This time in a direct confrontation, Yi Feng was sent flying back, nearly spitting blood, while the slender cultivator only took a few steps back. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing the result, the slender man burst into wild laughter. No matter how talented you are, what can you do? You cannot escape death. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with an unprecedented sense of his spiritual energy was nearly full, and the spirit burst state could last at least half an hour while the opponent's energy had likely dropped below 50%. How could Yifeng withstand his torrential assaults? He felt completely assured of victory. Overlord's furious wind slash. In the next moment, he unleashed his full power, wielding the golden long knife, like a tempest slashing down at Yifeng one after another. Hiss! Yifeng raised his sword to endure the relentless heavy blows, feeling his blood surging his face, displaying bitterness. He hadn't expected these elite members of the great families to be so formidable, each with profound backgrounds appearing much stronger than he had anticipated. And his own means were ultimately too few. As time passed, his defenses became increasingly strenuous, and he was nearing his breaking point. If his movement slowed by even a bit, he could very well be struck by the golden knife, facing an insurmountable crisis. Right, the weakness. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he recklessly activated the heavenly mechanism disc during the intervals of battle. He vaguely felt that the opponent's sword technique, although domineering, had some inherent flaw. Yet in his haste, he could not discern how to counter it. But the heavenly mechanism disc could. Although using the heavenly mechanism disc in battle was very risky, it was better than waiting for death. Fortunately, the heavenly mechanism disc did not disappoint, promptly providing guidance with minimal energy consumption. In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly changed his tactics, awkwardly twisting his body, and swung his long sword with all his might toward the opponent's left side. Bang! A different kind of collision sound erupted. The slender man suddenly seemed to be struck, his movement slowed, and he began to gasp for air. His golden knife inexplicably missed Yifeng. How could this be? Feeling the sharp pain on his shoulder, disbelief filled his eyes. His previously unassailable knife moves had been breached by the opponent. Indeed. On the other side, seeing this result, Yifeng's confidence soared. It seemed that the heavenly mechanism disc's hints were correct. Next, he began to seize the flaws in the opponent's knife technique, launching repeated heavy strikes. Before long, the slender man realized that his once infallible knife technique had become riddled with flaws, as if whatever he did was wrong, and soon he was covered in wounds. How could this happen? Why was this happening? The slender man could not comprehend it all. Could it be that this brat was a martial arts genius who had quickly found the flaws in his knife technique? It was very likely so. Thinking of this possibility made the slender man's hair stand on end, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster had he provoked? No, he must survive and return to inform the family head. He had to eliminate this threat before it grew. In an instant, the slender man made a firm decision to withdraw. At this moment, he cared not for any spiritual artifacts. Surviving was the most important thing. He planned to find a place to hide after this battle, waiting until the secret realm closed before exiting, and then returning to notify the family head. But how could Yifeng allow him to succeed at this moment? Even though he had never revealed his dragon bloodline as a trump card, no matter how difficult things had been, now that he was pushed this far, how could he not kill him to silence him? Seeing his opponent about to escape, Yifeng similarly disregarded the Bai Luo cleansing lotus and pursued relentlessly. You don't be too arrogant. The slender man, seeing that the opponent was willing to give up spiritual artifacts to chase him down, felt a surge of panic and shouted angrily. He had thought the other would prioritize grabbing the cleansing lotus. However, Yifeng ignored him completely, continuing his vigorous pursuit. This madman. The slender man's eyes revealed an unprecedented despair. Had he known, he would never have provoked the other. He had never imagined he would perish in this secret realm, as his luck had always been good, but at this moment, he realized how close that possibility truly was. Uncertain of how long it had been, a sudden puff echoed. The slender man's fleeing figure faltered for a moment, giving Yifeng the chance to strike, and with a single sword swing, he fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The quality of the armor he wore was already poor, and this blow left him severely injured, completely losing his combat effectiveness. You can't kill me, Yi. If you do, the Tan family will pursue you endlessly. Realizing he could no longer escape, the slender man hurriedly began to threaten in a panic. His words were not empty threats. He had entered with an important mission for the Tan family, to seek treasure. If anything went wrong, the Tan family would surely investigate thoroughly. Haha, will sparing you really avoid the chase? Yifeng found this laughable upon hearing those words. He had done nothing prior, yet the Tan family had already marked him for elimination. Now that he revealed his strength, how could there be any room for negotiation? The slender cultivator was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. He too realized that no matter how he threatened, there was nothing that could instill fear in his opponent. But he truly did not want to die at his current age if he could get out. A bright future awaited him. As Yifeng's spirit sword was about to strike him again, the slender man gritted his teeth and finally threw out an incredibly tempting offer. "Yi, if you spare me, I will tell you a colossal secret. How about that?" The slender man hurriedly spoke. At this moment, saving his life was the priority, and he could not care about anything else. "Go on, tell me. What kind of secret?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng paused his actions, indeed, revealing a hint of curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of secret the other could reveal. "You must swear first. Do you think I'm a fool? You want me to swear without knowing anything? How can I trust it's not a lie?" Yifeng sneered, his spirit sword poised to strike. "Wait. The secret is that the Tan family has found a clue to an ancient relic in the east. Only I remember the route." At this point, the slender man suddenly calmed down, revealing a hint of pride. This was indeed the true purpose of the Tan family, sending him in. Long ago, the Tan family had begun to collect information about the ancient relics in this secret realm, but had seen little success. However, recently they finally had some leads, prompting them to send him to investigate. He believed that after saying so much, the other party would surely be tempted and could not kill him. "Is there any other information?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng was indeed intrigued. The direction coincided with the location of the spirit herbs he had seen on the heavenly machine disc. Perhaps he could pass by on the way. Although the spirit herbs were important, the inheritance from the ancient relics was also one of his goals. "Sorry, I won't say anything until you swear." The slender man, seeing this, immediately put on an air of... At this moment, he was grateful that after looking at the map, he had destroyed it immediately. The eastern region was vast, and if the other wanted it, they would have to treat him like a master and ensure his safety. But his intentions certainly did not stop there. He had already figured out how to negotiate terms and gradually turn the tables. However, Yifeng sneered, "Since you refuse to speak, then there's no need to keep you alive." In the next moment, Yifeng quickly infused his spiritual power and swung his sword decisively towards the other's neck. It wasn't that he didn't want the treasure, but it was absolutely impossible for him to swear to spare the other. "You..." The slender man watched as the sharp sword grazed his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief. How dare this kid act so boldly? Did he completely not want the legendary ancient treasures? Little did he know it wasn't that Yifeng did not want them, but rather that his heavenly machine disc had consumed an enormous amount of energy to deduce even the most basic results. However, once he had a general direction, the cost would significantly decrease. Based on the information provided by the other, he believed that as long as he got a little closer, he could deduce it, so there was absolutely no need to keep this threat alive. After dealing with the slender man, Yifeng felt an indescribable sense of relief wash over him. The Tan family's repeated attempts on his life and disrupting their treasure hunting plan was undoubtedly a nice bit of payback. As for the remaining grievances, he was currently too weak to do anything, so he could only remember them for now. The spoils on the slender man were not many. Besides 2 spirit herbs and 3 spiritual tools, there were only some miscellaneous bottles and jars. But better than nothing, he collected them all. "Wait, what is this pill?" Suddenly, Yifeng found an exceptionally unique spirit pill in the slender man's left wrist guard, and he couldn't help but pause. The spirit pill was blood red and full of vitality, looking completely different from other spirit pills. Could this be the stimulating pill that allowed the other to explode with strength earlier? Regardless, he decided to store it away for now. In the next moment, Yifeng unhesitatingly put the spirit pill into his pouch. After a simple night's rest the next morning, Yifeng set off again. It turned out that there were no other fierce beasts in that pond. The slender cultivator's ambush was merely Yifeng's own doing. Not long after resolving the slender cultivator, he smoothly collected all the spirit herbs and materials from the valley, reaping a bountiful harvest. However, the road ahead towards the east seemed increasingly perilous, as if some mysterious force was attracting these monsters. He advanced cautiously, yet still could not avoid various crises, and even his reconnaissance puppet was ambushed by monsters several times, sustaining damage. Fortunately, his refining skills were quite good, and he quickly repaired it during the night. On this day, after navigating through a vast swamp, Yifeng arrived at a continuous mountain range, only to suddenly discover numerous figures gathered at some point in the mountains. Each of these figures exuded an extraordinary aura, all at least at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, huddled together plotting. Was there some treasure here? Seeing this unusual sight, Yifeng immediately halted his steps. Throughout his journey, he had occasionally encountered 1 or 2 Chuzhou cultivators seeking treasure in the secret realm, but those individuals rarely lingered in one place and would quickly disperse. But this was different. More than 10 people had gathered here, indicating something unusual. He planned to stop and take a closer look. As expected, as he approached the area where the figures were, he discovered a massive abyssal cave suddenly appearing in the basin of the mountain range. and these people were gathering here to call friends and prepare to form a team to explore the cave. Hiss, that woman is here too. Suddenly, Yifeng caught sight of a leader among the group and couldn't help but be stunned. The person ahead was actually Lu Yinshu. She was here too. Yifeng, how is this possible? On the other side, among a small group of four, Lu Yinshu's expression stiffened as she saw Yifeng nearly dropping her jaw in shock. This kid, how could he have defied the odds? She had thought it was impressive enough for him to advance to Foundation establishment, yet she never imagined he could make it all the way here. This area was already the core of the secret realm. Even she had to struggle to reach it. Those with lower strength would not dare to set foot in that swamp, yet he had passed through unscathed at the first level of Foundation establishment. In the next moment she approached without hesitation. She was too puzzled. Yifeng, how did you end up here? How did you get here? Lu Yinshu grabbed Yifeng by the collar and began to interrogate him. She noticed that he exuded an unusual aura, and she had to find out something this time. Hey senior sister, can you not be so casual? Yifeng swatted her hand away with a hint of disdain. Clearly she still regarded him as the little errand boy from before. Stop the nonsense. I'm asking you something important. Lu Yinshu realized her abruptness, and her face turned slightly red. But her question was met with a non-answer, and she was obviously dissatisfied. Is it difficult to get here? I just walked and arrived. Yifeng dismissed her with a vague reply. He wasn't obligated to explain anything to her. Lu Yinshu felt nearly infuriated by his response. As they walked, they arrived. Does this kid take her for a fool? From now on you must follow me. In the next moment, Lu Yinshu issued her command with an air of authority. Now is the time to recruit people regardless of how the other party arrived. Assistance must be provided even if just running errands. Why should I? Yifeng immediately began to refuse without a second thought. He had important matters to attend to. How could he listen to the other party's orders? Just because I have the master's token in hand, this mission is crucial, and you have been temporarily summoned. Lu Yinshu directly pulled out a token and tossed it in front of Yifeng. This token bore the prominent seal of the master, and every disciple was required to learn to recognize it upon joining. She was confident he would not fail to recognize it. Hiss! Upon seeing the token, Yifeng's pupils instantly constricted in surprise. With just one glance, he could confirm that this token was undoubtedly genuine. But how could this woman have obtained a master's token? This was outrageous. Could it be that her entrance this time was tied to a significant mission regarding the sect's plans? Forget it, let's just go along with her for now. Ultimately, though Yifeng was unwilling, he had no choice but to accept the arrangement. Regardless of circumstances, he could not openly defy the sect's orders. However, if he discovered any extraordinary treasures later, he would insist on acting alone. Currently, although his Qingke Valley was developing well, its high-end combat power was still too scarce. The only reason no one had targeted them yet was due to their connection to the Su family. This might not hold forever, so he needed to prepare for the future and acquire the ability to protect himself. Seeing Yifeng's initial shock followed by his reluctant acceptance, Lu Yinshu finally revealed a smug smile. She had finally managed to put this kid in his place. Without this token, the other party might not have given her any respect at all. Soon Yifeng followed Lu Yinshu and met the other three members of their team, a calm and reserved young man named Mu Feng, a playful and adorable female cultivator named Wang Yue, and a shorter dark-skinned man named Zheng He. All three were elite disciples of the Qingyun sect temporarily summoned by Lu Yinshu. Among them, Mu Feng had the highest cultivation level, appearing to be at around the 6th level of Foundation establishment, while the other two were at around the 5th level. After some inquiries, Yifeng finally gained a rough understanding of the situation here. This abyssal cave was opened just 2 days ago when someone unknowingly triggered some restriction. Previously, it had merely been an ordinary valley basin. However, this core area had once been known to contain ancient ruins, so some powerful elites enjoyed wandering in this region. With the sudden opening of a cave, they all speculated that it might also be the location of another ancient ruin. Unfortunately, they had previously tried to explore the cave, but it seemed filled with formidable monsters. Most of them were unprepared and returned empty-handed, prompting the sects to gather personnel planning to explore further once more people arrived. Sister Lu, should we wait a bit longer to see if anyone else is coming? As the appointed time approached, and no other Qingyun sect disciples appeared, the calm young man had no choice but to turn his gaze to Lu Yinshu. Previously, they had agreed to wait half a day to gather as many people as possible, but thus far the Qingyun sect had only managed to gather this small number, well below expectations. No need, let's go over the precautions and set off quickly. Lu Yinshu's voice was cold and dismissive. Yes. The calm young man immediately straightened up and clasped his hands in respect at her words. Indeed, many sect teams had already begun exploring the cave. If they delayed any longer, they might miss a good opportunity. Regardless, having 5 people in the team wasn't too bad. Soon the calm young man approached Yifeng and the others, explaining the mission requirements. This cave had its seal broken by someone, and both he and Lu Yunshu had previously entered separately. Unfortunately, they could not proceed far due to their panic, so this time they planned to lead the team deeper to search. According to their preliminary reconnaissance, most monsters in the cave world weren't very powerful, but their numbers were overwhelming. Only a small portion were stronger. Thus, they planned to divide their responsibilities. The weaker members would mainly deal with the monsters handled by Wang Yu and Zheng He, while the stronger ones would engage with Lu Yunshu and himself. This way, everyone could take turns defending, saving a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Wang Yu and Zheng He had no objections to this plan. They were both relatively new arrivals and were unfamiliar with the situation inside, so following the arrangement was the best choice. Seeing that his task was quite easy, merely acting as support, Yifeng also did not raise any objection. With everything arranged, the disciples set off following Lu Yunshu as they moved along the rocky walls surrounding the cave, heading towards the depths of the abyss. This narrow path wound and spiraled downward, seemingly bottomless. Along the way, they encountered various rocks, moss, and bizarre weeds that seemed to have emerged from some unknown world. Rather than a cave, it was more like a vast underground world hidden away. The group continued down the winding, steep path, initially finding nothing out of the ordinary. "Junior brother, how did you come to know Lu Xianzi? To be able to cling to such a big thigh, you are truly lucky." Bored, the dark-skinned man beside him suddenly patted Yifeng's shoulder. Currently, only he and Yifeng were at the back of the team, and he was very curious about the person in front of him. "Haha, I think it's bad luck, actually." Yifeng shook his head in response, clearly unconvinced. He felt he would fare better on his own. "Junior brother, you're being too oblivious to your good fortune, aren't you? Lu Xianzi is exceptionally powerful and an elite from the Nangong family, renowned for her generosity. Many wish to cultivate a friendship with her, but have no opportunity." The dark-skinned man immediately began to lecture him earnestly upon hearing this. This guy was completely oblivious to the hardships of others. He wished he could curry favor, but had no chance. "Maybe, but may I ask which peak you belong to, senior brother?" Yifeng, not wanting to delve deeper, changed the topic. "The refining peak," the dark-skinned man smiled. "That's impressive. With you being so young, you must be a rare genius in refining, right?" In the next moment, Yifeng exaggeratedly flattered him. Being associated with the refining peak meant he was not just an ordinary refining apprentice. He might already be a 2-star refining master. Only upon reaching a certain level would one be specifically admitted to the refining peak for training. "Haha, I'm flattered. What about you, junior brother?" The dark-skinned man was quite pleased with this. In fact, he was indeed a 2-star refining master, which was his greatest pride. "Me? I just do some minor tasks without a fixed position," Yifeng modestly replied, not daring to boast. He was at most a peak 1-star refining master. Wanting to refine a spirit tool was still quite far off, so, to others, he was merely a helper. "Then you really should make an effort to curry favor with Lu Xianzi. With her connection, which hall can't you enter in the future?" The dark-skinned man continued to preach. He genuinely believed that by associating with the Nangong family, he would benefit immensely. "Ahem. Let's talk about it later," Yifeng replied noncommittally. Did he not try to curry favor in the past? Unfortunately, his diligent work only earned him a few dismissive remarks in return. Ultimately, it all came back to relying on oneself. The two chatted softly, and soon became familiar with each other. Meanwhile, Lu Yunshu, seeing Yifeng talk animatedly, could not help but twitch her mouth. This kid really didn't take her seriously at all. "Lu Xianzi, shall we rest for a moment next?" After an unknown period, the calm young man at the front suddenly began to ask. Having traveled quite a distance, they were about to officially face crises further down, so he needed to inquire. He wasn't worried about himself or Wang Yu and the other elites. He was merely concerned about the one with the lowest cultivation level in the group, fearing they might not keep up. However, Lu Yunshu shook her head expressionlessly. As a cultivator, she did not believe that Yifeng needed any rest after such a short distance. "Fine." Seeing this, the calm young man finally stopped speaking and began to guide the group into a massive cave. In the front part of the cave there stood an ancient stone door resembling a wall blocking the way, appearing quite mysterious. Throughout the abyssal grotto, such stone doors were numerous. Boom, boom, boom. As a deafening sound erupted, the composed young man was tinkering with something. Suddenly, the heavy stone door, which seemed no different from the rock wall, began to tremble and slowly parted, revealing an entrance resembling a volcanic mouth. Could this place truly be a relic left behind from ancient times? Feeling a wave of heat enveloping them, Zhang He and Wang Yue, who had entered for the first time, were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Logically speaking, where there is a stone door, there must have been cultivators who built it, however it was unclear whether it was crafted by ancient practitioners. Besides the stone door, everything else here seemed to be formed by nature remarkably primitive. However, after regaining their senses, they hesitated no longer and hurriedly stepped into the depths of the grotto. Yifeng too was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected such a peculiar place to exist beneath this mountain range. Inside the grotto, molten lava splashed everywhere, and bizarre rocks rose like peaks with waves of heat washing over them, casting dark red hues on everyone's faces. The strange rocks around partitioned the grotto into passages below resembling countless roots of trees extending downward, intricate and complex, completely oblivious of where they led or how long they would take to reach the bottom. The team chose a direction and walked for nearly half a day, unsure of how many forks they had passed, until they finally arrived at a vast open underground hollow. At that moment, everyone was already flushed from the scorching heat. Everyone ahead lies the place we reached last time, the first layer of this grotto world. It may be rather dangerous inside. Please exercise caution. Suddenly, Lu Yunshu at the front stopped abruptly and reminded everyone. This underground hollow was extremely vast with a complex terrain. They had encountered numerous monsters here last time and had rushed out in haste. Conversely, the journey before this had merely been a warm-up. They had not discovered any treasures. If they truly wanted to obtain something, they would have to explore this hollow. Sister, please don't worry. This isn't our first time out for training. The dark-skinned man immediately responded with a smile. Exactly. We're no novices. Wang Yu chimed in, responding confidently. They had cultivated to this level, and none of them were delicate flowers, having been through many places for training, so they had encountered many perilous scenes. The only concern was whether the young man surnamed Yu would hold them back. That's good. Lu Yunshu nodded, secretly choosing not to say more. After exiting the passage and walking forward for a while, they finally saw the full view of this hollow. Hiss! Upon witnessing the scene ahead, all the newcomers had their pupils constrict sharply. This place was exceedingly vast, seemingly a mysterious world existing underground. However, the group had no time to marvel as a flurry of flapping sounds erupted and dark-colored bats, glimmering with a hint of cold light, surged in from all directions toward them. What level of demon beast is this? Why are there so many? Yifeng felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Each of these dark bats had crimson eyes, fierce appearances, and exuded a glow of spiritual energy. If there were merely hundreds or thousands, he would certainly not fear, but tens of thousands gathering in this lightless place was somewhat terrifying. However, Lu Yunshu at the forefront swiftly drew a verdant spiritual sword, unleashing sword lights that sliced through the first wave of dark bats. The others also unleashed brilliant martial techniques, continuously swinging their swords to cleave the approaching bats in half, preventing them from getting too close. These few seemed to have anticipated this and showed no signs of panic. Seeing this, Yifeng quickly drew out a mid-grade spiritual sword, using his sword technique to fend off the bats closing in. However, his gaze occasionally glanced at Lu Yunshu's verdant spiritual sword, filled with quiet envy. The opponent's sword had already reached the peak of the spiritual level, truly extravagant. Moreover, the opponent's sword technique was exceedingly sharp, clearly possessing a superior inheritance compared to his own. Even Mu Feng on the other side was equally impressive. Currently, the sword technique he held was merely mediocre, and even compared to Wang Yu and Zheng, he fell slightly short. These individuals were indeed the elite of Qingyun's sect, each possessing formidable martial skills. It was proven that although this batch of bats was numerous, the strength of the group was also formidable. Before long, they had slain the bat horde until the ground was bathed in blood. Seeing the heavy casualties, the bat swarm's attacks finally ceased, retreating back into the shadows. Phew! Upon witnessing the numerous bat corpses scattered on the ground, Lu Yunshu and Mu Feng let out long sighs of relief. Fortunately, they were numerous this time around with tight defenses. Otherwise, if one were to fight alone against this overwhelming bat army, they would indeed be in dire straits. Next, the group took a brief rest before beginning their journey once more. The bat carcasses before them were merely materials from early-stage chi beasts of little value. Strangely, they chose not to collect them, their eyes focused on other more valuable finds. Continuing onward across the rugged ground, after an unknown duration, Lu Yunshu in the lead suddenly halted before a small cave that resembled an ice cellar. Inside this small cave, it was not hot, but rather exceptionally cold. Everyone there is a type of premium ice spirit grass inside, which appears to be at least 1,000 years old, quite valuable. I wonder if you have any interest. If so, Mu Feng and I can distract the demon beasts while you take care of the harvesting. We will distribute according to contribution later. Lu Yunshu turned her gaze toward the group. This premium ice spirit grass was a spiritual item she had seen during her last visit, but unfortunately, she had not been able to harvest it successfully. This time she planned to gather some 1,000 years old premium ice spirit grass. Then of course we are interested. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, their spirits lifted to the utmost. They were finally about to reap rewards, each of them filled with enthusiasm. The value of the premium ice spirit grass was already considerable, and 1,000 years old was incredibly hard to find in the outside world. If there was some here, bringing a few stalks out would not be in vain. Yifeng was equally tempted. 1,000 years worth of spiritual grass was indeed rare. Seeing the group's reaction, Lu Yunshu felt assured and boldly entered the cave, with Mu Feng closely following. With a clattering sound, a voice emerged. "Hurry, come in." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang He and Wang Yu outside the cave swiftly dashed in, each moving adeptly and dispersing rapidly in all directions. Both displayed extreme eagerness, attempting to seize the opportunity first. Yifeng, with the lowest cultivation among them, lagged behind, falling far behind as soon as he moved. As he fully entered the cave's range, he noticed that 2 nearby areas had already been claimed by others. Why are these 2 so eager? He wondered how many ice spirit herbs there might be and if there would be enough to share. Secretly, Yifeng scoffed. However, he quickly chose a more distant direction and dashed forward. Soon he was drawn to a certain hidden spot in the cave by a terrifying aura. The source of this aura was a massive green toad, whose cultivation level was estimated to be at the peak of Foundation establishment. This green toad, enraged by the intrusion of a human, was furiously lashing out its tongue like a blade, unleashing a barrage of attacks. However, Lu Yunshu had decisively positioned herself in front of the green toad. How could such a petite woman withstand the might of this formidable creature? Yifeng felt a surge of alarm. Yet to his surprise, Lu Yunshu firmly blocked the toad's ferocious. Mu Feng was also nearby, assisting from the side and occasionally launching sneak attacks. Witnessing this, Yifeng gained a renewed understanding of their strengths. Undoubtedly, these 2 were elite among elites, far stronger than him, employing an array of diverse tactics. The next moment, he no longer hesitated and quickly scanned his surroundings, beginning his search. He intended to collect a few ice spirit herbs to take back and nourish his spirit rabbits, hoping for some unexpected surprises. Previously, the spirit rabbits had been fed low-level ice spirit herbs that were decades old. Now, if he switched to top-grade ice spirit herbs that were thousands of years old, would there be any different effects? But soon his plans were doused with cold water. It seemed that the ice spirit herbs in this cave were hidden deep. He meticulously scanned the area, but discovered nothing. Where could they be? Yifeng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. This ice cave was massive, with uneven terrain and great complexity. He began to use his spiritual sword to dig through the icy mud blocks, searching for over half an hour without success. At this moment, Zhang He and Wang Yu were also running around looking for the herbs, yet their harvest was scant. Could it be that they had already been picked clean? Yifeng's expression grew grave. However, he refused to believe that his luck could be that poor. Perhaps if he searched more carefully, he would soon make a discovery. Just as he was searching, a sudden piercing shriek echoed from an unknown direction. He saw Wang Yu suddenly lose focus, her eyes turning bloodshot as she began to slash wildly at her surroundings. Not good. Inner demon disturbance. Seeing this, the others in the area changed their expressions in unison, quickly retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire. What happened? Did she get possessed? Yifeng was startled, unsure of what was occurring. However, before he could investigate further, an even more powerful screech came towards him, the invisible sound wave enveloping the entire area in an attack. He hurriedly activated his spiritual energy to defend himself, attempting to shield himself from the sound waves, but found it utterly ineffective. The screech caused his eyes to turn blood red, and he too fell into a daze. Moments later, Yifeng, now affected, looked at the entirely different scene before him, and inexplicably, all around him were terrifying blood-colored demons, each one opening its gaping maw and lunging at him with claws and fangs, appearing extremely lifelike. Fortunately, his will was strong, and despite the attacks hitting him, he stood still and unmoving. He knew that these blood-colored demons were likely illusions, and if he attacked recklessly, he might end up with serious consequences like Wang Yu. Yet even though he repeatedly reminded himself that this was fake, the instinctual fear still made him subconsciously want to dodge and avoid being hit. But in the end, he restrained himself. Thankfully, as the blood-colored demons approached, the imagined pain did not manifest, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, not long after, the various demons vanished, and he found himself in what appeared to be a tangible. Inside the cave, there was a woman whose beauty was like that of a celestial being, dressed in a flowing sheer dress, slowly walking towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Nangong Luyun. Oh my, how thrilling! Yifeng suddenly found his breath quickening, his face flushed. He admitted that he was losing control. This woman was simply too stunningly beautiful. Worse yet, as she approached, he felt his nose beginning to bleed. His heart raced uncontrollably. I'm done for. What should I do? Even though he was well aware that this was all an illusion and a woman like Nangong Luyun would never give him a second glance, he still couldn't help but want to steal a few more glances. But in the next moment, he suddenly gritted his teeth and kicked towards that snow-white figure. Bang! An incredibly real sensation struck him, leaving Yifeng momentarily dumbfounded. This can't be real, can it? Did I really kick that woman away? Fortunately, in the next moment, the illusion shattered, and he regained his awareness, discovering that the person he had kicked wasn't Nangong Liyun, but rather the dark-skinned man Zhang Yi. What a close call. Yifeng was drenched in cold sweat upon seeing this. If he had really succumbed to the temptation, it would have been a public disaster. This toad demon is too treacherous. At this moment, among the elite in the cave, except for Lu Yunshu, the others had all fallen into the illusion to varying degrees, some even starting to disrobe, while others were passionately embracing stone pillars. Only Yifeng had managed to recover in time. These people are really pathetic, Lu Yunshu thought to herself as she looked at the scene around her, her face full of black lines, while a trace of disdain flashed through her mind. The sound wave attack from this toad demon served to evoke human inner demons, amplifying their fears and greed. Undoubtedly, these individuals had weak Dao hearts and could never become great. However, she was greatly surprised that Yifeng, who had the lowest cultivation level, managed to recover so quickly, seemingly unaffected. How could this be possible? Is his heart truly as solid as a rock, completely immune to beauty? Although astonished, she had no time to be distracted as she began to struggle against the toad demon's fierce attacks. Without Mu Feng's assistance, facing this toad demon alone had become extremely challenging. Junior brother Yi, you've also recovered. After several breaths, Mu Feng, who had just awakened from his bloodshot eyes, saw Yifeng diligently searching nearby and couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to this person, thinking he was just a somewhat talented and lucky scion of a noble family who would fade into the crowd without family support. Yet he hadn't expected that his resistance to this nightmare was even stronger than his own. Well, senior brother, you're not bad either. I just recovered a moment ago, Yifeng smiled. Ha ha, senior brother, this is something I've practiced since childhood. Mu Feng laughed heartily. He had always trained specifically to resist such mental attacks, which is why he possessed the resistance he had today. However, for Lu Xianzi to remain completely unaffected during her battle with the demon beasts is a true testament to her strength. As Mu Feng regained his focus and joined the battle, Lu Yunshu finally felt a significant reduction in pressure, and Yifeng began to search fervently. Although the ice spirit grass was deeply hidden, it was still present, and after Yifeng's relentless searching, he finally discovered 2 stalks. This 1,000-year-old ice spirit grass truly deserves its reputation as a top-grade treasure. Each stalk was smooth and translucent, imbued with an incredibly rich freezing power, making one feel as though they could be frozen into an ice sculpture at any moment. On the other side, the woman in green, after waiting for a long time, saw that the other 2 elite members still hadn't fully regained consciousness, feeling secretly annoyed. Why haven't these 2 shaken off their mental obstacles? She had fought fiercely for so long and was on the brink of exhaustion, yet the harvest of ice spirit grass was far below her expectations, far from enough to divide. Mu Feng's expression was also grave, beads of sweat already beading on his forehead. The power of this toad demon beast was completely beyond what he could handle. Every attack was extremely perilous. Had it not been for Lu Yunshu's unwavering defense, he might have already faced defeat. Yet even so, he was not without his own exhaustion. He could only grit his teeth and hold on, buying time for the others. But that time was limited. Fortunately, after a little more than half a tea's worth of time, Zhang He and Wang Yu finally woke up, regaining their mobility. Just recalling their previous actions, both of them felt puzzled and extremely embarrassed. At this moment, how could they not know what kind of embarrassment they had just experienced? Zhang He, who had been chatting confidently with Yifeng earlier, now wished he could cover his face and cry, wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had never imagined that the perfect image he had painstakingly built over the past few days would be utterly destroyed, especially in front of the goddess he cared about most. How could he face her again in the future? However, time was pressing and they could no longer afford to dwell on it. They quickly turned their attention to their surroundings and began to search urgently. With the addition of these 2, the search progressed significantly faster. Half a quarter of an hour later, with Lu Yunshu's command, everyone turned and retreated hastily, escaping from the ice cavern. Outside the ice cave, once the toad demon beast was completely shaken off, everyone regrouped at a certain mountaintop. However, at that moment the atmosphere among the group was exceptionally heavy, completely devoid of the initial confidence. Everyone, how much ice spirit grass did we manage to collect? Hand it all over. Lu Yunshu's gaze swept over everyone, her expression emotionless, as she asked. This time she had expended great effort for the adventure of gathering herbs, and she wanted to see what the results would be. However, the expressions of Zheng He and the others responsible for the search were extremely unnatural at this moment. They were all quite disappointed in their performance this time. Yet under Lu Yunshu's scrutiny, they slowly took out the jade boxes from their storage treasures and placed them before them. Seeing this, Yifeng did not hesitate to take out the ice spirit grass he had collected one by one. Before entering the team, everyone had already established a pact promising that all harvests during the team period would belong to the group collectively, and after summation, they would be distributed according to merit, so no one dared to hide anything. Only 11 stalks. Once everyone stopped moving, the woman in green looked at the jade box before her, her expression turning exceptionally grim. They had made such a grand effort to venture into the cave to collect herbs, risking great danger, only to end up. The key point is that among these three, the one with the lowest cultivation, Yifeng, had collected 6 stalks, while Zheng He and Wang Yue, the 2 elite members they had high hopes for together, had only collected 5 stalks. Is this some kind of joke? Faced with such a stark contrast, both Wang Yu and Zheng He were already too ashamed to raise their heads, utterly unable to voice anything. In their subconscious, Yifeng had always been viewed as the one to handle the trivial tasks, and they had never expected him to achieve so much, yet at this moment, they couldn't believe they had been surpassed by someone they considered to be just a bystander, and by such a large margin. What should they do? If everyone's performance had been dismal, it might not have stung so much. Ahem. Everyone makes mistakes, and it's actually alright. There's no need for the 2 senior brothers and sisters to be disheartened. Junior brother just had a stroke of luck. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yifeng could only speak up to offer comfort. He felt that Zheng He and Wang Yu were quite capable. They had merely been countered by the unique attacks of the Toad Demon this time. Under different circumstances, their performance would surely have been much better. Junior brother is right. There's no need for you 2 to take it to heart. Let's work harder next time. Mu Feng also hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Regardless, a single defeat does not represent much. He believed Zheng He and Wang Yu's strength was certainly evident to all. Seeing this, Lu Yunshu, even if she was reluctant, could only accept the outcome. After all, the mental attack of the Toad Demon Beast was indeed quite rare, and a defeat was inevitable. In this underground cavern world there was no day or night, and one could not feel the passage of time, yet the light was not dim. After resting for half a day, the group began to set out again, delving deeper into exploration. However, Zheng He and Wang Yu had already entered a mode of quiet competition. Whenever they encountered demon beasts or valuable spirit items, they behaved with extreme enthusiasm, as if trying to redeem themselves. Quick look, what is that? Suddenly, when the group arrived at a valley surrounded by numerous peaks and strange rocks, Wang Yu pointed excitedly at a glowing spot ahead. Everyone turned to look and found that amidst the jagged rocks in the valley there was a unique crystal stone mixed in with a chaotic pile of stones emitting a soft glow. That seems to be a purple flame crystal mine. After discerning the appearance of the crystal stone, the knowledgeable Mu Feng immediately voiced his speculation. He had seen this purple flame crystal mine before. It was a top-quality material for crafting magical artifacts. Adding a small piece to an ordinary spirit weapon would significantly enhance its overall performance. It is indeed a purple flame crystal mine. Lu Yunshu immediately confirmed this conclusion. She had encountered such crystals numerous times in the Nangong family, and her own long sword had originally incorporated this high-grade auxiliary material, so she could not be mistaken. A crystal of this size selling for several hundred spirit stones is quite normal and often has a price, yet no market. Who would have thought they would find it here? So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Seeing this, Zheng He could no longer contain himself, and quickly, having one piece of purple flame crystal often implies the presence of more, and it is very likely that the valley ahead is itself a vein of purple flame crystals. Once collected, they would be prosperous. In the next moment, everyone instinctively rushed towards the upper valley. They had all decided to gather as many of the purple flame crystals in the valley as possible. Unfortunately, before they could get close to the valley, the ground nearby suddenly trembled violently, and a massive poisonous scorpion demon beast emerged from who knows where. Its demonic essence flashed, and stone spikes shot towards the group like arrows. Upon seeing the emergence of the venomous scorpion, everyone was taken aback. This was yet another Peak Foundation establishment demon beast. Moreover, it was highly toxic and difficult to deal with. Lu Yunshu at the front reacted swiftly, raising his hand to unleash a crescent-shaped sword light, which deflected most of the incoming stone spikes. Following closely behind Mu Feng and Zheng, he also showcased their abilities dodging or blocking, successfully stopping the remaining threats. However, this caused a sudden halt in their advance. "He'll distract this giant scorpion, you all go mine." In an instant, Lu Yunshu made the best decision, drawing his emerald sword and charging towards the location of the giant scorpion to attract its attention. This valley was spacious, unlike the enclosed cave of the toad demon where they had to endure heat in. Here in the valley, they could choose to divert, undoubtedly saving a significant amount of spiritual energy. Sure enough, as the sword light struck the giant scorpion's shell, it immediately became furious and predictably chased after Lu Yunshu. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate anymore and began to rush towards the surroundings of the valley. "You should watch me." As he passed by Yifeng Zheng, he suddenly said provocatively, brimming with confidence. Having lagged behind significantly in the last ice spirit grass collection task, he had been brooding over it. Now, after such a long wait, it was finally his turn to showcase his strengths. As a refiner, he was extremely familiar with such mineral collection. He did not believe anyone could surpass him, so this was his moment to shine. "Good. I'm looking forward to it, Shitty," Yifeng replied with a smile. He also believed that as a two-star refiner practicing at the core sect of the Qingyun sect, the other must have extensive experience and would undoubtedly be more skilled in mining. Although he had some research in this area compared to the professionals from renowned sects, he was merely an amateur, so he had no intention of comparing himself. However, not wanting to fall too far behind, he did not slack off and quickly quickened his pace, focusing on searching in a specific direction. After all, if he could bring back more of this purple flame crystal, or the issue of high-end treasures for their Qingke Valley could be well resolved. Unfortunately, in this valley, in addition to the giant venomous scorpion, there was also a large group of smaller venomous scorpions. Sensing the intrusion of outsiders, they rushed out from all directions. Seeing this, Yifeng could only fend off the venomous scorpions that occasionally pounced on him with his sword, while simultaneously searching and digging. Fortunately, these smaller venomous scorpions were not too powerful and did not pose much trouble. Good fortune is coming. Could it be that I'm about to prosper? At some point, Yifeng suddenly discovered that while digging at a low hill in the northeast corner of the valley, the golden light, representing wealth above his head, suddenly surged, while there were no such signs elsewhere. Could it be that there is a valuable treasure beneath this little hill? The next moment, Yifeng began to dig vigorously at this small hill. He had to see what was hidden underground. It must be said that this valley was indeed quite strange. The underlying rock strata were extremely solid, making it difficult to dig through. Moreover, to his great disappointment, after digging for a quarter of an hour, he had already excavated a pit several feet deep, but had not seen any valuable, or let alone the purple flame crystal. It was all in vain. In contrast, Zheng, he was indeed, as expected, efficiently searching around, and within just a quarter of an hour he had already dug up 7 or 8 pieces of fist-sized purple flame crystal. That guy really does have some skills. Yifeng secretly envied, showing a rare expression of acknowledgement. At this moment, even Mu Feng and Wang Yu had only dug up 3 or 4 pieces, while he had only managed to get 1, yet the other had already gathered so many. However, he did not waver at all. He continued to dig vigorously deeper into the small hill. He had to unearth this unusual treasure. "Ye shitty, if you haven't found anything in one place, hurry and move on. It's meaningless to get stuck on a single tree." After a while, having just dug out the 9th piece of purple flame crystal, Zheng, he who happened to pass by, suddenly advised unexpectedly. He felt that the other party was completely being a novice, stubbornly clinging to one spot. Anyone with a bit of mining knowledge would know that ore veins only existed in certain locations. If there was none in a place, it would be impossible for them to appear out of thin air, even after digging for a year or so. Thus, the other's actions were simply a waste of time. Senior brother Zheng is right, but I feel there is a high chance of finding something here, so I plan to persist a bit longer. Yifeng explained patiently upon hearing this. He understood that the other was looking out for him, but he had his own thoughts. "You are truly foolish and stubborn. From my perspective, this place does not seem like it has any ore veins." Zheng, he felt speechless upon hearing this. True ore veins typically would not protrude. How could this small hill have purple flame crystal? However, the next moment, when Yifeng struck down again, with his sword shattering a rock, a dazzling purple light emitted from within, causing his expression to stiffen. Was this the discovery? He quickly approached and examined it closely. Meanwhile, Yifeng was also overjoyed, quickly clearing the dirt to pick up the glowing purple object. As all the rocks were removed, the glowing purple object finally revealed its true form. Hiss! This was actually a top-quality purple flame crystal. What the heck? Seeing this incredibly radiant purple stone, Zheng, he suddenly felt a bit with just one glance he could tell that this was an extremely rare top-quality purple flame crystal, or 1 piece equivalent to 100 pieces of ordinary purple flame crystal. Yet he had only managed to obtain 9 pieces of ordinary purple flame crystal. This kid has defied the heavens. Could it be that he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along? Zhang He stared at Yifeng's honest and naive face, recalling his earlier confident words, feeling a burning embarrassment on his cheeks. Was this truly mere luck? Yet why had the other party appeared so utterly certain just moments ago? The excavation of violet flame or had not taken long. Even Lu Yunshu, exerting every ounce of her skill, managed only to hold off the venomous scorpion for little more than half an hour. Upon hearing the agonized cries of its offspring echoing from within the valley, the venomous scorpion instantly abandoned Lu Yunshu and whirled back with lethal intent. Seeing this, Yifeng and the others wisely chose to withdraw. Without delay, swiftly retreat, with the venomous scorpion now commanding the battlefield. The combat prowess of the other scorpions surged dramatically. No matter how fiercely they resisted, the team could barely hold their ground, let alone search for or and risk death with every misstep. Thus, none of them wasted energy on futile resistance. Moreover, vast stretches of the subterranean cavern remained unexplored. They resolved to press onward to the next site, first returning only if all else failed. Yet when the ore was gathered and tallied, Yifeng's contribution left Mu Feng and the others stunned in unison. Heavens above, how does this young man possess such extraordinary fortune? Mu Feng gazed longingly at the superior-grade violet flame crystal cradled in Yifeng's palm, envy flickering openly in his eyes. Such a crystal could elevate the quality of a profound tier artifact, an attainment reserved solely for golden core cultivators. Were he to obtain even one, he would laugh in his sleep. Again, I've lost. Wang Yu watched the scene unfold, her face paling with bitter dismay, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness she had never known before. She had not realized, until now, that she had quietly slipped to the very bottom of the team's hierarchy. Even Lu Yunshu too regarded Yifeng with newfound respect. Did he truly claim first place again? Surely this must be a dream. Was it sheer luck, or did he possess genuine hidden strength? Ahem, I nearly forgot to mention my junior brother is also a spirit forge artisan, and spent several years as a miner. He thus possesses considerable experience in locating ore veins. Feeling the weight of their bewildered stares, Yifeng sighed inwardly and offered the explanation. One, he feared suspicion, feared that others might suspect him of harboring dangerous secrets, so he needed a plausible, reasonable pretext. Otherwise, unwelcome consequences might follow. I see. At these words, Wang Yu and the others finally exhaled in relief. If Yifeng had served years as a mining laborer, intimately familiar with mineral strata, and added even modest luck to the equation, such results were no longer implausible. Zhang He, however, seethed inwardly. He too was a spirit forge artisan, deeply versed in mineralogy, so why had he drawn nothing but empty hands? Yet fate remained inscrutable, elusive and capricious, and against such mystery even resentment proved powerless. The expedition pressed onward. Along the way they encountered numerous spirit treasures, but each time Yifeng performed admirably, never again matching his earlier brilliance, yet never once falling to last place. Could this youth's luck truly hold, unbroken, throughout? A quiet murmur rippled among them. As they puzzled silently, the group at last reached the farthest edge of this subterranean cavern world. Few beasts dwelled at this terminus, yet everywhere stretched sheer cliffs of raw, unyielding. What startled them most, however, was a massive ancient bronze gate embedded directly into one cliff face, its surface heavy, solemn, and steeped in forgotten ages. A gate here? Zhang He blurted out in astonishment. Its sudden, inexplicable appearance radiated an aura of deep mystery, utterly unnatural. He had assumed the cavern's end would be barren, just another stretch of rock, never imagining such a breathtaking surprise awaited. Could this truly be an ancient ruin? Even Lu Yunshu, who prided herself on composure, felt her breath quicken. An initial stone archway might have been constructed by later generations, but a bronze gate buried deep within the earth's heart. That changed everything. Their conviction hardened. This was almost certainly a relic of antiquity. Mu Feng, scout the surroundings for danger, Lu Yunshu commanded immediately. Though priceless treasures likely lay beyond that bronze gate, they dared not rush blindly inside. Caution demanded reconnaissance first. Understood. Mu Feng accepted the order without hesitation. Among them, only Lu Yunshu surpassed him in cultivation, and his unmatched agility made him the natural vanguard. Zhang He and the others, though impatient, knew survival outweighed haste, and so they retreated to a safe distance, waiting in disciplined silence. Past experience taught them while ancient ruins invariably concealed deadly mechanisms, traps both cunning and lethal, and vigilance was non-negotiable. Mu Feng approached the bronze gate with silent precision, tapping its surface with his sword. Here, there, everywhere, searching meticulously. Finding no anomalies, he signaled the others. Lu Yunshu, reassured, led the remaining members forward to stand before the gate. The gate stood sealed tight, its surface shimmering intermittently with cryptic archaic runes that pulsed with an aura of profound enigma. They pushed, no movement. They struck it with swords. Blades rebounded instantly. Clearly the gate was shielded by a formidable formation array impervious to brute force. Undeterred, they rested briefly, then resumed their search for a way through. After countless centuries, even the strongest formation inevitably weakened. They believed a breakthrough was inevitable, and having come this far, retreat was unthinkable. Especially Lu Yunshu, a core elite cultivated by the Nangong clan, deeply versed in ancient formation lore, and having entered prepared with numerous formation-breaking artifacts, she was determined to try. Yet after hours of exhaustive study, and even concerted furious assaults, the gate remained unmoved, utterly impervious. Their fervor cooled, replaced by grim resignation. Opening this gate, it seemed, would not be easy. Just as despair began to settle, after who knew how long, Lu Yunshu brushed against something unseen. Instantly, the intricate runes wreathing the towering gate erupted with a resonant boom, dissolving like ripples across still water. Did we succeed? All stared, dumbfounded, voices rising in unison. Even Yifeng stiffened his gaze, snapping sharply toward Lu Yunshu. Could this woman truly wield such mastery? Yes, we succeeded, Lu Yunshu replied, coolly nodding once. She had come here on a sacred mission. Of course, she carried the means to fulfill it. She had simply needed time to rediscover the correct method. After half a day's study, she finally found the key to unlock it and shattered the protective seal in one decisive stroke. This. Marvelous. In the next instant, a wild joy flashed across Mu Feng and the others' faces. They had not expected such an ancient ward to be broken so readily. They had assumed it would take days of toil, or that they might return empty-handed. Senior Sister Lu truly lived up to her reputation, remarkably extraordinary. Yifeng could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He had thought the Bronze Gate would require a Tianji-Pan search to locate a means of opening it, yet he never imagined that Lu Yunshu would possess the skill to break it open so smoothly. That spared him from further exposure. The next moment, Mu Feng carefully pushed the gate and stepped inside, and Lu Yunshu made no attempt to stop him. A gust of dusty air rushed out, and before long they could all discern the scene beyond the gate. Inside stood a vast and magnificent hall, solemn to the point of awe. Within it the air seemed to congeal, oppressively stifling. The hall was brightly lit, pearl-like lantern artifacts dotting the expanse like stars. But their gazes were soon drawn to the metal automatons arrayed within. There were some 20 metal constructs of varied forms, human and bestial, each lifelike, emitting a cold metallic sheen evidently impervious to ordinary blades and spears. Could these all be relics of the ancient age? Seeing the automatons, Mu Feng and the others could not conceal their astonishment. The automatons' designs were archaic and exquisitely wrought, entirely unlike contemporary forging styles. They plainly did not seem to be the work of this era. Yifeng could not help but marvel. It was scarcely imaginable that these things might have been forged by cultivators tens of thousands of years ago, yet every sign suggested it could very well be true. At that moment, curiosity overcame Zheng He, and he began to approach the nearest automaton. The construct was towering, shaped like a majestic human general clutching a hefty Xiantai spear. He intended to inspect the grade of that Xiantai spear. As an artificer, he was deeply fascinated by these ancient techniques of forging. He had not even drawn within 10 feet, when the automaton suddenly stirred, its eyes flared red, and the massive Xiantai spear it held whistled down toward Zheng He. The strike carried tremendous force, the gust alone stung their cheeks. This sudden scene startled everyone present. These automatons were alive. After so long, they could still function. They had all assumed these were inert relics. Zheng He at the forefront was the most stunned. With a bang, he swung his weapon to block. His spirit sword collided violently with the automaton's Xiantai spear, showering brilliant sparks. Overwhelmed, he was blasted away, stumbling back dozens of paces. Phew, he had held on. Moments later, he steadied himself and exhaled deeply. Rather than fear, he felt exhilaration at the automaton's formidable power. Wonderful. These automatons were intact. Even if there were no other treasures here, bringing these back alone would offer immense value for study. Lu Yunshu and the others, thinking of this, quietly grew excited. They realized this place might be the trial ground ancient sects used to test disciples. Pass the trial, and there might be additional rewards. For an instant, every pair of eyes shone with intent. Even Yi Feng's gaze glinted. As an artificer, he fully understood the worth of these ancient automatons. Perhaps hidden within them were forging techniques long since lost. After repelling Zhang He and sensing no further intruders within several zhang, the towering humanoid returned to its original stance, its reddened eyes dimmed, as if it had never moved at all. Lu Yunshu and the others could not wait, and immediately began plotting how to jointly subdue the automatons. They resolved to bring back one or two intact at any cost. Their plans had barely begun when a sudden clamor rose outside the hall. Heavens, this gate has opened! At the shout of a cultivator, footsteps sounded, and several robust cultivators surged in through These are ancient automatons. Upon seeing the hall's interior, the newcomers' eyes all excellent. In an instant they recognized that these metal guardians were undoubtedly relics of the ancient. The ancient's art of crafting automatons was said to be supremely formidable, bordering on the sublime. Alas, after successive cataclysms, the tradition had faded, and today's techniques had unquestionably fallen several tiers below those bygone heights. They had not expected to find a batch likely descended from the ancient age. If they could take these back for study, the gains might be immense. Contrary to the newcomers' excitement, Lu Yunshu and her companions felt a sudden chill when they saw the newcomers were none other than elite disciples of Mingyue sect from Chu state of faction, as famed as Qingyun sect. Their leader bore a hooked nose and an exceptionally pale face, yet his aura had reached roughly the 8th level of foundation establishment. The man acted as if he had not seen the Qingyun sect members. He waved a hand and prepared to lead his people toward the most stately silver-armored automaton. Clearly he had discerned that the silver-armored construct was the most advanced in the hall. Sun Changming, our party opened this gate. Shouldn't you observe first come first served? Seeing them fixate on the silver-armored figure, she had her eye on Lu Yunshu, immediately called out in a stern voice. She plainly recognized the man Sun Changming, one of Mingyue sect's top 3 core disciples, his strength fathomless. Ah, Lu the immortal, long have I admired you. The hooked-nosed man, upon hearing the reproach, and as if noticing Lu Yunshu for the first time, offered a casual greeting. But forgive my frankness, had your lady herself come, perhaps she might have held me off for a moment. As for just you few, I doubt you are sufficient. Treasures go to those fated to them. Do you, immortal Lu, intend to make an enemy of me? The hooked-nosed man did not hide the contempt in his eyes. Among the younger generation of the Qingyun sect, aside from the renowned genius Nangong Liuyun, the others are merely of average strength, and he did not pay them much attention. In contrast, although the Mingyue sect lacks particularly outstanding talents, they have a considerable number of competent individuals, and he is one of them. You. Lu Yunshu was immediately enraged upon hearing this, her chest heaving with anger. Though she found it hard to accept and wished to rebut, she had to acknowledge that the other party spoke the truth. Even if they all brought their full strength to bear, it was highly likely they could not stop the opposing team. However, how could she bear to watch the treasure which she had worked so hard to break through the barriers for be taken away? The next moment, Lu Yunshu signaled to Wang Yu and urged the remaining teammates to swiftly head towards the silver-armored puppet. She aimed to strike first. Wang Yu immediately understood, raising her hand to scatter a talisman onto the path the Mingyue sect members were about to take, effectively sealing off their route to seize. As a member of the Talisman Hall, she came well prepared with numerous spiritual talismans for such an important secret realm, and in this moment, she unleashed them all. It must be said that under such a reckless expenditure of resources, the effect was quite remarkable. The members of the Mingyue sect, noticing the unusual movement from the Qingyun sect, did not hesitate to leap forward, but soon they realized a multitude of talismans were rushing towards them. Boom, boom, boom. A dazzling array of flames erupted, the massive waves of explosions engulfing the elite members of the Mingyue sect, and several nearby puppets forcing the hooked-nosed man and others to pause and raise their protective gear. However, the outcome was now entirely different. Damn it! The hooked-nosed man's expression darkened at this. He did not expect the opposing side to be so decisive and truly willing to make a move against them. The talismans they unleashed were quite powerful, and they could not afford to ignore them, only able to stop and defend. What was worse was that due to the assault of these talismans, several nearby Xiantai puppets had been activated, now charging towards them. In just that moment of delay, they had lost the initiative and were facing considerable trouble, helplessly watching as the Qingyun sect members rapidly approached the silver-armored puppet. On the other side, Lu Yunshu and her group, just about to reach their destination, were filled with joy at this outcome. Without further hesitation, Mu Feng led the team to block the Xiantai guards along the way, while Lu Yunshu swiftly reached the silver-armored puppet, raising her treasured sword and fiercely striking at its most vital part. She planned to first destroy its energy core, rendering it immobile before taking it. As an elite from a noble family, she was well versed in the weaknesses of these puppets. These puppets were impervious to blades and spears, whether ancient or modern. Their only critical point lay within their spiritual energy supply core. As long as one could deliver a sudden powerful strike to this core, causing it to shatter from the immense force, the puppet would quickly lose its combat capability. Conversely, attacking other parts would yield no results, even if one tried, until nightfall. Of course, destroying the energy core was not something just anyone could accomplish. It required a certain level of insight and skill. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The exquisite spiritual sword in Lu Yunshu's hand struck the vital part of the silver-armored puppet as she intended, generating a tremendous shockwave. However, to her surprise, her most powerful strike, which she had concentrated her spiritual energy into, seemed to merely tickle the silver-armored puppet, inflicting no damage at all. On the contrary, the silver-armored puppet, suddenly ambushed, was instantly activated, its eyes flashing with blue light as it swung a blade towards her. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Lu Yunshu's heart sank to the depths, unable to believe what was happening before her. How could it possibly have no effect? Why was this happening? She was certain her ambush was powerful enough, and that the angle was extremely precise. Could it be that the energy core of this ancient puppet was not located at the center? Yet she had no time to ponder further, as the fearsome counterattack from the silver-armored puppet was already upon her. Fortunately, her strength was not insignificant, and in the blink of an eye she conjured a spiritual shield to protect her vital areas. But she still underestimated the combat power of this puppet, as the immense force from the long blade sent her flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, nearly causing her to spit blood. Hiss! How could this be? Mu Feng and the others were taken aback by this result. In their view, while the silver-armored puppet should be somewhat stronger than the nearby Xian-Tai puppets, it should not be vastly different. With Lu Shiji taking action, there should be no problem. They never expected that their powerful Lu Shiji would return empty-handed after such a thunderous strike. Yi Feng and Zheng He were equally surprised. As weapon refiners, they knew very well that the energy core of a puppet was almost always located at the center. Why did it have no effect at this moment? Haha, that's too funny. On the other side, seeing that Lu Yunshu, who had arrived first, not only failed to capture the silver-armored puppet, but was also sent flying by a strike, the hook-nosed man, leading the Mingyue sect, could not help but laugh. This is simply overestimating oneself. Indeed, to think they would want to compete with our senior brother's son with such little power. The other elite members of the Mingyue sect immediately displayed exaggerated mockery at this scene. They did not expect Lu Yunshu to be so incompetent. They had thought she would succeed, only to be met with a sudden twist. It was as if they had given her a chance, yet she proved useless. Next, watch me. The hooked-nosed man wasted no time and swiftly flew towards the silver-armored puppet. At this point, he was already very close to the silver-armored puppet. He also aimed for the central position of the silver-armored puppet, as he understood that the energy core could only be located there. He speculated that Lu Yunshu had failed due to insufficient strength or lack of technique, which prevented her from achieving the destruction she intended. If he were to take action, the outcome would surely be different. However, as he closed the distance, his strike, which had concentrated 10 parts of his strength, hit the vital spot of the silver-armored puppet, yet all it did was cause the puppet to tremble slightly before it calmly retaliated. It had no effect either. Upon seeing this result, the hooked-nosed man was momentarily stunned. How could this be? He was confident that his strength was considerable. The other elite members of the Mingyue sect watched this scene, equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Could it be that senior brother Sun has also failed? How is this possible? In their subconscious, senior brother Sun has always been an omnipotent figure, and they, being the most loyal followers of senior brother Sun, did not hesitate to take risks and follow him into this secret realm for training despite their own impressive backgrounds. After all, they believed that if they could forge deep bonds with senior brother Sun in the secret realm, their futures would be boundless. Yet at this moment, they suddenly realized that senior brother Sun didn't seem as formidable as they had imagined. No, it cannot be. The hawk-nosed man came back to his senses and shook his head vigorously, revealing an expression of extreme unwillingness. He could not believe that with his strength a surprise attack would fail to shatter a mere puppet whose aura was only at the peak of Foundation establishment. Surely he must have overlooked something. At this moment he could not afford to give up, as it was no longer just a matter of pride, but one that would shake the foundational faith of his team. Next he gathered his strength, continuously blocking the silver-armored puppet's silver blades, while searching for opportunities to launch a sneak attack. He decided that no matter what, he must take down this silver-armored puppet. In his estimation, while the silver-armored puppet was fierce, it was unowned, and the true combat power it could exhibit would surely not surpass his own. Unfortunately, after several sneak attacks from different angles and methods, he found that none of them had any effect. On the contrary, in the fierce clashes with the silver-armored puppet, he could not withstand the backlash of its immense strength and suffered significant injuries. Even several of his teammates trying to help him fend off the surrounding puppets found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle. It seems that you are not so impressive after all, son. On the other side, Lu Yunshu, recovering from her injuries, saw that Sun Changming was also making no progress and couldn't help but mock him coldly. After her previous setbacks, she had decided to temporarily abandon the silver-armored puppet and shift her focus to attacking the other Xiantai puppets. She speculated that the central area of spiritual power might be incorrect, and perhaps the weakness of the silver-armored puppet was entirely different from that of the others. She planned to eliminate a few weaker Xiantai puppets first to ensure that she gained something this time, then look for an opportunity to snatch the best one. However, these Xiantai puppets were too heavy and the material was not precious at all. She did not intend to take the entire puppet but planned to shatter it and only take the core control component. After all, it was the core control component that held the true value. Hearing Lu Yunshu's mockery, Sun Changming felt veins popping on his forehead in furious anger, yet he knew that she was using this tactic to distract him, so he had to endure. Nevertheless, he intensified his efforts, increasing the force of his attacks. A chaotic battle raged within the great hall, with both teams entangled with nearby puppets, while also having to remain vigilant against each other. Brilliant flashes of light intertwined and flickered, and the sounds of battle and clashing weapons echoed throughout. Yifeng nimbly weaved through several puppets, wielding his medium-grade spiritual sword to unleash a series of sword lights, deftly countering the attacks of the puppets. At this moment, he did not seek to show off, but merely aimed to protect himself, while assisting his teammates to entangle one or two Xiantai puppets. Every strike he made was precise and efficient, capable of repelling the Xiantai puppets without expending too much spiritual energy. However, he was also quite interested in these Xiantai puppets, so after assisting his teammates in shattering one, he did not hesitate to seize the crystal core of one of the Xiantai puppets and pocket it. This kid seems to be quite capable. Mu Feng and Zheng He, upon seeing Yi Feng maneuvering effortlessly amidst countless attacks, completely unlike a Foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. This fellow had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along. However, they said nothing more at this moment, as they were more captivated by Lu Yunshu's graceful figure. Lu Yunshu displayed exceptional leadership skills, coordinating her teammates, while precisely executing pinpoint explosions against the Xiantai puppets. Her movements were incredibly light, and the spiritual sword in her hand was exceptionally sharp, either piercing the vital points of the Xiantai puppets or skillfully deflecting their fierce attacks. Before long, under Lu Yunshu's methodical command, the members of the Qingyun sect successfully collected the crystal cores of 4 Xiantai puppets. In contrast, the members of the Mingyue sect remained entangled around the silver-armored puppet, struggling in vain, only managing to repel the Xiantai puppets nearby, without any real achievements. As the Qingyun sect gathered more and more crystal cores, the members of the Mingyue sect inevitably grew anxious. They began to doubt whether their strategy was indeed correct. If they could not take down the silver-armored puppet and returned empty-handed, they would likely become the subject of ridicule. Just as they were about to persuade their team leader to give up, the hawk-nosed man suddenly had bloodshot eyes, and in a fit of madness unleashed his trump card. At this moment, his patience finally ran out. He could not believe that with so many teammates aiding him, he could not handle a puppet that was not even controlled by anyone. He swore that he must take down the silver-armored puppet today, or otherwise he would never be able to face others again. Boom! A dazzling blue thunderbolt flashed through the great hall. In an instant, the enormous roar shocking everyone inside, causing them to turn towards the source of the lightning. They soon discovered that this thunder strike was actually a high-level heavenly thunder talisman unleashed by Sun Changming, striking the silver-armored puppet. As the thunderbolt hit the target, the silver-armored puppet finally trembled violently and came to an abrupt Did it succeed? Upon seeing this scene, the elite members present could not help but be astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. Among them, Lu Yunshu was particularly shaken. She was well aware of the power of that strike, estimating it could easily rival an attack from a golden core stage expert. She did not expect that the opponent would actually be willing to use such a life-saving trump card. Lu Fairy, my apologies. The next moment, seeing the silver-armored puppet's eyes finally extinguish their light and become immobile, the hawk-nosed man finally let out a long sigh of relief and burst into wild laughter. He knew that the silver-armored puppet would finally be his, with no room for doubt. Senior brother Sun is mighty. The other members of the Ming sect began to cheer excitedly. Truly, Senior Brother Sun has not disappointed them. Just the acquisition of this silver-armored puppet was worth at least 10 Xiantai puppets, and they finally felt their efforts were not in vain. In stark contrast to the joyous celebration of the Ming sect, the elite members of the Qingyun sect appeared as if they had lost their loved ones, their faces filled with despair. Should we seize it? Mu Feng could not help but voice his concern as he saw the hawk-nosed man from the Ming sect about to succeed. If they did not act now, they might miss their chance. The silver-armored puppet was evidently superior in strength and material compared to the surrounding black iron puppets. They feared that if they gave up now, they might regret it in the future. Lu Yunshu's expression shifted between shades of green and white as she heard this, deeply conflicted. At this moment, she truly began to regret her decisions. Had she known that the silver-armored puppet could be subdued in this manner, she would have joined in the attempt to seize it earlier. Now, if she were to act, it would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation with the Ming sect. Although she possessed a trump card that could potentially secure victory after the opponent used their Heavenly Thunder talisman, she was uncertain if it was worth the risk. Just as she was torn about what to do and her teammates were eager to act, Yifeng suddenly spoke up, calmly interjecting, "There is no need to seize it. There are better opportunities ahead." Yifeng, who had remained silent until now, spoke with remarkable conviction. Only moments ago, while carefully observing his surroundings, he had inadvertently noticed that the movements of this batch of puppets seemed to follow a certain pattern, prompting him to activate the heavenly mechanism disc and deduce the situation. He could not help it. His curiosity about this place was overwhelming, and despite the considerable cost, he was willing to take the risk. The results of his deductions were quite promising, revealing information that others were unaware of. At this moment, he realized that there was more to this grand hall than met the eye. What? Something better? Mu Feng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief at his words. The grand hall was exceedingly spacious, with everything in plain view aside from the 20 or so puppets before them. How could there possibly be any hidden treasures? Lu Yunshu, hearing this, also wore an expression of skepticism. She had a good understanding of ancient restrictions, yet after spending so long in this hall, she had not discovered anything particularly unusual. The members of the Ming sect on the other side burst into laughter once more upon hearing his words. "Haha, that kid is actually dreaming of finding even better treasures. He's completely delusional. Did they really think that so many of them were mere decorations?" However, the next moment, Yifeng suddenly unleashed a power surpassing that of a first-level foundation establishment, swiftly breaking free from the entanglement of the black iron puppets, and darting towards a pillar in the hall, striking it with his sword. The pillar was a full yard in diameter, covered in runes, appearing no different from the other pillars in the hall, yet Yifeng knew that as soon as the light in the eyes of the silver-armored puppet extinguished, this pillar had changed. A very subtle rune formation in the middle of the pillar had been deactivated. As expected, when his spirit sword struck the pillar, activating the hidden runes, of brilliant light erupted from it, followed by the gradual emergence of 3 teleportation gates before the hall, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura that made it clear they were extraordinary. This sudden change left both parties utterly stunned. What was happening? Was there truly a mechanism? But how did that kid know? Each of them felt a sense of confusion, as if they had been publicly slapped in the face, their cheeks burning with pain. Moreover, what would lie beyond this portal of light? But just as they were lost in thought, Yifeng, without any hesitation, leaped towards the most promising teleportation portal under the gaze of the crowd. His speed was astonishing, leaving those around him unable to react in time to stop him. It was not that he did not wish to wait for everyone to leave before activating this mechanism, but rather that this mechanism was indeed a reward for breaking the puppet formation, and it had a time limit. If he delayed, it would close again, making it impossible for him to activate it, no matter how great his abilities were. As his figure vanished, the brilliance of the teleportation portal instantly dimmed, as if it could disappear at any moment. Oh no! Seeing Yifeng's actions and the fading portal, everyone in the arena realized something was amiss. Could it be that each of these 3 portals could only transport a limited number of people? If they arrived late, would they miss their chance? At this moment, regardless of whether there was danger behind the portal, they could no longer contain themselves. Sun Changming widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief that kid actually dared to go first. Unlike the hesitation of others, he immediately concluded that there must be valuable treasures behind these 3 light gates, likely rewards that would appear only after he defeated the silver-armored puppet. After all, he was already quite certain that this was the place where ancient cultivators tested their disciples. Generally, there would be corresponding rewards after passing such tests. In the next moment, everyone in the arena dropped everything and rushed toward the 3 light gates. Unfortunately, the elite members of Qingyun sect led by Lu Yunshu, were the most resolute and were also the closest. In contrast, Sun Changming, having just collected the silver-armored puppet and burdened by too much weight, was slightly slower, while most of his teammates were still hesitating, causing them to arrive later. "Damn it! Stop them!" Sun Changming yelled in shock and anger upon witnessing this scene. He did not expect that the primary contributor to breaking the formation had not yet acted, while these little rascals from Qingyun's sect had already seized the opportunity. If none of them got a turn, it would be disastrous. The remaining elites of Mingyue's sect were secretly anxious, as these teleportation spots were limited, and they had previously been unsure if there would be dangers behind the light gate. Thus, they did not act immediately. They had not anticipated how decisively the people from Qingyun's sect would move, already leading them by a considerable distance. If they did not stop these people, it was highly likely that they would miss out entirely. Unfortunately, by the time they launched their attacks preparing to strike at the Qingyun sect members, they found it was already too late. Although their attacks were swift and powerful, they still required time, didn't they? Which one to choose? In front of the teleportation gate, Lu Yunshu felt extremely complex emotions and was exceptionally shocked. She was well aware of Yifeng's background, and she had recognized him when he was only at the second layer of qi refining. She had never seen him demonstrate any significant abilities or noticed anything unusual about him. Yet how did he know about this mechanism that even she could not decipher? She had not expected that despite appearing low-key on a daily basis, he would suddenly exhibit such astonishing performance, particularly showcasing a level of strength comparable to her own. At this moment, she felt as if the other person was an enigma reshaping her understanding. To unravel the confusion in her heart, she gritted her teeth and leapt boldly toward the teleportation portal just entered by the other. She had to find that young man and clarify things with him. She suspected that he might know something, and the teleportation portal he chose could very well be the best one. Sure enough, as she charged in, the portal instantly vanished from the Grand Hall. Damn it! Sun Changming had also set his sights on this teleportation portal. He was eager to see if he could capture that young man and interrogate him. However, he didn't expect that before he could reach it, the portal had already disappeared in an instant. Watching this scene, he felt a surge of anger rising, but he was helpless. In the end, he had no choice but to turn around and rush toward the other two portals without hesitation. Indeed, the elite of Qingyun's sect were extremely decisive. If they didn't hurry, they would miss their chance. Phew! On the other side, Mu Feng and Zheng, he successfully stepped into the remaining two portals, feeling extremely fortunate. They had previously noticed that Yifeng had incredibly good luck, so after witnessing his unusual actions, they unhesitatingly chose to trust his judgment, leaping up at the first opportunity to reach the portal before the members of Mingyue's sect could intercept them. They felt that if they had hesitated even slightly, the teleportation portal would certainly not have been theirs. As these three disappeared, only one portal remained, and its light was extremely dim. Sun Changming had no choice but to decisively rush into the last portal. Watching his leader and the members of Qingyun's sect enter one by one while all three portals disappeared, the remaining members of Mingyue's sect were momentarily dumbfounded and filled with regret. It's so infuriating. Just a hair's breadth away. The key was that 5 from Qingyun's sect entered while only 1 from their side made it. Why were these guys so decisive? Aren't they afraid of the dangers behind the teleportation portal? The elite looked at the empty Grand Hall, feeling a mix of jealousy and curiosity about the unknown treasures beyond the portal. If this truly is an ancient relic, the treasures behind the portal must be extraordinary, right? One person among them felt particularly frustrated. That last spot should have been his, but Brother Sun had knocked him aside at the last moment and squeezed in. At this moment, he truly didn't know whether to hate the other. In following him, he might have lost the most important opportunity of his life. Where is this? Yifeng stepped into the teleportation portal, experiencing a whirlwind of shifting stars, and suddenly felt an ancient aura that had been sealed for countless years rushing toward him. As his vision returned, the scene before him made it feel as if he were dreaming. No longer was he in a dark cavern world, nor in that singular grand hall from before. Instead, he found himself in a vast labyrinthine complex of palatial structures located in an unknown place. Before him stretched wide, overlapping, enclosed palace corridors, intricate and complex, with various metallic puppets of different forms scattered throughout. Among these puppets, the Xian iron puppet was merely the lowest tier, while the silver armor puppets, which everyone had fiercely competed over, were found everywhere. Even more frightening were the golden armor puppets, which shone brilliantly. One could be seen at intervals along the path. Yifeng's breath quickened as he beheld the golden-armored puppets. They seemed like indomitable guardians, exuding a chilling aura, and he surmised that they likely possessed the strength of Golden Core stage. Could this ancient relic site be left behind by a sect specifically devoted to the crafting of puppets? Otherwise, how could there be so many? Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt a shiver run down his spine. He wished to retreat from this palace, but found it impossible. The surroundings were surrounded by impenetrable walls covered in defensive runes. Even the azure brick pathway beneath his feet was inscribed with obscure and complex formation patterns. With each step he took, the runes flickered with a faint glow, providing extraordinary defensive capabilities to the ground. He guessed that unless he could break the entire formation, he would be unable to leave this place. Ultimately, he had no choice but to resign himself to fate. Fortunately, there was no black aura representing death appearing above his head at the moment, which bolstered his courage. Where to next? Yifeng redirected his gaze to the maze-like passages surrounding him. He knew that choosing the right passage in this maze was crucial. If he made a mistake, not only would he fail to obtain any treasures, but he would also face endless pursuit, so he had to proceed with caution. Fortunately, he had the Tianji disc in hand along with the art of divination to assist him, providing guidance. In the next moment, he aimed for a passage leading directly north and set off swiftly. This was the best direction he had identified based on the hints from the Tianji disc. Of course, there were countless forks in this direction, and he could only take it one step at a time. The maze-like palace appeared as if it had not been visited for countless years. As he moved, several dark iron puppets nearby were activated with a series of clicks, their eyes flickering with a crimson light, wielding dark iron swords, creating a whoosh of wind as they attacked him in unison. Seeing this, Yifeng dared not be complacent. He quickly activated his dragon bloodline, darting like lightning, weaving among the crowd of puppets while trying to avoid the more formidable ones. He knew that if he attempted to fight his way through each of them, he wouldn't get very far no matter how much spiritual power he possessed, so he chose to conserve his energy and rely solely on his agility to maneuver. Fortunately, in terms of agility, he had already reached a high level of mastery, barely able to keep up with the situation. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks from the dark iron puppets came crashing down upon him in an instant. He flickered his form, successfully dodging most of the strikes, and raised his sword to strike, sending one puppet flying that he could not evade. However, these dark iron puppets, undeterred by their failed strikes, relentlessly pursued him, and the one that was knocked away quickly leapt back up to launch another assault. Yifeng could only continue to evade, pushing forward occasionally, swinging his spiritual sword to block. Sparks flew in the corridor, and the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Yet with so many puppets attacking in tight rhythms, even though Yifeng was being very cautious, he still inadvertently disturbed one of the silver-armored puppets. This silver-armored puppet's eyes glowed red, instantly brandishing a spear and charging fiercely at Yifeng. Hiss! Yifeng felt the pressure surge and could only push himself to the limit, desperately trying to defend. However, the gap in strength meant he was inevitably struck by the fierce attack, sending him flying. Fortunately, the scarlet flame battle armor he wore provided decent defense, preventing any significant. On the other side of the maze, Lu Yunshu appeared, and upon seeing the scene before her, couldn't help but be struck dumb. At that moment, the words spoken by Yifeng echoed in her mind, making her feel as if she was witnessing a ghost. That kid had mentioned that there would be more silver-armored puppets behind, and to her surprise it was true. The silver-armored puppets before her could not merely be described as numerous, it was more accurate to say they were flooding the area. Moreover, she also spotted several majestic golden-armored puppets. How did that kid know about this? Could it be that the opposing party had been here? Hiss! In another underground maze whose location was unknown, Sun Changming saw the scene before him and instantly felt a wave of frustration, nearly spitting blood. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had used his strongest life-saving trump card to subdue a silver-armored puppet, thinking he had acquired a treasure and feeling quite pleased with himself. Yet here those silver-armored puppets were merely common commodities available in abundance. At this moment he was filled with endless regret. If only his life-saving trump card had lasted until now, perhaps he could have discovered a treasure location and obtained even more precious items. However, regretting at this point was pointless. He could no longer afford to hesitate, and chose a passage, diving headlong into it. No matter what, he needed to see if he could find some unexpected gains nearby. Bang! 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 Yifeng struggled forward, facing numerous tough battles and consuming quite a few recovery pills. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived before a towering stone gate. In this fierce battle that had lasted several hours, his swordsmanship seemed to have been tempered through countless trials, becoming more fluid and effortless. Some previously awkward movements had now become clear to him. His agility had also been forced to reach an unparalleled level in this life-and-death crisis. There was no choice, so a moment's carelessness could lead to serious injury, and all his latent potential had been unleashed. Fortunately, he had plenty of recovery pills on hand, and the bloodline of the Flood Dragon provided him with formidable stamina, preventing his defeat. Yet even though he was forged from steel after such an extended period of intense combat, he was nearing the towering stone gate before him concealed unknown dangers, but as the number of pursuing silver-armored puppets behind him increased, he could no longer afford to be overly cautious. In the next moment, he kicked open the stone gate, decisively charging and hoping to escape the pursuit of the puppets and seek a moment of respite. As he entered the palace, the silver-armored puppets that had been pursuing him finally halted in their tracks, as if their target had vanished, reluctantly returning to their positions. Phew! He had finally escaped a calamity. Inside the grand hall, Yifeng, seeing that the crisis had been averted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He felt that if he did not find a place to rest soon, he would truly run out of energy. Fortunately, having survived a great disaster, he had finally achieved his goal. However, his gaze was soon drawn to the scene within the grand hall. It was a magnificent and imposing palace. The palace was illuminated with brilliance, with dazzling lighting artifacts hanging all around, casting a bright light throughout the hall, the source of which was unknown. At the center of the palace, on a high platform, there rested a delicate and ancient treasure box exuding an exceptional quality. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's spirit was suddenly invigorated, and the fatigue that enveloped him dissipated significantly. Anything placed so solemnly on the high platform must be extraordinary. If it truly is a treasure, he could very well become prosperous. Unfortunately, beside the high platform stood a majestic golden-armored puppet, a presence he had always dared not provoke. This golden-armored puppet was roughly estimated to be over 2 zhang tall, emanating a heavy sense of oppression and wielding a gigantic battle axe that instilled fear merely by its appearance. It seemed that acquiring this ancient treasure box would not be easy. Yifeng sighed inwardly. The treasure was right before him, but the defensive range of this golden-armored puppet was an insurmountable chasm. However, no matter what, he had to give it a try. In the next moment, Yifeng took out a pill for recovery, while beginning to deduce using the Tianji disc. He needed to find the weakness of this golden-armored puppet and see if he could seize the treasure from its jaws. As Yifeng recuperated, Lu Yunshu was also struggling through another part of the maze. Without the guidance of the Tianji disc or the assistance of divination techniques, she could only grit her teeth and push forward through the chaotic maze. Although her strength was somewhat higher than Yifeng's, and she had more trump cards, she had previously stumbled into dead ends of the maze several times, besieged by a horde of silver-armored puppets. Fortunately, she decisively used some top-tier trump cards to break through in time, managing to escape and change her direction. However, continuing to charge aimlessly without seeing any rewards made her feel like she was on the verge of. She wondered whether there was a teleportation formation to exit this maze. If not, she felt she might completely perish here. This was the first time in her long journey that she saw a structure that wasn't a solid wall. She felt that regardless of whether there was treasure in it, seemed different ahead. Upon seeing this stone door, she rushed towards it like a drowning person grasping for the last straw. This was the first time in her long journey that she saw a structure that wasn't a solid wall. She felt that regardless of whether there was treasure inside, just being able to rest for a moment was already a tremendous stroke of luck. However, after she painstakingly entered the grand hall, the scene inside brought her an unexpected surprise. What is this? An ancient relic. In an instant, she forgot all her fatigue, becoming revitalized. She felt that this was very likely the treasure she had been anticipating all along. Similarly, the same events were unfolding in the other 2 mazes. Sun Changming and Mu Feng, with their considerable strength, had made it to the first grand hall that housed the treasure. The only difference was that the difficulty of the maze they were in was somewhat lower than that of Yifeng and his companion, and naturally the rewards would be lesser as well. In the highest grade maze palace cluster, after an unknown amount of time, Yifeng, who had returned to his peak state, suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes and stood up. At this moment, he had discovered the weakness of the golden-armored puppet and devised a feasible plan, albeit one that entailed significant risk.